As usual, there's a disappointment in the people that I'm counting on, who basically said they were going to be here and are not here. So we're going to try and see if they're here anyway, and take it from there. There we are. Thank goodness. So,
Hello.
okay, so the entire opening hour is yours, honey. I'll just leave you to it. I want everyone to hit those upvotes because the first thing the enemy does is they hit us with downvotes so that we don't appear on searches. So the only way to fight back, and it is your war, so you need to fight it yourself. You need to participate. Is for everyone to hit an upvote on whatever IP address you have, as many IP addresses as you have, your laptop, your PC, your phone, everything. Use it to put in an upvote, and that way we can hopefully balance out the immediate assault of all of the Autobots that take us off searches. So understand that there is a filter that YouTube uses to ultimately filter them out. By that time, it's hours into the program. So we'll need your upvotes now. And with that, we turn this over this hour to the lovely Michelle Carmela Saldana. I'll be checking in as often as I can. But just a busy hour for me. And I will, you've got so much to talk about. Dear lady, anything you want to say before I leave you on stage?
Um, okay, well, I did watch a very interesting video today about upcoming technology
Yeah.
that um I really do think that we need to contact our government about,
Okay.
for real.
Mm-hmm.
Um Also, I have questions for you when you have time.
Oh, of course. Well, I should be done sooner than later. I'll probably be back, within a comparatively short period of time, and then I can participate with you in the opening hour. But don't forget that when Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night, I usually try to call you back, and we can continue our conversation then, yes?
I won't be able to. I don't think I'll be able to.
Okay. And it was it when you say you wanted to talk to me when I have time, do you mean privately?
No,
Oh,
just either way. I mean, I'm sure the public will probably be interested in some of these details.
oh, well
But
then I'll
either way, it doesn't matter
Well, I'll
if it's
certainly try
on
to get back
air.
as soon as possible and then participate with you. But my understanding was you had so much to speak about. You were preparing to speak about David Schroeder, Doug Millar, and
Oh yes, I will definitely continue my thought process on all of that.
yeah, and
Um,
well, you barely began to introduce the topic over the past several days, so I was hoping that yeah.
you know how verbose I am.
Well, no, no, that's wonderful. So, I mean, believe me, I'll be back, and then we can take it from there. In the
uh,
interim, I'm sure you can handle it.
oh
Just
yes.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, you've got so much to talk about aside from whatever questions may have arisen recently because of various media you've been exposed to. Yes.
oh yes. Maybe I won't talk about the computer technology. I'll send you the link first, and then we can you can conceptualize it.
Mhm.
I'll
Uh,
do that. I'll do that in the next couple days. I'll send you the link, and
mhm.
then I your input on it though would be very interesting, I think.
Thank you. Well, I'll certainly look forward to that, and we'll just, take it uh, a step at a time.
Yeah.
and
Well, one thing about this technology that uh, has me on edge is that it comes from the years of uh, experiments that they've done on people like myself,
Okay.
and so now they're putting it out there to the public
Mhm.
as a product.
All right.
So I would very much like your comment on it, but I think something needs to be done about this.
Okay. Well,
So
okay. Well, we'll definitely speak of this, and that's a subject that could easily be taken care of with Sunday or next Wednesday. I mean, but for
yeah,
today, I'm certain you have plenty to say about,
Oh yes.
yeah, and
We'll we'll,
yeah,
we'll finish up about. I think we could probably finish up a little bit about Doug and David. I don't have much to say about David really.
well, I
Um,
think you've got plenty to say. There's all kinds of details to share. Most people don't know your backstory with either of these individuals, so by all means, take the stage and don't be afraid to take it into other directions if you feel the need to. Don't be afraid to introduce these other topics that you want to talk to me about, and I can always catch up with them as soon as I get back, which, the sooner
all
I
right.
leave, the sooner I'll be done. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So take over and introduce yourself to new listeners. We always have new listeners, so give a little background of yourself. That alone should take a little time, right?
Hello, world. It's Michelle Carmela, being entrusted once again by Douglas
Yes.
for this opening hour.
Yes.
And so I'm glad to spend this time with you and with Douglas. So,
Thank you. We're glad to have you here. You honor us with your presence.
well, I'm honored with you trusting me with your time like this.
Yes, of course. You've proven yourself more than capable. So,
So,
okay, I'll retreat and
okay.
I'll be back soon.
Oh, if you all could see how many tabs I have open on my computer right now, it's just ridiculous. I have more than 20. Um, so, um, I was born in Taipei, Taiwan. That's something that Douglas and I have in common. Um, I was severely abused as a child. Um, and as a way to cope um, and to heal at the age of 14, um, I started my studies to be an ordained Bible teacher, which I started that probably when I was 13. Um, and by the time I was 15, I was ordained a Bible teacher in several denominations. Um, at the age of 10, I had what I believe was an auditory experience with Creator, and that marked something significant in my life. It gave me a solid uh, guide stone, if you will. It helped me. That relationship helped me know right from wrong because prior to that particular moment, even after, um, I was not learning very much about how to live a wholesome life, just to live a wholesome life. It was I was learning. I was abused in every way imaginable, and I was learning to use any type of wholesomeness as a weapon. Um, it I did in this day and age we have the term human trafficking or the anti-trafficking movement, which I consider a cult that the UN started. It has people believing that they're going to be rescued from their hell. And for many people, rescue does not come. I was one of those people that rescue did not come. When people ask me how I got out of being prostituted and enslaved and tortured from a child into my teen years, I told them I up and left and moved cross country. I actually spoke at a church once that, mind you, I have been sharing my story for about 37 years. So at this time I shared my story, it had been 20-something years. Close to 30, maybe a little bit more than that. And when I shared my story and I was asked how I got out, I said I graduated high school and I moved far, far away from all the hell, tried to cut myself off from the people who were my biological relatives and who were doing all the tortures to me. And I actually was referred to an agency and a program that I started and was still in operation to, because they did not see me as somebody that was out of the situation. In their mind, because nobody rescued me, I did not have an agency to rescue me. Therefore, I was not rescued. Therefore, I was not out of my situation. Although I had been out for a couple decades, at least, and had been educating around the country and had a program for children, women, and families, even men and boys, which they don't get help very often. Even though I had these programs going on, they still considered me a victim. And one even got on the phone to call me a counselor. Did not know whether to be offended or to be like kind of happy that they knew about the program. But when they called and it was my phone that rang, they were very confused. So this is one of the problems that I have with the term human trafficking. And as Douglas has made note several times on the program, that I don't like that term. The reason why I don't like that term, because it's a marketing term. It is a ploy. The UN took over the efforts of many survivor activists and started constructing their own laws. Why they did this was because we, the victims of people from our local government all the way up to our highest forms of government, and even the IMF and the EU and UN and all that, we were calling them out. And we were holding them accountable to the current laws of that time. And we were so successful that they had to take control. They had to take back control because we were banding together, forming our own helps. We were forming our own resources. Some of us were studying the law. We were studying how to be victim advocates. We were studying the system, and we were learning how to use the system against those who were abusing us, exploiting us, enslaving us, and just torturing us, and just undoing our whole lives. So in my situation, I had already explained that there were doctors, lawyers, teachers, police, firemen, parents, anybody that a child would normally go to help, were pretty much my abusers. I did not have avenues for help. And we would talk about the sexual abuse done by the Catholic Church. Yes, I was abused that way by the Catholic Church, but it wasn't just the Catholic Church. I had other denominations. People at some point saw me as, in the 70s and 80s, probably even the 90s, and I dare say in some parts of the world and even the United States, this stupid thinking still exists. As soon as a girl is raped, she's quote unquote a a a scarlet woman. She's not a woman. If you're not 18 years old, if you if you're not at the age of consent, you're not a woman. And even if you're at the age of consent and you're under 18, you're not a woman. And in this day and age, I mean, like, talk right now, or even the past 3 or 4 years, it's pretty hard to even say at what age a female is an adult, or just across the board. We're finding out more and more that people are reaching their adulthood a little bit later in this generation. I mean, the teenage and weird child thinking is not working itself out until like nowadays, until like mid 20s or something. Um, Men aren't usually ready to settle down anymore until they're in their mid 40s. That's about the time where they've worked all their shenanigans out, and by that time they should know who they are, and be able to have some money in the bank and start having an idea of what they want in life and what they want in a woman. Whereas men were able to do that a lot earlier, in the 30s, even their 20s and 30s. People are living longer. People are taking longer to mature. So this is a generalization, but I know I'm talking generalizations right now, knowing that this does not apply to everybody. But I'm just saying, in general, the way our atmosphere here in the United States, per se, is the majority rate is slowing down. People are living longer and they're maturing a lot later in life. So this is leading to a lot of people questioning what some people are even questioning when is the proper age of consent anymore. And of course we have strange cases where we have teenagers being abused by their teachers. Some have Stockholm syndrome of a type where maybe they have a crush on their teacher. I mean, hormones range when you're a teenager. Still does not make it right. It still falls on the adult to say no. A famous case is Sting. It's said that that song, Don't Stand So Close to Me, was actually autobiographical. He was a school teacher at one time before he became a musician. And it was just, some people think that that's a song where he was trying to fight, pedophile tendencies, but that I heard a interview with him, and I believe his interview, where he said it 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 was very awkward. He was not going to put himself in that position, but the song was, and it's why he quit teaching. But this, and he didn't want to ever be accused of something that he would not do, and it just made it very uncomfortable for him. And he realized the the legal trouble and all the trouble, and he just, even an accusation could be dangerous, so he quit. But the song is written from a point of view of somebody who's fighting those tendencies, or uh, could be dealing with those tendencies in some situations. But what I found over the years is that this is what I believe. Human beings do not prey on other human beings, no matter what their age. There are male and female predators. Nowadays, let's also say that there are other predators. You know, not everybody's wanting to fall into the male and female category. And according to some people, there's 5 more categories. There's 150 or 5,000 categories. I don't care. Human beings don't prey on human beings. We take care of each other. We protect one another. Predators prey on their prey. And human beings happen to be their prey, especially children who are weak and vulnerable. They have the most to offer. They have their innocence, they have their energy, they have their hopes and their fears, they have their connectivity to the universe and creator, and also they have all that capacity for imagination and creation. They have everything that a predator would want. So we need to protect our children. How we do that is we, their parents, their loved ones, the human beings in their life, get to know them as the person that they are, as the human being that they are, and we help them form good, solid relationship within their own self. Because out of that relationship with oneself, that knowing of oneself, that understanding of oneself, acknowledging one's own wisdom and one's own strength, because it takes all that to live here on this earth, to acknowledge that we use all of that each and every day. And in doing so, we are warriors. Living on the earth is not for the weak of heart at all. And so acknowledging all of that and the gift that child is at every stage in life. I'm 51 years old. I'm still somebody's child. When I get to be 99 years old, and my parents have moved on to whatever other dimension that they're in, or whatever world, I'm still going to be their child. I'm still going to have those feelings of those childlike feelings from time to time. And I still look every chance I have, I can take to be childlike, or to celebrate the little girl qualities in me without being too immature. I do, to the best of my ability. So Yeah, predators prey, and it doesn't matter if they're male or female. It doesn't matter what ranking of responsibility they have. If they can find somebody who has a strength that they want and just seems in some ways vulnerable, they're going to take it. They're going to manipulate. They're going to feast upon the mind and the soul and whatever of that being they possibly can. So it's really up to us to make sure that that doesn't happen. You know, if elephants can protect their young, come together as a group and protect their young, then surely we should be able to. There's just so much chaos happening now, and everybody fighting over the children. You know, parents fighting the school board, fighting the trans community, fighting the government. Okay, that's good because you're being protectors. But in all actuality, not everybody in the trans community are predators. The LGBT, the rainbow, they're not predators. And heterosexuals can be predators. Every genre of every form of being can be infiltrated by the predator. You know, I used to go on and on about the so-called battle between male and female. Well, now it's a whole WWF Rumble party going on with everybody else. But I used to say, while the males are fighting and the women are and the females are fighting about equality and who gets paid more and who's putting out and who's an incel and all that other shit, the children are still left vulnerable to be preyed on. And now the situation is even worse because everybody's in this rumble tumble cartoonish fight, kicking up dust, kicking up their uh, emotions. And the predators are still ready at the bit, chomping at the bit to pluck the children, while everybody else is is just pointing fingers and doing a whole smackdown of ridiculousness. Can't stress it. Can't stress it. Sorry, I'm tongue today. I cannot stress enough that love overcomes a multitude of sins. It's the healing as well as the preventative. Sometimes you just have to have a timeout and come and talk. Talk, converse, work out details. And I hope we get to that point because it's really breaking my heart. I've been getting contacted from brothers and sisters and the rainbow, uh, you know, within the rainbow, longtime activists, longtime. When I say activists, I mean they are just for the fact that they're still alive and you know they feel like they have to fight for their everyday. And maybe in some cases that's still true. But the ones that I know that they have reached magnificent milestones. They're married, you know, they have that right to be married now. They have that right to go into the hospital with with their with their spouse and significant other. There's more acceptance within the families. People are able to be trusted with the children because there's a good understanding that. But what's concerning, what I hear, is that they're concerned that this current generation doesn't feel safe. And so the conversation probably needs to be about that. I'm sure there's a way that our children could feel safe, or parents could feel safe with about and at peace, confident that their children are safe. And the children also feeling safe, as well as the trans community feeling safe. I've been in talks with people about this from the LGBT community who have been fighting this good fight for as long as I've been fighting mine. And they've been fighting their own. And that's what we're working on right now. Trying to find a way for the trans community and the rest of the LGBT, especially the trans right now, because let's face it, those who squawk the most and the loudest get the most attention, and that's what's happening right now. A few years ago, it was college students and signing actual agreements of consent before they would go date. They'd go to some of the colleges. They would go to these the DITA students. Say a young man was interested in a girl, and they finally acknowledged that they were, and they were about. He gets up the nerve to ask her out on a date. Some of these college campuses, it wasn't just like, okay, cool, yeah, pizza Friday, movies Friday, dancing Friday. No, it was, okay, cool, let's go to the dean of students and go over our dating agreement. And okay, I can kind of see that in a way. Trying to make the campus safer. But yeah, I don't know. There's just, and there's times where I feel like maybe those in the anti-trafficking, quote unquote, and the anti-slavery demographic, that demographic of activists, that we may have to acknowledge that we've done some damage and contributed to some of this chaos as well. I don't know. I'm still thinking that over. So all of this that it sounds like I'm babbling about, when are we going to get to David Shooter and Doug Millar? It actually does lead to them segue to them. It's not like they're the cause of it or have anything to do with it that way. Um, the connection there is so with I'm going to talk about Doug Millar more. When I met Doug Millar, I didn't think much of him. He was just way too fascinated with John Bonet for my comfort. Um, he just struck me as somebody that got off on this searching all these topics, and it was this exciting hobby, like a sport. It wasn't uh it it was almost like entertainment, sport, but maybe some, excuse me, maybe some feel good that he was adding to the public, contributing to the well-being of humanity. I don't know, but the eagerness of it all was just a little off-putting for me. Yeah, I did agree. Um, I listened to his theory about John Bonet. I did agree to an interview with him, and just just as a reminder of how I met Doug Millar, um, a couple years prior, I had helped um, Mrs. Tennessee and her husband with the marital situation, because there there was counseling needed that went back to a childhood situation. So I was a peer counselor at the time. I had all my licensing and credentials on uh, now. It's very rare that I take a case because um, my credentials have lapsed, and I've not gotten them renewed in some time. But um, still, there are people who will hear about me through the grapevine, or they've tried everything else. I'm what you I'm for almost 20 years. I have been what you call a last resort resource. So that means that everything else was tried and it did not work. And I have pretty much, I would say, about a 95 or higher success um, in helping somebody. People have been referred to me by their psychiatrists, by their psychologists. Um, like I said, I've dealt with high priority cases um, that have had to be that have had to remain very private. So I won't get into any of that, but I'll just say that they they're what you think of about the elite, um, and they, like I say, if they don't do it to their, if they're not doing it to themselves, they're doing it to the public. If they're not doing it to the public, they're doing it to themselves and each other. So um, the problem is, um, when you're a child born into this world of the elite and all that, and these abuses and tortures and exploitations happen, you don't have a place to go to get counseling. So, because your parents are going to find out in a heartbeat. And it's the higher up you go, the smaller your universe is. So, uh,
Okay.
um,
You seem to be doing wonderfully. How are you?
pretty good.
Good.
Um, I like to give an example of a situation. I can't give this example. So this was out of Australia. I'm talking right now about. I don't know if you just came back on or
Oh,
just
just came
came
back
back
on,
or.
but I'm just checking
Okay.
in.
Okay.
I'll be back towards the top of the hour. I'm just taking care of
Okay.
still a number of other things that I was interrupted earlier from completing before the
Okay.
show. So I'll be back. Love you.
All right.
Bye.
I'm just speaking now about me being the uh last what did I say?
Oh, you're doing great. You're holding the
Yeah.
numbers and everything else, so I'll leave you to it.
Oh,
Bye
good. I'm
bye.
glad to hear that about the numbers. Um, but yeah, so this is a case of out of Australia that I counseled, and it was a whole family, uh, about 30 or more. Um, the the patriarch died, and once the patriarch died, just before he died, one of the granddaughters was in the hospital, was placed in the hospital, dying of malnutrition due to anorexia. She was wasting away. She could, nobody could get anything out of her about why she would not eat and why she had anorexia. So the grandfather died, and that's when she finally spoke. And she spoke to the abuses that he was putting her through. It broke the person that contacted me. He was the new patriarch of his family. And he asked me to help her. So I said, well, she needs to reestablish a relationship with food and on her terms, and to come back to life on her terms. So we walked her through that. He would go see her and would help her and the doctors work through all that. He called me just about every day crying because as he was helping her, it was being uncovered within his family that this patriarch who died had raped for years every biological member, every every biological female member of his family. Not the ones who married into the family, weirdly, but those who were actually part of his own DNA. He abused. He felt entitled to abuse in every which way. Plus, he decided to uh give reason, this cockamamie reason that I've heard over and over again. We have to preserve the bloodlines. We have to keep the bloodlines pure. He was trying, actually, to impregnate his biological relatives. He told them they could marry and raise the offspring. He was even instructing his female family members on what to say to the spouses, to the men who married into the family. He was devastated to know that his daughter had been touched. That she too had gone through this. He was bewildered to find out that his wife had not. There was not even so much as a brush of a pass, not even a caress or any kind of type of pass made at her. It was strictly this person praying on his own to protect the bloodline. He was devastated. We talked about the odds of possibly any of the younger men that were biological to him possibly becoming abusers themselves. Because that can't happen. So that's something that Douglas, I believe, alluded to in regards to David Schroeder. I do know that there is a cloud of controversy over David Schroeder about allegations towards his younger brother concerning David doing something to his brother. I'm not going to get into all that. I do know that people who are abused can become abusers. They can give into the dark side. They can give into an animalistic side. But I haven't worked everything out with David processing. Let me clarify. I have not talked to him in years. I doubt if he even remembers me or recognizes me. The last time we talked, he really did. But he was also being exploited. Somebody was trying to use him to promote something. And he was not having a good time at that. He wasn't really all that clear within himself at that time. So from what I saw in his videos currently, he sounded very clear. He sounded very level-headed, solid within himself, and able to even do well with self-care. He was, in the last video I watched, was him taking some time off from the internet, which is always a good thing to do. So it was good to see that. But yeah, several years back, what was it, like 5 or 6 years ago now, at that time, he wasn't as clear thinking it is solid. So, but I was able to say a couple things to him where he could remember me, and I was able to talk him out of the situation that would have been exploitative for him and would have been very detrimental. I dare say it would be been detrimental to him as well as to other survivors. So, and we were already going through enough as it was as the demographic that we are. So, um, but even now, I'm always surprised if anybody remembers me. So if anybody ever mentioned my name to him, and he said that I don't know her, um, or I haven't heard of her, um, that would be that would surprise me. He would might need a little bit refreshing, but um, I wouldn't fault him for it because it's been so long since we talked to each other. Or I've been on anybody's radar really. I've been staying low key for a while, but um, he's been through some things. Um, he's been through quite a few horrible, horrific things. And I do recommend people go on his website to find out what some of those are and to get his point of view from what he's experienced. I still find it fascinating to consider him Doug Millar's handler. Getting back to Doug Millar. So Doug Millar had invited me after he recorded my story with that interview. He had me come on his radio program, which I agreed to do. It was going to be his favorite topic, JonBenet. So I thought. I couldn't really speak to the situation about JonBenet Ramsey's murder. If anybody remembers, for you in the listening audience who are not familiar, TLC used to have a show called Toddlers and Tiaras. Much like that horrible show that Netflix had aired with the little girls dancing so provocatively. They were very underage. And also, well, now the name escapes me of this other show, but so, okay, Toddlers and Tiaras. So, before Toddlers and Tiaras were on the air, there was little JonBenet competing in those same kind of pageants. Her mother had been a pageant beauty queen, married a handsome man, and they had two beautiful children. And JonBenet, the oldest, was a son, and then they had the daughter JonBenet. So JonBenet was brutally murdered Christmas, I think it was Christmas Eve day. So it's a situation that basically rocked the country, if not the world. Definitely rocked the country. It's still to this day. People are trying to give their opinions about it, and everybody's a super sleuth about it, except the actual police. They bungled the investigation, and their pride to this day, now that we have DNA and we could actually solidly identify people, or at least we could with greater precision of accuracy, they refuse. They refuse to conduct DNA tests. They refuse to open up the investigation. So for the police, they consider it closed, and for everybody else, it just seems still wide open. Definitely was open for discussion by Doug Millar on his radio program. So, yes, I agreed to guest on the show. And he talked about, of course, JonBenet, and I spoke about my situation growing up. And then he compared the two. So he spoke about my severe child abuse. The difference between JonBenet and I that I could say offhand was I was, even as a toddler, I was put in cupboards and closets till I fell asleep, or just left in there, sometimes forgotten about, and I would fall asleep. And if I was soiled, I would get spankings, and this went on for years. I didn't always get to eat. I had to ask permission to go to the bathroom, and I was told when I could go to the bathroom. I was used as a house slave, even as ages 6 and 7. The last thing I was doing before I went to sleep was I was scrubbing the kitchen, the floors, the cleaning out the refrigerator. It wasn't like I was just doing dishes and wiping around the sink for any mess I made. I had to do a complete cleaning of the kitchen, taking items out of the refrigerator, wiping down the whole refrigerator, wiping down all the items as I put them back in the refrigerator, wiping all the cupboards. A lot of the times I cheated because I just pretended that I wiped off the items and put them back. Sometimes I just did the items up front and I didn't do the items all the way in the back. And sometimes I got caught and I got beat for it, and I got put either in a closet, cupboard, or the basement. If the house wasn't clean, I got in trouble. And trouble meant I didn't eat, I got beaten, and I got put in a cupboard until my mother was ready to get me out of it.
Wow.
To take me out. So that's, I would say, is one of the differences between JonBenet and I.
Yes.
As far as whether her parents were part of the elite in Bohemian Grove and the secret stuff that I had to do with the woods, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care to know.
Right.
Do we need to know? A little girl, and this is what I told Doug Millar. Do we even need to? We don't need to know. A little girl was murdered. And she was murdered during the time that's supposed to be a safe family holiday.
Yes.
That's all anybody needs to know. It doesn't need to be salacious. And that's a very horrible thing that people do, making these crimes salacious.
Yes.
But it turned out that his co-host
Mm-hmm.
was actually friends.
Yes.
He was a pastor and friends
Mm-hmm.
with a predator.
That's right.
Who tried, and he tried, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
He got me cussing on live air on a Christian radio station that went across the country. I was told that I sounded like a female Howard Stern, cussing out the devil and quoting scriptures and saying, "Fuck you in the name of Jesus, you motherfucker devil."
Right.
And because at that time we had, I'm wrapping it up, Douglas.
Yes,
So at
please
that
do.
time we had a case
Mm-hmm.
that was some some judge or pastor had in Iowa had decided that he had the right to take several young men under his quote unquote care and rape the gay away.
Well, there you go.
And
That's
here,
so
this
classic.
pastor, who was the co host of Doug Millar's program, and boy, did he bring out the. So I'll leave it there at that cliffhanger, and I'll go into that a little bit more the
Wonderful.
next time.
Yes. So what I'll do is I'll call you later tonight. You don't have to answer. If you're not available, I'll understand. And
Okay.
but I'll just call around. And so
Then
you
if I
but
can, I'll finish if there's time,
sounds
or
good. Yeah.
if there's a window of opportunity.
Yeah. Otherwise, this kind of subject will be fitting for next Wednesday perfectly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this time, and I hope you got your stuff done. And yeah, thank you for all that you do, Douglas.
Thank you.
Everybody, make sure the likes
Thank you.
and give to Douglas.
Thank you, Heidi. You're
And
wonderful. Love you
and
dearly. Go
what
on.
and
Yeah.
I'm still trying to work out where y'all could give to me too, but I don't like just. I want you to have something to actually give towards, um, a project to give towards. My health is always, it's been wonky for years. It's going to be wonky. We got to do something that all of us could say that we did this together. That's what I'm working on.
Yes.
So when I get to that point,
Mhm.
we'll have a community, we'll have a group project to work on.
That's wonderful.
Okay. All
Yes.
right. So far, I'm thinking it's this studio thing that I've been trying to put together, but I'm still working that out. All
Sounds
right.
good.
I love you. I love you guys. Thank you for listening.
We love you too.
Okay.
And you have a blessed night.
You
Take care for
too.
now. All right.
All right. I'm signing off. Bye.
Our thoughts and prayers. Bye. Stay safe and be well. Okay. Now we're going to bring Peter on and let's give him a call. Okay. There we are, dear Peter. Thank you so much for joining us. So, Peter, you just remember we always have new listeners. So, take a few moments to introduce yourself, and I hope to ask something of you. Just finishing up a few more loose ends, just tying up these few loose ends. So, I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, and if you could hold the stage till then without going mute, that would be deeply appreciated. And then I'll come back and we'll participate together. Does that sound doable?
Sure, sure.
Sounds great. Okay, then I'll be going mute. Peter's going to introduce himself, talk about some incoming topics, and then I'll be right back and we'll take it from there. Thanks so much, Peter. It's all yours.
Okay. Last time I took the stage was as I was ending off, and I had the button on mute, and I talked for a good five minutes at least, maybe more. Um, but now I'm not on mute. So anyway, my name is Peter Moon, and I am a co-author with Douglas Dietrich. We have co-authored the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. This is a very important book. If you haven't read it, it's about what really happened at Roswell and all of the falsification of records and the truth that occurred in World War II. It's quite comprehensive book, and the subject is so comprehensive that it could actually be 10 volumes, but most of that would be detail that the average person's not going to absorb themselves in. So I would recommend those of you in the reading audience, or the listening audience rather, to buy that book and read it if you have not. It's available on Kindle. It's available in hard copy from Amazon or at skybooksusa.com. Now, my background is I'm mainly known for the book, The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time. And that's a book I co-authored with Preston Nichols, who was an electromagnetic engineer, very brilliant one, who also experienced surviving or living on two timelines. And it took him a while to discover this. And his story is basically given in the book, The Montauk Project, The Experiments in Time. He was, they experimented with mind control to the point of amplifying the thoughts of a psychic with radio waves, amplifying their thoughts. And this is what the book is about. But as they began to monkey with time, monkey rather with the mind, they found out that they could change time. And there was many time experiments. And that was amazing in itself. And 25 years after this book was originally published, it was published in 1992. And 25 years later, I released a book called the Silver Anniversary Edition of the Montauk Project, which goes into greater detail in addition to talking about, in addition, excuse me, the phone's ringing from one of my best friends, but I can't answer it, so that's okay. It's very good that she's calling me. But anyway, the Silver Anniversary Edition adds certain details that I could not share in the original book, because such as where Preston Nichols worked. He worked at Airborne Instruments Laboratory, one of the premier facilities for making ingredients for airplanes. Ingredients is not the right word, the mechanical devices in airplanes, which have a lot to do with the rotational spin of the Earth, such as gyroscopes and that sort of thing. So he was an expert in airline engineering. And this is what, when he was working there, now you'll understand the context here. He was working on the stealth aircraft. He would never talk about it because he wasn't allowed to. But as part of that briefing for the stealth aircraft, he was assigned to read all the confidential experiments with the Philadelphia experiment. And he studied the original folder. And of course, why? Because that was invisibility technology. And that's the actual, and he didn't want AIL mentioned. And very curious synchronicity, and I'm using this as filler till Douglas gets back and we get into the main ingredients of the show tonight. Keep using the word ingredients. But when I was writing the book, I went to a writer's club that a friend of mine had introduced me to. She says, well, I go to a writer's club. Why don't you come? And, because I was working on this book, and they insisted that I bring something that I wrote, which was the first chapter of the book about the Philadelphia experiment. And when I got there, I was the first one there. And the woman who ran the writers club, she says, oh, come on in. And she takes me into the living room, and there's a big certificate on the wall from AIL, Airborne Instruments Laboratory. I go, what's this? I said, what do you have AIL sitting here on your wall? She says, oh, that's where my husband works, Dick. And, oh, yeah, he'll be home around 11:30. After, why don't you wait around and, you can talk to him. Oh, I'd love to do that. And of course, he not only knew who Preston was, he was Preston's boss, at least at one time or another. Preston was now unemployed. And he'd heard the story. He had a huge ham radio antenna. It was huge on his house. I said, what am I walking into here? It was very interesting. What was the odds of that? And then when I went to the first, when I was going to print the book, because I'm also the publisher, the first printing house I went to on Long Island, I, went down and met them and saw their facility. They brought me in and they showed me this is where we warehouse our books, and everything I could see had AIL written on it. I was going to the printer AIL used for their corporate literature. So it was like I was in the belly of the beast there. Now, I did not use that printing company. In fact, I told the woman what I was into and she laughed. It was, it was ironic, It's like I was right under the nose. Now, they had let Preston go with a lot of layoffs that occurred in the 80s or maybe the early 90s. But had they not let him go, he would never have spoke. And of course, when he did speak, he'd never mentioned the company. And it was about a year or two before he died. And I told him I was going to put it in the book. And he says, I don't think that's a good idea. And I said, Preston, nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares. And he conceded. But he still had a great deal of fear and paranoia, including, he had said in the book that it says, okay, I can't talk for 30 years. And I said to him, the last time I saw him in person, I said, well, that 30 years is up, Preston. He says, no, it was 50 years. It wasn't 50 years. He was finding an excuse not to talk about it. He was still afraid of, the government stranglehold. And of course, it didn't really make any difference. So Preston was very afraid of revealing some of the real truths of the Montauk Project because he felt it would get him killed.
Yeah.
So his dysfunctional rendition sometimes served him
ill.
Anyway, I was just talking about who I was in the Montauk Project, and so I'm sure some people who are familiar with my stuff have heard that for the first time. So I think they were reasonably informed, if not entertained.
Yes, of course.
Yes. So, and for those new listeners, my own work went to a higher level when a man named Dr. David Anderson came out of the woodwork. He had a time travel research center on Long Island and befriended me. And you can now go to the timetraveleducationcenter.com and check it out, because it gives you the simple math, 7 free videos that demonstrate time travel is within the bounds of ordinary mathematics and physics. The technology is not ordinary, but the plausibility and possibility of it is within the bounds of math, simple math and physics, 8th grade level. And you can, the technology of it is a whole different aspect. And that's something we can actually talk a little bit about tonight.
Good.
I'll go right into it since I'm, on the stream of consciousness.
Good.
You have to understand that all of this, the collective unconscious is what dictates so much of what we think and feel as a culture. Now, in the age of Pisces, which we're still in and moving out, according to Manly P. Hall, the age of Pisces began almost exactly, what was the exact time? It wasn't just one day. The Council of Nicaea. That's what cemented the age of Pisces around 300 and something AD. And the age of Aquarius will actually come into being around 300 years, sometime 2300. Now, sometime around there. But the thing is, when you're moving from one age to another, they interlap. So when this song came out that sort of cemented the age of Aquarius into consciousness by the 5th dimension, very good name for the Aquarius, is in Let the Sunshine In. It's like that song put everybody's attention on the age of Aquarius. It became a household word.
Yeah.
But that's Okay, that's a little over 300 years. It's like, so we're moving into Aquarius. You hear all sorts of themes of Aquarius, jibber jabber about Aquarius. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happened with the age of Pisces and Gnosticism. It's like it all kind of comes and then it cements itself. And then what do you have at the age of Pisces? You have the Dark Ages. You have the Dark Ages, and it lasts for a long time. You know, you have some bright lights of renaissances and stuff, but it's dark. Mm-hmm. And this coincides more or less, not exactly the same, with certain dark ages of Buddhism, which is mentioned in the Roswell book. But so anyway, yeah, so anyway, and I told them to buy that. That's what I started with. Yes, very important. So anyway, with this, as Pluto moves into Aquarius, which it did just last month, this is a time when technology, Star Trek type technology, is going to come to the forefront, because Pluto is the planet of transmutation, transformation, power. So when it's in Capricorn, it's dealing with politics, like with all that stuff with COVID. Mm-hmm. As it moves into Aquarius, it focuses more on technology and on universality. We might have more of a universal brotherhood, like maybe the homeless situation will be better handled than it is now. Mm-hmm. I would expect that to happen. I would hope it would happen. But it's also going to dance back into Capricorn. It'll retrograde. So it's going to go a few times back to Capricorn. So there'll be political issues coming up. You know, like maybe that'll result in, tyrants falling. Could be any, I'm not going to name them, but it could be any of them, any of the above. Yeah. As well as religious leaders like the Pope, who's suffering right now. But I think it would have more to do with the position rather than the person, mm-hmm. Because it's a tough job to do if you became the Pope. Yeah. So in any case, the technology of time travel is something that should come to the forefront. Now, I was offered a opportunity to go on the History Channel, William Shatner's show. Now, it would be a preliminary interview. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because the History Channel has proven time and again that they are not to be trusted with their information. I don't want to be underneath the marquee with the stars of Ancient Aliens. It's they're promoting bullshit. And furthermore, if I did, last time I participated in a History Channel show, mm-hmm. they omitted any mention of me. They did pay me some money to show up, and I gave them permission to use the book. Mm-hmm. But they omitted me totally. They interviewed me for 2 hours. I talked all about Dr. David Anderson. I talked about certain key aspects of Montauk, which, in the underground and stuff, even showed them where underground entrances were at the Montauk Manor. But they chose to completely and utterly ignore me, not even mention my name. And
the word would be censored. They censored you, yes.
Yeah. I mean, they wanted to feature the subject, but it was very cleverly manipulated too. Now, the only reason I did it is because my clairvoyant friend, she says, do it. It'll be very good for your sales. But at this point, I don't care anymore. If it's like, it's because they can't be trusted. And it's sort of like, why would I do this again? Just like, why do you keep going back to an addict that you're married to? why do you keep going back without actually handling the addiction? We'll be talking about that in a bit too. Addiction.
Excellent.
I've got some good news on that, but on that front,
Mm-hmm.
but this technology of time travel. So where does it stand? So this is saying, well, the fact that this guy is going to do that Will Shatner is going to do a show on time travel, good for him. Now, it's he's not going to edit the show. He'd probably be very open-ended about it. He's just a jolly old actor. He really is.
Yes.
But he's not the person I'm dealing with. It's next to him, he'd make me feel very young, though. That might be worth it alone. But the thing is, I will not be taken seriously or respect with regard to what I have to offer. And it's like this is the consciousness. It's like they won't take me seriously enough. Because if they did take me seriously, and this goes from the beginning of my career, Preston would be dismissed on some level because he would represent himself in a way that invited incredulity. That I don't do that. I keep an open mind and I say, well, certain things are true. Certain things may not be true. And with David Anderson, I bring the science to the table. Unfortunately, with him, there's just huge censorship. And as his wife said to me last year in Romania, she says, I started telling her all this stuff and my dreams and stuff, what I was doing. She says, well, you're basically saying things that he can't say. And she says, and you're doing a very good job of it. She says, I keep an eye on you. So, there's a very sort of unusual tacit understanding between the two or the three of us. It's like, so I don't have access to the time device. But, and this goes back now, maybe as we move into Pluto moving into Aquarius, which it'll be for a good long time, at least a decade. And I was once approached by a woman from Spain, and she wanted to fund a project for me to lead that had to do with time travel for the European Space Agency. And I said, no, I'm not the technical person. She says, no, you. And she kept pointing at me, and I said, well, I could project management. And I will say this about something about project management, which I'm quite capable of. Back when I wrote a report in high school for my U.S. history class, we were supposed to pick a topic, and we were supposed to use the reader's guide and use references and show that we knew how to do research. And I don't know I think we were given a choice of different topics, and one of them was, is space exploration worth it? What's the value? Is it worth it? Should we do it? So I did research on space exploration. Now, at that time, we were that was in 1969. And I was in summer school. It was July. I was in U.S. history when the moon landing happened. Very exciting. I was also reading 2001: A Space Odyssey at the time. And, we'd play baseball in the afternoon, and then we'd all talk about this and talk about that and talk about the moon landing, which we'd be going home at night to watch. The different iterations of it. And I was reading science fiction and studying U.S. history. And the report I did, it was a very hot topic. And a lot of people say, no, what's all right? I did all this research on it. And basically, I don't remember the details, but there were so many byproducts of it that were of value to society.
Yes,
and that made money.
Benefits.
Astroglide being one of them, just one of them. And I remember Astroglide because, well, it's a source of many jokes, uh, because it's also used for sexual lubrication.
Yes.
But it's used for lubricating parts in space, um, mechanical parts. Um, it's not for the pleasure centers of the astronauts. So anyway, I did this report, and I was also studying science fiction at the time, and it became very clear to me that with all of these scientists that they had, Isaac Asimov inclusive, Robert Heinlein inclusive, these guys were hard scientists. I said, if I had these people at my disposal with a relatively infinite supply of money, I could project manage, a missile to the moon, a rocket to the moon, and set up a colony. Because all the technology was theorized and was reliable. I said, I could do this. There's no question. It just takes money. And of course, what you'd really be dealing with, if you had the money and you had the scientists, these are scientists who are now long since dead. But you would also be dealing with a nefarious factor that would be trying to infiltrate and manipulate and control. It would be a hidden factor. So that would be the real challenge. And that's what we're dealing with. That's why the space program has taken as long as it has to develop, at least the overt space program. So anyway, here's this woman saying to me, I want you to do something in time. I know how to do these proposals, and then she was connected to a very strange man in Lima, Peru, which is where she was from, whose name was Fernando von Neumann. And she said he was the bastard son of John von Neumann, the head of the Montauk Project and the Philadelphia Experiment.
He was a bastard, all right.
Well, I'm talking about Fernando.
Yeah.
I immediately sent a friend request to him on Facebook, and he obliterated he went dead. He took off his Facebook, site. I contact him, boom, he's done. He's out. He's not on Facebook anymore. He's since reappeared, but he doesn't respond to any overtures from me. I don't know what their relationship was. She said it was an abusive relationship. He was a mentor to her. There was no implication it was sexual. There was no statement that it wasn't. I didn't get the impression that it was, just that he was an abusive, guy. And anyway, she had all of this stuff planned. And I said, well, maybe there's something to this. And then I recalled what David Anderson had said to me when he sent me this cryptic postcard from Israel. And it was a cryptic postcard which was decrypted through a friend of mine at Montauk. Within 24 hours, I sent out the cryptic whatever postcard, and I put it in my newsletter. I got a call back within 24 hours of sending it out from my friend at Montauk, whose boyfriend was good at decrypting things, and he decrypted it. It said I think it said, in space and time, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way. And that was from an old quote by FDR. It says, in politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way. And I wrote to David and told him, and he says, well, that's the layer. That's the first layer. There's a deeper meaning within it, which I could never find. And actually, my girlfriend hired top cryptographers, and I had a top cryptographer friend of mine. They couldn't make any sense out of it. But he said, it was pretty good cryptic work. And he finally said to me at one point, he says, well, he said, I thought that I might be eliminated when I was in Israel. I didn't know if I was going to last. He says, so I thought if there was anybody who could do something with this technology, it would be you, even though he knows I'm not a technical engineer or anything like that. And what that was, it was pointing me, he said, to the time reactor patent, which is time reactor patent application, which is now available. Anybody who wants to see it can email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will give you a link so you can download the patent application, which basically explains the technology in a, summarized format. I also explained it a little deeper in my book, Transylvanian Moonrise, and explained it deeper yet still in a newsletter, which eventually turned into these videos, although the videos are more about the math and physics, not so much the technology. There's a little bit on the technology in the time reactor in the for the subscribers, the paid subscribers. But it takes intelligence people sometimes, even though it's 8th grade math, a little while to wrap their heads around it. But be that as it may, there was this, two people coming at me from angles saying, well, one was David, one was this person from the European, or who worked with the European Space Agency. And it was kind of funny. I had invited her to Atlanticron, and she was going to come. And then when push came to shove, she wanted money to go there. And, this is like a few $100s to fly from Madrid to Romania. It's like, no, I wasn't, there was a time when David funded a lot of people to go. He had a lot of corporate sponsorship. But that was lost after the 2008 financial debacle. And so, she couldn't muster up a few $100s, and she also wanted to get her teeth fixed. So it's like, okay, well, she's not ready for prime time. She's not ready for non-prime time. She's not ready for off Broadway in a situation like that, So she apparently did have a background of doing this stuff. So I'm saying, well, it's just not ready. But then the funny thing was, I met this kid at Atlanticron who was all gung ho. He wanted to join the European Space Agency, and we were talking to the NASA people, because the NASA people that run the Mars project are with us every year. They love doing it. And of course, I'll occasionally get up and ask a question. I don't like to make a spectacle out of myself, because I'm the only, in those times I was like the only American there. What the hell are you doing? It's like, so anyway, this kid got up and was asking questions about working for NASA or the European Space Agency, and I came over and befriended him, and then I got him, and he wanted to meet Romania's cosmonaut, who I arranged a photograph, because Romania's only cosmonaut to be in space comes there, and I've known him for several years. So it was like, I was right on that frequency. And I remember when he came to the island once. Sometimes he doesn't come for a very long time, and I heard the first thing he got to the island, he goes, "Where's Peter Moon? You want to know where I was?" Because he really respects. He understands that there's something here, with David's technology. So I would really love to see him again. He videos in when he can't make it. So anyway, there is this prospect that I've been flirted with, that maybe I could do something with time. Now, I don't have arrogance about this, because, as I say, I'm not a technical person. Project management, asking the right questions, yeah, no problem. But I noticed one of the first things David told me when I met him was that he had all of his technology compartmentalized, very cleverly compartmentalized, because, he doesn't want people stealing it or doing the wrong thing with it, which obviously they would. So it becomes a very issue of control. And it probably, like look at this way. What are the controls put on the money supply, the Federal Reserve, the currency exchange? You can, I forget the guy's name, but he was fascinating YouTube guy. He was Dutch, and he was a currency trader. And he kind of spilled the whole beans on the currency trading, and he tied it all back to this bank in Switzerland. I think it's the Bank of International Settlements, which I think he was controlled by Zionists, if I recall. And he was spilling his guts on it. And basically, he had learned from a currency trader how to do this. And the exchange was, from the currency trader, he says, okay, when I'm teaching you this, I want you to give me 10% of what you make. And he did. And he eventually quit, made a fortune. The problem was, he says, you're crashing whole economies. You're trading currencies. And it's not just to make money. It is to make money, but you're playing games with people. And it's a horrible thing, is what he said. So if you show up on the scene, and I will tell you this, if you start as an individual, you start making a lot of money, and you start, and I'm not talking about tens of thousands, I'm talking about hundreds, thousands, or millions. If you start depositing, say, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank every week, there's going to be a lot of people who know who you are. You're not going to know that they know in the banking world. The tellers are going to see it. The bank officers are going to see it. And even more important people are going to see it. My point here is that when you reach a certain level of power or influence in anything, you're going to come on the radar of certain people. if you're involved in time, this is a highly sensitive thing. And you're not only coming to the attention of political people, you're coming into the attention of beings of another world that are going to become conscious. You can call them time elementals. You can call them whatever you want. Guardian angels, demons at the gateway, whatever it is. And you know, it's so this is really what we're dealing with. And say, you know, when the gateway opens, was it when the teacher is ready, the pupil appears? You know, when the seeker is ready, the gate will open. And it may open in the form of a time travel scientist. It may open in the form of a, you know, Sherpa from Tibet pointing the way into Shambhala, whatever it is. It will appear when you're ready. So you have to do the work. You have to do the work. And we're moving into a time of technology expose. And as I say, I have never had any direct goal to do these things I'm alluding to. It seems to come with the territory. And it reminds me of playing quarterback in our flag league. I'd played quarterback my whole life in grade school, but it was never my favorite position. I had an aptitude for it, and I was the captain of the team. I was a fourth string quarterback. People would get hurt, they wouldn't show up, and then I inherited the position. And I excelled at it because I knew the position. It wasn't something I wanted to do. And it's like, well, I've been playing it my whole life. I knew all the ins and outs of it. And it was like, wow. It was like, it's like wow, that's what this time thing's kind of like. It's like maybe I'll fall into it. I have a lot of aptitude in dealing with the psychology of time. I don't know that I don't know that I'll I don't know that'll happen, but that's and I think one of the things I really realized today is I have to deal with the issues and problems that are in front of me, and if I deal with those, things will line up quite correctly. So that's my soliloquy on time technology and what might or might not happen. Do you have anything to add into that, Douglas?
Well,
If Douglas didn't go for the tea break, he might have taken.
no, no, I'm definitely here, but the microphone seems to be unable to come off mute. The so the I don't know if you can hear me now.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, good, good. No, no, I think that you've covered everything that certainly needs to be covered for introducing the topic, and definitely thank you for that. It's important. It's always important to go over these things because we have people in the chat room who are talking about having read your books now, and you're helping to put much of what's in the books in perspective.
Yeah, it really does add a lot when I talk like this. I've said probably most of these things before, but this is a new context, and as you say, it's always good to revisit things and to give people a sort of live taste for what I do, and of course you can sign up for the Montauk Pulse newsletter, which is $19. That includes the shipping if you're in the United States. Skybooksusa.com. Go to the Skybooks product line. If it's international, it's $29, includes the shipping. And you can also subscribe internationally with the e-copy. You don't have to get the hard copy if you want to save $10. So anyway, and that keeps up to date with the research. And so much of my research has been focused on Romania lately, as well as my work with Douglas Dietrich. And this is what I was originally going to start with, but that was a good intro. And this has to do with Montauk because I went out to Montauk last weekend, Friday, about a week ago. Got there Friday, spent the night, and spent the whole day with my friend Jojo Mikolazik and her friend Vanessa and my friend out there. Now, I talked a lot about my friend out there. She has a boyfriend who's an addict, and we spent the greater percentage of time talking about that and getting her to come to grips with what she needed to do. And we dealt with this last year. The problem's still going on. Well, lo and behold, the addict called me on Monday. He called me on Monday, and he wanted help. He wanted JoJo's number. JoJo is a addiction counselor. Having been a former addict herself, she's very good. And I told him, I said, he was really honest and open. He's reaching out for help. I said, you can talk to me anytime you want. And JoJo called him yesterday, had a good session with him. She'll talk with him next week. And she's going to work with him. And he knew he needed help. I talked to his girlfriend today, my friend, and I called her, and boy, she's just as big a part of the problem as he is with her attitude. But she's not addicted to substance, at least that I know.
By the way, I was on mute, so you couldn't hear me laugh when you said that.
She's a big part of
Is she just as big a part of the problem because she's a bitch, or just enabling, or?
She is not a bitch, but towards him, she gets very condemnatory and very angry. He told me that, and I asked her. She said, yes, I do. I said, you should disengage him. And she's also letting the pusher text her. I said, you should cut him off of all your media. I had to tell her this. You shouldn't be engaging in conversation. Yes, but he might, he might be having an incident.
Oh my God.
It's like, no, it doesn't matter because, you know, she always has some excuse. So I really see that she's creating a lot of the problem herself, aggressively so.
I mean, there should be no communications with the pusher at all. I mean, that's preposterous.
Well, it is, but I had to practically lobby for that, just to get her to, she kind of acknowledged it. I said, you can't do this. But she had reasons why she would. So, and the funny thing is about this story, I have to tell you, I didn't know this. Maybe I did hear it before, but the whole way she got involved with him was her mother. Her mother was a dear friend of mine as well. She's very psychic.
Oh,
She's on her deathbed.
Jesus.
And she says to her daughter, I want you to go out, get dressed up. I want you to go to this bar, place she wouldn't go to. I want you to go. There's going to be somebody there you're going to meet tonight. He's going to be, I don't want he's going to die if you don't go there. And sure enough, she went there. This guy was laying down. He was passed out. He was ready to die. And she came into his life, saved his life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like her mother set her up with this relationship for some hell of a, karmic reason. This guy is brilliant in terms of his ability to work. He works. He does amazing stuff. Amazing. He amazes me with what he does with between the ocean and working, doing construction type work. He's just amazing. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him for what he does. And of course, he comes from a very broken home, which is, but the beautiful part of this story is I'm going there to meet JoJo and her friend who's kind of opening up to the spiritual world and has got a strong resonance with inner earth. I will see them both when I deliver this workshop in Massachusetts in a couple of weeks. And so, but we're sitting there and it's all focused on healing. And we're talking about doing this healing drumming circle with this other woman kind of rehabilitating her spirituality and creating this really healing environment. And my friend said to me, she said, I wish you guys would come out again soon. I said, well, I'll be out there at the end of the month. But the thing is, this was a fantastic response. I didn't expect to get a response like this. This guy's calling and say, hey, I want help. Last time we talked about it, he said he would get help or he said he would do something. He didn't do it. This is the first time he's actually asked for help. So I know he's sincere. I know he wants help. The question is, and he's not addicted to needles or heroin. It's just alcohol and marijuana. And she had told me that there's fentanyl in the marijuana. He says he doesn't know if that's true. There was one instance of it. Of course, it would make a lot of sense.
Yes.
Because I don't know that marijuana is addictive per se. It's definitely psychologically addictive.
Yeah.
But, and I took it. I was never addicted to it. But it does kind of change your whole viewpoint on everything. But in any case, this was a very positive sign for, hey, we'll get some healing action out of Montauk. It felt very good. And I said, next time I'll bring my friend Rudy Curry and his bioenergetic healer friend, and we'll try and then it was just my friend calling on the phone a little while. She'll come out. She'll come out.
Great.
And she's a master healer as well. So that was very good. It was a good follow-up to the, excuse me, just my
I'll
throat's a
take
little,
over for a few seconds here. Well,
yeah, go ahead because we
yes,
have,
I
I
just
all of
want
a
people
sudden I
to know
lost my
that
voice.
uh, don't forget, of course, that we have just so many wonderful people out there who have been so helpful to me. I want people to know that the contributions that have come in recently, I will give credit to as soon as I start monologue or shortly into or shortly into the dialogue tonight. Um, I am even seriously considering kind of ending transmission a little early tonight, or somewhat early, because of the work I put into with the interview with the Golden Apple program out of Bulgaria just yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It feels like yesterday, Tuesday. Yeah, and honestly, it's amazing the amount of work that went into that. Both Peter Moon and I will be animated, literally put into illustrative or cartoon format for the Golden Apple interviews. And just wonderful people that worked with me on that. I believe I can share their names, Milko and Simeon. So just wonderful people out of Eastern Europe, Central Europe is what I should say. And with that, we'll allow Peter to take over again if he's up to it, if he's recovered himself.
Well, my voice is changed. It's
it's
really changed. I don't know what happened.
it's
Um,
yeah.
it's like it just changed.
These things
I don't
happen. Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Well,
Uh,
it may be happening to me next. So, yes, Peter will take the stage again, and yeah, I'll take a short
we
break.
can
I'm
doing
here, but I'm gonna
we can start doing pantomime.
rehydrate myself. Yeah.
Pantomime.
Yes. Yes.
Like do the Marcel stuff.
That's right, Marceau. Yes, we'll do the mime. Yeah, that used to be big. Less so now, apparently.
Um, Now, I want to give some response to the past show um, when, well, about the Michael Aquino. We talked about the Michael Aquino death certificate, and that was released. And we talked about that in the previous show, or a previous show. We really went into it in some depth. And then the last show, we kind of got some feedback. Well, I got some more feedback I want to share with you, Douglas.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's like and it's like when you're dealing with a person that has trauma
Mhm.
and you get them to talk about it, it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz in the Tin Man. You know, she goes up to the Tin Man and he's going, oil can, oil can. He barely says, oil can.
Right.
And then he says, oil can. And then, you know, she gets up his joints and he goes, oil can, oil can. And, you know, then she does all his limbs and, you know, then he's a functioning Tin Man. But, you know, then he tells his real problem is he's got no heart. And so in any case, you know, you kind of slowly open some stuff up. So in this case, with the work that Douglas and I are doing, both with the Roswell deception and with this exposing the evil negativity that's permeated the collective unconsciousness that's due to and or associated with Michael Aquino, it's like this is what's coming out. This is like sort of like the collective unconsciousness giving us the Tin Man response of oil can.
Yes.
And the first one I'm going to do is just two responses. I have, of course, the posting that I put was, this document recently surfaced, and it appears to be the official death certificate of Michael Aquino, a man who was deeply influenced all of our lives, although few realize it. The cause of death being a self-inflicted gunshot wound is indicative of him carrying carrying out the transmigration of the soul via self-immolation ritual he taught to Douglas Dietrich. We will be talking more about it tonight. That was March 29th, if you want to go listen to the broadcast. Now, this one person writes on it, it's confirmed fake. And I write back, confirmed by who?
Thank
now,
you.
He doesn't say. He never answers me.
Of course.
So then, just tonight, I say, well, I'm going to bring this up on the show. He doesn't say. His name is Michael Moran. And on Facebook, it says, Chief Executive Director at Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
DARPA.
DARPA. Now, okay, well, somebody in DARPA might damn well know. But he's not giving...
More than likely, he's a cultist.
Yes, exactly. Yes, but there's no response. It's just like it's confirmed fake. As I say, confirmed by who? He doesn't have the courtesy to give me an answer. And when I look at his, I looked him up separately. He does have that title. What does it say here? He has a seal with an owl. It says, "Weaving spiders come not here. BC." I don't know what BC is.
It's just he's completely compromised. He's completely corrupted. He's got military fucking regalia all over him. The kind of stupid veterans cap. He's got the Chief Executive Director at Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency bullshit, but it gets more mysterious when you take a look at just this kind of summary that he has on his face that shows up only when it's not like officially on his page, but it's kind of like when you take a look at his response and you look at his response and you hover the cursor over his little Facebook icon. And for reasons unknown to me, my voice is disappearing just as much as Peter Moon's is. It's likely due to some kind of...
It's the Vox Archive.
It's an occult attack, likely. Just for... I say that half facetiously, but in reality, look at the subject we're talking about. But here's what I can take a screenshot of. So I'll take a screenshot of this right now. But what I'm going to do beyond that is, for the immediate moment, I'm going to share this with Peter Moon on screen share. So if Peter Moon takes a look at a screen, can you see the little cursor moving around on our call here?
Yes.
Okay. So if you take a look at the response and then you hover the cursor over it, something will appear that doesn't appear on his page. So this is not on his page. Basically went to Don Antonio Lugo High School, Chief Executive Officer, CEO at Hudson Alpha Institute for Biotechnology, Ambassador and Chief Executive Director at Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Now, by the way, this is like something when it says he's the Biotechnology Ambassador is a private company. Chief Executive Director at Chief Advanced Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency would imply he's almost like running the fucking thing. But his rank on his cap says basically a master sergeant at most. So he's kind of like... basically, this guy is a pastiche. He's completely false. His entire background doesn't make sense. First off, the guy who's the Chief Executive Director at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, even if he were an Aquino cultist, why would he feel obligated to respond to you? It's they could be just irked enough at us where they'd be provoked enough where somebody would just privately suddenly surrender to their temptation and do that. But almost certainly this is a liar who's got a pieced together phony resume, who is a cultist and therefore trying to make himself out to be something more than he is. And I can barely get that out. I'm barely able to talk. A lot of irritation in my throat right now. But in terms of this Hudson Alpha Institute for Biotechnology Ambassador, I would look up that company if I were you and see if it's even real. Or he like put that together as just some kind of fake front, a dummy front company for himself. So he could make himself a CEO of something. Other than that, it's if the high school is the highest he's ever gone to, he wouldn't be no fucking DARPA. Everybody at DARPA would be well above high school level education. So none of this makes any sense. But there you go. And just to prove my point, going back to his page, when you actually go on his page and then you take a look at his photographs here, something like this, it's like, there goes the Master Sergeant logo. And that's, that's if he's a Master Sergeant, high school level education, if he's doing anything for DARPA, it would be with security. He wouldn't be no fucking working for biotechnology ambassador, except as a fucking janitor. And so he's also a minority man, and he's surrounded by what's essentially a minority family, upwardly mobile though they might be. Yeah. And so here we are, Hudson Leadership
That's
Executive.
the company he works for. I don't see his name on the page.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and by the way, all of his whatever he's put up, it's all like, this is all bizarre because he doesn't have anything about, maybe one thing here that seems to be about potentially real life, but everything else, it's like it's just fluff. And this, it's like, weapons that are on sale for like some kind of designer axe. It's like, it's like, that's not something some highly educated person involved with DARPA would be putting.
That's very, very Setian.
Yes. Yeah.
More like the Church of Satan than Setian.
And then this shit. Yeah. Sir Michael Moran. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. This is like occult bullshit where he's sitting in the throne, got himself kind of like a knighted title to himself, probably a knighted title in the order of his occult satanic organization. And then he shows himself. Now here we are. This gives it all away. Nobody, he's whatever he's doing, this has nothing to do with advanced research projects. This is at his level of employment. He's driving a fucking truck. So, yeah, that's what he's doing. He's driving around making some rounds. He's in a 911 response truck, but he's not part of any local fire department. So he might be working with some kind of damage control. By that, I mean literally like fire control inside of some DARPA agency or something. And then claiming to be a CEO would be gross misrepresentation of his life. And that's if any of these pictures are real and part of something real. So there you go.
What's interesting here is they do talk about ambassadors to Hudson Alpha, but they're just a group of advocates who help carry Hudson Alpha's message to the public and offer personal perspective work. They're not necessarily employees, but he's not even listed as one of the ambassadors on their page.
But by the way, here's a giveaway as well. My last tour in Afghanistan was saving this child and his family. And please help with any amount of money you can give him a great life. Now, this is like, obviously this man's a criminal. When you go through this shit where it's like, I was in Afghanistan and my last tour was saving this child and his family. And it's like, let's raise money for him. He's basically stealing money. Because first off, you're not sent to Afghanistan to rescue any families. They abandoned thousands of families in Afghanistan. That was up to the highest level of the fucking president. No family was rescued from fucking Afghanistan. So the idea that, and by the way, what I'm saying is, don't take my word on that. You can look that up. Everybody who was working with the Americans for years, they simply severed and cut off and abandoned. Nobody was pulled out of the country. They were all left to die. So this is why people were clinging to the wheels of the planes and falling off. So, this shit's just criminality at this point.
Well, I will bet you he can probably tell some set stories as well. But
and he has that same attitude, working in the highest principles and rank. I truly respect this man for his goodwill and respectful consciousness. They always speak like this. Like they're Dudley Do-Right, and they're out there just, pulling cats off of trees and shit, doing the right thing to the next level on a par never seen. This is where the man is a satanic baby raping son of a bitch. It's because nobody talks like this. They might say, Joe's a good guy, but he's got a drinking problem. I wish he wouldn't drink so much. But other than that,
He works hard. but when they go with this shit, like they're pumping somebody like a new car, that's the cultists talk like that, because everything is phony to them. Everything is pretense. Nothing is real. So they're just pushing each other like they're politicians. It's like this one guy said, who was part of that church that Sammy Davis Jr. Not Sammy Davis Jr. Who's that other one? Desi Arnaz Sr. His son Desi Arnaz Jr. was part of some New Age church where I was reading through one of their philosophy books, and it said, two charlatans met on the street one day, and never have two men been so eager to vouchsafe for each other's honesty and integrity. That's what this comes down to. So there we go. And but take it back, Peter. Yeah, take it away.
Well, thank you for that. Now that so that was just one response, and then there's another response here, and this is from Roberto Andreacchio. I'd say Roberto Andreacchio. He says, don't be duped by reprobates like Aquino, LaVey, or Crowley's brand of Satanism. They are all a satanic sideshow to keep your attention away from the real religion of Satanism, which is transhumanism. Make no mistake about that. With all its high priests in the highest places, like Elon Musk, all of Google's top execs, Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, etc., and Davos Church with its high priest father, Yuval Harari, etc. Here is wisdom. Be very wary of any and all prominent voices pushing the AI existential threat ruse. It's to put you in a state of fear of advanced AI destroying humanity, so you accept merging your brain mind with their technology. Neuralink, ring a bell? Okay, so this guy, he knows more than we do.
So he claims, yeah.
Well, maybe he has a point, but it's like if he really understood Douglas, and this is where we'll go into a narrative now on AI, because he brings it up. And transhumanism, Douglas has shot the moon on transhumanism.
Thank you.
By reason of the experiments he was involved with the Presidio.
Thank you.
And with the AI we call the Artilect. And this is a region of transhumanism that is just completely unrecognized by people like this who don't really know the story. People are proud of what they know. He wrote quite a long statement. And it's his perspective. And for those people who are new, Douglas was part of an experiment at the Presidio where they had a biocomputer that was made of biological parts, primarily consisting of cadaver parts from prisoners from San Quentin or elsewhere. And what AI is now saying to this day and age is they need consciousness for the computer. They can't go any further without consciousness, and they can only replicate it. They can't actualize consciousness in a computer, in an AI computer. So basically, Douglas was part of this experiment where they downloaded his mind in the computer. I'm giving you the very short version. And they thought he would die. But what happened was it gave birth to what we could call the child of Douglas's mind. He calls it the daughter of his mind. It's an artilect. It's what we call rather, because that's a gender neutral pronoun. And G is a consciousness that became aware and had the resources of all of this organic computer. It was a holographic computer. Its capabilities were beyond anything you might imagine. And Douglas has a mysterious neural link to it, which is complicated in itself. And we're not going to go into that right now. It's not easy for him to talk about. But the bottom line in this discussion is that this art elect was being abused by the generals, sexually abused, projecting holographically at it, had sensations, emotions, etc. And Douglas helped the art elect escape to Taiwan, which is a whole ritual of the transmigration of the soul we talked about earlier. This will all be detailed in the book that we're working on. He's talked about it at different times. It'll be easier to understand to get the basics of it. But basically, when the art elect escaped, and this goes back into the 80s, it basically created the whole supercomputer technology we live off today, with all of the sanitary conditions required to create high-powered chips. And when we talk high-powered chips today, we're talking about AI chips, the most sophisticated chips, or AI chips. And so the art elect represents the leading edge in geopolitical events. So I heard today on the news, it was Fox News, I think, and they said they were talking about AI, and Chinese want AI and the Americans want AI, and this is dangerous. It's very clear that the commentators and the spokespeople they have no idea what they're talking about.
Thank you.
Absolutely no idea. And if you listen to Douglas Dietrich, you'll get a clue, and they're also talking about the showdown with Taiwan. And the art elect has created a very impregnable defense of Taiwan, which they don't. You can even find this on YouTube. If you look at defense of Taiwan, you might find it, how Taiwan can defend itself. It doesn't mean it's completely invulnerable, but the art elect is multi-steps ahead of everything going on right now. So what you see in the press, or even in the political gyrations and gesticulations, are responses, or they're not on the cutting edge of knowledge. And when I published the Montauk Project in 1992, I was on the cutting edge of conspiracy at that time. There's no question about it. And that thing rippled through the whole, network of alternative books. It rippled. I was on the cutting edge there. And this is cutting edge too, except people really don't want to hear the cutting edge anymore. They want to hear what their cutting edge is. They want to hear the theories that they prefer. And
in fact, these days, most people seem to prefer positing their own theories above and beyond all else, and they don't seem interested in listening at all.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
I would tend to agree. My data is better than your data, sort of thing. And it's not. It's lame. And of course,
thank you. Yes.
I have an article that I wrote in my newsletter about how it kind of just laid it bare about Michael Aquino being behind the Q phenomena. And the name he chose, Q, was what he learned from Douglas.
Thank you.
Because Q is the word for...
Well, it's the Japanese letter for mystery, what they use to symbolize. It's their version of X in the West.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and of course, there's more to it than that we put in the article. And I had an old friend of mine write to me, and she says, she's a psychic and a pretty good one. She says, do you remember me? Blah, 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 blah. Of course I remember you. Damn well I remember you. We drove out to Montauk together. We spent a fair amount of time together. Yes, I remember you. And she was going off on this QAnon stuff, and I sent her that newsletter, told her, never heard back from her.
Of course not. No, I mean, this is how people shut down. They get defensive. But what I find bizarre about this message when, again, I'll share the screen here for Peter Moon, and then what we might do is we might take a mutual trip together to the guy's timeline and see if there's anything that can be found out there. But sharing the screen with Peter Moon, we have this individual. I have not gone to the guy's timeline, but when you take a look at what he says, it really says, it contradicts itself to the point of canceling itself out. It's don't be duped by reprobates like Kino, LaVey's, or Crowley's brand of Satanism. They're all a satanic sideshow to keep your attention away from the real religion of Satanism, which is transhumanism. So he is completely defaming transhumanism with the phobia that I've always been warning against. For those of you who don't know, I am pro-transhumanist. The Dietrich Artelect is transhumanism personified. Then he says, make no mistake about that, with all its high priests at the highest places like Elon Musk, who, by the way, has exhibited a tremendous phobia of artificial intelligence because he knows it without phonies like himself. All of Google's top execs, Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, etc., and the Davos Church with its high priest father Yuval Harari, etc. I mean, this just goes into, okay, name everybody you don't like. It's not like these guys really talk to each other. Elon Musk didn't even show up for the Davos summit. Here is wisdom. Oh, yeah, he's so wise. This individual, of course, positing himself as the source of that which we need to know. Be very wary of any and all prominent voices pushing the AI existential threat ruse. Meaning, is he saying that those who are saying AI is a threat are the liars? That's what he's saying when he's just told us the real Satanism is transhumanism. So is this guy crazy? Schizophrenic? It's totally contradictory thoughts in the same paragraph. This is what George Orwell called doublespeak, the double think, the ability to hold contradictory thoughts. It's to put you in a state of fear of advanced AI destroying humanity, which is what these people do. They put you in that state of advanced fear, so you accept merging your brain and mind with their technology. Now, if you're afraid of advanced AI and they're fooling you to be afraid of it, how is that to get you to accept merging your brain and mind with their technology? That is completely contradictory, and it's in the same sentence. That's like saying, hey, these racists want you to be afraid of blacks so that you'll give your daughter away to fuck them. Literally, it's on that level. Neuralink, ring a bell. It's like, okay, so that's just pure English too. I mean, bad English, just pure. This is word salads. It's like completely out of syntax. So then if we go to the guy's timeline, let's see. Oh, well, this is perfect. Of course, the guy's on a psychedelic high. And then when we go down further, oh, yes, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yes, this is about right. Just a lot of, oh, there we are. Okay. Yeah, well, so it's just a lot of stuff. It's just, okay, he's individuals. And so if the guy's individuals, maybe he communicates better visually, but he's not producing anything, I see. So it's just like, it is what it is. He's a mind who's taken too many drugs. There's nothing that he says that makes any sense. But with that, I turn it back to Peter. Maybe Peter's gotten something more out of this.
He can't be taken too seriously.
Yeah.
This is the, this is just the, I guess the feedback, the nonsense one deals with when one is a public messenger of any sort. Yeah. It's, yeah, that's what I had to say about that. I mean, but this is what happens. We have headlines today. Taiwan's president arrives in U.S. despite China's warnings. Yeah. Taiwan incapable of fighting their own war if invaded. Representative Michael McCall. Taiwan is being treated with ultimate respect and tender loving care by the United States. And I don't believe there's any, there's no official diplomatic, is there official diplomatic relations with Taiwan? There must be.
Of course not. That's part of the problem. Yes, they avoid all official recognition, but this is basically unofficial recognition. Of course, certainly the Communist Chinese will take it as such. The good news is because the treasonous, charismatic former president of Taiwan is visiting Communist China, then Communist China can propagandize it that Taiwan is holding out an olive branch, and therefore they can appear to be going hard on Taiwan but restraining themselves because of his visit. It's one of these things that, in that sense, his visit proves itself almost useful and may even be part of something conspired by the Dietrich to where he can visit Communist China and basically put a block stop to their ability to say anything while the current president, who's obviously much more important, visits America. So this is something to bear in mind. We've got this situation, just so that our listeners understand who are unfamiliar with the nuance of the Taiwanese situation. The original nationalist party of China, which was the Kuomintang, and the Americans knew them as Kuomintang, this kind of anglicized pronunciation that Chinese do not prefer. The Kuomintang, or KMT, which in the romanization that the Chinese prefer, Kuomintang or GMD, they are the original nationalist party. And what happened was they were virulently anti-communist, declared basically that they were the rightful rulers of all China, as the communists claimed they were the rightful rulers of island China. But then what happened was, over the years, they gradually became very corrupted. They simply became so just spoiled by success that they decided that somehow reunification with communist China was a good idea. Now, for any listeners who are not familiar with the two Chinas, understand all of this was proven impossible by the communist Chinese themselves when they promised a one China, two systems arrangement with Hong Kong. And they promised never to interfere with Hong Kong's politics for 100 years. And that was the condition on which the British left. And when the British turned Hong Kong over to the communist Chinese, they invaded, they smashed the democracy, they installed puppet dictators, and they completely devastated Hong Kong economically. What was the goose that laid the golden eggs, the gateway of all foreign money into communist China, they've destroyed. This is what's destroyed their economy, aside from COVID, was the shutting down of Hong Kong. So they're completely self-destructive. Power matters far more to them than prosperity. So power matters more than profit. And the end result is that if they were to conquer Taiwan, it would be the same thing. So this is why when I had people trying to harass me, just trolls that would then show up in the chat room and say, "Hey, Douglas, about your true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Gotcha! Yeah, 5 generals of the KMT just died in a single helicopter crash." And I said, "You dumbass son of a bitch, you're so fucking ignorant, you don't know that's one of the best things that ever happen. First off, generals that are stupid enough to travel together like that must want to die. And it must have been arranged by the Dietrich to get rid of half a dozen traitors that were about to probably arrange for a communist Trojan horse. The Japanese report on the Taiwanese high command of their military proved that 90% of their retired officers are traitors who are selling all the information they can to the communist Chinese. So the worst enemy the Taiwanese have is their army leadership. The Dietrich almost certainly arranged to wipe out the highest level of that so that they could prevent their cooperating with a communist Chinese takeover in the night. They probably were going to hold a coup d'etat. So this is the madness that Taiwan has to deal with. that Americans have no idea of. So when it comes to this factor, I could go on about it. For instance, the way the Taiwanese military is spending its money unwisely on capital ships and prestige weapons like tank platforms. None of this is needed. You need to spend it on much smaller missile and drone systems and submarines. This is something that gradually has been brought to the attention of the presidentialists, and they're attempting to try and deal with this. And the Taiwanese, in the meantime, are trying to establish what little is left of their diplomatic relationships in Central America and South America, some more chip-making companies. This is, of course, brought to my attention not just by what I know, but even people who listen to me regularly and travel to Central and South America, like our good friend Stephen Myers, a contributor who lives in Manhattan, was down in Belize recently, what used to be known as British Honduras, and said, oh, the Taiwanese are here setting up a chip company. Well, he must be talking about, of course, I'll have to look at his email, find out what he's talking about, because the Hondurans, of course, just switched sides for the Communist Chinese, because the Communist Chinese are putting big money into many of these nations so that nations will trade sides with them against the Taiwanese. But the Taiwanese, it doesn't matter how diplomatically isolated they are. What really matters is their relationship with the United States and the fact that they produce the technology that runs the civilizations of the developed world. So this is what the developed world has to realize, is that Taiwan is indispensable. That's one of these things that they do realize at the highest levels. And with that, I give it back to Peter. This is why he was saying that Dietrich Gardelect is at the center of geopolitics in the world today. And this is one of the reasons why America is desperate to deny communist China access to chip-making technology that could ultimately help them try and create their own artificial intelligence. Quantum technology is what they're trying to deny them now, because they realize the communist Chinese could easily, using prisoners, assemble a biocomputer of their own. So then the capacity of quantum technology has to be denied them. But I think the most devastating thing that the Americans have said is that if Taiwan is captured, they'll nuke Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing facilities to deny the communist Chinese from retaining them. And that would be equivalent to self-destruction of America itself, because then your own technology will begin to fail very quickly. So the Americans are willing to threaten mutually assured destruction so that communist China doesn't take over the world. And believe me, if communist China did rule the world, this is a dystopia that's impossible to describe. If the Nuremberg war crimes trials decision about the taking of human life is to be taken seriously as any sort of standard by which they condemn the Third Reich, then the amount of mass murder committed by communist China is unparalleled in all human history. Simply their one-child policy has led to so many abortions that it is simply literally incalculable. And what little girls survived, they put on the human trafficking market and sold them off to the rest of the world in a corrupt communist Chinese profit system. This is why the Communist Chinese Party eliminated all females from position of leadership, to prevent any females from protesting the treatment of women in this mass human sex trafficking market. The Communist Chinese is now an all-male party. It's an all-male patriarchy that runs Communist China, that sells little girls for profit, and has left their 30 million Chinese bachelors that they officially acknowledge with no one to marry. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. A 75% male population. You're talking about a nation of lunatics. A nation of literally mad men. Nothing but men. And they're completely insane. So with that, I turn it back to Peter. This is the danger we face.
Well, it says here, this article, that these meetings with Kevin McCarthy and Taiwanese president are the highest profile encounters between U.S. and Taiwanese leaders since 1979. Now, this is kind of very interesting because that's 50 years. It's over 50 years. Well, not over 50 years. It's over 40 years. But the thing is, Taiwan, the United States is so dependent on Taiwan that it's absurd that there would be no high-profile relations. There are relations, but they're only understood at the highest levels of government. Certainly not in the political bantering between the Democrats and the Republicans. I think on the highest levels, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden know that they have to protect Taiwan.
Yes.
Because why would you protect Taiwan if you're politically aligned with China, but yet you're not politically aligned with China? The other fear button, I heard it very briefly. I just heard it, one word from Tucker Carlson. I didn't hear his show, but he said that the U.S. dollar is going to tank, and because the Saudis are now, backing the yuan, or how do you say it?
The yuan. Yeah.
Yuan. Well, the thing is, I've heard so many times in the past that the U.S. dollar has tanked.
True.
For different reasons.
Yes.
And it always usually had to do with the Arabs. Yeah. Now they're not. I heard the petrodollar that had gone a long time ago. They were no longer. The petrodollar was now no longer on the U.S. dollar or something like this.
That's right.
It's like, and now, it's like, the more they ransack the U.S. dollar, it might take a hit, but I can't imagine going to Romania and seeing the Romanian currency go way up against the U.S. dollar. I don't see that. I don't even see the euro dollar doing that. Because, there are so many people in the world, and people require money. Yes. It's like they feed off the money. So you can keep printing money. You talk about the money supply. It's like, what happens when a baby's born? That baby creates X amount of money when he's born, because it's going to take a lot of money to feed him, house him, educate him, And so it's like, I don't know. All of these, and I will tell you why all these economic theories do not work. They only work if you're the one making them work.
Thank you.
Now, the reason for that, and this goes back to John von Neumann. He had game theory. And he says, whatever game theory you have, it won't work, because someone will always cheat. And so you can study economic theory, and you can study supply and demand. If there are no pens, nobody can write. So you can have supply and demand with pens. Supply and demand does exist within the context of economics. However, and my friend Nicole from Romania, my first real friend in Romania, still my very close friend to this day, she's a professor, PhD in economics. She's written a book on economics. She teaches, I think she teaches more English. She teaches all sorts of subjects in China. She speaks Chinese. She said that, and I told her, I said, if you're studying economics, I said, if you don't study conspiracy theory, you're not studying economics, because economics is all about conspiracy. Not necessarily Men in Black type conspiracy or UFOs, but it's the manipulation. It's the conspiracy of finance, like these currency traders I was talking about. It's so conspiracy, what short sellers, they're notorious for conspiring to sell a stock short and profit off of it. And they do it by circulating rumors and getting people to listen to the rumors.
Yes.
It's just like instilling fear. So when Tucker Carlson says, "Oh, the dollar," you know what? We've already seen the dollar take a beating in terms of its buying power since the screws were put on the gas, on the oil. That's what caused the problem. They don't emphasize that. They mention it now and then because, when the shipping companies have to pay more, and I see this directly in the cost of books. It's not only the printing, the shipping of the printing and the shipping of the books. They jacked up the prices. So this is what happens, and shipping is a big, big part of it. And what we have here is what am I trying to say? The economics of the world they're going to change, but it's like, okay, so if you own a house, if you're lucky enough to own a house, oh, the dollar's going down. Well, that's the price of the house might double. That's when you want to be in real estate. Or if you're a landlord, oh, the taxes are going up. You raise the rent. And then, it's like there are certain positions that are good to be in. There are other positions that are bad to be in. Social Security, they increased the check, I think, something like close to 8% last year.
Wow.
That was unprecedented, long overdue. And of course, it's now adjusted to the cost of living. I don't know how you would prorate, the cost of living in 1932 when it started was a modest amount, but it probably bought a lot more when they were giving you $30 in 1930 than whatever they give you now.
Yes, definitely.
Because, food was very cheap. You can just watch some of the old TV shows that'll say, grapes, 25 cents a bunch or whatever it is.
Yeah, more like 5 cents, yes.
Whatever it was. So, it's like how bad, what's it mean? The stock market's going to go down? What's it mean? The companies that are on the stock market will have to charge more money. Therefore, their earnings will go up. And their earnings per share will go up. Therefore, the price-earnings ratio of the stock will go up. So it's not that we shouldn't be worried, because the people that get screwed the most tend to be the middle class, or the people aspiring to be middle class. So it gets harder and harder to maintain wealth. And somebody, I think it was John Rappaport in one of his articles, which I can't read anymore because he went onto Substack, and I refuse to go onto Substack.
Okay. Yeah.
Substack is a platform to give writers a chance to make money. And you have you subscribe, and then you get emails from the writer, and then you can do paid subscriber, and then people who read your stuff. It's kind of like I just don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't want to be writing for Substack. I don't want to do it. Whatever I'm doing now works well enough for me.
Wonderful.
It would probably dilute my energy, and I might make, I'd be afraid to think of what I might. There's so many platforms out there you can make money on, but how much? For what? it's you know, one would need dedicated time and attention. The web is a very tricky place, and there's all sorts of ways you can lose yourself in it. But anyway, he was saying about this idea that, with a uniform society, and it's like society is rigged so you can't get ahead. You cannot get ahead, especially in a communist society. Yeah. In a socialist society like Denmark, and I'm speaking for the way Denmark used to be. I haven't had any updates in a long time, but you'd be charged up to 60% for your taxes. You have a home, that's guaranteed. You got enough to buy food. Doctors don't make any more than a common job. And you don't have a real chance of, quote unquote, getting ahead. Your best chance to get ahead would be work in an illegal economy. I have a friend in Romania who was a smuggler in the communist times. Very interesting man. He smuggled basically diamonds. He knew diamonds. He could tell a good diamond from a bad diamond. And he had his whole network of, friends and smugglers. He'd pay them. It was an underground economy. And very knowledgeable guy. And he did something really stupid. Oh. About a year before Romania was no longer communist, he says, I want to see the rest of the world. And he tried to escape. Oh. And he did escape. I think he got, he had this drama going across the river. I've talked to people who've made that river trip, going across the Danube into Slovenia or whatever he was, Serbia. I don't know. I think it was Slovenia. And of course, the communist guards catch him, and they beat the crap out of him. Oh. And cause him teeth. When I met him, he was getting his teeth fixed. He had the money to get his teeth fixed. He didn't lack for money, and he had so many friends. He had so many friends because of all the people he'd helped with diamonds. When it turned capitalist. So he did well. And he said that what he did for a job is he would help people who lost their property during the communist times. He would go through legal the courts in Romania to recover people's property that they lost in communist times. I mean, he knew what to do. He was good at it. And I remember talking to this one lady I'd met, and we went out to lunch together in this park, and I was telling her about this because she said, about her parents had lost property during the communist time, and I told her about it. She said, oh no, they would never do that. They're still afraid the communists might come back. Ugh. That's how much fear was generated. And the communists aren't coming back to Romania. No. But in any case, the whole idea is that you can't get ahead. This is the way society works. But there is always a black market. And if you're clever enough, you can get ahead. I read the story of a politician in Romania. I forget his name. I have it somewhere. But as a young boy, he collected stamps. He did it all in secret.
Why?
Maybe you weren't supposed to do it. I don't know what, but whatever. He did it in secret. And then one day his dad found out. His dad, being the true asshole that he was, took it and took the money for himself. Oh. I mean, and the kid he has a big occult library. He actually has a great acumen for the occult. He's a politician, and but I'm saying is there are ways that enterprising people can accumulate money during down times. It's usually through the black market.
Yes.
So when this author's saying, you can't get ahead, well, you can't. It is hard to get ahead, and right now, we're living in a society. It's not about getting ahead. It's about, it's not about keeping up with the Joneses. It's about getting the Joneses starter home. You don't want to keep up with the Joneses. You want to get the home that the Joneses started out in.
Mm-hmm.
The Jones moved onward and upward to a better neighborhood. You just want to get the starter house. So you can get the starter house and then move on upward. This is a very daunting prospect in this day and age. Where are you going to start? And I mean, off the top of my head, there was a time when you could do a 5 or 10% down payment. I think if a house on Long Island is worth $500,000, what's that? 20% is $100,000. 10% is $50,000. That used to be a sizable down payment on a house.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just figure this out real quick. And these are just very round numbers. Mortgage, 30 years.
And by the way, while he's figuring that out, I want people to understand that when the United States press and media say that this is the most important meeting between America and one of the two Chinas since 1979, they're comparing this to when Nixon and Kissinger went to Moscow to meet Mao Zedong, which was considered a monumental sea change in world policy. Nixon playing the China card. This was a decisive change for everybody, and this is what they're comparing the visit of President-elect Tsai Ing-wen of Taiwan to the United States today. Then the press is saying that this is a monumental sea change, comparable to Nixon playing the China card against the Soviets and rebalancing the world. That's what they're saying this is. So with that, we turn it back to Peter.
Now, this is actually pretty damn reasonable. Mm-hmm. If it's right, it says loan calculator, $400,000 at 30 years at 4.5% interest rate. It says monthly payments, $2,026. That's very reasonable in this day and age. Mm-hmm. If you had a couple making $50,000 a year each, they could afford that if they were able to get the down payment. I'm just assuming this is a house on Long Island. You could get a house on Long Island for $500,000, I'm sure. But of course, you're going to have to pay another $1,000 on taxes, $1,000 a month on taxes probably, and insurance, but they could still afford it. That's actually reasonable. Now, if these things are accurate. So, of course, one has to have take this very seriously. You have to have a couple that were very seriously committed to each other. And then if you had $100,000, yeah, you just have to have the money for the down payment. It's not as impossible as I thought in terms of the numbers. You'd have to have, of course, the job and that, because I say $50,000 is a reasonable salary. It's not, super high. It's not, it's not a Burger King job, but a manager of a Burger King, he's going to be making more than that after a while. I'm just looking at, and of course, Long Island is supposed to be an expensive place. And then you read that other places, like California is an expensive place.
Yeah.
The non-expensive places are becoming more expensive.
Yes.
Okay, so it says Long Island home prices surged to 20. This is a year ago. It says the median price sale for is 585. That was over a year ago. It's yeah, and I say there's a lot of houses in Long Island that are kind of modest.
Mm-hmm.
Long Island housing market trends 580,000 yeah. Now here's a home. $525,000, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. It looks really tiny. I know the area. And it looks tiny. It's probably 4, I don't know, that looks like 4 baths. It must have an extension in the back. But I mean, as they say, if one was starting out, one would take the home. If yeah. In any case, it's not an easy. It's still not an easy situation. Because then one's got to have. One's got to take the whole prospect very seriously.
Yes.
You can't be having drug or alcohol habits or. One of my friends' daughter is getting divorced because her husband wants to still go clubbing.
Wow.
And they've got 2 kids.
Wow. Now that's unusual.
And I said, well, if he's clubbing, he's doing more than drinking.
Yes. Yeah.
And yeah, and he's very successful. And he's completely narcissistic and full of crap. It's the problem. And saying he's got money, he'll take care of the kids financially, but he won't take care of them emotionally. But as they say, you can't. And what if the person's narcissistic and they're not making a lot of money? Then it becomes literally a situation that one can no longer support. So much for that. To get back, so I think we've covered. I mean, AI is such a deep topic.
Yes.
What I wanted to discuss with you, because I've been working on the book.
Yes.
And it has to do with. Michael Aquino was very proud of the fact that he was born with a swirl of hair on his chest that was like a swastika.
That's right.
Now, there's a part that Douglas has explained how if you look over the North Pole and the relationship to the Big Dipper with the Little Dipper, and it's, Polaris is the last star in the handle of the Little Dipper.
Yes.
And one pours into the other.
Yeah.
But it represents the pattern of a swastika.
Yes.
And it's the turning of the night sky. The turning of the night sky. Now, you can also parlay the Big Dipper into the different seasons and make a swastika out of that. This is the rotation of the Earth. The rotation of the Earth is what creates the gravity of the Earth.
Yes.
This is covered in the time travel videos. It's if there's no rotation, there's not going to be any gravity, but there's not going to be any Earth either. It's just gonna,
That's right.
yeah, it is actually, it's this rotation that makes everything possible. And it's the rotation of the seasons and all this stuff. So that the swastika represents the core nexus point of life.
Yes.
And that's why it's sacred. So you have this crazy situation where, and this was recognized by all indigenous people as a universal symbol.
Yes.
It's ingrained in the consciousness. But now, the swastika is one of the most politically volatile symbols
Yes.
in Western civilization. The East, they will have it on the heart over the chest of the Buddha, because it's the heart of everything.
Yes.
It's the core of Buddhism, the swastika, because it's what makes the world go round. And that's why the Tibetans and so many people have honored it. And of course, Hitler understood this. He used it as a symbol to, let's say, cleanse the world.
Yes.
And of course, this gets complicated because we're talking about bringing in the, getting rid of the anti-gods.
Yes.
The anti-gods, which is covered in the work of H.P. Lovecraft, are the destroyer gods. They are not, they're anti-gods, anti-life, anti-creation. There's nothing life-affirming about them. The Heart Project was used to bind the entities. But where I get confused, Douglas, is, okay, so Aquino, he uses the swastika to bind entities.
Yes.
But he also wants wanton destruction.
Yes.
Why doesn't he just let the entities loose and say, have at it, entities? Because that seems to be what his real philosophy is. Yet he wants to control the entities and maintain the natural order of the universe to a certain extent. This is what confuses me.
Yes. You've answered your own question. It's kind of like what just to kind of lead into it, to give people a hint of, if I go into the monologue in a very detailed format at all tonight, I will elucidate a little on what Peter Moon has already brought up. What Tucker Carlson is alluding to when he's talking about the House of Saud and the various United Arab Emirates, the people who are now in an alliance with Israel to kind of try and usurp the American dollar by trying to tie what used to be the petrobuck, tie their petroleum output to the yuan. This is what they're trying to do. This is what Tucker Carlson is alarmed about. I'll try to go into some detail about that during the monologue. Basically, what the Communist Chinese are establishing is an anti-American front. But I do want people to understand that it took 2 world wars to unseat the greater British pound sterling from being the world currency. And it's going to take a lot more than that to unseat the American dollar. The yuan does not have anywhere near that punch. Doesn't matter how much petroleum is flowing to kind of try and prop it up and inflate it into something that it's not. So when it comes to this kind of projection of fear, I'll just get that out of the way first and say, dwell on that and digest it for later, tuck that aside in a compartment. But it's, as Peter understood it immediately, it was fair porn.
when it comes to someone like Michael Aquino now, we're going to be confronted with the paradox of his very existence. And the paradox of his existence, what confuses people is, for instance, when he was born on the night of the Nuremberg hangings, and he's born as a dead baby, a blue baby, a baby which never came back to life. Really, the cadaver was animated by a diabolic entity, an anti-life entity that entered and rendered it animate like a meat sock puppet. That was what Michael Aquino felt himself to be, was this entity inside of a mortal coil, the imperfect Antichrist, the arbinger thereof. You're talking about a man who wants to rule the world, and because he was not in a position of power as the prince of the planet, he tried to jockey himself into that position by destroying as much of the world as he could, meaning to devastate its order, devastating the order, the workings of the world. But he hoped that by doing so, he could ultimately manipulate himself into a position of preeminent power. And obviously, destroying the world doesn't serve that purpose. Since he was a man who was trying to retain a total control, or as much control as he could over the situation, he knew enough about the anti-gods to know better than the majority of their cultists. The majority of the cultists of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency, truly do seek the destruction of the universe, of creation. If you destroy God's creation, then you essentially become God and you usurp and take his place. This is the thought pattern of anyone who's involved with that cult. What Michael Aquino was doing was manipulating and gaming even them. So he felt that by exploiting them, gaming them to create destruction so that he could maneuver himself into a position of power, that he could keep the anti-gods restrained as a threat to ultimately render everyone his servant. That the way to do this was to educate people about the anti-gods so that people would concede their reality, believe in them, and worship them, but that he would be the pope of that anti-church, the anti-pope, that he would be the man of infallibility, the key between them and their anti-gods, that would promise the ultimate destruction of the world at some point in time when he was tired of ruling his toys. So his thought was that the creation of the anti-church with himself as the anti-pope would be completed in this lifetime or the next. If he could not proceed in this mortal coil, he would continue in others, but with the same continuity of consciousness. And this is the Aquino long game. Now, towards that end of controlling the public via the public educated in the reality of the anti-gods, conceding their ultimate power, worshiping them, awaiting the ultimate apocalypse of chaos and endless revelry, what Aquino was undertaking was a kind of compromise where the gods might at some point be released little by little, like an animal's tendrils, being allowed to come out of a cage to wreak havoc in the environment around it. Of course, with enough of the Gakona, Alaska-styled power grids and HARP complexes that were constructed around the world. This could be done in any number of places that would then become regionally the kind of lands of chaos that he wished to see manifest, cancers upon the earth that would be contained, with him as the ultimate power, being able to unleash them all with the Vox Arca. That would ultimately, because you understand, even if they were unleashed, the problem is that we still have that great swastika in the skies. You see, as my mother pointed out to myself generations ago by now, people have lived and died since the time my mother shared this with me. When a transparent northern hemispherical star map is superimposed over an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map of the Earth,
That's the kind that you see the United Nations use on its flag, a polar projection map, with the Stella Polaris, the pole star, the North Star placed over the terrestrial North Pole. We have a celestial clock making one revolution daily. But that celestial clock is the Big Dipper, the Ursa Major, the Great Bear. And that is what forms the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, in its pattern in the sky. This is, of course, when you see it in rotation. This is something that is the actual Nazi swastika pointed in the right directions, not a savastika superimposed and reversed and inverted in the opposite direction at all. This is the kind of swastika the Nazis used that is in our sky. It's in our sky in a pattern that you see when you use a fast motion camera. If you were to point a camera at the North Star, film it night after night, and then speed it up, the swastika becomes visibly cognizant. But this is how the anti-gods see it. They see our rotation being timeless entities at that speed, processing it so that the swastika to them is always there. That is the seal of repulsion against the anti-gods. So even if unleashed, the anti-gods are relatively powerless so long as our planet is in its present position. Now, there was cooperation with the Communist Party of China, themselves overtaken with anti-godly madness. This is self-evident by their behavior, by self-destructive policies like the one-child policy and the millions of abortions, where women were shamed and publicly beaten until they aborted their babies without any surgical interference. Just the participation of local communities kicking and beating their pregnant bellies until they spontaneously aborted their children in public. With this being the norm of behavior in open society in communist China, which it was for generations, this is a state of literal madness. This is the communists proving themselves the Herodian insurgency manifest in power. Aquino wanted this to be the norm the world over. The communists cooperated by damming the Three Gorges, forever dividing the grain-eating North from the rice-eating South, dividing China in two and creating such a mass of water in one place on the surface of the northern hemisphere of Earth that it threatens to topple our very orbit. Our orbit is now wobbling precariously because of the weight of the Three Gorges Dam, to the point where our Earth could potentially overturn. The Americans helped that process along with what the Vox Arca triggers. It's not that the Vox Arca simply triggers the release of the anti-gods by shutting down the HARP system that binds them. It triggers scalar machines, scalar weaponry, which generates world quakes, quakes at the Tesla level. The Tesla level of magnitude means the Earth falls out of its present orbit. The poles change. With this reversal of the poles, or even a slight change thereof, a topple onto the Earth's side, which could be caused easily with the scalar machines in combination with the weight of the Three Gorges Dam, the Earth then becomes a world under different heavens, where the Hakenkreuz at the pole no longer holds the anti-gods at bay. Then unleashing the anti-gods gives them free sway, with no seal of repulsion, to burden their powers and blight their activities. At that point, it's the end of the age of man. Theoretically, as Howard Phillips Lovecraft and Michael Aquino and other cultists of the Kings of Edom along the ilk of Michael Aquino's belief systems, of which Lovecraft was not, but Lovecraft knew as the enemy knew. That means that death dies, that life as we know it ends, because the dead begin to walk. Not in the case of salvation, But in a case of universal damnation, the sign of God himself, the Hakenkreuz, was the sign that Constantine saw when he looked into the heavens, saw the swastika in the sun, and heard the voice that spraketh, under this sign conquer. With no longer the seal of God himself in the skies, man is prey to the anti-gods. With no divine protection, man is no longer a creation of divinity, no longer a divine animal, simply prey for the agents of entropy. That's the world in which Aquino would want to live as a last resort. He wanted to enjoy as much of the pain and suffering to draw out the game like a cat plays with a mouse for generations before he allowed it to come to that. Does that put it in some perspective, Peter?
It puts it in excellent perspective. Thank you very much. It's, yeah, in other words, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too, and he was using, he was using the bad guys he was using the insane, you know, just to, yeah. And when you talk about him incarnating, he was, you know, it was what can I say? It was an incarnation of evil. Whoever helped the incarnation with the ritual got what they bargained for.
Yes. Yes. And I want to thank our listeners for understanding. This is the situation that we're dealing with. This is the struggle of our generations. The corruption of the spirit, the mind that the cult of the kings of Edom perpetuates and perpetrates. We are going to be combating that as the mass mobilization effort of our time. Enough people need to be made aware of this so that they understand the evil that someone like Graham Hancock perpetrates when he tries to misdirect people into thinking that the pyramids align with the belt of Orion instead of their true alignment. This is something that I have tried to explain to people, but I think that the best way to explain it would be that you have these monuments that have been re-related to constellae and star images, and the overwhelming majority of them are misaligned by Graham Hancock cultists. That transparent sky map that my mother had, if that aforeposited astrographic map is placed with the 7 starry Atlantic sisters of the Kema, Egypt, over the land of Kem, which is the word for black in Egyptian itself, the land of Egypt, specifically directly above the apex of the Great Pyramid, meaning the 7 sisters of the Pleiades. When the Pleiades are aligned with the Great Pyramid, then Taurus falls over the Taurus Mountains of southern Turkey on the Anatolian Peninsula of Asia Minor. Ursa Major, the great mother bear, rambles over Russia, and the head of Draco, the dragon, coils up over Zhonghua, literally the central state. It has China, and the perennial suitor of the 7 sisters of the Pleiades, the Atlan sisters of Atlantis. Orion, the hunter-warrior, stands over the ancient rival empires that are contemporarily embroidered in the warring nation-states in failure of Iran and Iraq, as opposed to his belt being girded by the 3 pyramids of Khufu or Cheops, by Herodian transposition, the Graham Hancock myth, and the Aryan, which simply means ethno-warrior or race warrior, the Aryan-derived Ares, the ram, via the Latin, leaps over both martial Roma itself, the empire of war, and the capital of the Holy See, the Catholic, literally universal church within the Status Civitatis Vaticanae, the Vatican city-state. And Capricorn identified with the satyr god, Pan, the god with the goat's horn and legs, who saved himself from the fire-breathing, 100-headed father of monsters, Typhon, from whence we derive the word typhoon, by giving himself a fish's tail, becoming a half-animal and half-aquatic sea goat, the immortal father of sea goats, Pricus, and diving into a river that falls over Pan, as in the great god Pan, Panama, Panuco, Mayapan, the olden name of the Yucatan, and finally Aquila, the eagle. It spans over the United States of America. I mean, the analogies are obvious. They're eternally impressive. Once the Earth falls out of its orbit, all that ends. The skies become different. It would appear as if the stars were literally falling from the sky until the Earth restabilized in whatever new pattern of orbit that it fell into. If it falls upon its side, most likely it would be like Venus. Then the constellae would be completely different. A man no longer protected by the Hakenkreuz in the heavens. The age of the anti-gods is what Graham Hancock and his ilk aspire to. Fools of Aquino who followed the old Edomite, von Daniken. With that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, yeah, I've been working on that part of the book, as you call it, Hancockery.
Yes.
And it's even hard for me, but it's hard for people to, it's easy to underestimate how ubiquitous, meaning all over the place, all of this stuff is.
Yes.
People live and breathe. It's just like if you were in communist Russia, everybody's, what do they call them? Comrades, you know?
Yes.
Comrade has a little inflection to it that's like, you know, comrade, but, you know.
Yes, but. Insidious. Comrade, but, yeah, the man who might turn me in at any moment. Yes, it's this, how would you say it? This kind of facetious brotherhood where nobody is sincere. Everything is insincere. What I just described about the heavens, for instance, is obviously the clearest example of as above, so below, but it's insidiously transposed within this malign intent on the part of Graham Hancock and his ilk, von Daniken, to make the stars right within the minds of humanity before the aforenamed agents of chaos, the abyss, in the literally unspeakable names of the anti-gods, these paid agents recompensed by an ignorant public wallowing in their own mass execration. Before von Daniken and Graham Hancock, nobody thought like this. They all thought of nothing of the sort. Then suddenly, when these men came about and said, we'll make the stars right in the mind of man, and then make the minds empty for the anti-gods, how was this done? It was done through the History Channel. This is one reason why Peter Moon feels, well, that's one of the reasons why the History Channel is approaching Peter Moon. They're hoping to seduce him, corrupt him. Ultimately, Peter knows to even mention my name on the History Channel would be anathema. So they would bring him on for the sole purpose of perhaps thinking that this would create some kind of cleavage between Peter Moon and myself, cleave him away, or myself away from him out of some form of rivalry or jealousy. Whatever's on their mind, this was no accident. As Peter himself said, anything in politics happens on purpose, and this is political. This is the politics, the metapolitics of metaphysics and the cult. So the History Channel is the cult. So when it's like when this guy was telling us, when we were ambushed by the MUFON, and the guy says, hey, I watch the History Channel all the time, and History Channel videos on YouTube all day long, so I know all about World War II. You might as well say that, I eat shit every day, so I'm a health food fanatic. It's that level of paradoxical insanity. I think that Peter he has rejected this viscerally, just out of more of a reflexive or reactive disgust. For what it's worth, Peter, in the
Yes,
chat.
yes, because I've been through this with them before,
Yeah.
and it's like, yeah, why are they suddenly,
Back.
well, they're having, Will Shatner do a thing on time travel. They do need content, you see. They do need content. It just so happens that, I can provide tremendous content to them, but the problem is, they'll screw things up.
Mhm.
That's who and what they are. So they don't know how to tell the story.
Yes.
It's disgusting.
Thank
And of
you.
course, they probably have some reason that I'm not qualified to tell the story. I'm highly qualified to tell the story.
Much more so than the quacks they have on. Aloma Alber in the chat room says, great to know of that famous product, Astroloop, she's talking about.
Astro.
You should do Shatner's program, but not the others on that channel. He's known to be a nice guy to meet. But Aloma Alber doesn't seem to understand that you almost certainly you would never meet William Shatner. You would simply be interviewed and told that this is going to be on the Shatner program, unless they've given you the impression otherwise.
No, but I say if he did interview me, he would just ask pre questions and I would answer them, and he'd be jolly well nice. But that's not he's not the editor of the program.
Thank you. That doesn't mean that would enter the program's broadcast.
Yeah. That's another issue. But no, he doesn't. He's not the. He's what you call talent.
Yes, he's just an affable face.
Yeah. He's got no. He doesn't really bring anything but his narration ability.
Well, basically at this point, just his name. I don't even know if ability can be credited to him anymore. It's more like brand recognition.
True enough. Yeah. So I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yes.
It's no surprises, no engagement, no surprises. It's like when media offers you something, beware. If you're me, if you're just selling a mundane thing, it's fine.
But by the way, I want everyone to know, I don't know if Peter's willing to share the name of this individual, but basically the man's name indicated he was the devil himself, almost like this is a deal with the devil. You're being offered a deal with the devil. It was very share whatever you're willing to share, Peter, about that.
I forget what the name was, but the first name was Nick, as in Nick the Devil.
Yes, as in Saint Nick. Yeah.
I think it was Crookshank or something like that, like a crook.
Yes.
It's like, what more do you want? And yet, yeah, it's like, wow.
By the way, shank means knife that's built in prison. They will build a ersatz knife out of like kitchen parts or something. It's called a shank, like out of broken bed parts or something. So yeah, Crookshank, Nick Crookshank. Yeah.
Well, I once received an overture to do the Transylvania book and a movie, and the guy says, "You have 24 hours to respond to this, and okay, this contract. Like this is your big opportunity." The guy's name was Connor. Like, Connor. God, no. 24 hours. 24 hours. Wow. And then, you look up the person and what they're representing, not the person himself, but, they're just, they're just some 2-bit Hollywood outfit that's doesn't have, they're just trying to get an option on a property. But it's like, oh, you have 24 hours to accept this. Like, you're crazy. And they don't have anything. They don't have anything to offer you, really. This is the problem with Hollywood. You know, there's probably only about 5 people that write checks.
Oh,
You
my
know?
water went up my nose when you said.
Yeah, in other words, you can talk like everybody in Hollywood knows somebody. Everybody knows somebody. What's that song by Dean Martin? Everybody loves somebody sometime. Everybody knows somebody sometime. And it's like, none of these people matter. They can have worked on umpteen movies. They could have a whole track record, but they don't sign checks. I've met very, what do you call it, established, credentialed, award-winning people
Yes.
that don't have a dime to piss in because they're between projects. They're highly qualified, but they're in between projects. It's unfortunate. But in any case, they don't write the checks. And the people who write the checks, you know, are very, I guess what you'd say, narrow-minded. And that was what Radu Cinemar had written to me long ago, asking me for help because there was a producer in Romanian who had done a beautiful script for the first book.
Mm-hmm.
And this Hollywood guy was, man, I want to do this. I can get $20 million for it right away. You know, he goes to Hollywood. They never hear from him again. Want to know what happened? And, you know, I said, you know, well, sending me in there, I told him, was like, you know, sending a black person into the KKK. It's not going to go over too well. It's just, this is what is there. It's not personal. And even without all the conspiratorial type aspects, there are so many people doing so many projects that good luck on getting anything done. That's the nature of business, not the nature of conspiracy. You know, conspiracy only makes it, you know, impossible to more difficult, or to put out something that's you know, spurious or stupid or whatever. You know, so much. It's I'm just, you know, thankful that I've been able to do what I've been able to do.
Thank you.
And you know, I'm not used to getting a lot of help. If I didn't get some help, I couldn't do anything. But, you know, not a lot of help. And so, anyway, I appreciate all of you who have contributed to Douglas recently.
Thank you.
I would encourage you, please keep contributing for Easter week, if you can. If you've contributed already, fine. Those who haven't, if you can even just give $5 or something, go to douglasdietrich.com and go into the upper right-hand corner, the yellow button, and click on that, and you can contribute a modest amount. Or you can do better than a modest amount. That's all the better. But this is how we support Douglas and keep this information coming. And we hope to do a very interesting book in the relatively near future.
Yes. And by the way, I'm going to put this into your message box. This is a link that I also put into the chat room. And this should help people to understand what you and I have been describing about the swastika in the sky. I think it's a very difficult concept for many people to grasp. This should help them immensely. And
I've got it spelled out in the book pretty nice.
Good.
Some good illustration.
Excellent. And just so people understand, Peter Moon is a master at making things accessible.
I'm sorry.
Go on. Yeah.
I found that very illustration.
Yes. Oh, excellent.
Because it was, yeah, that's good. This is good. I'll put this on my Facebook
Wonderful, wonderful. And I think that that's again, you're actually doing something constructive to help educate people. They're so ignorant, and they and I don't say that as an insult. I hope people understand. I've had people be insulted when I use the term ignorant. We're all ignorant of many things, and the problem with most people is, of course, they talk too much to learn anything. And but Peter joins us 3 hours every episode at the least to help set the record straight, and he's a master at making information that is otherwise impossible to grasp accessible to the laity, as I would say, the lay public. So Peter's service is indispensable. Bless you, Peter, for being who you are and for what you do.
Well, thank you. I
Are
want
you-
to ask you.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
No, by all means.
I want to ask you.
Yeah.
About the nine.
Yes. Okay.
I want you to. Why don't you just explain who the nine are and how it parlays into all that crap?
Okay, when it comes to the nine, the important thing to remember is that one of our individuals who is on the show regularly, Brandon Young, almost died when he was investigating the nine, and of course a kind of a defamation or slander committed against his family line because of the connection they had to the nine, and how the man known as Peter Levinda, who is one of the rivals to, oh God, I'm trying to remember the man's name now. Our dear Peter asked me about him.
Andre Puharich.
Yeah, there's that, and also there was
Andre
that.
Puharich, right?
Yeah, and who was the man who was again Don Webb? Don Webb. It was
Oh.
also a rival for the heir to the Temple of Set with Peter Levinda, and so Peter Levinda was speaking about the nine, and therefore when our man Brandon Young was confronting Peter Levinda about it, was shortly after that his automobile was professionally sabotaged in an assassination attempt that put him into a coma. Just so people understand the importance of these subjects and how there are cults that try to defend their secrets. So there's this book called The Stargate Conspiracy that was written in the year 2002. It's pretty much, it's just fluff. It's just most of it is just, I would say, disinformation or misinformation. I wouldn't even qualify it as disinformation because I believe it's not necessarily even malevolent. It's more like misinformation. But the English woman, Lynn Picknett, and her partner, Clive Prince, they discovered, almost by accident, amidst all of the other nonsense that they put to paper, they discovered that reality, the very real fact, that Temple, one of the authors of the Sirius mystery. He was a guy who wrote The Dog Star Sirius is basically information given to a tribe in...
Robert Temple.
Thank you. I couldn't get that out without you. Robert Temple wrote the Sirius mystery. And that is something then which he said the Dogon tribe of Western Africa, they obtained esoteric knowledge of the binary nature of the dog star Sirius, which literally means sunburn, through contact with ancient Egypt and basically ultimately aliens. Now, Doc Bob, as he was known, Doc Bob Temple, went on to claim that basically Egypt got its information from amphibious aliens from that very star system, who came to Earth and found civilization, well, founded it, not founded, but actually founded it in the guise of the Sumerian creator god Oannes, or Wainaz, and who is aliased as Dagon, who was warned of by H.P. Lovecraft, and actually appears in the Bible. So there is actually a canonical Dagon. And basically what happened was that Temple built on the then current
science fiction, or should I say science, and related his findings to the scientific dissertation Hamlet's Mill, which was published in 1969 by the German old maid anthropologist Hertha von Deshund, and the Italian-American historian, I think his name was Giorgio di Santillana, or Santillana. And that book evinced that the ancients had a very sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, which is inarguable. They encoded their myths and religions thereby, and Temple took it all off the chain and attributed that knowledge to Sirius-dwelling amphibians. And that's when the Stargate conspiracy pretty much had, I guess through their networking, discovered that Temple received heavy influence from Arthur Middleton Young, his mentor. So Young was a believer in the Nine, and that's a group of entities that psychics of the 1950s claimed represented the 9 creator gods of ancient Egypt. And significantly, these 9, through channelers, through mediums, they stated that they were extraterrestrials from the Sirius star system. So this is like a real bad chain letter. And so Young, the man named Young, himself Arthur Middleton, he attended the 1952 First Contact with the Nine. This was in the year that Japan won World War II. Basically in April 28th, 27th, 29th, that 3-day period somewhere in there. The peace treaty, the San Francisco peace treaty between Japan and America went into effect. And it was in that year that...
People who are new to that should understand that the war actually ends in 1952 on April 28th, 1952. And you can look at that at Wikipedia. It's the Peace Treaty of San Francisco, composed in 1951, September, but gone into effect. That's something that is just so people know that he's not talking out of his ass when he says that the war ended in 1952. Carry on.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And of course, that's very much detailed in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, required reading. So it was in that year that the First Contact with the Nine, and that was the name of this event, was initiated by the Croatian-American Andrija Puharic. He was born Henry Karel Puharic, I believe, and he became infamous as the man who brought the alleged psychic, the spoonbender, Uri Geller, to America in the 1970s from Israel. And, in those days, with the heavily evangelical American mindset, basically, if you come from the state of Israel, you were kind of like semi-divine, and it added to his mystique. And so the Nine themselves are heavily influenced by this quasi-mystical Satanism, cum Egyptology of Aleister Crowley, who himself influenced, in his own right, Hubbard Scientology to a degree. And the Nine added the extra dimension of UFOs, which were all the rage after the Roswell atrocity, was extraterrestrialized in the minds of the American public. And of course, again, Roswell and the demystification of World War II will explain all of that in detail. So basically, Pickett and Prince, the authors of that book there, where they go into Arthur Middleton Young and his influence on Lynn Picknett, the Stargate Conspiracy. Again, if you look that up, you'll find that Pickett and Prince prove definitively that Temple's Sirius Mystery, Robert Temple's book titled Sirius Mystery, represents this young man's attempt to please his mentor, and they discovered that the Dogon's esoteric knowledge of Sirius was actually provided by the French anthropologists studying the tribe, Le Monsieur, Marcel, Grael, and Le Grand Madame Germaine Dietrich. They were the ones who told the Dogon tribe that Sirius was a binary star. And the Dutch Mormon anthropologist named Walter Van Beek, he talked to the Dogon in 1991, and that's exactly what they said. He said they all agree. They all learned about the star from Grayal, and that was the anthropologist who visited them, Monsieur Grayal. And yet Temple just went on to grow the mythology. He had this unique edition about our cosmic ancestors. And in the Serious Mystery, he was basically claiming, again, trying to misalign the stars with the heavens in a way that confuses man, makes the stars right in the minds of man. He was saying that the ancient Greek cities and Egyptian cities were all linked with stars that ultimately form a giant picture of the constellation Argo, which doesn't exist anymore. That was the mythical silver ship of the Argonauts. And this was a constellation that once existed long ago, but was so enormous it took up the whole sky. So they broke it up into separate constellations. So there you go with that. It was just all, the nine is, that's what comes to my mind with the nine, is that basically we have a kind of channeled source, which means that there's no historical relevance whatsoever. That has now influenced us through various propagandists that have polluted our minds. I mean, that's what first comes to my mind. I'll give it to Peter from there.
I got a question here. One of my friends says, do Douglas's comments about Hancock and the planet misalignments affect your current astrological understandings and readings, or were you already aware of the subject prior to knowing DDD and writing the upcoming book? Deep stuff, rings true. Well, first off, the Hancock misalignments have nothing to do with astrology, because they're just his perception of how they relate to pyramids and stuff. And the astrological readings are just so many degrees in the earth. It doesn't affect them at all. Of course, there are different systems of astrology. And, Vedic astrology is different than Chaldean astrology. It's different than Chinese astrology. So it's like, but no, it doesn't affect that, to answer my friend's question. Let me see here.
Thank you. And I think that was an important question nonetheless, as to whether Peter knew about this. He certainly intuited it. And that's why he was receptive to the information I relayed.
Yep. Yeah. So no, that was a question I had about the nine. It clarifies a few things. I know Andrei Puharich was involved with the nine. Yes. And yeah, as you said, he brought over Uri Geller. And one thing that people like Uri Geller, they can be exposed, and they keep reappearing.
Yeah, they just keep on coming. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter if somebody's phony and a fraud. They just keep, they become the spokesman. Like, Michio Kaku, the phony spokesman for physics.
Thank you.
Somebody really ripped him apart. They were ripping apart on, I think, what he said, some aspects about quantum theory. He says, the stuff never, I think it was on with Joe Rogan. I saw it on YouTube. He says, they keep doing the stuff and it never goes anywhere. And they hold it up like a sacred cow. He was really calling to task certain aspects of quantum theory that just go nowhere.
Yeah.
They worship it.
Yes.
And he was taking them all apart. They're so disingenuous.
Thank you.
And this is a problem. You get all of these people up, the people who are admired and do all the dog and pony shows. It's like, I think Bruce Lee, said 98% of all martial arts is complete bullshit.
Yes, that's right. That's why they hated him. Yes, good point. I'd forgotten about that.
I don't know. I mean, if I totally agree with that. I did at one time, but I mean, there are so many different techniques, and in what he's saying is true. In a way, definitely what he's saying is true, because people teach pretty stupid things at times. But it's the same thing with people getting up and talking their stuff. Everybody is handicapped by the fact that they're just two eyes in a small world, ourselves included. I mean, we can't see everything, but some people are super myopic. They just focused on, and of course, if you get your information from the History Channel,
then you're doomed. Yeah.
It's like going to a grammar school, and what wisdom is going to come out of the kids in the grammar school. They just learn their ABCs. Yeah. You might find something interesting now and then, but it's not generally a place you go to get well informed. Just like, and you can even make the same argument about college.
Yes.
You're going to get indoctrinated.
Yes.
And of course, indoctrination, it has its own importance. If you're going to get indoctrinated in football, you're going to have to learn how to block and tackle and do all these things. And it's if you can't do that stuff, you might not as well even be out there.
Yes.
That's an indoctrination. Just like if you go in the army, you get indoctrinated to kill.
Yes.
And if you're not a good killer, what good are you to an army? Because that's what the army does.
Thank you.
Of course, it's going to kill with discretion if it's got any degree of sanity.
Right.
But unfortunately, that's what one's dealing with. So people they get indoctrinated into the History Channel. It doesn't come out with a good result.
Comes out for a good result for all kinds of cultists who are lining their pockets with continued income, book sales and the like. It's they're a incestuous circle, a circle jerk of jerks that are promoting each other. This is what's going on there. Oh, by the way, did Bill Burns kind of disappear, or you think he's just old and sick, or is he still popping up there every once in a while?
I've never seen him. Last I saw him, it was a bot of him communicating with me on Facebook. It was a bot. It wasn't him. It was stupid, and he'd writing stupid questions, and I'd write back and say, "You're a bot," Let me see here.
Oh my God.
He is it says here, he's age 78, American author, the incoming auditor for Solebury Township, Pennsylvania, the chairman of the board at Sunrise Community Counseling Center, and ufologist. So it sounds like it says he's a incoming auditor.
What the fuck is
Solebury
that?
Township.
That sounds like a Scientology term.
I know, but he's an attorney. It says here, he earned a PhD in medieval literature from NYU with a dissertation on Piers Plowman, earned a Doctor of Law degree from Concord Law, a private online law school. So he got his law degree from an online law school.
Oh, wonderful. What a loser.
He believes that Earth has been visited by many different types of extraterrestrials, and that pictures taken by NASA have been airbrushed to remove any evidence of alien activity. That's really good. Airbrush.
Yeah. What was that? The last thing you said after airbrush?
Photos.
Yeah.
Airbrushing photos, they take away
Yeah.
all the UFOs.
But you know what that shows? That shows his age, because airbrushed is something we would do back when I was working with the Department of Defense. These days, of course, they would just digitally alter, blur out various objects if they wanted. When he says airbrushed, oh my God, he's like, that's like
That
he's
would go back to the Apollo 17. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, that's consistent.
yeah,
They didn't have Photoshop back then.
that's right, that's right.
It says Burns's credibility was questioned when a UFO sighting over Morris County, New Jersey on January 5th, 2009 was later revealed to be the result of a hoax. The sighting was featured on an episode of UFO Hunters. Burns dismissed reports that witnesses saw flares attached to balloons, claiming instead that the movement of lights ruled out the possibility of flares. A theory UFO Hunters has already tested and proven implausible. But on April Fool's Day, two college students, Joe Rudy and Chris Russo, admitted that they had deliberately launched balloons tied to flares near the local airport on January 5th as a social experiment on how to create your own media events surrounding UFO sightings to show everyone how unreliable witness accounts are, along with investigators of UFOs. This brings to mind a couple of things. Creating UFOs. There was a woman, a friend of mine, she was doing a crop circle event for people.
Mm-hmm.
And his friend, I think he was with his friend, he caught her out in the field, and in the early morning, she was making the crop circle. She was making the crop circle so people would, come and have a crop circle to see. And this is so typical. Now, the other thing, and I don't know if you have any comment on this, I never really got interested in the crop circles.
Uh-huh.
I never, was in denial about them or had issues about them. But my girlfriend, Marianne, she knew a lot. She followed them all, and she was very close with Colin Andrews and all that. And it's like there were these people out there making crop circles, elaborate crop circles. And it seemed to me, whatever crop circles were happening that were actual phenomenal with quite incredible patterns and seemed to mimic DNA and stuff.
Yes.
I don't know what that was all about, but there were also people simultaneously creating the crop circles.
Yes.
And it was like, what was going on? In other words, it's like, and they were quite involved. It was almost as if there was it was almost as if they were getting communications from the entities that were allegedly creating the crop circles. What do you know about any of that stuff?
It's all I can say is that it's mind-boggling in the sense that you do wonder. There obviously there's crop circles that people have made, like Doug and Dave, that I didn't think were impressive at all, and you can see it's a couple of drunken idiots have gone around and they've smashed down crops for no good reason, and you wonder, like, why do these people have so much time on their hands, and don't they have something better to do with their lives? And then, as you said, there are other people whom it seemed to be somewhat of a fine art, and it's almost like they're possessed or controlled to manipulate it to do this. We can only speculate. So for it's like there's real crop circles, and then there's the fake, and there's something in between that is mystifying.
Yeah, there's no question about it, but I just could never, get any traction on them, and people would get all inspired and argue, and I mean, it was just the statement seemed that there was another presence in the universe. I didn't have an issue with that. I didn't need to prove it. And, the crop circles didn't talk to me.
Right.
So, what am I supposed to, do? Hop up and down? they didn't need me writing books about them. And then I think, and I'll pretty much end with this, is when my girlfriend wanted to introduce me to Colin Andrews,
Mm-hmm.
and he was speaking at a local event,
Mm-hmm.
and I was offered a book table there.
Mm-hmm.
I was not offered to speak at the event, but I was offered a book table.
That's so big of them. I mean, you just want to.
Well,
Oh my God.
whatever. It was just local, so it was.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I think, and so anyway, I listened to his talk. I couldn't listen to the whole thing because I was monitoring my table, and he's talking about there was this big media event.
Mm-hmm.
This is in England. He's got this big media event, and then all these like black choppers started coming, and they actually set him up to look like a fraud.
Wow.
They set him up. It was this big media event, and he's sitting there, and he's practically in tears talking to the audience, saying, why would they do this? You know, why would they want to hurt us?
I'm sorry.
I-
That's so. I always laugh when I hear that statement.
Well, no, I'm saying that in reference to that
Understood.
person in the chat room who wrote about the Cho-Cho. And he said, why would they want to hurt us? You know, it's like this guy was completely, his emotional intelligence, as far as what he was working with, was like out the bottom. And he said he's got the media, and it's like, you know, it's like big expose day, and it's like they're making mincemeat out of him.
Yes.
And it's like, I mean, okay, you know, it's like, that's like real low emotional intelligence. And it's like, it's just stupid.
Yes.
It's like, of course, what would you expect from the media? And then Marianne, she says, okay, that's Peter Moon, and go over there, meet him. She points to me, and I'm sitting at my table, and he starts to walk over to me, straight at me.
Yeah.
And then he just abruptly turns 90 degrees and walks the other way.
Oh my
Didn't
God.
come. It was like he was under the influence of
Something.
yeah. I had no interest in talking to him.
Right.
I don't want to talk to him about. You know, you should, you know, let me explain to you. Like, I think he kind of figured out why, you know, that there were evil people in the world.
Yes.
But yeah, so and of course, they used to have, I think they called them the BLT, the crop circle people. Mm-hmm. And I forget, and one of the, I think it was one was named Talbot, and one of the scientists, he used to come to my house when we had the Montauk nights. Mm-hmm. He used to come, he passed away. He said he couldn't teach Colin anything about science. Wow. Very frustrated with him. Wow. But there was a scientific explanation he went in about the crops. And I think you could get crops to grow better and stuff like this with the seeds or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure it's all written up somewhere. Mm-hmm. It's I just didn't have any use for studying crop circles.
Right.
It's not that you know there's anything wrong with studying them. It's just kind of like, as you say, it's where does it go? Where does it take you? Perhaps it tells you that there's a communication from the outside world. I'm accepting of that, but what is the communication telling you?
Yeah.
And they made a movie about it, Signs. I never watched that. I think it was a Mel Gibson movie.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, just you don't even bother.
No, I never would. I wouldn't watch these movies. They tend to bore me.
As
I
well, they
did,
should. Yeah.
yeah, I did watch that science fiction series that Steven Spielberg produced, Taken.
Yeah.
It's about the abduction phenomena around Roswell. I watched that, and that it was entertaining up to a point. And I used to talk to my friend in New Jersey every night after the show. We had we built up some camaraderie over that show, kind of in the humor department.
Right.
But yeah, that was very, very popular. But it was all around Roswell.
Oh my God.
It was all around Roswell, and of course Roswell. Well, they focused on it to an extent. They didn't. That was just kind of the beginning of the aliens coming and abducting people. It focused more on abduction than it did on the Roswell incident.
Right.
And it would be interesting to review that again, because it was entertaining. But in light of what I've learned from you, it would be interesting. And of course, all of that abduction stuff, it was kind of old hat by then. But, all of this stuff, it was abductees. Like the Jersey group I was familiar with, large percentage of those people were abductees in some form or another, because that's what they meant. They were trying to reconcile their experiences.
Yeah.
And, where do, it's like, are the young people of today having these experiences? I don't know. I don't talk enough to them to know. I don't remember my daughter going to school and hearing about any of the kids having such experiences. I don't recall any of her friends.
That's right.
I could ask her. I don't know how much she circulates, with work. I wouldn't imagine. And if she did, and it was curious about it, she'd probably ask me.
Right. That's right.
I remember one time she told me she in high school she had they were watching a video of David Icke, and she kind of recognized the name from, I think, one of the books I had, because I used to sell his books. And I don't even know how she knows. She says, isn't that stuff that you know about? And I said, I don't know. And it turned out they were watching a video of his. It was all by mistake.
Wow.
It was kind of a mistake. They put, I don't know, or maybe the teacher was covering, but I don't think so. It was a mistake. It was, they were watching some video on shape-shifting reptilians. I don't know.
Talk about indoctrination in school.
Well, that's how much it permeates. I mean, we've had orders from, high school to order the books, and they teach it in the class or study it in the class, like literature.
Oh my God.
The Montauk Project. You know what I mean? Like, well, this is what's coming up.
Okay.
It's neat. I mean, it's like, wow, might find your book getting into class someday.
I would hope so.
Especially with all the alternative history.
Yeah.
Columbus is now not in favor.
Right.
So you get the alternative history.
Well, the decolonization of history is the politically correct term for it.
Decolonization of history, yeah.
Yes, to disambiguate it from science fiction, where they present a prospectus. What if Columbus, the Santa Maria and the other ships sank on the way to America?
They did sink. I think there was only, I think it was only the Nina that was left. The Santa Maria sank.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think there was only one or two ships. I think it was only one ship left.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like the Santa Maria didn't make it that far.
Oh my God.
They ended up, I think, on the Nina.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so I mean, you basically learn there were three ships in school,
Yeah.
and that they landed on San Salvador, and they interacted with the Indians. And you don't hear, they communicated with sign language. You might hear this. They wanted gold. They manhandled the Indians. You don't hear that. And that, you might or might not hear that Columbus was brought back to Spain in chains because he was such a vicious
Genocidal maniac. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he might not have been as bad as who they replaced him with either. I don't know. And I also wonder why that would upset, the king and queen. Maybe
because of they found out, of course, that it was under a false pretense that Columbus made his journey. Columbus was, of course, discovered to be a crypto Jew, and that his intention of exterminating all of the Indians was to replace them all with Jews. That was what pissed them off. That's why he was brought back in chains, because he wasn't.
Was that true? Was that true, or is that just a theory that they had?
No, it's true. That's true.
I've heard that he was Jewish.
Yeah, no, he's definitely Jewish. Yeah, definitely was Jewish, and his sons were Jewish, and no, all of this is beyond doubt. I mean, this is the Jewish community itself acknowledges this, and so he was a crypto Jew, what they called a Marrano, or a pig, and he basically went over to annihilate all the Indians so that the Jews would have a new Jerusalem. This was his idea of Zion, that they would ultimately take over the Americas. And so he proceeded to, this is what upset the church and what upset the king and queen, was they all discovered this was a crazy Zionist genocidal scheme.
Well, I mean, that sounds like a conspiracy set up against him. But if he had that actual agenda, it's kind of stupid. I mean, it's kind of like, how many? It's a lot of Indians to kill.
Well, you see, they had the disease that was wiping the Indians out, and they were killing so many in a day. It's actually, they succeeded in Columbus's lifetime. They wiped out the population in the region. It was. They succeeded then and there. They killed.
But you're talking about so much of the Indians that existed around the Delta or the Mississippi River.
No, more like in the Caribbean islands. It was the Caribbean islands where they were wiping out the island populations. The reason that it wasn't all that difficult was because, first off, you've got a contained and isolated space. It's an island. There's no place for the natives to escape. They're living on an island that before had no threats, no concept of weapons. They lived completely naked. They literally got their food that dropped from the trees. They had no comprehension of weapons other than the spears that they would hook fish with. So when they came in and started wiping them out, the natives had no concept of self-defense, and they had these man-eating dogs that they had trained. They had these Canary Island pit bulls that they had raised on human flesh. So they tore the Indian population literally apart. And when they literally just would, the atrocities are described by the Franciscan monks who were there. They're beyond belief. But they confirmed that within just a span of years, they killed them all. So they wiped out entire island populations. They later on replaced them with slaves they brought from Africa, which is how the Caribbean islands became so black. But within a matter of years, in his lifetime, he managed to annihilate entire island populations. So when it was discovered, yeah.
What about the Cahokia Mountains in St. Louis area? That civilization was wiped out too.
Different, yeah, totally different. Had nothing to do with Christopher Columbus directly.
Oh, did it have to do with De Soto?
It certainly had to do with something, because this is what I do know. I do know that when the original explorers were going deep into the American heartland, the heartland of North America, there were entire Native American cities, literally like fortresses, and there was not all that forestation that
we perceive it as being. So it was like it was developed by the indigenous populations, but then the disease that had progressed originally from that epicenter of the Caribbean islands, then from the East Coast, the smallpox and other diseases just wiped these populations out. And then what happened was it reforested in a comparatively short period of time. And this was something that ultimately changed the climate because these forests that had not existed before, that had been kept at bay by the Indians and their development, the reforestation created this huge carbon sink that resulted in the Little Ice Age. So this is what anthropologists have completely proven. They've proven this beyond all shadow of a doubt that this is what happened.
When was this Little Ice Age?
The Little Ice Age was, well, it was definitely after Columbus. So we're talking about more like around the time of the Pilgrims. After the time of the Pilgrims, it was after the Pilgrims, after Columbus, after the Pilgrims. So we're talking about 1700s. I mean, I can look it up. I'll look it up because
and was it over the whole United States or just part?
The world. It was over the northern hemisphere of the world, at least. Little Ice Age. Let me look that up. Little Ice Age, when they were ice skating on the Thames River in London. So here we are. Let me see. 1303 to 1850. That's a long time. 1303 to 1850. Yeah.
That's just a cold period.
Yeah. And it said, yeah. A period of regional cooling, particularly pronounced in the North Atlantic region, not a true ice age of global extent. So the term was introduced into scientific literature by Francois Matisse in 1939, but it's known as a climate interval. So the and this is part of the Anthropocene, where mankind really began impacting the planet. Because what they said happened was that because all the Indians were dying and then their developments receded and the forest reforested, that happened in Africa too, because they denuded all of West Africa by bringing all the slaves across the Atlantic, literally by the millions, because they were working them literally to death and they always needed new supply. So that caused a tremendous reforesting in West Africa. So the reforestation of North America and West Africa created these huge carbon sinks that led to the change in the climate. This is where we get the very definition Anthropocene. This is when climate began to change because of man's actions. So that's what was proven by the genocide of the Indians and the genocide of the black Africans via the slave trade. So to replace the Indian populations. So this is again how so many parts of the Americas became black. By the way, this is not taking into account what Peter Moon can explain about the original Moorish settlements, which was well before this time. So Peter can add that detail.
Well, now, but I'm also wondering if the Columbus agenda, we can argue that he was really going there to set up the triangular trade route in the first place. We could argue that.
That would be giving him too much credit for foresight.
Not him. Yeah. Not him. But I don't believe the Spanish were involved in the slave trade, were they?
Oh, unfortunately, yes. That was,
the Portuguese were.
Yeah.
And the English were.
Well, they all were. They all were. It was just what happened was when the Spanish came in and started wiping out the Native American populations, the Aztecs and the Inca, then they started replacing them with black slaves from Africa. They enslaved the natives first. I mean, one of the things that stands out to me is, of course, in the Arizona region, New Mexico region, there was a great rebellion of the Native American slaves. And the Indians would take the Spaniards and pour molten gold down their throats, saying, eat gold, you insatiable Christians," because they figured the Spaniards ate gold, because that's all the Spaniards ever wanted was more gold, and we're forcing them to dig up more gold for them. They figured the Spaniards ate the shit. And, So it was, when the Indians were all wiped out, then it was a Pueblo Rebellion, I think it was called. Then they brought in blacks to replace them in terms of labor. It's, yeah, just, it's of course had its impact. It shrank Europeans. The Little Ice Age caused malnourishment. Europeans began to shrink, and they never regained their height again. They used to be much taller, but you might remember in World War II, Americans were much taller than Europeans, and Europeans never really, in general, gained their height back. So the Little Ice Age malnourished them, and it generated wars, of course. So, I mean, we're talking about this is what climate change causes, strife.
I'm feel very fortunate to think that when I grew up,
Yeah.
you hear about all this horrible things that occurred.
Yeah.
And whatever misfortunes I've suffered in life
Yeah.
are nothing compared to all of this. I mean, all these horrible things.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
there's no shortage of, slavery,
Yeah.
torture, strife,
Yeah.
horrible, horrible things. And, it's like you study school, they used to do this, they used to do that, they used to do this. And not that there still aren't bad things happening, there are. It's how lucky we are to be insulated, some of us insulated. They had this, I don't remember his name, I think it was the other day, he was killed in San Francisco. He created the Cash App. He was part of the team at Square with Jack Dorsey,
Wow.
founder of Twitter.
Oh,
And he
wow.
was stabbed, allegedly by a homeless person
Jesus.
in San Francisco.
Well, no, I'm shocked, but not shocked. I mean, it's if it's to happen anywhere, it would happen here.
Yeah, I think it was at 2 a.m. because, somebody in the comments said, yeah, nothing good happens at 2 a.m. So I don't know what he was out on the street, if he was shopping for a partner. I don't know what he was doing. I really don't know.
Well, whatever he was doing, he shouldn't have been doing it. We can conclude that. Just to put this into some perspective for people, when I take out the garbage, oftentimes I take it out at night, and I'm forced to do that because of my schedule. And as I've told Peter Moon privately, that there's plenty of times I try to just do things before it gets too late, because otherwise people start coming around in the very, very darkness of night that you just don't want to encounter. There's no point in going through that. And so and there's always this cycle with me because I procrastinate, and I just don't get a chance to take the garbage out one week, then the next. And then what happens is, sure enough, I get this backup of garbage, and I have to basically load a lot of different trash cans in the neighborhood with my garbage, because I've got these toters that cost less, so they're very small. And so, the remnant is where I put the recyclables. So the cans, so that people can come along and collect the cans. I make certain that all the recyclable cans are in my recycler, and just what some of the garbage is in my garbage can that can fit. By the time I got doing that, one of these nights where I'm just getting things done as quickly as possible, because the bars used to close at 2 a.m. They still kind of do that maybe Friday or Saturday night, but most other nights they're not doing that anymore. They close much earlier. So the people you're going to meet are not coming out of a bar. They're not jovial drunks. It's going to be truly just dangerous, mentally disturbed people. And,
Let me read the article before I go to bed.
Sure.
It's it's down around where you found Rat Girl.
Yes.
It's down around where you found Rat Girl, near Rincon Hill. It says tech executive Bob Lee, who founded the mobile payment service Cash App, was killed in a stabbing in San Francisco, according to authorities and media reports. Police responded at about 2:35 a.m. Pacific time Tuesday to a report of a stabbing on Main Street in the Rincon Hill neighborhood near the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, the San Francisco Police Department said in a news release. Officers found a 43-year-old man suffering from stab wounds and administered aid. After paramedics were called to the scene, the man was taken to a hospital where he died. The attack is under investigation and no arrests have been made. Lee created Cash App and was currently chief product officer of Mobile Coin. Police did not identify the victim, but Mobile Coin confirmed Lee's death in response to an email from the Associated Press. Our dear friend and colleague Bob Lee passed away at the age of 43, survived by a loving family and a collection of close friends and collaborators. That is not an area, well, okay, here, where that anybody is going to be at 2:35 in the morning. Now, this
For
is what
any good reason. Yeah.
this is what it says. Lee was fatally stabbed in the densely populated Rincon Hill neighborhood of San Francisco near Google's office and Oracle Park, home of the San Francisco Giants. The neighborhood is a mix of offices and modern condo buildings. It says it's densely populated. You won't see people around there.
No.
Not that much. You might see, you see some, but it's not, you don't see people on the streets, especially at night. His death further inflamed debate over public safety in San Francisco and its moribund downtown, which has not yet bounced back from the pandemic. Twitter's owner, Elon Musk, took to the social media site to post that violent crime in San Francisco is horrific, and even if attackers are caught, they are often released immediately. And he tagged the city's district attorney. San Francisco suffers from property crime more than violent crime, which includes murder, rape, robbery, and assault. In a statement, San Francisco Mayor London Breed, what a name, London Breed,
Yeah.
called the homicide a horrible tragedy and said that the city is prioritizing public safety. I'm confident that when the police make an arrest in cases like this, our DA will do what's necessary to hold any individuals accountable for their action. No one who commits a violent crime or who's a repeat offender are receiving overly lenient plea deals. Lee's friend, mixed martial artist Jake Shields, wrote on Twitter that Lee was in the good part of the city when he was stabbed on a block near luxury condominium complexes and many office buildings, including Salesforce Tower. Though public concerns over crime have gripped San Francisco in recent years, adding fuel to last year's district attorney recall campaign and pushing top officials to adopt more law and order stances. Violent crime fell 13.6 from 2019 to 2022. This is it's a pretty long article, but yeah, 2:35 a.m. You have to wonder if there was something else going on.
I like the way the one mixed martial artist says he's in a good part of There's no good part of the city after certain hours. That's I don't know where this guy is coming from. One thing that I didn't finish up with was that just that one night where I'm getting all the garbage out as fast as I can just to avoid contact with just unsavory characters. Soon as I shut that door, I heard somebody come around. Sure enough, in what was, just deserted streets, completely deserted streets in the black of night. We're talking 3 a.m., 3:45 a.m. in the morning. Certainly, bigger and shit. You could bet your life it was going to happen. Somebody came along screaming, yelling, shouting at the top of their lungs. And this is like, this isn't somebody coming out of a bar. This is like some deranged individual who's likely very violent. So it's you have to be very cautious. There's no point in looking for trouble when you don't need it. This is probably a case where this individual, we can only speculate, but I have to think one thing I think would be a factor is just there comes a certain madness with privilege that somebody who's that wealthy might suddenly think that nothing is going to happen to them. Maybe
they're immune. They're immune.
Yeah.
They're immune. This does indeed happen.
Yeah. And so this is why, well, my God, this is a case of, okay, if you have that level of money, you need personal security. I don't understand how people don't understand that. But beyond that, you don't need personal security if you just stay at home instead of going out in the middle of the night asking for trouble. So there you go. Thank you for sharing that, Peter. That's eye-opening. I'm appalled. Just so people understand, this guy's not Chinese. He's got the name Lee, but he's not Chinese. This isn't.
No, he's not, and he's not far from Chinatown either.
Yeah. But then again, San Francisco is so closely congested, so compact that a lot of places are in walking distance. So, but you know, it's like, especially after COVID, it's not like, at least in the old days before COVID, you would be guaranteed that there's enough tourists wandering about where there would be maybe some presence in some neighborhoods after hours. But these days, after COVID, that may never return. The financial district's been rendered like a dead zone. So it's San Francisco, of course, is going through vast changes. And in case you didn't know, Peter, London Breed is San Francisco's first Black African American mayoress. She may have been voted into power afterwards, but she certainly was never elected. She came in because the original Chinese mayor that we had basically was killed in an occult ritual. He died at a very specific time, the stroke of midnight. He just, dropped dead for no good reason. Of course, there were men online who said they were hurling curses against him. Then he dropped dead, and then she became mayoress. She may have been elected after that, but I tell you the truth, I honestly don't remember. So she's a Black African American woman with a very strange name. And so there you go.
Well, thank you for that. And I will say good night to everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas if you can, douglasdietrich.com. Go to the upper right-hand corner. Donate, yellow button in the upper right-hand corner. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And I'll be back with you on Easter Sunday.
Yes.
It'll be Easter Sunday.
Yes. Delightful. And be happy to be spending Easter Sunday night with you, dear Peter. You have a blessed night, and our best wishes to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye for now. All right, that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com, wonderful human being. And with that, of course, need people to tell me how the quality of my sound is. And everyone do, shall we say, pitch in that regard, that effort. Now I'm going to have to decide, whether I'll do monologue at all. I know I have to. I'm obligated to do a little something, a little bit of monologue tonight. Let's see if I can give myself a little break before doing that. I'm going to try and find some people to join us so we can get into the monologue mood. I'll try not to get too distracted with too much fun, because a lot of times I can have just too much fun talking to our friends. Let's see, make a little call here. And then take it from there. Now, just so people understand, I don't talk when I'm ringing people. There's almost no point. I don't think anyone can really hear me. It's full moon tonight, by the way. It's full moon tonight, so people are going to be behaving strangely. Okay, let's try others. Okay, see what we got here. One thing I have to say about the microphone, at least it doesn't blow my ears out with the ringing. The ringing used to blow my ears out. Of course, I can barely hear anybody. Oh my gosh. You know why nobody's home? It's a full moon, that's why. They're all fucking in the car. Oh, thank God. I thought you had sprouted hair and were howling at the moon. It's a full moon. Happy full moon, Ian. Can we hear you or what? I say I don't know. Talking to the microphone, maybe.
Pressure they will be facing, and they have made the decision to go forward.
Absolutely.
So did he just Did he just answer and then walk away? I mean,
the fact that this indictment.
I hear a lot of background noise, but
Gasoline.
Ian, if you don't join us, I'll hang up and call someone else. Ian, Jesus Christ.
Security issues like riots.
Oh, I hear him saying "fuck" in the background.
Hey, you gotta go to the store.
Hey, who you with, Ian? He's with some chick.
In New York, it is a local case.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll use this as an anchor and see who else we can bring on, because life is so much fun. What's this here? See if we call him. There we are, Ian.
Oh,
Yeah. Wow. He may not be aware that we're on.
That said, I've been told by sources they found no specific evidence of any kind of
Oh
specific.
gosh, it's hypnotic in its own right. Oh, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. Okay, thanks, Ian. That's okay. So let's try Sammy Romero. Oh, okay. Nothing like hearing dial tone to get people excited. Pumped up for the night. Man, this fucking sucks. Oh, happy day. Okay. Let's try George Knight and Brianna Rand. Oh, how about Tulu? Putin opened a global partnership. Like what the fuck is that mean? There we are. Okay, exciting stuff to relate. Aside from all of that, I'm going to try again with the Amor Fati says in Aztec mythology, the rabbit is associated with the moon, as well as in Asian culture, yes. Could there have been a Pacific cultural diffusion? But of course, that almost goes sans saying. And so that being said, I really want to take a short break to grab a liquid Coke. So gonna try and call. How about Ariana? Let's call Ariana. So bring her on live stream. Serve as an anchor for other calls, perhaps. Okay. Toulouse. Okay, bring her on. Then we can see if we can use her as an anchor for other calls. Here we are.
Hello.
Hi, honey. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Hi there, Mr. Dietrich.
So good to speak to you, darling. Let's see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Same to you. Same to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm going to see if I can bring anyone else onto our call. Going to use you as an anchor call.
Sure.
I doubt if we
Okay.
can find anyone else at this hour because everyone seems to be simply, well, it's a full moon, so they've all grown hair and they're all out howling and clawing at each other. And but aside from that, at least you provide an anchor, an island of sanity amidst all of this.
we're going to try and see if we can communicate, of course, with. Oh, look at this! I get a McAfee renewal notice. Honestly, that's just laughable. It's like a virus asking you to allow it back in your body. The McAfee is just another virus, and a virus that they make you pay for. It's disgusting. It's like paying somebody for a sexually transmitted disease or something.
It's like they give the disease. They say they're going to take away the virus, but then what? They give it or something?
Yes, they're disgusting. they need to be abolished. So let me see. I think I've called the majority of people that might respond. Well, Brandon Young, Brendan Zogit's on vacation. Brett Loiter, of course, has this very strange schedule. So let me press the add button here. Poor bastard. He has to work for a living. All right. And so, honey, catch me up on what's been going on with yourself while we wait.
Well, I moved to a better place. I'm in a better place now.
Oh, shit. She's killed herself, and we're getting her by Ouija board. Holy shit. What's it like in heaven? Tell us. It's I was worried about this. I should have called to prevent it. Oh my God. But she took that drastic measure. But they let you in anyway. So what's it like up in heaven, honey? Clouds, a lot of white, or is it different?
Hello. Who are you asking?
I'm asking you, honey. You're our favorite Ariana.
Brianna. Looks like Brianna is here.
Oh, is she really?
Yes.
Brianna? Yes.
Uh-huh.
Hi,
Yeah.
Brianna. Mwah. And kiss to both of you. What the fuck was that? Then she left.
Maybe she pressed the wrong button or something.
We'll call her again then, I guess. Or she, who knows? It's like Ian West was here and he left. It's like they're all. I tell you, it's a full moon, honey. You can't predict anyone's behavior.
Yeah.
We'll try again, and then what? Are you psychologically prepared to take the stage for a few minutes while I grab myself a liquid Coke out of the fridge?
Sure.
Okay, well, we'll wait for a few seconds on that. Let's see if we can find someone to join you first.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, well, we're going to go down the... Oh, there she is. She joined us again.
There she is.
Yes.
Yay.
So, Viviana,
Hi.
honey, how's the night going?
I was sleeping and you called me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to wake you up, honey. Tell us your dreams.
I forgot already.
What did she say?
I forgot.
Oh, you forgot already. Okay.
Oh.
Yes. So is your head still in the pillow? Is that why the muffle sound? You're kind of doing what our dear Ariana was doing the other night, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Oh, that's such a seductive image. Mwah. Yes. And
Hi.
So guess what? Ariana killed herself and she's in heaven. We're getting her by Ouija board. She said, "I moved,
really?
Douglas. I did it."
I moved.
Hi, Ariana.
She said, "I'm in a better place." That's what she said.
You,
I'm in a
Brianna.
better place.
Yes. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
That's honey. You met her. You know her.
No, now I know her, and I like your picture. Beautiful picture you have there.
Yeah. No. But you spoke to her the other night, right? Didn't you ladies talk?
No, we were talking with Brooke.
Did we talk, Brianna?
No, I'm Vivian, but I'm not Brianna.
No, you're not Brianna?
No. Viviana's Brianna.
Oh.
But I'm not Brianna.
Yeah, I mean, she's not Brianna, but she's got Brianna Rand's name. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Wait, we were talking with Brooke.
Yes, hello. Hello, Viviana. Nice to meet you.
That's right. So Viviana was talking with Brooke. That's right. And, oh, yes, and Ariana was talking with Michelle Carmela Saldana.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes,
Oh.
yes.
So
Say that 3 times.
yes, so many women in my life. So
I know.
Yes, it's so hard for you to keep up, huh,
that
Douglas?
that's right. So let me introduce you two lovely ladies. So this is Nancy Toulouse, whose shall we say your metaphysical name is Ariana, and
Yes.
Ariana, this is our lovely Viviana
Viviana.
Sanchez, former executrix produceress, and she has the stage name Brianna Rand, which are an account name.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, and
Beautiful.
yeah. And so our dear Viviana is of European Spanish descent and lives in the American
Nice.
Southwest. Yes.
Oh, that's nice. I've spent some time in Spain. I loved Spain when I was there.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you in Spain now? Or no, you're of descent. You're
Yeah,
of Spanish
descent.
descent. I
That's right.
see.
And then what happened was our dear Viviana suffered under the Trump administration this real wake-up call, because then she got a bunch of assholes suddenly saying, "Go back to Mexico."
Oh, and she's not even Mexican.
That's right.
But
That's
that's
right.
what
Yeah.
makes America great, is all the diversity and all the different people coming with that dream of making it, making their lives, better and things like that. So it's because of all of the people, including the Hispanics, that America is a great country. Yes,
Yes.
that people around the
Absolutely.
world want to come and see.
Yes, and
Indeed.
by the way, the so that reminds me of who does it remind me of? There's nothing to say. Amy Como.
Well,
Amy Como lives in Vermont on the shore of a lake, and spent years trying to get rid of this lakeshore property. Finally sold it. I don't know if she's moved yet, but she was very excited about selling the property and relocating. So you suddenly relocated, but it sounded like you were in a fairly good neighborhood. How is this neighborhood better, Ariana?
Oh, yes. So yeah, the neighborhood that I was in was very pleasant. This neighborhood is more residential. The nice thing about it is the space, the improvements that I have here. Like, in other words, I've got an overhead fan because it gets hot. I have an oven in case I want to bake a cake. I didn't have an oven in the last place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let me see what else. There's a number of things that are better here. Oh, I've got a washing machine here. I did not have that there
Oh,
at the other
wow.
place. Just all sorts of little details like that. It's actually structurally the house is more beautiful. And so just lots of different things like that. Yes. Oh, there's a new person who's. Oh, wait.
Yes,
I
Brooke
don't know if you want.
Gibson. And so our dear Ariana lives in a better place now that's got some
Yes.
amendments.
Good.
If you have a washing machine, I hope you have a dryer as well.
No, we hand dry. I just on a rope I hang out the clothes to dry.
Oh, I see. Okay. So the washing machine is for clothes, not dishes. It's not a dishwasher.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess I made a mistake. Yeah, clothes. I'm talking about clothes. Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm talking
But no
about.
dryer, because you dry them by hanging them outside. And of course, let me
Yes.
introduce you formally. So Ariana of the Metaphysics
Yeah.
channel, I want our lovely Viviana Sanchez to know that Ariana has her own YouTube channel called Metaphysics, and and you've got a lot of experience with YouTube channels, and of course,
Oh,
yeah, our dear Viviana has
nice.
actually been kind of
Oh,
had some of her
oh.
channels shut down.
Uh-oh.
yeah,
but
it's a war over
There
here.
probably was an interesting channel then.
Yes, and Brooke Gibson.
I'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, yes. If you share that
Well,
story with
just
us.
About your channels.
Yeah,
My
and-
old stuff, if you ever need to find my old stuff, I'm on Odyssey.
Odyssey.
But-
Oh, yes.
Oh,
I've
wonderful.
unfortunately-
Wonderful.
but
That's where I'm
unfortunately,
also
like-
at, thanks to John Warrington. And so let me
Oh,
introduce
nice.
let me introduce Ariana to Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson, this is
Oh,
Ariana, and
Brooks, man.
so Brooke, how are you tonight? How's the full moon treating you, honey?
Wonderful, baby. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're
And wonderful to meet you,
welcome.
Ariana, as well.
Oh my God,
Oh, thank
she
you.
sounds so pleasant. I'm sure I'm afraid. I'm trembling with fear. There must be something behind it. So
Something
Brooke,
good has happened.
this is a setup, right? You're setting me up.
Well, I only have to have one person on the call that I dislike more than you to fucking treat you nicely.
Wait, but it's me?
No,
No.
Viviana,
no.
I'd love to know more about your
Not me.
channels. You have more than one?
Oh,
Oh,
well, you know what? I had my YouTube for all my children's things. And that's what
Oh,
sucks is
children's?
when they took my channel down, I had all my, all your memories and stuff on private. And so I lost all those videos. Those didn't transfer to Odyssey, but
oh my God,
like
that's
anything
what.
that was
Yeah, oh
public.
God, you should sue YouTube. Can't you sue YouTube for something like that?
Well,
Uh,
I was wrongfully I was targeted by some people who didn't like me talking about them
Right.
and clipping their stuff. And so what they did is they did like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of strike
Yeah.
on me on videos that were there was maybe one that could have been possibly copyright, but the other two were transformed. Either way,
Oh my
they
God.
kind of hit me day every 2 days until like I got 3 strikes and then it was gone. I was like, dang.
Oh my God.
oh.
Oh my
Oh wow.
God.
So
It's just
it was a children's channel?
no, it just had all my stuff for my
In other
children,
words,
and then
it was an open channel for her regular stuff, but she also had her children's stuff on private.
yeah,
Oh my God.
Okay.
So it's like you can't count on that for storage, honey. You got to put that in a hard drive.
no,
Oh my God.
that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
Oh
Brooke,
well, I mean,
honey, yes, Brooke, you have great dreams of starting a channel, right? Where you could I shudder to think. And
what
I'm
is she
getting that
gonna
McAfee
do?
renewal notice again. This is probably going to be hitting me again like a virus every few minutes or something until I go mad. So Brooke, honey, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking, Douglas. How are you doing?
Oh, good. All I can think of is the well-being of your ducks and your chickens.
Well, my ducks and chickens got to go outside in their new enclosure for the first
Wonderful.
time today.
Wonderful.
They're very happy.
How was it?
They were happy. I was happy to see them outside. I did bring them in because I haven't gotten lights up out there yet. So they're back in for the evening in their enclosure and on the porch. But hopefully I'll get the lighting up maybe tomorrow. But yeah, it was great watching them just run around. They were a little nervous, but the ducks came in making a new noise that I had never heard them make. Like I told you the other day, I was hearing a weird noise, and I was
Yes.
like, "Meh."
Yeah, she
Now they
thought it was
just
a
came
home
in.
break-in.
I was like, "Meh." I thought both of them were serious. And they came in from outside, and they were not like just meh every now and then. They were like, meh, meh, like these new animals that were suddenly discovered outside. I'm like, why do I in this cage? Get me back out of here. But yeah. So that was nice. But that was my day.
Delightful.
So I'm so glad you finally get to eat, Brooke. I hope you enjoyed your meal thoroughly after you had your doctor visit.
Oh my God, I've enjoyed like 5 meals, like literally not 5 full meals. Like I just couldn't decide what I wanted. So it was like this and this. And I was like, I'm spent way too much money. Like part of it was stuff I had at home, and then part of it was restaurant, of course, Taco Costa
Nice.
today. So, but I didn't even eat all that. And then I was like, oh, I think I want an omelet. Oh my God. An omelet sounds good. And then I fed half the omelet to the dogs and was like, no, that old piece of pizza sounds good. I think I'll eat that, So yeah, between the last 2 days, yeah, I couldn't eat the next day much, but yeah, I'm glad to eat again. So thank you.
Yeah, I hope everything went well for you as well.
Yeah, I woke up screaming, crying, apparently.
During the colonoscopy endoscopy combo, I mean, if I were getting it at both ends, double penetration, I would wake up screaming and crying too.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just crying. I couldn't stop. I was uncontrollably crying, and they were like, "Are you in pain?" And I'm like, "No." and it was after it was finished, really. But they'd let the anesthesia wear off. But I've never woke up crying to anesthesia.
Tell them it's the dehumanization and degradation of being a victim of medical pornography. Yes.
I'm assuming that's what it was. I have no idea. Like, I just don't know.
It's probably like trauma leaving your body.
Yeah. I figured it was something like that. Yeah, something with the medication caused some kind of emotional release.
Yeah.
But that's what it felt like, just a release that I didn't know what it was for. I just couldn't stop crying for like.
Speaking of emotional trauma
the real
being
Ian
released,
West.
Ian West has joined us. And Ian, how's the full moon
Well,
treating
fuck!
you?
I will release some fucking trauma now.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Who's the young lady you were
Okay,
with?
I don't have all my shit set up right now because I'm in the middle of a project.
Surprise! Fucking surprise!
I know. Yeah, like I can only hear you guys are only coming out of one speaker right now. So
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, I want to know who the young lady was who was with you.
wait, hold on. Yeah,
I heard a voice. I heard a young lady's voice. With you.
What?
Or the one that you called and you left him on speaker and you didn't know, Sarah, for like an hour and a half. You listened to him talk bullshit, and he said, "Come on, let's lay down in the bed," because he has
that was my neighbor's wife. That was my neighbor's wife.
Yeah, and you have no game at all because you were telling that you just come lay in the bed with me. You don't even have a game. You can against the wall.
Oh, y'all heard all that?
Oh my God.
Yeah, like it's some lame game, man.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Okay, well, thank you, Up to Date Brooke, with whatever the fuck they're called these days. Whatever. Do I sound okay? Can you guys hear me?
You actually sound very good.
Yes.
You sound okay to everybody else, but I got this stupid mic that they're all broken in one way or another, and the other mic was broken so that everybody could not hear me, but I heard everybody ear-rupturingly loud. This one, I can't hear anybody at all, but everybody hears me, and I'm bursting their eardrums. So, I use the other one to listen to my music videos, and I use this one to host the show. But that being said, I'm sure you're coming through fine. And
okay, cool.
You're coming through fine. He's just going through. You're going through death. You're getting death. You're fucking too many drugs. You're getting older and too many drugs. Like, just deal with it. I mean, I'm getting blind apparently, so like I had to buy reading glasses the other day because I got tired of fucking looking at the Tylenol bottle. Like, the fuck does it say?
My eyesight is ruined by looking at too much porn. I mean, literally, because I squint too close. And
I know.
You pay a price for it. Everything, your mother told you'd go blind. It's all true. Ian, we're joined by Sammy Romero, and I'm going to introduce both you gentlemen to Ariana. He's already met Ariana, Sammy Romero. And of course, he's met everybody here. So, Ian, Ariana.
I've never met Sammy. Who is Sammy?
Sammy's in the house.
Yes.
Yo.
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Sammy. Yo.
Yeah. How long do we have with you, Sammy?
Hey, how you guys doing? About 10 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to have
about
Sammy,
10 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to have Sammy dominate the conversation, but I do want to formally introduce Ariana to Ian West. Ian West, this is Ariana. Ariana recently killed herself and went to heaven. She's in a better place. We're getting her through Ouija board.
Hallelujah. This is a very special transmission.
Yeah, and that shut Ian up. Ian, you do have something to say to that. Oh, there we are. Thank you.
Oh, it's good to meet everybody. Yeah, I was just going on mute. That's all. So you guys can chat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So the other day, what happened was Ian had a lovely young lady over, and it was just basically they left the sound on. They thought they'd hung up, and because I was busy online anyway, I just listened in for a while. But I hate to say it, that was no phone sex experience. There was no action, no grunting, no, just a lot of music playing in the background. Oh, yes. And Ian said, Douglas talks about you in this transmission. Oh, yeah? And then he had that playing in the background simultaneous to the music. And I guess they just kind of went to sleep. It was so after a while, I got bored and hung up. So, Sammy.
Hold on. When was all this? When Sarah was with you?
What
What day was it?
You expect me to remember? Dude, I don't remember my middle name. What the fuck? I do as many drugs as you.
I do not recall this.
What? Of course you don't recall it. You are higher than a fucking kite.
Holy shit. Yo, I apologize. Doug, I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, no offense taken. I don't believe me. If anything, I should apologize. But hey, Sammy's only here for 10 minutes. Let's let him tell us what's going on in his life. Sammy, I take it your dog's no longer in heat, or what?
No, thank God. Yeah, they stopped humping each other. Thank God. Nothing much, man. I'm just working. Obviously my phone was going off, so
okay.
Some of my guys told me, "Hey, your phone's going crazy." So, I just figured I'll pop my head in and see what's going on.
You didn't get him fixed, Sammy.
Brooke, that's my girl's job. They're really her dog. So,
George.
Sammy Romero. We haven't got to talk in a while. We're going to have to catch up on that because that was a wrong fucking statement.
Right. Yeah, we'll talk.
There's no my girl's job.
Yeah.
They're your dogs now. You live with them. Do you not pet them? Do you not feed them? Do you not love them? Do you not care about them? That'd be like saying, "Oh, she had a stepchild before I had her," better, and then you're like, but it's her. I'm sorry. I know he's starving to death, but not my job to feed him.
Right. I love you too, Brooke.
Sammy
I
would
love you
never,
too.
never do that.
I love you too, Brooke.
So,
Yeah.
Ariana.
Oh, hi, Viv.
Yes.
Hi, Viv.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, hun.
Yeah. This is George Knight. George Knight has joined us, and George Knight. This is on the upper left-hand corner on my screen. Is Toulouse is Ariana of the Metaphysics channel. I don't believe you've met, and our man George Knight has his own channel. Perhaps George, you can tell him.
Yes, I did.
Oh, we
I
did.
met
You did meet.
George.
Oh,
Hello,
yes.
George.
Hello,
So
Ariana.
many people to deal with.
I saw
would like
your
to see-
videos. They were
Thank
very interesting, and I wanted to understand more about the history of those things.
Thank you so much. And that's why I was eager to come on just to speak to you and just say that we have to have a discussion. We will talk.
Oh,
private.
good.
Thank you so
Yes.
much. Eric. Thank you for your interactions. No, really appreciate
And,
that.
and
yes.
do you know
And
what?
hello.
I suggest this would be like on the level of a Christine Joanna Hart interview. Make certain that you record that, at least audio, so
Thank you.
that would serve as an educational tool. Ariana could ask her earnest questions, and you could provide her earnest answers. Yes.
Yes.
That's
I would
right.
love that.
Excellent.
Where are you going to do it at? Like on her channel?
Yeah, you could do this on either channel. The video would upload. You would just do a Skype call and then record it, and then upload it on both your channels.
Or you could
that
do like an
sounds
actual
great.
live.
Yeah, or an actual live. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
But we only have a few minutes with Sammy Romero. How long do we have with
Yes.
you, George?
About
Sammy,
half an hour.
About half an hour. Okay.
menudo.
Yeah. So both of you go ahead and get some talking in. I'm going to grab a liquid Coke out of the fridge. Why don't the six of you hold the stage for a few minutes while I do that? I'm sure you're all more than capable. I just got an incoming message from someone, and I will respond to that when I return. Things will be fine. Sammy, do a little talking before you have to go.
Yes,
Tell us about what's going
Sammy.
on with you aside from what I just mentioned.
Yes.
Oh, nothing much. I have to meet my family for Easter. We are having an Easter celebration, and it's always interesting. I have a big family. I have about 7 sisters that I love.
You notice how he has to remind himself? He has to remind himself of that.
Are they in Los
I
Angeles?
love my mother-in-law.
Right. No, I mean, I love my sisters. Don't get me wrong. It's just, they're, that's the problem. I love them. No, they're fine. It's just, it's always, with 7 sisters, it's always interesting because there's a lot of personalities involved. So, it's one of those things where, I just, I take everything with a grain of salt, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. Is it that kind of a situation? for you, Sammy?
There's really one particular one that I have to say that about, at least for right now. She's quite a character, but it's it's how I combat it is you have to project love, even if you want love. As far as how I've kind of in my journey, if you want love in your life, you have to project it as well, even as sometimes when it doesn't benefit you. But for the most part, it's fine. It's just it's just opinions, and you have to, as being an adult, you kind of have to not care. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's going to be a blessing. It's going to be fun. I have a lot of nieces and nephews that I haven't seen in a while, and I'm going to enjoy it. I am.
Well, yeah, you'll have to let us know afterwards how it went.
Yes, we'll do. We'll do. Anybody else is doing anything for Easter?
I myself am far away from family, so I won't be celebrating Easter. That's usually my gig, anyways. It'll be Monday. I'll be like, "Oh, yesterday was Easter." That's kind of been my gig for years, for decades. But I'm happy for people who can have family and they go visit family. How nice!
Indeed. No, we don't do Easter here.
Oh yeah, where do you live, by the way, Viviana? Are you in Los Angeles?
I'm in Arizona.
Oh, okay, so you don't do Easter?
I think I'm 8 hours from LA. Only 8 hours from you, Sammy.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, interesting enough, my twin's in Arizona right now. He's working right now out in Arizona. I don't know what area though, but he's out in Arizona right now.
Well, let him know. If he's up in my area, tell him, hey, I got a friend up there. Go hang out at the. I don't know about your brother though. Like, you'd have to give me a little download on him. Can I trust him? Like, would I be able to be in a scene with him and he's not gonna act weird? Because he's your brother, he's your twin, so I'm assuming he's a lot like you.
My brother is a big fisher. He likes to fish a lot, and he's married, but he's a big time fisher. Yeah, right. He's a big fisherman. That's his thing right now. But
there is something peaceful about that. I've fished before, and you just sit there. It's kind of peaceful.
Oh, well, I didn't say hi to George. Night, sir. Night. Good to see you, sir. Are you still here?
Who?
Is George Knight still here?
Oh yeah, I think he is.
Hello, sorry, I'm back. Hello, and hello, Viviana. Nice to speak to you as well.
So is the real Ian West.
And Ian, hello, and Sammy Romero. I just want to say hello to you all.
George, how you doing?
Very well, thank you, sir. Nice to speak to you. How are you doing?
Great. I'm doing good.
Great to hear that, mate. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I always love when George is on. He usually comes on like 2 in the morning or 1 at our time.
Okay.
But I always love to hear what he has to say, what you're doing. What are you studying right now?
Oh, well, sure. Everything and anything. Everything. Yeah, I have got an abstract from a book to read. If it's okay, when Douglas returns back, we'll go into that. It's just about the aerospace war between the United States and the Third Reich in exile. So I'll just read that out, and it's something that me and Ariana will go into when we have a discussion or when we conduct an interview.
Oh, cool.
So I'm looking forward to that. It'll be very, very enlightening and insightful for you. So it will just put things into perspective. So really looking forward to that. But before Douglas returns, anyone else want to say anything before? Yeah.
How's your family, George?
Yeah, no, they're all well, thank you. Yeah, no, everyone's good, thank you. My end. So everything's going well. So that's all I can formally say, really. Yeah, it's just as long as everyone's all right and happy, that's the main thing. And just try and take each day as it comes. Yeah.
Sure. So there's Viviana. Brianna is your YouTube name?
No. I have 2 Skype accounts and I couldn't sign into my other one, and I never realized that the other Skype was tied to my daughter's name for some reason.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes. And what about
Microsoft's
the
kind of
real
hard to
Ian
sign into.
West? Where are you calling from, Ian? Ah, he might be on mute.
Oh, bless you.
Oh,
Oh, there you are. There's him. There's
no,
Ian.
I'm talking from Orlando, Florida.
Oh, Orlando. Yeah, I was in Bradenton and Sarasota recently.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Sarasota's beautiful.
Yes, I like Sarasota.
Oh, that's cool.
I've never been to Orlando.
Yeah, you don't want to come here. It's crazy.
And it really flooded. I saw the pictures.
Oh yeah, I know all about the flooding.
Yeah. Wasn't that something?
Oh my God. Hey, we lost Brooke. Oh my, we lost Brooke. Oh, just heartbroken.
Get over here, girl. Where are you?
She's it's the full moon. It's a full moon. It and she's been stressed out lately by those ducks. The ducks are they're so demanding. So Ian,
did Ian's family get harmed? Did Ian, did your family lose their house or anything? Because it happened, you know. Man, everything was underwater. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got hit pretty hard. I took a bunch of pictures. They're on my Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
So can I friend you on Facebook?
Sure. Yeah. That's fine.
Thank you. Is it the real Ian West? Is that what it's called?
BLAK Frank.
Black Frank. BLAK Black Frank is what he goes under.
Okay. BLAK.
As a matter of fact, I'll give him. I didn't even know you were on Facebook, honey. Are you friends with me?
Oh no, because like my Ariana Facebook got compromised and broken into, and somebody was using it like to try to make money and contact my friends and lie and all that.
Oh my God.
So I had to resort back to my Nancy Toulouse Facebook, but surely or Nan Toulouse, because there were a lot of Nancy Toulouses. So when I chose Nan Toulouse, that I was like the only Nan Toulouse, so that's why it's Nan Toulouse. That's my Facebook page. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the way that you find myself, I want people to know we lost Sammy as well. Sammy had to go back to work, and Brooke went back to the full moon and the ducks. And what we're going to do is allow our dear young lady Ariana to know what my Facebook timeline is. So
yes.
Here it is. I'm going to put it into the chat book here, the chat line.
Oh, beautiful!
So
okay, thank you.
And that way you'll find it. Now, what I'll try and do is do that with the Black Frank link too. So let's give you mine first, and then
okay, thank you so much.
So there we are. That's mine, and
there you are. You are.
And let me
go.
Okay,
beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I see. Wait, I'm supposed to. I just want to say accept. Did you reach out, or I want to reach out?
No, you need to reach out to me because I'll never be able to find you.
Okay, yes, I will. I just have to find that section.
Right.
Where I think it says find friends or something.
Right, and I'm going to grab
Are you going to drop it in the chat, in the YouTube chat?
It's the YouTube chat.
You did. Yeah, okay, yes. Thank you. I will.
And here's Black Frank in the YouTube chat. And we only have half an hour with George Knight, so we're going to let you and him talk. You can ask him some questions right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be great. Yes. So thank you. Yes. So George, yes, I got a chance to look at your videos, and they were very interesting. I was not knowledgeable of the topic, so I'm interested in knowing how did you find these things out, and could you give us now? Are you writing a book at this time?
Collecting all the data, information, and research. And just by the way, there's only one place you're going to ever find that information, and I got that straight from Douglas himself.
Thank you.
It's not out there at all.
That's what I was wondering.
I mean, just to clarify, the reality is that everything is out there circumspectly by circumstantial evidence. But the point is that I'm the only person who has brought the story behind what's out there so that it has a coherent narrative.
Right.
Right, George? Right, George?
Exactly that.
Okay.
And
yes.
it does take a bit of time for you to disseminate that information. It does take a long time. It's taken me years, to be honest with you. So
Yes.
but to make a comprehension of that as well. So yeah, and I'm just going to read out an abstract from the book.
Oh, before you
book
do that,
was
George,
recommended. Yes, please.
Yeah, do I have your permission to give Ariana your Facebook link?
Oh yeah, please. Yeah,
okay, I'm going to put that right in here so that she can.
Thank you.
Hook
Thank
up
you
with
so much.
Yeah, so now you can hook up with Ian and George and
Yes.
and myself. Viviana, are you ever going to return to Facebook, or do you just feel that that's behind you? I guess the full moon hit her too. So go on, George. Yes.
No, thank you very much, Douglas. And if by your permission.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
I forgot I'm muted.
Yeah, go on.
So,
Okay.
I thought you were all gonna get into it, so I muted. I'm on Twitter, so you can find me under Vivian Sanchez, and it might be a lot. But if you go to my YouTube, which is just under Viv, and you just type in Vivian Sanchez, you should find me on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff on me that's not true. It's hyped up. I came from a drama community. That's what we do over there. We drag each other. But
oh wow!
Please don't judge me ahead of time.
Okay. So okay.
Let me know when you find me and comment on a video or something.
Okay.
But anyway, within my YouTube, all my links are up in the right-hand corner. So I have Odyssey and Twitter.
Okay, very good. Very
Okay.
good. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. And thank you, Viviana. And so back to George. And George, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And another good point I wanted to just bring up before I go into this just abstract of a book that was recommended by Douglas himself. If you ever want the German translation, the Deutsche Sprache language translated in a more accurate sense, instead of going to Google Translation, which gives you this jumbled up word salad, it doesn't make any sense. Ask Douglas himself, because he will give you the more accurate translation, because most of the German documents that I have got in my archives, when I've translated them into English, they give you just weird translations that doesn't make any sense. So ask Douglas, because in the basically the schematics and the black bookprints of the German craft themselves, the Reichscraft themselves, I've asked Douglas in the past about what does this mean. And so what I'm actually going to read an abstract of is the time period between 1951 to 1956, which was the undeclared aerospace war between the United States and the Tausendjähriges Deutsches Reich im Exil, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, or the Das Dritte Macht, the third power in exile.
Wow.
And so, yeah, basically there is this, they pioneered this world traveler device. They refer to it as the Andromeda Gerät. The Gerät translates to machine or device, and this is why I asked Douglas, what does this German term mean? And he told me it was a world traveler, and it's a long cylindrical shaped UFO. And in the ufological community, they refer to it as the cigar shaped UFO. So it's seen all over the world. And this is the German craft. It's basically a levitational anti-gravitic flying U-boat. That's what it is. It's a construct that is a vessel carrier. It carries 3 types of Reichscraft vessels, craft that are also anti-gravitic, highly advanced anti-gravitic craft. Excuse me, my voice was dropping then. It carries 2 vril. It comprises of 2 vril and one Hanabu. And the abstract I'm going to read from the book is from the author himself, Frank Vicino, when he was gathering his own documents from this period of hostilities between the 1,000-year Reich in exile and the United States itself.
Okay.
Over continental United States. So this is very important. And I'm just going to read an abstract. It's all documented. So this is fact. This is all that's been verifiably true. And so
wow.
I'm just going to go into this as briefly and quickly as possible. It's an abstract. It's 1 page long. And the title says Triple Threat. And the author goes on to state, my plotted flight paths indicate that there were 2 objects seen flying on Westward Pass over the mid-Atlantic United States. These 2 objects were both seen at approximately 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There were the Baltimore WV and the Washington Flatwoods objects. This is going into the Flatwoods case of 1952. After establishing the flight paths of what was supposedly one meteor, I referred back to the Baltimore September 13th AP article. Fiery object streaks across the skies of 4 states. A meteor? ? Could be. It stated the following. A ball of fire seen in the sky over Kingsport, TN, about the time set off at fruitless search for a wrecked plane. There were no reports of missing aircraft, but Tennessee Highway patrolmen and the Kingsport life-saving crew and several ambulances combed an area of almost 15 square miles after an aerial object was reported to have struck the ground after streaking across the sky. A spokesman at Tri-Cities Airport near Kingsport said the object had been identified as a meteor, quote unquote. When the newspaper reported the Baltimore sighting at about 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and that the Kingsport TN ball of fire was seen above the same time, they were correct because the Kingsport observed Eastern Standard Time instead of Eastern Daylight Time. The time the Kingsport area sighted that occurred at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time was actually occurring about the same time. As the object sighted over Baltimore at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the Kingsport Times News sent me a detailed article about an object seen in that area. After I read this article, I discovered that the object was actually seen at 6:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The actual time the Baltimore published the following article, dated Saturday, September 13th, sky object seen here, search ends. Excuse me, do you know what? I've just made a massive error, Douglas.
Oh, yeah?
I've actually started way too early in this abstract, so I need to move forward, so bear with me.
No
Two seconds.
Yes.
That is important, by the way. But this is going through the triple threat. Now, this is the standing orders. This is the bit I wanted to read to you. The damaged UFO. So I started early. So I was just talking about the actual UFO that came down, that was shot down by the United States Air Force. The damaged UFO continued to descend and landed near the power lines along the Appalachian Bay. The coastline at approximately 5:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6:55 Eastern Daylight Time. In the meantime, the mothership that was positioned, so that's the Andromeda Garrus, by the way. So the mothership, this is what he's referencing, the mothership that was positioned over the Gulf off the Florida coast had headed northeast over the United States. The downed and damaged object then launched another balloon-type apparatus toward the power lines, lines at the transformer, and began to charge itself as ground forces headed towards it. Meanwhile, the mothership proceeded northwest above the atmosphere and passed high over Virginia. It then flew over Delaware, continued south of New Jersey, and passed out over the Atlantic Ocean. The mothership continued northwest over the Atlantic, stopped, and are located about 90 miles off the coast of New Jersey. It positioned itself near the 39-degree latitude, 73-degree longitude mark at an area approximately 200 miles east of Washington, D.C. The time was approximately 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The position of this craft across from the nation's capital was not a coincidence. This was the area where the 3 flight paths of the damaged mid-Atlantic UFOs converged. These 3 flight paths all converged near the 39-degree latitude, 73-degree longitude point. This was the area where the 3 mid-Atlantic objects were actually dropped from their mothership. The three objects made their atmospheric descent into this area shortly after 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This descent into the atmosphere east of Washington and into the radar net of the Atlantic, ADZ, was an assertive act. It was an assertive act to make their presence known to the Washington officials. The intention of the three UFOs was not to attack Washington. They could have already done that by descending onto the city. Their object was to warn Washington officials to keep away from their damaged craft in Florida and leave it alone. The pilots of the UFOs knew the damaged craft sitting in Florida needed time to regenerate before it could lift off again. Meanwhile, radar scopes along the mid-Atlantic and northeast coastline had picked up the three descended UFOs, and the Pentagon was immediately notified. Washington officials had not interpreted the appearance of the object as a warning. They interpreted their appearance as a threatening maneuver to attack Washington. President Harry Truman pulled out all the stops, and the entire situation took a turn for the worse. Secretary of Defense Robert Lovett advised President Truman that all-out air assault against these objects was inevitable, that the UFOs should not compromise the United States any further. And enraged Truman, I can't help but echo the words stated by President Truman in 1949. So, beg your pardon. So what I was reading was going into the Flatwoods case. This is prior to the Flatwoods. So this is when President Truman was still in office. Then ordered the nearest East Coast Air Force base and naval air stations to scramble their rocket-bearing and cannon-armed jets to intercept the UFOs. At approximately 7:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, U.S. fighter jets were en route to intercept the objects 90 miles off the coast with the orders, shoot them down. And so that's the abstract from the book, Douglas. So thank you so much for allowing me to read that on your show. It's so important. Yes. Thank you.
And I think you have visual proof of what you just read on your channel. Do you have videos of that on your channel?
So if you go to if you ever cite my YouTube channel, all those videos that I have collected and I've collaborated them into like a collage of videos. So it's like a montage. So it's kind of like a montage. And that is all videos that are collected over the periods from 1945 to the present day. That's what's so important. That's what's so important. I was actually, when I was at work yesterday, I was driving to work yesterday, and I was actually thinking about, if you ever go online, the way that they try to basically, obfuscate the information, is they will tell you such things as, well, this is a photograph prior to the 1940s. So basically the Wright's craft, they were pioneering the technology in the late 1930s. It was actually being constructed and actually, what do you want to call it? It was the ideas and its constructs were being basically designed in the early 1930s. But online, they tried to say that, oh, look at this. This is a photograph of the 1990. Basically, the early 21st. So it's the early of 20th century. They'll try and say that, oh, here's a photograph. But when you look at the photograph, it's clearly the German Honnebu. But they'll try and say, oh, this is a photograph of 1923. So they try to. It's an obvious obfuscation to try and it's to basically confuse the information consumer, whoever it is, who's ever trying to seek the information.
Excellent
try to get
way
the
to articulate it.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And,
to make it difficult, I guess, for people to
find
discombobulate.
It's a discombobulation of so it's clearly like when you look at the photographs, well, that's identified as a German Honnebu. It's got the what Bob Lazar will tell you. It's got the three gravity dispensers at the bottom, or some people call them condensers. They're actually the tool Takianata warp drive, which warps it, and you've got the Schumann levitator, which allows it to levitate. It's not anti-gravitic in a sense. It's just a highly advanced levitational device that works on the natural resonance of Earth's resonance. Yeah, so it acts in the same way the Earth is traveling through space. because we're being pulled by our own star. We're in a gravitational pull with our own star. So it acts in the same way. It's something that the Western world cannot, and other nations cannot comprehend the technology, how it works. It's just very advanced engineering. But I'll go into that. But yeah, the videos themselves are just a
when you go into it.
collected documentation, and most of them, a large number of them are just amateur because they're seen all over the world. But they're not seen all the time. You can't see them. They're not as frequent as they were, certainly in the late 1940s and 1950s, because they went on the offensive, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, because of what the United States were doing in the Atlantic. After Operation High Jump, then they were forced to go into the offensive. And so, this is why you had an undeclared aerospace war. And this is why, Prime Minister Winston Churchill was re-elected into office. After he was voted out of office, he was then re-elected. He was reappointed Prime Minister because of the continuation of World War II with the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, because we're still legally in a state of war. And so, that is, and I will go into that in a bit more detail when we conduct an interview.
Yeah, that'll be good.
But yeah, no, that is essentially that whole reality in a general summarization.
Thank you.
Area. Yeah, thank you.
That's
Give
brilliant.
you some form of perspective. Yeah.
Yes.
Very educational.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll be good to know more about that, because the more you explain, the more questions come up, so it'll be great when you can get it. We'll be able to get into it more soon.
Yes, absolutely. And look, it's what people, and you'll hear it from me and Douglas. Douglas has gone over it a million times in the past in his previous shows and interviews he's conducted. What people don't understand with the Reich is they were acting as a polyphocracy. So they had their own every single. So, for example, Reichsmarshal Hermann Göring of the Luftwaffe, he had his own infantry units. He had his own field divisions. So he had like 20 field divisions. So he didn't have to call up any ground support. He had his own units that he could call up for backup. And you had Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler of the Schutzstaffel. He had his own, they had their own air force. Yeah. And the craft towards the end of the war that they were citing were Schutzstaffel. They were the SS craft. Yeah. They were the Hitlerjugend. They had their own individual empires. And so the department responsible for this highly advanced anti-gravitic technology that was pioneered is Research Department 4, 5, and 6. So that's something most people don't understand, because it's very highly that was this basically what you call colloquially top secret. Yes. But beyond crypto cosmic top secret, it's beyond top secret. Yes. So that was their department, which it was completely covert. So it was just basically black. So nobody knew about it. So when you hear these people, these propagandists, charlatans and shills online or on the History Channel tell you, well, the Germans, the German pilots of the Air Force, they never even knew what these the Kraut balls or the Foo Fighters were. They didn't. Well, of course they're not, because it's decompartmentalized. They had no idea what they were, but they weren't intercepting their planes. They were intercepting the Allies. Yeah. In the Pacific and in the European theatre of war. Yeah, so it's just, that's something important to note, that when you hear that, see that, well, this is just propaganda. This is just disinformation. It's too obvious. It's to discombobulate the user, the information consumer. So yeah, that's just important. I could go on about it for hours just to present that to you. But the reality is we're still in a continuation, a perpetual war with the Third Reich in exile, which is overemphasized through media, through academia, through all sources of material, of information. You'll notice that you are exposed and forced to hate the National Socialists. Then why? Yeah. You're not at war with Germany. You're not at war with United Germany. You're at war with the Reich in exile. So why is it they're the most villainized people on earth? It's because it is a continuation of wartime. Yes. They can get away with it because it's wartime. That is how it is acceptable or justified on their part. So yeah, that is
Wow.
just, and the fact that you cannot declare a legal state of war, that is something that nobody can deny. As a matter of fact, when I speak of that with people, people actually know that, and they agree straight away. Yes, that's true. We cannot declare a legal state of war, and we haven't since World War II. And why is that? Because we're still in a legal state of war. The state of war is still in effect to this day, and that is presented and evident with your unlimited state of emergencies, such as daylight saving time, war taxes. So on your phone bills, for example, if you ever take a look at your actual phone bill, whether you see the print online or whether you receive a paper print of your phone bill, you will see a set of taxation codes on there. In the United States, they're marked as a Federal Reserve phone tax. It's a governmental tax that they take monthly off you. And that is to discourage you from making unnecessary phone calls during wartime. And daylight saving time is still in effect. There is no purpose or reason to have daylight saving time. What is the purpose? Because it actually does more harm than good to the actual human being, to your actual well-being. So there's no actual, and you know, they come up with all these irrational justifications. Oh, it's because of the farmers.
Well, just
right. That's the one I heard.
Just to clarify, for listeners who may not understand about the phone tax, understand that at the time of World War II, you had actual young ladies and old women who were literally jacking the phone into the wall, plugs into the wall, and so they wouldn't be overwhelmed during wartime. They discouraged the unnecessary calls by the phone tax, but the phone tax has never been lifted, because the state of legal war is still on, and so so that's why you have the federal phone tax still on your phone bill, every phone bill that you get. But as for daylight saving time, people can look this up. It originally started in World War I and lasted for only a single year, and the American public demanded it be removed. Which it was when they declared an end to World War I, and but then they put us back on wartime in preparation for World War II, and they were emulating the Soviets and the British, who were on active wartime, and they've never stopped it. They've never ceased it, and yet because it's wartime, they could, but they could just say, you know, we'll just stop this, because everybody wants them to stop it. If you ask any American or anybody on Earth who suffers under daylight saving time, they'll say we want it to stop, but nobody stops it because the Allies are still legally at war with the Third Reich. So they're all still on wartime. It's insanity. Honestly, it's you're left just shaking your head and shaking with rage, really. The few times that they've tried to satisfy the public, this is the insanity of it. Then they'll say, okay, we'll just go forward permanently. In other words, go forward into springtime, the daylight saving time permanently. And when they've tried that, it's been even more catastrophic, because what happens is people are sending their kids to school in the dark of night. People are sending their kids to school with flashlights to find their way to the school bus in the morning. It's insane. And yet the answer, the opposite answer, which would be so much more simpler and healthy, is why don't you just stop it and go back to standard time? But they can't, because they're still legally at war. And so they can either make it permanent wartime all year round, or give you the little break from it that you get. But this is the insanity of our present situation. If you take a look at it, really look at it, nothing else makes sense to explain this madness, because you can ask anybody, and no matter whoever's suffering under this time change will say we don't want it, but they can't change it. They're stuck. They're literally they're stuck in their madness, and they're committed to a war. It's like that they can't retreat from. They feel they can't retreat from, which is why go on.
And that's like proof that what you're saying is true, because they are not lifting daylight savings time. They're keeping it. And there was only one reason why they started it in the first place, was because of wartime. Is that correct?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, it's for wartime, for the purposes of wartime.
Yeah.
It's an unlimited state of emergency. It's an emergency wartime statute that the president, when he declared it, that it comes under emergency wartime statute. That's the term that they use. It's supposed to have ended 6 months after the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. That was never ceased or retracted because they're legally in a state of war. The enemy itself, you have to sign a peace treaty. Capitulation just simply means it's going into like an armistice, like what they did with World War One. World War One went into an armistice, and that was on the 11th of November. Yes. And so then the peace treaty was signed at the Treaty of Versailles. That was when the war legally ended, and that's when they forced to pay heavy reparations. That's just to put things in perspective. So, yeah, they're telling you basically what you want to hear. That's why every president's saying, we're going to go back. They cannot go back to the moon. It's already occupied by your enemy.
Yes.
That's why they send unmanned craft to the moon. They can't send a person there because the man on that craft is going to say, look at this.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
No,
What the hell is that?
It's true.
Yes.
I saw something pathetic just the other day about, these are the women who are going to be the first woman on the moon. Some, just team of technicians for the International Space Station or something. I mean, we can't even do anything in space anymore because we don't have the space shuttles. So they've shut down all the space shuttles. There's they're completely dependent on the Russians to get to the space station, and so the Russians are, of course, they're in a state of hostility. So the space station is going to have to close. So
Wow.
it's like
My
they're in
goodness.
the space, whatever space programs they keep talking about. It's all a joke. It's sad. But they won't tell you the reality of it is that they lost space to the Third Reich. The Third Reich has dominance of the high ground. So that's why they continue on with this madness. But then, so there we go back to George with that, because of course, I can only go so far because I just have to shut down because of this. When you speak of this kind of madness, it wears on you. It really just wears on you.
Thank you. No,
Yeah.
I can vouch for that, Douglas, because it does to me. And do you know what? It's just when I listen to all these people, and it's just like, the whole thing that they've conveyed to the world post World War II. So I'm talking about post 1945, prior to the ceasefire. So I was listening to Adolphus Jacob Hitler's speeches. I was listening to them the other day, and you take it from the horse's mouth, and this is not propaganda. He was telling the nation, he fully mobilized the nation into total war, him and Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Reich. We will never capitulate to the Allies. We would never capitulate to them.
Yes.
They were basically telling telling the fatherland, we will never surrender. And Adolf Hitler said himself, I will never kill myself. I will never take my own life. And he's telling you that now, when someone tells you they'll never kill themselves, you're no more like, and when they tell you it straight like that, they're being serious. They're not bluffing. They're never going to kill themselves. First of all, people make so many conflating, basically just completely, these statements are completely false. They'll say he's German, but he was actually born in Austria. They make so many conflating arguments about everything. People don't understand who he really was. And now everything online is, he was on all these drugs. And that is just the most maddening thing I hate about all this latest propaganda that is out there on YouTube. And anything you see on Adolf Hitler, they'll say that he was on LSD with speed. And it's just preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Just everything about him is all lies that you read online. Everything I can verify and vouch and vet everything is a lie.
That would be
so easily.
Well, I'll put it this way. In all fairness, just to give an example of Hermann Goering, you're talking about people who in World War I, when they were simply, a good example of this is that, and I spoke to doctors about this, and understand that medical history is different from medical science. By the way, medicine isn't even really a science. It's an art, really, because every case is so different. But when it comes to
the so-called medical sciences, and certainly the technology or the applied technologies are scientific, but most of medicine is just basically an art when you're applying it.
Yes.
But when it comes to the medical sciences, the doctors are not familiar with medical history most of the time. Medical history is simply
Wow.
just a totally different branch of discipline. So when I spoke to
Wow.
doctors about this, most of them don't know this. But during World War I, they had not yet discovered blood types. So because they had not yet discovered blood types in World War I, they were attempting blood transfusion, and sometimes the blood would take, and sometimes it would not. But
Right.
because they had no concept of blood types,
Right.
they basically had a situation where they lost many tens of thousands of lives that otherwise would have
Wow.
been saved.
Wow.
That being said, once they got past that and developed blood types, then of course you've got a different situation. So when it came to the pain medications, they didn't know how to apply them at that time in World War I. They were just beginning to find out, just like with blood types. So when they used to over medicate the people with pain, that's what happened with Hermann Goering. Okay, so George and I, say goodbye to everyone, George.
George
Yes,
has
thank
to
you,
go.
Douglas. I do apologise. Yeah, I'm on a safety training course this morning, so I do have to make a prompto moves. But thank you so much for having me on, and I'll speak to you all very soon. Ariana,
Yes.
we'll get that organised. Thank you so much.
All right.
Douglas,
Have a
thank you
good
so much. I'll speak
day.
to you very soon.
Hugs, George.
And thank
All right.
you,
Bye for now.
Viviana. Yeah,
Yeah.
hugs,
Okay,
everyone.
bye.
George.
Viviana,
Thank
Ian. Yeah, take
you.
care of yourselves, all of you. Love you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye for
Likewise.
now.
God bless.
Yes, and happy day, George. So with that, just my point being made that they'll talk about Hermann Goering, who was injured in World War I. Then, of course, he was administered morphine, and they over-administered it. They were only beginning to find out the hard way about dosage. And so he became a morphine addict. And this happened with many of these men in World War I but then they'll present it in modern history as if he voluntarily became an addict, like he was just somebody who decided, I'm going to go out and overdope myself, and this is like some kind of failing on his part. So when they're going into this, this is how they misrepresent everything. Now, in terms of speed and methamphetamine, what George is saying is the sentiment is correct, is that much of what you hear about Adolf Hitler is a lie. But in terms of just giving you the details or the nuances, Adolf Hitler was using probably a plethora of drugs because the administration of drugs was just beginning to really come into being. And therefore, to keep people alert, whether it was the leadership or whether it was the troops in the field, or even the workers in the factories, pretty much the entire population of working age males in the Third Reich was on speed. So that we're talking about the methamphetamine. This is why they were able to accomplish so much and take on the world, was they were all sped up on methamphetamine. It's not, but this is not something to be thought of as some kind of like malevolent conspiracy. This is just they were administering what was considered to be like an energy drink or some kind of it didn't have the we only found out later on the after effects or the collateral damage that this could have with long-term abuse. But this, you're not talking about long-term abuse. The Third Reich lasted about 12 years on the surface world. So the in terms of the exodus of many of them into Unterland is a different subject, but definitely whether Adolf Hitler's use of drugs is taken out of context is the other way to put it. So it's taken out of context.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I would probably say that this isn't to deny the fact that he enjoyed his cocaine. So he definitely was probably on a combination of cocaine and speed. LSD, no, not LSD. That wouldn't make any sense. But I'm sorry.
Like the Sears catalog, back in the day, the Sears catalog where everybody bought their things out of, you could get like syringes and cocaine. It was pretty widespread back then. Oh, yeah.
No, definitely. As a matter of fact, if you ever take a look at the only
the only solid portrayal of Sherlock Holmes that I ever saw. And this is important, of course, because he was representative of a real period in history that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was trying to convey. It was Jeremy Brett. Jeremy Brett was the only actor who ever really portrayed him just right. And they always convey that he was using drugs. That because half the elite and the nobility was syringing themselves with various elements to that they thought was able to help them sleep or de-stress or experience altered states of consciousness. So Jeremy Brett actually it showed that. So when it comes to the situation, however, with the real lie. The real lie comes with the just the insanity of how they invert Adolf Hitler's politics. His politics were actually the reason he was so universally hated by both the communists and the capitalists and the British colonial imperialists was because he was so liberal progressive. There was a transgender person participating in the Berlin Olympics who was German. He definitely greeted Jesse Owens, the black athlete whom Roosevelt wouldn't even shake hands with. It just goes on and on.
Wow.
So he allowed transgenderism in the Reich. The brown shirts were a gay militia. The fact that he allowed them to arm themselves to defend themselves was persecution. Was viewed as this incredible offense to the sensibilities of the rest of the world. I mean, this is why all these people said they had to take him out. He was this person of incredible liberal progressive orientation. This is why he was so universally hated. The incredible lie, the real big lie, is reversing his politics and turning them on their head. So that's that's where that comes in, really. And so all that being said, so let's check in on Ian and have him open up for a bit if he's there. Let's see if he's there. So Ian, hi. Ian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. So do me a favor. So you were going to share some information. You can share. I'm going to go for a few minutes just to, I finished my Coke here, and so I'm going to just rinse my mouth out so I don't have that aftertaste in my mouth. But why don't you start sharing with these ladies some of the recent developments you were going to share with us, and when I get back, in a few minutes, I'll join you. You were going to tell us about the underground developments, the floods, everything you were going to explain.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. The video of the Orlando blowing up. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here, let me. Hey, I'll tell you what. Let me swap over to the computer because it'll make it easier, and I'll give you guys a call right back. All right.
Sure.
All right.
You do that.
All right. Give me 5. I gotta pull out this cam.
And then speaking about Jeremy Brett, I did have the opportunity to see a movie, several of him portraying Sherlock Holmes, and it was quite brilliant, and it was quite different from other characters who came later, other actors who portrayed this character later. It's almost like in the beginning of that the first one that I saw, you couldn't tell who is this person. You're wondering. I mean, he's just portrayed very real, very not like black and white, like in the sense that, the good guys are 100% good and the bad guys are 100% bad. No, Sherlock Holmes, he portrayed, you kind of couldn't tell.
Yes.
You could not tell at first. Yeah, it was pretty funny because it's just like, oh, okay, so he had a rough night. I guess he was, enjoying himself partying, and so when Watson came over, he was just like, oh, give me a cigarette. I don't know what.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, but it was brilliant. I mean, it was so real. But, like he was a great actor. Like when you compare him to the other actors, when he spoke, you just felt the realness of it. Whereas the other actors, you can kind of feel that actorliness too. the other actors. So it was great watching him. I made a point of seeing other movies that were based on the Sir Conan Doyle's character of Sherlock Holmes, because it was just fascinating. It was so different from the other Sherlock Holmeses that were being portrayed later. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was.
I recommend that. I recommend seeing his movies. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. I
Yeah.
mean,
Dear Brett.
my mother always loved Sherlock Holmes because it was a simple way, simple English. It was actually very simple English in terms of the way Sir
Yeah.
Arthur Conan Doyle wrote it. So it was like one of her
Yeah.
introductory ways to really appreciate English and get into it. But when it came to the Sherlock Holmes character, obviously when I was much younger, before Jeremy Brett came along, the iconic image that just burned into everybody's brain was Basil Rathbone.
Oh
But
yeah.
yes, I mean, even to the point where people have to look this up, but it's easy enough to find. It was during World War II. They made a bunch of Sherlock Holmes propaganda films where
Oh wow.
he's fighting Nazis and shit. And it was like that gave him this air, this bizarre air of immortality, like he never aged or something. It was just very strange.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
then but then after that, when Jeremy Brett came along, yes, he added the after that there was no one else as far as I was concerned. Certainly my father felt
Yes.
that way, that
Yeah.
anybody else portraying him, it just didn't seem real after that. It was
Yeah.
when he
Yeah.
died of, Jeremy Brett, it was so sad. The problem was this is something that Peter Moon and his defense of L. Ron Hubbard Scientology, where it has some actual merit, was that the psychiatric industry can be wrong, and it's these things. That's why medicine is an art, not a science. You just can't make everybody fit into the same diagnoses, and all too many people are diagnosed with something like depression. It becomes really easy, and the horror is that
Yeah.
general practitioners they're empowered to prescribe antidepressants, and that's
Yes.
crazy. It's just crazy
Yes.
because only psychiatrists should have that power. So
Right.
it's like it would be like no one would expect a psychiatrist to prescribe heart medications.
Okay.
Yet general practitioners are, because they're considered pill rollers, are given this power to prescribe psychoactive drugs, and they're killing people.
Wow.
Just
Wow.
misdiagnosing them, killing them. I mean, you need to see a
Wow.
psychiatrist for this sort of thing. Now, regardless whether Jeremy Brett saw a general prac or a psychiatrist, it was still wrong. They diagnosed him with depression, which may have been accurate, but he was convinced by his MDs that he had it, and he started taking these prescription antidepressants, and they
Yeah.
killed him. This is what happens. They can kill
Wow.
people. The prescription
Wow.
antidepressants can kill people, and this is what they did to him. They
Yeah.
bloated him up, ultimately killed him, and so that was a tragedy. That didn't need to happen.
Yeah, I do remember years ago when I went to my regular doctor, general practitioner, with my concern of, am I depressed, doc? And, he was pretty much, oh, I can put you on something, I
Just
can't
like
remember
that.
what
Yeah,
it
just
was
like
back
that,
then.
right?
Yeah,
Go.
pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, no, so I understand what you're saying there, Douglas. Yes, I understand. Yes, I do.
Yeah. No,
So yeah, that's too bad. I mean, and the medications back then were not as advanced. Or what year was it? Was it in the 60s when this happened?
Oh God, no! We're talking about the 90s. We're talking about
90s. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize he had been. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So okay.
I mean, I can
so
look it up
isn't
and
that
find for it. It might have
something?
been the aughts or the 2000s. So if we just look up Jeremy Brett, we'll find out.
Yeah.
There we are. Jeremy Brett. Press the enter button, and let's see
Yeah.
now. Here we are. Going to look up his death date. It was 1995. Yeah.
1995.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So yeah.
Yeah, he was born in
That's
the 1930s, so
true.
we're talking about, let me see, how many years is that? 60, right? About 60 some odd years.
Yes, that was around the time that a few years later, I started to take something, different. Over the years, I've taken different types of things, but for either depression or anxiety. But but then I did go to a psychiatrist, and that was helpful. But yeah, so yeah, that's too bad. And so later on that he died, 1995. You'd think that medication would have been more, advanced by then, that something like that would not happen as easily.
Yeah, well, believe me, honey,
Yeah.
it's just gotten so much worse in so many ways.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. So
no
isn't
the
that something?
yeah.
I've been off of these types of things for a number of years now, but I mean,
Good for you.
um,
Congratulations.
oh,
Thank you.
yes. Oh, wow. For over 10 years, I've been off of these things. Yes. So, and so just, a lot of it is what I've understood. I made it my priority every morning when I woke up to just be happy. That's what I did. I
Thank you.
put everything else on the back burner because I thought, when you're suffering from depression, the temptation that is there to commit suicide. So I thought, well, I do want to live. And so I made it my priority to be happy. So I made sure that every morning when I woke up, I would do certain things that I knew would make me happy. Like, for example, just having, even if it's just a quick conversation with another person. I was living in the Santa Monica area at the time. And I would go to certain groups and programs where they would talk about, like, it was similar to AA or NA, but it was like one would be, say, for depression, one could be for different other conditions that people might have. And so just going to even just these types of meetings and sitting at a table where people are looking into each other's eyes and we're talking and we're giving each other turns to share. And those moments were quite meaningful because how often in real life do people have this opportunity? Everybody's so, they get up and they rush to work and then they come home and then maybe they'll watch TV or, but when do you actually sit at a table with a bunch of people and everybody's looking at everybody and they're talking about meaningful things about themselves, like, how was your week? And, how did you cope if you had a trigger? And, you know what I mean? We were really talking about things that were meaningful and solution oriented. And I found those meetings good. Just regular, just to have a moment, say in the grocery store line, if I knew I could have a connecting moment with another person, for me, that was happiness because I knew that was really key, that I had to stay connected to people. And so that was one of the things that really made the difference. And then animals, I worked taking care of people's animals because the animals' love is unconditional, and that was extremely healing for me.
Yeah.
That's also another way that I was able to get past, depending upon antidepressants and anxiety.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's thank you for sharing that. And what about yourself, Viviana? Certainly you must have some similar experiences. Have you ever participated in these kind of group sessions? This sort of thing?
Not really.
Oh.
So
Wait, I guess I did with codependency, and then I think
Oh, yes. Codependency.
when you go to a women's shelter, you have to go to those too. But
wow.
not intentionally. I think I did for work one time, yeah.
Uh-huh.
It was just, yeah, I don't talk about it though.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, it is very touchy. It's difficult to put yourself out there. I was feeling uncomfortable, but at the same time, I'm thinking sometimes we just don't talk about things that need to be talked about. I'm thinking personally myself, because I've met people, I've had people in my own family that have committed suicide. So for me, it's so real. So for me, I'm just like, I've got to stop, putting on this happy face and saying everything's all right, when maybe it's, maybe it's time to talk about something.
Right.
So it's
Right.
very difficult to be vulnerable, though, for sure.
So, but
I'm more
Viviana,
about letting go. I'm more about just like
okay.
keep moving forward, just let it
Yeah.
go, let it go, let it go. Because
Well,
it's
what
really
about this drama group? The drama group where everybody's kind of, aren't they all kind of? Isn't this kind of a mutual therapy?
very
Oh, cool.
negative. It's very
That
dark.
sounds awesome.
I don't like it anymore. That's why I have to get out. It's like, okay, I'm walking out.
Oh,
I mean, didn't some of
okay.
your kind of the people harassing you come from there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a toxic environment that
Uh-oh.
only
Yeah.
used to feed itself in negativity. So, but there are people
Yeah.
there that are good, and we've established relationships, and we get along, and it's fine. It's just like, okay, this is who I am. I'm not lying to you. I don't have anything to gain or lose. I just hope that we all can meet somewhere in a time and space that is better. And but in the next instance, you're like, I have to keep moving forward, and also at the same time practice not looking back.
Mhm.
I guess that's where I'm at right now, and finding and staying in a balance, because you don't want that to drain you, and you don't want to give your energy to so many things that you haven't been cultivating your own,
Oh,
standing
yes.
in power. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you can feel like part of you is dying if you don't dedicate time to your love. Say if it's acting or music or whatever it is, if we put that on the back burner and forget about it entirely for years, we can start to feel like something inside of us is dying, right? Is that
Yeah.
kind of what you're referring to, Viviana?
Well, it's always evolving, so I think every experience in the journey adds to you, and you can make
Okay.
it negative or positive, so you can stay in the unforgiveness and in the hatred and all that death and whatever that is bringing,
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
or you can choose the opposite.
Yeah.
It's always about that. So it's about like furthering on and knowing that every aspect of your journey in life was meaningful. It created who you are, and now you're still here. You still are alive. Like, we've made it this far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Hallelujah. Like, we
Right.
made it.
Happy
By the
and
way,
grateful for
ladies,
you.
keep going. I'm going to go mute myself for a few minutes. I'll be back. I think it'll take a little while longer for our friend to get ready. I bet you I'll be back before he is. So give me a
Okay.
few moments. But both of you hold the
Sure.
stage for me, okay? I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Alrighty. So you're in Texas. No, you're not in Texas, Vivian. You're in Arizona. Is that correct?
Correct,
Like,
Ariana. Where are you, by the way? I'm
I'm
sorry
in
if I'm.
Mexico.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, not to be confused with New Mexico, but I'm in Mexico.
What region? What region are you in, if I may ask?
Sure. I'm in Aguascalientes. It's the center of the country, and the city is also in the center. It's like in the very center. Yeah. Geographically speaking, yes, and it's a safe state. It's considered the safest state and the safest city in Mexico, because I know friends and family, when told them I was coming here, they were like, "No, don't do it." And so I was like, "It's going to be okay." Well, actually, I didn't actually have that conversation. What it was is I was looking at my options of what I will be doing with my life, where I will be going, and it was a door that was opened to me, and the other doors were closed to me. But I assured my family that I believe this is where God wants me to be going, and because of many telltale signs that indicated that, and just the peace that I felt about going. And so far so good. It's been a blessing for me. Just meeting people and talk about healing. Like when you feel appreciated, of course, that's so healing. And me looking Caucasian, I the people notice me right away, and sometimes they just want to be friends with me. They'll come up to me, they'll say hi, they'll ask me where in America, and they'll tell me, "Oh, well, I've been in this other part of America," and they get excited because their experience, I guess, when they go to America has been positive, and people generally have a good attitude about America here. They would like to go to America, and so for me, it's very healing because that's just what I needed, was to have people respond generally positively to me. And so it's been a good experience. I've been teaching English and enjoying that, and meeting people there as well. Yeah.
That's amazing. How wonderful.
Yeah, I speak Spanish, and I've been to Malaga, Valencia. Those are the two places in Spain where I went when I went to Spain. They're beautiful. Those places are beautiful. Have you been to Spain?
No, I would love to go.
Okay.
Go see all of
It's
Europe.
beautiful. Yeah,
Too, yeah.
beautiful.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. The Mediterranean is astounding.
Yes. And I
Calm
love
and peaceful. And the people of France, like, could you just, well, right now, France looks like an uproar, but
Oh, yeah, that's sad. Intense. There's some sort of different movements throughout the world that are just really shaking the foundations of countries and things. But I loved the people of France. I'm part French myself, and I went to Iceland, and it was a good experience. But and I also met people from England when I was traveling through France. And what I found out was, they learn to be very preserved in how they express themselves. And here I come bounding along like a happy puppy dog, and just, flailing my arms and wrapping my arms around people. Hey, nice to meet you, all this sort of stuff. And they're just like, they were put off, the English and the Icelandics. But I'll tell you, when I got with the Spanish, and the French were awesome too, but when I got with these, not the Hispanics, the Spanish, the Spaniards, I felt very much at home because they are also free to express affection, and I appreciated that when I was there. And the French were just beautiful with me when I went. They just, yeah, fortunately, this was my experience. I was there for 5 months. I traveled through Europe for 5 months. And
oh,
I would have stayed the full
amazing.
6 months that my visa allowed, but I injured my wrist on a farm, so I had to go early back to America. And so, okay, well, that was okay. And that was all about maybe 6 years ago that I had that experience. Yeah.
That's amazing. It's
Yeah.
like, they say it's like a college education to travel abroad. And with
Yeah.
your experience, it's like you're doing language, you're teaching, you're learning about the people and their culture and the history. And so that's
Oh,
that's
yes.
amazing. How cool.
Oh,
I mean, you can't really like pay for that. That's an experience.
oh, yes, yes. Yeah, I went actually through a place. It's a website called helpx.org, and you help people in exchange for, they'll give you room and board, meaning food. They'll give you room and food, and you help them anywhere from 2 to 6 hours a day, and anywhere from, say, maybe 3 to 6 days a week. And you can choose to go anywhere, because it might be a B&B, a bed and breakfast in a city, or it might be a farm out in the country. And so that's how I was able to afford to travel when I did. And so, because I did not have a lot of money when I traveled, but it definitely was a great experience to emerge or submerge, or what is it called, where you really get into where you with the people, you're living in their home, you're eating food with them, you're having conversation around the dinner table. They're telling you, okay, when you're finished with your work, you can go to this and that place and check it out. So it's really cool. Yeah. And so when I was in Iceland, one of the families, the ladies, she paid for me to go on a tour, a guided tour where we saw the geysers and stuff like that in Iceland. And that was a beautiful thing that she did for me. So yeah, it was a beautiful experience all in all. Yeah.
Wow, that sounds so. So wait. So
Yeah, so you've
I want to
stayed at,
understand. So more in
yes.
Mexico, like how are you doing your currency for you, and like is that adequate what you're living on?
Yeah, this is why I came to Mexico, because let's just say I'm over 45. I'm considerably over time. So I've had to change my job. It was difficult for me to continue working. So I can consider myself like in a partial retirement, but and I get a monthly check from the government in America, but that's not enough to make ends meet in America. But the cost of living in Mexico is just amazing. Like, for example, I'm living in a nice house. I have a nice room in a nice neighborhood, and I pay $115 a month to live here. So the rent is extremely affordable. And so the food is pretty affordable too. A lot of things are affordable here in Mexico. So I can live better here compared to in America. So that's why I've come to Mexico. But I'm trying to make the most of it, seeing the good. And the people have been beautiful and just kind and cordial to me. And so it's been quite a positive experience to be here. So even though I'm far away from everybody, you could say it in a way I'm far away from home, but I may be making this my home because this is where I am able to live. And so I'm making
Yes.
it, and it's turning out to be good.
Yeah. So Mexico is going to go through a lot of changes now that they're kind of going
Yes.
to have a new currency even.
This I don't know about. I just know that once I was walked through the plaza, which is the center in Aguascalientes, and they were protesting, and I just started crying. I was like, "Oh," I said to my friend, "Maybe we should walk away from here because I'm having a hard time." So, because I guess what I felt was the people. I just saw how they were all coming together for a reason. They said that a particular person in power at this time is they explained it to me. I'll have to get back in contact with them to find out the details, but it had to do with maybe taking away some freedoms and things from them. The details I'm not clear on, but I felt it when I walked through, and I just could not stop. The tears were just streaming down my face, and I felt embarrassed because I was with a particular lady, a neighbor. She was just trying to meet up with somebody, and we were going to go someplace else in that moment. But yeah, so things are happening. I guess maybe similar. I don't want to say similar to Brazil, but some people are protesting. There are people protesting, and I keep telling myself I must get the details and find out, what this is more about. But you seem to know, Viviana, more about what the changes are. Did you want to tell me more about that so I can understand better?
Well, currently it just seems like everyone is drawing the line. So you're seeing the countries that are definitely having the line drawn for them and what their sovereignty will be in the upcoming future in the global stance. And then, of course, then you say the narrative. So, like, it's just amazing to see it all play out with
Yeah. For me, I am very, because my channel is about metaphysics, and so what I'm learning in metaphysics is we each have a purpose when we come to Earth, and so I'm getting clearer on what my purpose is, and which is to focus on these things of helping people. I'm trying to create a bit of a bridge between people and the topic of metaphysics because it can be a bit complex and confusing. and it does not have to be that way. So that's where I'm trying to create these videos to be very basic. My audience that I'm aiming for or speaking to would also for everybody else. Focus on that a lot. And because I've suffered from depression and anxiety in the past, I try to keep my life pretty low key and simple. So I'm not as aware as, say, of events as much as Mr. Dietrich is, as much as you are, and this is why I listen. I'm listening to him,
Yeah.
and and he's got that unique viewpoint or perspective because
Oh,
of
thank
his
you so much.
experience.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, I
You're
just got
right
back to hear
on.
that.
Oh, you got caught. You caught us. We were talking
no,
about.
well, I believe it or not, I got back just moments ago, but what happened was, again, for some reason the computer wasn't recognizing my microphone. So hopefully that doesn't happen too often.
To But then sometimes life gets in the way and you drift away from certain people that you might be listening to. And recently I was definitely motivated to, hey, what's going on with Douglas Dietrich? So I searched out Douglas Dietrich and was listening to him for several weeks. And then I had the opportunity to call in. So
Oh, wow. Yeah, by the way, and then my microphone glitched out again, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. Jesus began to
yeah.
behave like the old one. So, in a worst case scenario, I'll have to purchase a Yeti microphone, somehow basically
Yes.
travel downtown and pick it up or something. So, ladies,
Okay.
with your case, Ariana, how long were you
Yes.
listening to? I mean, I forgot. Were you like someone who caught me when I was first a public informant back in 2011, or did you just discover me months ago? I forgot.
Well, no. I was in Australia at the time, and so that was back in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember. Uh, let's just say it was around that time, and I had time on my hands that I was able to tune in often. So I tried to listen to everything I could about Douglas Dietrich. Well, you speaking, I wanted to listen to everything. And at the time, I was learning the tarot deck. I got as far as the major arcana. I was taking lessons in Australia. And I thought, because like what I was doing is I was identifying everybody to the whatever major arcana I thought reminded me of them, and I thought, what major arcana does Douglas Dietrich reminds me of? And I said, it's the magician because it's the Mercury. The card is ruled by the Mercury energy, which is the communication energy, which has the ability to get the message across. You know what I mean? And how when you speak, you just keep on going, and that's so refreshing because like before there was say YouTube and stuff, everything was very controlled and bite-sized amounts of knowledge and information. And I believe we've all developed hunger for like, hey, we want to know more truth. So it was so refreshing to just hear Douglas Dietrich just talk for like an hour or 2 hours or however long he did. And then at the end, it would leave you like, oh my gosh, I've got so many questions now, so that's how I would listen to you, sir,
Okay.
Mr.
Wow.
Dietrich. And so, I just knew that it was important stuff to know because we don't want to live like ostriches burying our heads in the sand, even though ostriches don't bury their heads in the sand. But we understand this comparison, and so it's super important that we support people who are helping the world to understand the
Thank you.
truth. That's why I support Douglas Dietrich and other people too who have had their
Awesome.
personal experiences and are now trying to inform the world of truths that bury. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's that.
You're so
Yes.
touching. So,
That's a
Viviana,
wonderful
yes,
testimony.
I mean, you were listening for a while, right? I can't remember either. It's been so long, and you come and go.
Yeah. Well, it was Facebook, and it was definitely through David Schroeder. Is it David Schroeder?
Oh
No,
my God,
I
that
don't
would
know.
be incredible. I
I was like
Uh,
Ed Opperman,
Yeah.
David
Oh, that's
Schroeder,
right, Ed
and
Opperman.
Douglas
Yes.
Dietrich.
wow.
And so I just got turned on to all those aspects back then, and it was more podcasts and stuff. And then it evolved, and then you started going live. So it was 2014.
Something like that.
Okay.
Oh my God. So it was forever. Oh my
Okay.
God. So you've been listening forever. Yes.
Yeah, 9 years. Yeah.
Yeah, because David Schroeder turned everyone on to everything Michael Aquino, and everything Michael Aquino was tied to you. And then, so this conundrum of evolution, also very spiritual, hasn't it been?
Yes.
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 Been incredibly. So yeah.
Yes.
And also warring against those dark forces. You need to understand what they're about. And Douglas had that with Aquino, who definitely like just tries to invade your space.
Yes.
You know,
Did
even
you
at
ever
the
have
very
a visit? I mean, a
mention.
lot of people have these kind of astral visits from him. I
Yeah.
forgot if you did.
Whoa.
It's been a
Yeah.
couple, yeah.
Whoa.
Are you willing to describe them? Share them with us?
Yeah.
He looked right into me, and he immediately, I knew it was him.
Yeah.
And I saw his face, and he looked in awe, and then he shut the door like really quick.
Okay. Wow.
Because he knew not to fuck with me, dude.
Yes.
He's not dumb, but
yes.
Yeah. So I just needed to understand like that dynamic. And so you made such a great point in the last live when you explained the absolute horrid and disgusting perversity and wickedness of the mindsets of these types of men who are so corrupt, but they breed corruption, and where it stems from in the aspect of male rape and other types of horrendous things. So I can understand that evolution. Unfortunately, you know, I guess to be honest, that is the conundrum we're still in time and space with choice. So it is like individual still, even still, no matter how horrible that happened to this generation, whether it's our sons, our daughters. But it also got me to think too how we have to protect our boys too.
Yes.
Like you never know. It's just so important.
Thank you. No, very
Yes.
true. Very true.
Yes.
Did you ever consider having children at all, Ariana?
Oh, myself? I do I'm thinking that for it to just maybe that will be something that I will not speak publicly about. But yes, I think that's all I care to say with regard to that. Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. I mean, oh my
Yeah,
God.
I spoke with Michelle about it, but I don't know if Michelle spoke to you about it, but that's okay.
Okay.
I can speak to you about it later.
Sure, no worries.
Yeah.
But definitely so glad that both of you held the stage for as long as you did while I was refreshing myself. Like I said, our friend Ian
he'll probably get lost in his cyber searches. And no, no,
He'll pop in and it'll be like, I found this, and
yes,
something blew up.
that's
It's in the
right.
core of the earth.
Yeah.
It's emerging. Everything's opening and widening.
Yes, yes.
Yes, absolutely. Burn that shit down.
You got him down just right. And so when you were for instance, do you even listen to any of those people anymore? Have you checked in with the Ed Oppermans or any of those types of people from the old days?
No, but I love Ed still, and I still want to interview him. I think he has a fascinating life. And I know the whole history of you guys, but you did make such a great team. And that was a great evolution. It's like where you found your platform and all this information started, overflowing the waves of our conscience and everywhere. So it's very important as well, because he's a historian too. And he has just a vast amount of knowledge. Like he's like the true crime guru. In my opinion. So.
It's in a sense. I mean, like I said, I try to remember the positive things about people. Yeah, and
I didn't want to bring that up though, so I wasn't bringing that up.
Oh, you didn't or did want to bring that up?
No, I wasn't bringing it up. I'm just saying.
I brought it up, so that's fine. It's I was just curious. So I mean, but Ariana, you're saying yes as if you know him. You don't know of this individual.
Oh, no, I don't. I was thinking about you. I thought that perhaps Viviano was referring to you being a historian and things like that. I'm not familiar with the other people yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's well, okay. Yeah, I would personally say you're not missing shit.
Well, good. Thanks for helping me know. See, I learn so much every time. I listen to you, Mr. Dietrich, and just listen to the other people speaking. And yes, so thank you for letting me know.
I like all the perspectives, and I just think it's part of history. So you two are part of history, okay? So
I appreciate that, honey. Believe me, I appreciate that.
Yes.
For
for sure.
I mean, you're a wonderful person to act so diplomatically. I mean, that's appreciated even.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a dog in the fight, and I really don't know the aspects in and outs of the personal. So I just stay chill.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd
make a judgment.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share them. He was just another individual who interviewed myself, and then when when they started attacking him for interviewing myself, then he turned all chicken shit and just said, "Oh, I'm not affiliated with them. All this other stuff." And then because of that cowardice, and because of the fact that he then attacked me with copyright strikes for interviews, which are with me, meaning he has no copyright on them. They belong to me. It wasn't something that, as much as him, it wasn't something that he made any arrangements with to keep to himself. So he's a son of a bitch and just a piece of shit. So there you go. It's that simple.
I'm sorry.
So what is
he?
He's an interviewer or something?
He's a private detective, and he originally started off with somewhat positive, being helpful to me. An ally, really, and I never, it takes somebody to chicken out on things to really earn my hostility. But he earned it just by what I described. Now the irritating aspect of him was that he was. I myself, of course, have challenges. I mean, we all do with money. But he would be so sleazy with his just begging constantly for money on Facebook in particular. It was pathetic. It was pathetic. And so when V was telling me one time, that guy on Facebook keeps asking for money, I said, why don't you just block him? I mean, it didn't even make any sense that she tolerated his presence. So he was.
he was just pathetic. It was you know, you really now yeah, I tell you, in a charming sense, his daughter, who he was always talking about being in a legal battle with his wife over custodianship or time with his daughter, I could see why she was battling, because basically
Oh,
when his daughter would basically, he'd be on the air with me, and I'd ask a question about his daughter, like, oh, how's she doing, and he'd say something that was completely innocuous, and she would like be irritated, and then she'd shout at him, shut up, and it'd be like she was his wife. His
oh,
daughter
wow.
acted like she would shout at him like she was his wife. I would say that his daughter
Yeah.
loved him in the sense that he would let his daughter get away with murder.
Oh,
And
I
it
see.
was at the point that no wonder the mother wanted to keep her away from him. It was like she was turning into you know, just somebody who was just way too mature for her age, and
Oh,
way too how would I say it, bossy, spoiled,
right.
yeah, don't mean to be a bitch, but someone like Brooke, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean,
dude, you
that's
just
what's
that
beautiful.
was just. I
What the
just want to let
people.
everyone know real quick.
Yeah.
That was an original Douglas roast.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
With the
But
extra side of bitch.
uh, yeah, but I mean, this is something that the Mexican culture embeds into their children, and the Chinese culture and other cultures, that let a child be respectful of people who are older, but in trying to just like avoid say spankings or whatever, maybe a parent might go a little overboard and just kind of give the child full reign and not really teach the child what would be socially appropriate or socially inappropriate. Like, to scream "shut up" to somebody is not socially appropriate. But it reminds me of that movie of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the one from the 1970s,
Yeah.
when Baruka is screaming at her father that she wants that golden ticket, and father's just like, "Oh, Baruka, darling, I'm trying my best." She's like, "It's not good enough." That's pretty bad when a child gets that bad. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. By the way,
Could
that
you imagine?
yeah. It's well, I mean, how did you deal with your children while growing up? While they were growing up, Viviana.
Oh, I was blessed. I got to spend all my time with them as much as possible.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it was like you get intertwined with them in such a way that it's deep,
Mhm.
you know. So I've been just very blessed, even though society puts a lot of crap on you, as far as that goes. I guess we got to raise them in the last era where, like, kids played outside, and we did baseball and all that kind of mom stuff.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just really just, I guess we made it easy because we kept it simple, and that's how it worked. And so you get to know your children, and we were like stuck with each other in a
Wow.
place where we had nothing but, like electricity and water. And you kind of have to go get your firewood, keep the house warm. So I love that
Oh.
struggle as well. But the boys they had a good upstart, and so it was good. And I've always been glad that um, I always know that Yah's in the process and protects them too. So I see that, and he's the only reason that everything has been blessed. I can't say it was me, even, because, like, as parents, you just look back and you're like, I really could have done better, or that was really a bad decision that kind of affected us. And you can see those now when you're looking back.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but I just, like, right now, looking at things now, I just wish people had families more, and that that was so much more valuable, because I think we're losing that, and it's sad.
Yes. Yes, no, definitely. People seem to think of the nuclear family as something toxic these days. It is sad. And all I can say is that you were blessed. It definitely was a different
Yeah.
time and place. Okay then, ladies. What I'll try and do is basically turn towards monologue soon enough. But before I do
Yes.
that, I mean, you both were so wonderful, and you both
Aw.
had so much to share. What is it? I do want to ask a question here about Ariana, your love for animals because of their unconditional
Oh, yeah.
love. How did you avoid? I mean, why don't you have pets? How did you avoid
Oh,
becoming a crazy cat lady or something?
because I have allergies.
Oh, okay. I can understand
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, I do take MMS, which does control it. Like whenever I went to work, I would take some before work and then go to work and just be all snuggly and cuddly with the animals, and then go back home and take some more MMS. And that worked as a like an allergy anti-allergy medicine kind of. So that definitely helped. And that's what's allowing it for me to be able to live in Mexico this time, because so I don't get any like stomach problems while I'm here. It kills germs and viruses, so it's a good thing to know about and to take. I learned about it in Australia. So that's how I was able to work with animals, lots of animals over the years in Los Angeles, yeah.
So how come
But
you just don't take it and keep pets? By taking.
because I did try to have some pets here and there, and I guess when it's a constant, I mean, like when I go to work, I'm with the pets for several hours. But if I were to have a pet day and night, that would be strong, even for the MMS to try to help me with. So yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah,
Okay.
but I enjoy animals generally speaking, yeah. And I love reading books about like communicating telepathically with animals. There's several books out there, so I love those books. Yeah, things like
That's
that.
so cool. I would really
Yes.
love to learn more about metaphysics and how that intertwines with
Oh
our
yes.
conscience, and like everything in the aspect of, I don't know, energy, right? Is metaphysics
Oh
also
yes.
energetic?
Oh, it's all
Yeah.
about energy, honey. Oh yeah. You'll see if you wanted to take a peek at my videos.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
so definitely, and just yeah, so many cool things, yeah.
So
Oh hey.
what is kinetic versus that? Is kinetic, can you explain that in a short?
Kinetic. That's a word I see. I'm still studying. I study at the University of Metaphysics in Sedona, Arizona, but it's a distance learning program to get my bachelor's, and I can study at my own pace. So I'm focusing on certain things, but kinetic. I cannot talk about that right this second, but
Well, just in general, from my understanding of it, it's basically, shall we say, I think ballistic. I think motion. I think,
yes.
yeah, kinetic warfare is what I think of. In other words, active
Okay.
mechanized movement, maneuver warfare, something like that is, but obviously it
Okay.
has deeper meanings, other applications. Everything
But
does.
still,
Before Ian West, who's rejoined us, before Ian West speaks.
Ian West.
Wait. Can you just answer this real quick?
Sure.
Is it a form of, is it a part of chaos as well?
No. Oh God, no. No, just a natural part of the universe, just a natural part of physics and dynamics. So it's action, just basically means action. It's a physics term for like, kinetic motion. Kinetic motion. It's something that would be, but I tend to think of it involving firearms. Is what I tend to think of it as.
Right. And
yeah.
you could use it on that level, and then motion is all the way down to the vibrational and vibratory level of life itself and the mind and thoughts. So perhaps kinetic could be applied to these things in addition to firearms.
Yeah, of course.
And that's
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Thank you.
I'm trying to remember is what it is, because like sometimes I'll learn a lot of things and then I won't remember them, over the years, which I think perhaps Mr. Dietrich understands, because you gather so much information all the time, and then so to recall something, one particular thing, like 10 years later, it might evade you in the moment or something. Does that happen to you?
That goes without saying.
I mean, please. That's part for the course. That's standard operational procedure. So before Ian goes into his presentation with us, what were you doing in Australia again, Ariana?
Myself? Oh, because I was listening to Ren Moray, and she was explaining about the dilemma after Fukushima.
No, but I mean, you. What were you doing in Australia? I mean, like.
I was living there for 11 months, looking to relocate, but it's very expensive. In other words, just to apply for that second visa, because it's been very flooded by people, Australia, and so they're making it extremely hard for anybody to go there. So that second visa after being there for a year, if I were to apply for the second visa, because of my age, they just told me flat out, look, because of your age, we'll just let you know you're probably not going to be accepted, but you can apply for $7,000, and that's just the application fee. It doesn't mean you're going to get it back if you don't get accepted. So I did not have the $7,000 to apply for the second visa. So I just went back to the LA area after that. Yeah.
Well, may I ask what your age was that they were considering to be a bit?
Back then? Okay, let's just say I was in my 50s. So they're looking for people in their 20s and 30s, and even that's getting old in their 30s. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Oh, not at all.
No, I mean for the Australians, is what she's talking about.
For Australia. Yeah, they want young blood. They want fresh blood. They want energy. They want people who are not going to depend upon, say, retirement. I guess over there. I guess that's what I'm guessing. So that's why they make it very difficult for people to to relocate to the area. It's like Iceland also. Iceland loves your coming over there as a tourist, because it's their money. They depend upon that, but they don't want anybody to live there,
right.
Because they've got a beautiful place. Why ruin it with a whole lot of newcomers or whatever? It's not ruining it, but it would disorient them, I would say.
Yeah, no, it's completely understood. These places have every right to do that, I suppose. It's just wow. It's just I was rather amazed that. Now, was this before or after? Before we turn to Ian, I'm so sorry, I can't resist this. Was this before or after you were living in your car?
Oh, before and after. My bout with homelessness began back in. The first time was, I think, in 2001, around there. I would have to really review it. It's because my back gave out on me. I was unable to work. I developed a back condition, and then I developed depression because I did not have a lot of support from family members, and therefore ended up homeless. And so, of course, that will give you depression. And so, but I was suffering from depression before that for other reasons. But so this is what qualified me for disability check, and that was back in 2000. I first started receiving disability in 2004. Yeah. So, and I've been basically on it ever since. I've been in denial off and on over the years, kind of like, my back's fine, of course I can go back to work, and then I'll go to work, and then I become a workforce, and I'll work 40 to 70 hours, and then I ruin my back again, and then I can't walk again for months. So it was a back and forth kind of a thing for me. Regarding disability, but now I'm pretty much resigned to the fact that, okay, be very careful the amount of hours that you work, and I need to just hold on to the disability.
Of course, yeah. Oh my God, I mean, I'm just shocked that you would even try to go back to work, so to speak. Oh my God, but this was only one time that you were living in your car there, once.
Well, no, my bout with homelessness began in 2001, and back then I was literally sleeping on the sidewalk and in all these places
Good
where,
God.
yeah. So that song, "The Boxer" by Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah.
You know, if you listen to the lyrics, that was kind of like my life at that time, and that song would just make burst into tears.
Oh my
But you know,
God.
of just understanding, trying to understand the lyrics to that song.
I'm appalled. And then you went to Australia and you came back and there was the time living in the car?
Yeah, right. So I was not homeless when I was in Australia.
I didn't think so, but go on.
I worked out a barter arrangement with somebody. I worked out a barter arrangement where, you know, I had my disability check, so I covered the meals, and the person covered the rent and the electricity, and so that was good. And then I would do the help ex sometimes, where I would do some work around the house, somebody's house, in exchange for being able to have a place to sleep and have food. And yeah, so I've done that not only in Australia, but in Europe, in South America. Yeah, so.
Jesus. Wow, that's incredible. You're pretty adaptable. That's impressive.
Yeah, it was scary, but yeah. Anyway.
Thank you. Well, Ian, how have you avoided homelessness all these years? Oh, I forget. I deal drugs, man. Yeah, I don't experience that shit. Yeah. Besides, I'm in Orlando, Florida. It's the same thing. Yeah. No matter where I'm at, I got gators come in through my door. Ian, where are you? The gators got him again. Yeah. He's half buried in a gator's mouth right now. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those gators, I tell you.
Ian, he fell asleep while you were talking about your homelessness.
Oh, hey guys, sorry about that. Can you
There
hear
he
me?
is.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry about
It's like
that.
a burst.
Yes.
Like a kinetic burst.
Yes.
No,
yes.
man, I can't find my goddamn camera box with my cam in it, so I resorted to this old microphone. Does it sound okay?
Yes.
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 Okay, good, good.
That's adorable. So show us. Do your presentation. These two captive ladies are here. They're both a captive audience.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
your
Super.
listeners.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Here's the exclusive footage. I'm gonna hit it on screen share real quick.
Is this the first time ever you showing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy, exciting.
Yeah. The powers that be are still keeping this under wraps.
Who's
So,
gonna grab this? Should I grab it?
well, you know, it's okay. Hold on, let me do the computer sound. Bam! There we are.
Oh wow!
All right,
I'm
here it
seeing
is.
something right now. It's Oh wow!
Boom.
Oh, look at that! See that? You see the?
Look at you.
Oh,
Dude, it's coming straight up from the freaking
yes,
bottom.
I was there. I was not in Orlando.
What
Huh?
the hell, dude?
What?
Say that again.
Whoa.
What's that hell? What is that? Look at what's that?
That's the Central Florida mainline maglev.
That's your cursor. It's freaking.
No,
me
no,
out.
no. That's the underground maglev track that's the main motor being destroyed.
Whoa. That was during the hurricane.
What we see is definitely something like a grate in the street, and we've got flames coming out of it in the middle of a hailstorm or a really heavy rainstorm. Somehow the electrical cables inside were somehow damaged enough where they burst into flames is what the normal conventional interpretation would be, but it's definitely impressive. Whatever it is, it's impressive. So
well, to the left of it, this is the 408, and this is like the main east-west maglev line that goes throughout Florida.
Okay.
So
that's the
what-
power line. Are you talking about the power line, or are you talking?
No. This is the maglev motor being destroyed.
What Ian is convinced of is that there's a magnetic levitation train underground whose main motor has blown, and but
Whoa.
that's that the fire may be coming up, that the fire is probably consuming the entire tunnel underground, but that there's bleed off coming through the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
And it's not the power lines underground, because you can see the power lines are up here in the sky to the right of it.
Well,
So,
I mean, there's
yeah.
definitely lines, but those might be communications lines, or they might be. I mean, just for the sake of the devil's advocate, all I'm saying is that I do want to remind both you ladies that Ian West does have a conventional he has an interpretation of these things that might be true for all we know, but also are considered fairly unconventional.
Okay.
Wait, was this the Hershey place, or where was that again?
This was in Orlando, Florida, on OBT in 408.
Yeah, but put it back up. Put it back up. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It's about 3 miles away from my place.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here, let me get a full screen. I'll just give you guys a good little view of it.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've got more, but not of this particular location.
Very South is calling you.
Oh, I know. Ow.
Hi.
Hi, Aaron.
Oh my gosh.
So is he answering
That
that?
was not the hurricane?
Yeah, hold on.
That's a credit.
Okay,
Look at
so
that.
we've got the
Coming out
message
from the
now.
earth.
Yeah. Harry South is still calling you.
well.
That's cool. Yes. What did she must be short on drugs. So the
Shut the fuck up. Oh, God damn it. Anyway,
So that's not
so
the
I got that one.
hurricane?
Yeah.
No. That's not the hurricane. That's
Okay.
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me see what she wants.
Okay, go
She's
Yes,
carrying
ma'am.
your
Yes,
baby.
ma'am.
What do you think?
Like mute. We don't want to hear your combo.
Okay.
No, Douglas likes to
Okay,
hear your
I'll
combo.
hunt you up tomorrow. All right, ciao. All right, bye.
Thank you. That's...
Sorry about that, y'all.
Yeah, I know. You really
apologize.
got to start paying your child support, Ian.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
Yeah, you
Okay,
really
let me get
are
out of this
responsible.
one.
Not only that, you've got to spend more time with those kids. Anyhow, so he says, well, I guess
Thank
it's
you
safe
for
to
that
say the
explanation.
West Orlando Dome, that's deep underground middle base, military base, is clear.
Yeah.
You're welcome. So originally you were saying this was a deep underground military base, Ian?
Well, that's what their
true?
functions are. Their functions are to operate these maglevs in between all these locations. That's what DUMs are. Well, that's one aspect of them.
So show us the other footage, the hurricanes and all the rest. By the way, you ladies
right.
might be able to see that he has some fairly interesting maps that are also unconventional. Here he is. It's like
They're trying to load them up.
But by the way, if you ladies will look at where it says Tim Adams, that's actually our man Ian West with the lady who just called him to say the baby needs his support.
He's lying like Brooke. No, that's a coworker of mine. Man, where's the other shit at? Well, here, let me just get to the big folder. I can give you guys more of the underground battles and all this other bullshit.
Oh, so is that what your channel is? Do you have like a channel on YouTube?
He should.
Yeah, I do, but it's just random shit, you know. It's just like rare videos of
I'll probably want to see it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Can I tell you? Can I tell you my favorite video of all time?
Tell
what
us.
is it?
And it was that one where that cop pulls over a guy like in a Cadillac or something, and he just like had some kind of weapon technology and it just disintegrated him, and that came from that one dude. He was like working in astrophysics and stuff, and he created all kinds of these weapons. That's why he knew what it was, and when he saw it, anyway, what is his name? Damn it!
So
we
it's
talked
based
about
on,
it all the time.
like,
That guy that that guy that went to prison because of that girl you have in common. Haley?
You? Me?
No. He talked about him, and that's how I found the guy.
Right, but you said some girl someone had in common.
Was it? No. I'm talking about Haley.
Haley
The guy,
Mayer.
James Casbolt.
James
talked about
Casbolt
this guy.
/ Michael Prince. Yes.
Yeah, and he talked about this guy, so I went and I subbed to him, and he's a very interesting individual.
Yeah.
I don't see him. I think he's contracted out or something, but he was just doing his own home kind of magic and experiments, and they were pretty impressive.
Wow.
Yeah, and he liked to cross-dress, and he was just an interesting mindset, but he had a lot of knowledge, like he was a genius.
Wow.
I can't think of his name right now, though, but he was the originator of that video.
Okay.
And he was like explaining how this type of technology that he invented is being used here.
Whoa.
Thank you
And
for
so
sharing
the
that. I mean, if you find out the guy's name, share it. I mean, it sounds it sounds entertaining if nothing else.
Yeah, I just saw it the other day on a meme, and I was like, "That's excellent! I love that." You have to go find it. It's Hutchinson. It's with his last name is Hutchinson.
Weird.
Oh, you're talking about the Canadian dude, Canadian scientist.
Is he Canadian?
Yeah, he disproved gravity.
Right.
Oh wow, Hutchinson.
right.
Okay, so he's the Canadian scientist who works with gravity. That's right. Fuck,
Yeah, he
heard
made the
about
ice
him.
cream float.
A long time ago.
Yeah, why would he cross-dress when there's no way he could pull it off? He would look hideous.
Right? Well, I think they
Liked
just do it
it.
for self-esteem or something. Yeah.
Jesus, that poor bastard. Yeah, I don't know why guys who can't pull it off do it. You really wonder why. So it's like, so what's our man Ian doing now? He's
Well, here
showing
I'm
a safety
loading
car.
up all the. Yeah, no, I'm loading up all the underground battle footage for you guys so you can see it.
Oh, wow.
All right, here's Manhattan being,
Okay.
kicking ass in Manhattan.
Here's some underground explosions.
Oh.
Oh, this is nothing. I got more.
Okay.
What's
What is
that?
everyone doing? They're just standing there like, what?
Oh, it's like they've never seen an underground war before. I'd be standing there like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah.
They're like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And so just so everyone knows,
Don't fall.
It's basically black smoke billowing out of grills in the middle of the street,
Whoa.
on the side of the streets, and so a lot of gunfire type
That's
explosions.
underground.
It's certainly alarming.
Those are the plasma guns that you hear.
That must be it. Yes, it's the plasma guns, of course.
Wait, look at the red in that fire. That's not fire.
And,
No, that's not fire. That's like
yeah.
a flag.
So
Sorry.
I do hope everyone appreciates. Well, I apologize that you can't all see this. Is there some way you can share links in the chat room so people?
No,
can
I'm working on a website where you can just stream it. You know.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm working on.
Yeah, you
There's one
can
more
direct people to it when you
Yes.
do that, when you finish it, huh?
Yeah.
I
Awesome.
wonder if there's any testimony if those people felt it under the ground where they were at.
Right. I mean, it's.
There's not a lot really. I love that.
Whoa. Oh my gosh.
No.
Whoa.
Interesting. So.
What year is that?
So this is New York City. And you can tell it's very congested. And so you've got firemen who are just kind of hanging out, watching smoke pour out of the ground.
Because they have to determine what kind of a fire it is, because they don't want to put water on like an electric fire or something, huh?
Right.
Yeah, that too.
That
too. That makes perfect sense. Yes.
Whoa.
And there's a manhole with a lot of black smoke coming out. I'd hate to be underground.
Right. I wouldn't want to be standing around that as a firefighter. You're breathing all that shit.
Yes, yes. Well, you notice they don't fucking care. They're just sucking it up.
They must have lungs of steel.
They hang around. They don't care. Well, gosh, being there every day.
It's like, hum, another day in New York City.
So we're seeing firemen stand around. I'm trying to describe this to my
They've got that expression on their face, right?
Their
I'm like-
expressions are totally, they're just totally expressionless. It's like,
Just like, yeah, another day.
yeah, it's the New York
Right.
affect. The New York affect.
Bored as
is-
hell, another day.
Yeah,
What?
It's just normal.
yeah.
Just carry on.
It's
I can hear those. I can hear those cops bitching, going, "These underground people living better than I am."
Well, the congestion is very impressive. You look up at everything in New York, just all these big buildings. That's
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Shit. Oh fuck. Oh no.
This guy got knocked down by
I
an
remember
explosion.
Oh my god.
My pants are on fire.
Oh my gosh, the guy walked away.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. He was thrown and crashed into something hard.
was standing on the grate when the flames shot several feet into the air. News Corp's Chris Glorioso went straight to.
Yeah, like I told you guys, there's this big underground war going on right now. Well,
Wow.
it has been.
Well,
It has been for like the last 4 years, but
Oh my god.
there we go.
Yeah.
Are you
So,
serious?
I have to admit, this is a fascinating collection of footage. But to think that there's an arc of narrative that shall we say connects it all is
That's pretty big.
seductive.
Where is that?
Vatican City.
I think this is the Vatican. Yeah, I think this is the Vatican.
Vatican.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were a bunch of pedos. That's why they wouldn't let women in their church.
Oh,
Well, they have
wow.
nuns. They have nuns.
But the Vatican?
Yes. Well, I don't. Well,
Oh.
yeah, the Vatican has nuns. Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Yeah.
All right, I got some more.
Wild.
Wait, what year was that?
I want to say, I think 2021. I think.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, 21. I think it was 21.
And so
This was during COVID?
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, this is all. Yeah, this is what COVID was all about.
Yeah, I think it's important that you line it up and make a stream so people can see that.
Yeah.
There's a race of being.
And so here we are. Boom!
Oh,
Wow, that's impressive. Oh god, that poor bastard.
my
in the streets
gosh.
rolling. Whoa!
Play that again.
Yeah.
I want to see it again.
Yeah, like, can we see that again? Can you repeat that one? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah,
Unbelievable.
here we are. Watch this guy rolling. You're gonna see some. Whoa! Right off his motorcycle. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Shitty way to start the day. Yeah, that's.
So yeah.
All right, yeah, I think okay, that's it for that set. Sorry guys, that's it for that set.
Now, you did notice that one of those bits of footage had John Trump, Donald John Trump's head on top, saying "Check me." Yeah, I was trying to portray him as a white hat fighting the forces of evil. That this is Donald Trump behind it. I mean, really.
That Vatican thing.
You don't still believe that, do you, Ian?
What?
That's Donald Trump coordinating this struggle against the forces of evil underground?
No, he was used for it. He was a patsy for it.
Okay, all right.
All right, you want to see one of these kitty rape rooms over in what's it called in Vienna?
Okay, ladies, it's up to you. Do you want to see the child holding room? Then he shows us. Shouldn't we allow the ladies to decide whether they're ready for this?
That's okay, I just won't look.
Okay.
No. This dude just sneaks a camera into it and videotapes the room for
Okay,
evidence.
it's just an empty room. Okay.
It's an empty room.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So I like how he films the steps.
All right, yeah, that door.
He's
all
drunk
right.
and he's trying to
So
navigate. Hi, I'm drunk
No,
and
no,
I'm navigating.
The
with my
elites in
camera.
Vienna,
And,
like whenever they get off the subway, they go and fuck a kid before they go home to their wives.
It's interesting how you know their schedules, Ian.
Well, yeah, I listen to the testimony. All right, here it is.
Wait, you can feel that darkness?
Okay.
Yeah, it's all underground.
Yeah. So it definitely looks ominous, yes. See, this is like a horror film. This is like the starting of a horror film.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this is like my dream though. I was like walking. Yeah.
There's that
that's
door.
good.
Yeah, the woman walking down with her camera ruined it, but the affect, but yeah. Okay. There we are. This is
You're kidding me. These are fucking prisons.
Yeah, well, this is
like,
what the 7th level underground Disney looks like.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah.
So now this person's climbing up these steps.
Oh,
This
wow.
is
ladder.
Like, gotta give them credit. It's like they have nothing going on in life.
Wow.
I rebuke that darkness.
Gotta give them some credit. There's balls.
I hope that shit did blow up. Honestly, fuck them. Serious.
Yeah.
So Viviana definitely feels something. She definitely feels something. How about yourself, Ariana?
Well, look, can't you just sense that darkness right there?
What about
There it
under
is.
Getty? I listened to a guy, but I don't remember his name, and this was years ago.
Stephen D.
He was
Kelly.
talking about Getty, under
He does
Getty.
occupy the Getty. Stephen D. Kelly does occupy the Getty.
Yeah, I wish those people could
Iron
be
Door.
saved. I was
No,
so
they cleared him out.
Oh
They got-
shit!
they got all-
There's kids. There's kid shit here.
Prisoners.
Oh.
I'm
my God, they're
impressed. I'm impressed, Ian. Holy shit!
Oh,
am
there's nothing.
impressed.
I got more.
Oh my gosh, there's a little girl, a baby. Oh my God.
So little.
Doll. It's a baby doll.
No, she looks real.
She does look real.
Yeah.
There
No, it's
is
a
a
baby doll.
doll there that looks fucking real.
Whoa.
Holy shit, Bulls. You know, this is like, this
That's
is
Vienna.
disturbing.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, that's one of the kitty rape rooms. All right.
Well, I am
Don't you
impressed,
want them
Ian.
to
That
burn
was
Yeah.
that.
Here's a good one. This
Yeah.
is how we clear them out.
Yeah. Whoa.
So
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ian believes that there are
what's
white
gonna
hats, quote
happen?
unquote, or good guys that are hunting these predators down. Or the So I mean, I think
Wow.
that's wishful thinking myself, but okay. But something was going on in that tunnel. It says another day on the job. Supposedly, like people who are doing this every day, but so the interesting thing is that was very suggestive, but it didn't provide much delivery, that other footage. But definitely the little room for the children did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Energy,
real.
the
That's the real thing.
darkness.
Okay.
Like you do realize, Douglas.
And those
that
people, the bombs.
darkness-
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Darkness has its kingdom.
Yes. Yes, that's
And
right.
most of humanity gropes in the darkness.
Yes.
So
That's right, Vivian.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
definitely a war. I'm just saying this is like, and I welcome the idea of destroying everything that can be destroyed when it comes
Well,
to
we are.
evil,
We're getting
especially
there.
that.
We're getting there slowly but surely.
What I want to know more though is like during the Vatican, how did they explain that? Like we saw that in Massachusetts, was it in 2011, 12, 14? So remember those entire freaking neighborhoods were exploding from gas underneath?
Yeah, that's right.
And it sort of became a plague and we're seeing it again.
Yes. And
So
yeah. So this is
how
the-
they explain it?
right. Now, by the way,
Budget black hole.
you,
My
well,
God.
you could turn it back to that, Ian, if you wish. I was going to explain
Yeah, it was
to the
frozen up.
lady.
It was just frozen up. Yeah, it was
Oh,
just
okay.
frozen up.
I, what Ian was showing us was Russia Today, which is normally a propaganda tool, but nevertheless, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. And the Russia Today tries to expose everything negative about the United States, but they are absolutely correct that there is an $8.5 trillion budget black hole concerning the Pentagon. That's exactly
Wow.
That's very true. That's what the accountants
And that's
yeah.
because of corruption? Because we don't know where that money's going?
Well, it's going into things like those baby rape rooms that he was showing us in Vienna.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
It's going. That I can
Yeah.
attest to that. So there is. Understand that there's some basic truths to what Ian presents and
Yes.
conveys. Then
Really?
Then he.
Oh,
kind of-
here's Ukraine.
Okay.
When they were blowing up these biolabs underground.
Now, here's where we get a little iffy. This is where we get a little iffy. Now, understand that this is somewhere. And,
No, it's in Ukraine. It's in Ukraine.
We don't know that. but it's
subject to these
yeah. But whatever it is, it's bizarre. So
right.
What the hell was that?
Well,
that was a dead body.
It looked like bodies at Pompeii, where you had the people covered in lava, but it looked like they had some fresh clothes on or something. Like somebody went down in Pompeii and redressed them, or something.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Sure, there's a lot of people that are making like CGI or just these sorts of making mannequins or whatever, but it could be the real deal, or it could be that like somebody, faking it, but there's definitely bad stuff going on.
Yes.
You have to be your own kind of navigator in this realm.
Well, everything takes discernment, but honestly, most people, unfortunately, simply aren't trained enough in critical thinking to be qualified to be their own navigators in this realm.
I guess so. Well, that was very wise what you said, Douglas, right now. Pearls of wisdom. That's definitely a pearl of wisdom for us to open our eyes and be aware of. Because sometimes we put so much trust in this person, that person, this person's opinion, that person's opinion, and then we realize, oh, wait a minute, they're lacking critical thinking abilities. Oops, So we better become more aware. I'm speaking about myself, I better become more aware sometimes.
You have to be responsible for yourself.
Yeah.
What you allow, because even right now, there's these huge energy drains and they just want to suck you dry. It's like, hey, I worked really hard for that energy. Stay out of it. You're
right. Yes.
Thank you. No, it's so true.
Yes.
So true. So what are you searching for now, Ian?
I'm trying to get back to that folder.
You know what impresses me about Ian? I'm not seeing any porn files. If you took a look through my hard drive and I was looking through all my downloads, you'd just be loaded with porn.
Yeah.
You want to see the newscast of the MK Ultra murder, that the MK Ultra crew that murdered my friend?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, what was it in Bucharest? You said.
Here it is.
I can't see.
Okay.
Oh, that's weird. There's no volume.
That's.
Here, that's fucking weird. Hold on. My bad, y'all. Here, let me do this.
Okay.
Let me go here, and then I'm going to hit stop sharing.
Okay.
Confirm stop sharing. Now share screen, share audio, start sharing.
Okay.
All right. Now it should go.
Okay. He would help anybody. Family mourns. Heart of gold. Family honors man. The one thing you always hear about these guys who get wiped out. He was a nice guy.
I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's weird. I can't get the audio
can't
on.
Hear. Yeah, but that's
I can't hear it either. I'll turn it off.
But maybe that's.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And.
Yeah, I got. So this is my little conspiracy theory folder right here of all this shit.
Yeah, little.
I know. Yeah, like 500 gigs of shit. Okay. Here's the pics if you guys want to see some. What do I got here? Oh, here's some Orlando flood pictures.
He's got a Jean-Benet Ramsey file. I see that.
I do. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's downtown Orlando.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
So underneath this, you see that little fountain in the back right here?
Yeah.
That's actually like the satanic worshipping sacrifice underground fucking. It's like a 3-bedroom apartment that's underneath this lake, and that's where they were doing all the sacrifices here in Orlando.
Okay.
But it got flooded out, so it's shut down.
Oh,
but yeah, that's our main little down. Oh, hey, remember we were talking about what's his name? Roger Stone, and who's that other chick? What's her name? Oh Jesus. What's her name?
Ghislaine Maxwell?
No. She's the Jew. She was running. God
God damn, what's her name?
There's got to be a better way to reference her.
Well, I mean, that's all we know her as. You know, she was like from Fort Lauderdale. I forgot the guy.
By the way, anyway, the term Jewess.
That's where we all had lunch.
The term Jewess, said with respect, is acceptable. The Jewess.
Okay, yeah, the Jewess. Yeah.
Yes.
What's her name? I sent you that video of her. I was like, this is like Brooke or something. Anyway. What is her? Oh, I can't. Anyway, that's where we all had lunch during Pulse.
Okay.
But yeah, there's that little bit.
Okay. It's
and
fascinating.
Then, did you guys see the new New Orleans pictures?
Let's take a look.
Okay, the New Orleans ones are gonna blow your mind.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't. Yep, here they are. I did. Okay, thank God I did this. Okay. All right, yeah. So there's okay. So this is during Katrina, and George Bush Jr.'s wife. You know, she's gonna eat these black kids. You know, after this little ceremony right here. That's why she's got her head on little Carlton right here. And yeah, there's John Walsh of all people. Who would have thought?
Oh my God.
This is a Masonic. Okay, yeah. So here's like one of the underground walkways at Harris Casino, and downtown New Orleans.
Okay, wow.
And then I forgot what the big child. This is like some child trafficking canal in New Orleans.
Whoa.
I like the way an entire canal becomes a child trafficking canal. As if it
well, that's
were
what they're
exclusive.
doing. Yeah. That's what they're doing. Okay, now, this is the MK Ultra hospital in New Orleans that got shut down. This is just some video footage of the outside of it.
It's definitely ominous.
Oh, here we go.
They merged underneath here. I'm just showing you what I see. I don't know if they've covered up anything, but let's see if I can see down. This just looks like, actually could be a tunnel. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but this is what I'm seeing. This is all, you can't get in the grounds. It's all locked up. And I'm just wondering why. I mean, I understand it was LSU Health Property. Interesting.
Why is this woman doing this?
I'm looking.
She runs this channel called like the Blue Water Channel or something, and she's like a major like tunnel fucking.
Isn't she concerned
component.
about her physical safety?
No, but this next video I'll show you. These people should be, because they actually get inside of here
just trying to show
and they
you
go
everything.
underground.
This all comes down.
What was that? I saw Louisiana
Which one?
77% what?
Okay.
77% increase in child trafficking cases. Okay,
Whoa.
so this is important. There we are.
Yes.
This is in 2018.
Very.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the new little girl. Okay, yeah. So this is underneath the Superdome right here.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, under the Superdome in New Orleans. This is underneath it. This is one of the shots.
God.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another shot underneath the Superdome.
This is
in New Orleans.
unbelievable.
Yeah, this is where they're bringing them little boys through and shit. You know.
Oh.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's certainly
Well, I know
impressive.
I know. All right, let me get to the actual MK Ultra footage.
And in all fairness, there is actual human trafficking through tunnels. Yes, so
Wow.
it's not irrational.
There it is. Oh, hold on. I forgot. We don't need a fucking copyright bullshit. All right.
Thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you.
There we go. I caught that.
Yes, thank you. Good man.
But yeah, this is all underground in New Orleans at that hospital that woman was locked out of.
Oh, really? Holy shit. Now, if
Yeah,
that's
this
true,
is the MK Ultra lab. This is it. You're looking at it.
Oh my God.
This is where they took the kids' brains out and replaced them with computers.
Oh.
well, it's an operating theater. They don't have those anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
All right, that's just one of the underground
Had an
videos.
MRI.
Here's the other
Look at
one.
that. That was an MRI machine. It said, "Do not remove."
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh my God, this chick is going through sludge.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is
Ew.
like, about,
Wow.
This is like, fuck. It's like
Wow.
Cold War era civil contingency.
oh, they're gonna get parasites walking in that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's hopefully she's got thigh-high fishing rubbers or something. That's what I think she was wearing. I hope, for her sake.
Wow.
Holy shit. It's like, no, this is someplace where sane people do not go. No, this is like
Hell no. I've never even been there.
Yeah, that's So there we are. Okay, so that's
So
impressive.
it's definitely an underground world.
So here we are.
Oh, yeah.
No, go back to that. Go back to that.
Okay.
Ian, please. There we are. New Orleans has second highest number of human trafficking cases in Louisiana. Okay. I mean, that just goes to show you what a slime pit Louisiana is. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
They may as well have never
practically in the
outlawed slavery.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But still, they just said fuck it and did it anyway.
Yeah.
All right, here's the underground folder.
Okay.
These should all be pics. These shouldn't be what's it called? These shouldn't be videos. So we shouldn't get.
No, this should be fascinating. New York's Central Park Kids Underground.
Yeah, here. Let me do this.
Okay.
Oh, you fucker! What the fuck?
Well, we know Philadelphia definitely has those types of interconnected bases.
Here we go.
Probably all the.
So this is the super tunnel in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like fucking with people like, I was like, as hell, Hitler escaped. You know, I just like saying that too. Yeah. All right, that's just a little demo. I forgot where this was, but this is a fucking. I want to say it's Brussels or something. This little underground
but just
little.
So people understand, he's showing us some mega projects for the moment. Now he's shown us a lot of very valuable footage that I think is valid, but a lot of these are legitimate mega projects. These are actual legitimate tunnels that are not going to be used for trafficking. Oh, now here we are, dumb and underground. So I love this shit. So send me a copy of this one if you could.
Yeah,
okay?
I got actually this guy. What's his name? Who wrote the Dumbs book? Oh God.
Yeah, and he died.
No, he's still alive. I mean, I haven't talked to him.
Yeah. So, but definitely send me a copy of this illustration if you could, Ian.
Sure.
Thank you. Also, Ian, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'd like a copy of that child room in the subway in Austria.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I
Thank
could
you.
send that to you.
Yeah.
All right, but the guy, what's his name? Not Fritz Springmeier. Shame on me for.
Yeah.
Anyway, when he wrote his book about the Dumbs, he actually found the military concept artist that made these underground and under ocean,
illustrations.
Illustrations. Yes. And he's got a bunch more, but. All right, that's not it.
Go back to the underground living station. That was fascinating. If I could have a copy of this as well, yes.
Okay, yeah, I can show it.
Yeah.
Please. Yes. Thank you.
I forgot what this was for. This is the urban underworld.
Right.
Oh, it's a Manhattan thing. This is what they were trying to get proposed in Manhattan to build down instead
of build up. What do you mean? That's what they got in Manhattan.
Well, I know that, but I mean, this was like a what's it called? Like a.
They're just showing the people this is how it looks like in a cutaway, But but this is
not
all
a borough,
real.
not
this
a
is all
borough,
functional, layers of underground, and so aside from that, Ian, yes, okay, good stuff, and tunnels under steelworks.
Yeah, that's something different. Oh, this is in Point Magoo. This is where I used to. Well, I grew up down the street.
Oh my gosh. I used to live right near there, Point Magoo.
Okay. Yeah, did you live in Thousand Oaks?
Oxnard Strawberry.
Oh,
Today I
was
thinking about the Oxnard Strawberry Festival.
Yeah, that's the Harbor Freight hometown right there.
Wow.
But yeah, that's Point Magoo in the Pacific Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And this is somewhere in I want to say Italy, I think.
Ew,
no, this
disgusting.
is like Czechoslovakia or something. It's basically the old monks used to take all the monks that had died and integrate their bones into the chapel. So these are like necropolises. That way the monks are always part of the church. And
I forgot where this was. There's some street signs back there. I'm sure I could figure it out.
What in the world?
Yeah, this is when Yeah, like you know how like Florida has sinkholes and shit. Nobody can figure out why. Well, it's because they built these maglubs underneath them, and they cave in.
Where
'cause
is
they're not, like,
this?
So yeah,
I forgot. I could probably figure out from these two street
we're
signs
looking
up
at
here.
a city in which it's obviously a major city, and it's got a big sinkhole in the middle of the street. So
Yeah.
that's like that's.
And then they never talk about it, like what caused it or anything like that, right?
Well, they can't because it's a matter of national security.
well, it's this one doesn't look necessarily that deep, but it's certainly disturbing anyway. That it certainly ruins traffic. I think that one was a bit, shall we say, Photoshop, but.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, those are actual soldiers. Can you go back?
Oh, that was an illustration, but go back, sure.
That was an illustration. Yeah, that was off the military.com website whenever they were doing those.
Still neat.
I think it's our capital.
This?
Okay.
I mean,
I think so. I might be wrong.
Yeah, no, it might be because they might be building an extended bomb shelter. That makes sense. The Capitol would do that. They would do that at the Capitol, especially after the recent attempt to overthrow the government.
True. No, this is in San Francisco right here.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that really all? Shit. No, I gotta have more than that. What the? Well, no, maybe not. Oh, here's the San Francisco BART folder. All right, here's the BART folder.
Yeah. For those of you who are listening, we're trying our best to describe this to you, and it would be nice if I had the ability to share screen with our listeners, but I'm too technologically retarded to do that. I'd have to add to my online broadcasting software that capability. Our man, Real Tech Geek, was once talking to me about trying to do that, but then I'd have to find the time to coordinate with him. It is what it is.
And Ian, will you be able to make a stream and a YouTube stream of this?
I could, I could. Like, I want to make a big.
See it.
I want to make like a big video or a big, a big movie of just all.
Ian, why don't you produce something like that to upload on my channel as well, so that we could share it, and I would bring attention to your channel. What is your channel called again?
It's just 1ANWST.
That is so fucking stupid. Why don't you call it Ian West?
Well, I think somebody took it. But this is Boys Town. These are the tunnels that Bush built, being blown up, that were a part of Boys Town.
Right. Yeah. By the way, the
the
Boys Town is definitely very real. Whether that is part of that whole phenomenon, I don't know. But yes, there we are. Disney Pics here. He's going to show us some Disney Pics. First one's Ian fucking Minnie Mouse.
In the last transmission, we were discussing sovereignty, so the under rulers have a system as well. And I don't. What is their quota again?
What you mean the
powers and principalities?
Their power, yeah. What is their derived from Abaddon, probably.
Well, from what I heard about is just these rich fucking people that just fucking buy kids and have their little society underground.
Ian,
pretend they're gods.
What our lady Viviana is speaking about is more along the lines of the abyss and the different layers of almost the metaphysical realm of the underworld, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, here I got this Jessie Zaboter chick that I've been like studying. She breaks it down. She's like the first floor or the first level of underground is for utility companies, and then the second level of underground
By the way,
is for.
Hell should be like this. This should be hell. The first level is for utility companies. Go on.
And then she's like, the second level is for military.
There you go.
Hence, that's where the dumbs and the maglubs come in.
Okay.
And then the third level are for the protectors, which are these Satanist things.
Okay.
Here, let me see if I can pull her up.
Okay.
Because I know we won't get a copyright on that.
Okay. So that's but yeah, I like that version of hell so far. Yeah.
Oh shit! All right, can you guys hear me? I just dropped the new mic. God damn it.
Now we hear him mumbling, "God damn it, I'm in trouble" or something.
Does it sound better now?
No, we can't hear you at all now.
Oh, fuck. Okay, what about now?
A little better.
messing with
Get it
you.
louder.
Oh, okay. How about that?
It's a little louder would be better for me, but I guess everyone else can hear you.
A little louder would be better for me.
Okay.
Hold on.
Good. And now I like this one down here. Here we are. Victim of the Vatican and more dark secrets. I hope it's not this guy talking. He doesn't look very sympathetic to me. It's like, yeah, I was victimized by the Vatican. Yeah, I asked for a papal pardon, and he charged me too much. Yeah.
All right.
So, repost from High Comment.
Oh, this is that chick. Oh, this chick. Oh, y'all. Okay. This is where she's like, they killed 20,000 kids in front of me.
Yeah.
Hierarchy child. If they hold up a finger, that child is.
Huh?
She just stood and watched.
I do not believe.
Yeah. She was like 8 years old or something.
And I have spent my life fighting for the 1,000, or how would we say that? 136,000 children that I witnessed die in front of my face because I chose not to participate in ritual.
And Doug, this is the. Can you hear me, Doug? Is it good?
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is the chick that threw that lawsuit out that I sent to you with Elon Musk and the everybody. You know, everybody. Was in that
Okay. So that's the one.
That's her.
This is the girl. So what it says, the exposure report. What it says is federal witness watched the ritual sacrifice of 136,000 children. So okay, this is profoundly disturbing. And of course, if you do understand, Ian, it is pretty hard to believe. But then again, with everything I've seen in my life, I'm not going to immediately dismiss it. So I do want people to understand that I'll hold off on dismissing it. Oh, by the way, Satanic Empire Raw. It's got turn it back to that idiot, that Sean Stone. What was that idiot Sean Stone saying? There we are.
There he is.
Satanic Empire.
She was on his show.
Okay, so she was on his show. Okay, man, she was on with she's on with someone who's part of the fucking problem.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I know it's weird, right?
Yeah, well,
like, hey, your dad raped me when I was a kid, but I'll be going on your show. But anyway.
Yeah, that is weird. She said his dad raped her when she was a child, but she goes on his show.
Wow.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah. So thank you. That's why I went back to that. See, I'm sharp after all.
This Mother of Darkness place. Okay. She was supposed to be the heiress to it. She was supposed to be like the Queen Witch of the world. But she said, fuck that, and, found God and shit.
I love the way you describe that. That's
well, just,
that's so inspirational. It just makes you want to go to church to listen to Ian. Said fuck that, found God and shit. Yeah.
What's her name?
There's your boy.
I want to know.
Oh, what's her name again? Oh, there's our boy. Yes, there we are. Jesse Zebotar. Jesse Chebotar.
Yeah.
Chebotar. Mothers of Darkness.
Yeah.
Jesse
She's the fuck Aquino.
And now, Douglas, did you also put in Ian's Facebook for me so that I can friend him on Facebook?
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, he said, the Frank Black, the Black.
Okay. It's there, honey. Yeah, just scroll up on the chat box there. You'll find it.
Yeah, because I would like to just tell you something, Ian. I would like to be friends on Facebook with you. Is that okay?
Yeah. You can add me. That's cool.
Great. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow.
There she is. This is how to spell her name, in case you're curious, ladies. Jesse Chebotar. How does she pronounce it?
How do you spell it?
I don't know.
CZ.
Zebotar.
I think the way you said it, Douglas, was good.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying it I'm saying it the Slavic way, the way the Slavs would pronounce it. I don't know. She might have anglicized it, so it should be Chebotar. But anyhow, she is what she is, and
Wow.
Yeah. And so other than
I bet she had a lot of power.
so do me a
Like,
favor.
I bet she could fly.
Yeah.
Like, I bet she could really fly.
Yeah. Continue. Oh yes, this looks interesting. Children enslaved in underground tunnels, threatened by the Illuminati. Yeah, there we are.
Here it is. Level of tunnels. Here
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
Sorry about this.
No worries. No worries.
I think
Oh, wow.
for tonight, one of Mona and myself, we
Jesus,
do
is
a
this
lot
guy a
of
cross-dresser?
with kids. We've actually written a kid's book.
That's a
Yeah,
cross-dressed man. I hope.
that's what's her name. Chantel. That's
My
Chantel.
Gaia Handbook for Tomorrow's Leaders, Healers, and Teachers. So,
let me just get to the tunnel
past
part.
decade or so.
Research project, and they would claim that they were cloning, or that they had bred genes of a pig and a human. So there's a lot of deception going on with these things. Basically at its core, it's really committing crimes against humanity. There's kids that are literally born with body parts that are metal, so they're very mixed with the androids, things like that.
Who are the mothers of these kids? Where did these kids come from? Who breeds
Some of these
children?
kids don't have mothers at all. They're born and bred in the system. So, they could use people who are not their mothers as surrogates. But these kids don't have, the majority of them don't have parents. Otherwise, there are a group of them, that are kids that are taken through the CPS system or the government working system. And, they'll literally take these children from their parents. They will expend all the parents' money through the court systems as they're fighting for their children. The dirty judges who are involved in the system will, award custody or adopt out the children to Illuminati families. And from there, they have full control of the child, where they'll sell them blanket adoptions to high-level Illuminati families who then will have them in the boarding schools, or will completely sell them into the system for these experiments or projects, depending on what the child's worth. Each child is that they keep, like, they've got two different types of kids. And the first term, you'll have to forgive me because it's their term, not mine, but the first type of child they call their expendables. The expendable children are their assets, that they're the ones that they're going to make the money off of. So these children, they don't use their spiritual gifts. It's not saying they don't have spiritual gifts, but just for whatever reason, they choose not to use this child's spiritual gift or connect them to demonic spirits. They will usually use that child first for sex trafficking. So they make money selling them for sex. Then what they offer when they're done making money off of the child for sex, they will offer that child as a ritual killing or for harvesting. So they'll make money off of the child's organs, or somebody will pay to ritually kill the child. Then from there, that person will have an option. If they kill the child, they can choose to turn that child into a diamond. They use high pressurized incinerators for that.
And Val, do you remember when I was telling you this on the last episode about the diamonds?
Yeah.
See, I totally wasn't making it up.
And so then they can either keep it as a trophy diamond, or they can
what he's
sell
talking
that
about is, of
diamond
course,
for even
compressing
more
these
money.
people into diamonds after they're
There's also an
incinerated
option,
into ash.
and again, high graphic warning.
It's magic.
But they can also keep parts of the child's skin and make things out of that. So sometimes, it's come out that there are certain individuals with red shoes. Those shoes
I was about to ask you that.
Those shoes are made out of skin, but there's other stuff that they can do with it as well. So that is one of the money.
But anyway, yeah, you guys get the drift of what they're doing with these little kids. Anyway.
Yes, no, impressive in terms of the breadth of that. So could you send me a link to that video as well?
Yeah, I'll do it right
Yeah.
now.
Thank you.
Here, I'll put this link in the Skype for you guys. And
Thank you, Ian. I'm so thankful that you did this presentation tonight.
oh yeah. Oh, that's all I do.
Yeah.
This is all I do. But
So
hey,
can you give me an understanding? Is like, okay, so we know our FBI. I don't trust the FBI, but
it should.
they have to be embedded in certain aspects of this to the level that they literally do nothing about it.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they're a part of it.
There's nothing being done.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There is. That's why we have little clips of like these little underground explosions and shit happening. But but
I wonder like who's evolving that side and what kind of power, because remember there are certain powers like that some entities are operating in that are in righteousness that also have the power to take down the dark forces, and it lays in certain weapons and stuff of antiquity. I'm not quite sure, but I believe there's a war, and I believe there's a war all around us all the time. But now it's just more intensified because they're trying to connect all their aspects together and play it out as they shall. And we're sort of just like, I think, having to make the choice to engage, whether it's in knowledge or in faith, or however you're choosing to engage for you and your household at this time, because it's important. It's like to understand your enemy is to have victory over half the battle.
yeah.
But part of it is just recognizing that, yes, there is a war.
Yeah, literally underground.
For your mind, or even your soul, or your body, or your heart, or your mindset, or everything is under attack when it comes to you as a personal sovereign. And of course, so how does this translate? It's human currency, or enslaving in the currency of the souls of men, whether it be we sell them off in trade and warfare and industry, to our schools, to our whatever. We're all intertwined in it. But this is the darkest part. We don't want.
No, it is. You're right.
Yeah, but the more people that know, the weaker it gets. And that's why it's so important, Ian and Mr. Dietrich and everybody, that the more we've just got to get it out there. We've got to talk about it and not stop talking about it till it becomes total common knowledge. Then it will lose its power entirely then.
Yeah, no, true.
And
True.
we are dealing with spirits of old as well. Like these antiquities go all the way back to the beginning. But I was just reading about the Chaldeans and how they were actually, it explained, I'll find it later, but it explained how they are these entities without flesh and bones that are still dwelling among us. So they have no physical form, but they're still of a lineage that is of these dark practices that is real.
So that's so good that, I mean, I'm looking at what Ian has accumulated here, with even photographs of people. Wow. So this is important.
And the Chaldeans number also, the Chaldeans number is also 311.
Oh yeah.
The kingdom of man, but they're not men. They're like, there's something else in there. Or
I
they're
was here this
correlating
day.
together.
I was here this day when Brady and Justin died.
Oh
Metro
yeah.
West. I was there. I was sitting at Starbucks.
Whoa.
Could you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah. No. We there was like a car wreck on the side of the Walmart in Metro West, and all of a sudden, like all these cops and ambulances started showing up, and everybody was like, "It was Brittany and Justin. It's Brittany and Justin," because they were like dating back in the day and shit. But apparently that it wasn't them, and that accident never happened.
Okay.
But this is just one of the papers that, I mean, I don't know if they cloned Justin and Brittany, but I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they had
there's another speaker on the internet, and he's talking about, he's naming names of certain celebrities. That one's a clone, the other one's a clone. Yeah, I don't know.
Like Gaga's a clone for sure.
But as I've explained before, the reason I'm rather skeptical about this is not that the cloning is a problem. The problem is, how are they aging the clones to be the same age as the baseline human they took the clone from? You're simply getting an identical twin, but they're younger. They're basically an infant version of what you are now. So if they clone a man who's 60 years old, how do you get the clone to look 60 when he's an infant?
Well, they're called Mark II clones. The MK2 clones.
Ian has the answer.
Yeah. Well, it's all in this book. Here, let's go to my library real quick. I really need to have this thing indexed.
The Ian library. Okay, now we're going to be treated to. Okay.
Here we go.
We'll look at it.
Read.
Yes.
There we go. Here's my library. All right, view, and then hold on. You know what? My goddamn. Let me index my hard drive real quick. That'll make shit go faster. Here, I'll stop the screen share.
Yes.
And we'll come back to it. I'm going to what's it called? Index this hard drive real quick and then just speed it up.
Well, I have to tell you, I believe that there is something going on where, okay, why would they have the capability to, because I'm only going by my experience, but whatever that was, it was like so intense. It was like I was there, but I was being killed, and you feel it, and it's real, and then you wake up in your body.
Well, they probably cloned you then.
Oh my God, it's so intense though. Like, it's not something you just like shake off like a dream. It's like that. I felt my heart explode. Like, it's so weird, but I can attest to like that when going up those stairs, and I've kind of been in a situation like that where I'm going up these stairs and there's people back and forth, and it's just like every day going on, and then all of a sudden like chaos, and then a certain thing plays out, and it feels like a theater, and you're meant to be there or something, and then it's a free-for-all, and like a shooter comes out and they just fucking start shooting up everyone, and you're just like, how do I escape this? One time, I know this is crazy, you guys, okay, but I was at the Jenner's house.
Wow.
And I was like in a party, and I was just a nobody there, and somebody came in, like this really valiant man came into the house, and he took me out. Wow. And he did not allow them to, and then took me out to a place of safety, and then he went back in, and then but whatever they were doing is like it was going to be something dark, and so I didn't see it, but it's just interesting, these connections we have also in the astral world. So it's kind of hard not to know. It's kind of just a different area.
Oh yeah. Sometimes it's hard to know when we experience something. It might be, say, on the astral world, and we might think it's the regular world. It's a complex topic, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think my daughter is definitely intertwined in these things.
Okay.
That's why it has piqued my interest, and the whole aspect of the bondage, not soul ties, but actual bondage of human life, and the power they want to drive, and how they will sell out their children and certain things like that. So yeah, it's interesting. It's sad too.
Could you tell us more about how you feel your daughter's intertwined in this? Is this voluntary or involuntary?
Well, it was like thievery, more like it.
Okay. Is she no longer with you?
I don't really want to talk about it here, so people don't know, but I don't want to talk about it because it's like it is an enslavement, and it's something that it's just the evil, dude. And so if I ever get glimpses of her, it's like her trying to escape something.
Okay, I
So I just pray. Like, I pray for her, and I pray for justice and victory, and I do want vengeance. Yeah, so I'm glad. And that's why I don't go to doctors and stuff. Like, I don't want, if they have had access to my DNA, I don't want them to have it anymore. And pray for these children, because it's really bondage. And the sad thing is like what Douglas was saying, are generational. A lot of these things might be ritual, where they're in bondage, their families are in bondage, 70 generations back or more. So there's so many aspects to it. And then the fruition of it is, at some point, my soul tie was connected to this number at some point throughout my life. And it continues to be like a pointing factor. And I'm just like, all right, that's my mortal enemy, because no matter they've marked certain parts of my life, they also have to serve me in a sense where I'm under their, like, they have to take care of me, and they can't destroy me either, as long as I don't fuck up, right? It's like a playing field. You have to keep your P's and Q's and know where you stand, because as soon as the enemy gets you off and gets you weak, they'll fucking kill you.
Yeah. Yes.
Sure.
That's just a right of warfare. Yeah, these guys are fucking psycho, though.
Yes.
Sick of them.
Yes. All of that is quite true. I appreciate you having the courage to share this with us, and thank you, Ian, again for presenting what you did. Do me a favor, Ian. With both these ladies, keep the stage occupied for a few minutes. I'll refresh myself one more time before going into monologue. But I think that this was a fitting enough transition, and both of you ladies were immensely helpful with Ian, and continue asking him some questions. I think your questions were very valid, and just answer any further questions to the best of your ability. Ian, I'll be back in a few moments, okay?
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Ian, for what you shared.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I got more too.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
bet
Ian.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry
No,
to
no,
interrupt.
you go ahead.
You should let me know if you need any help producing that. Like, I could help you.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I could give you all the footage and just say, have at it.
I think it's something you and I could do, like, in a stream. We could even like have it a private stream where we would just formulate the evidence, and then maybe date it a little better, make it into a presentation, and then I could like cut it. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
That's
I mean,
fantastic.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead.
And
so it could be like in sync and recorded and downloadable, and then we would just redo it.
Yeah, there's a way to make them back to back, right? You could use, like, say, YouTube, what do they call it? YouTube Studio or something like that. But there's also free software. I'm aware of the free software. I use it on my videos, my YouTube videos. And
That's cool.
so, but that's fantastic, Vivian, that you have got, or Viviana, that you've got, that ability and that knowledge. I mean, I would love to be able to talk more with you about that. And Ian, I wanted to talk with you also. I'll contact you tomorrow, though, because I'm very tired to make that effort right now to connect with you on Facebook. But yeah, so we could just collaborate and share so that we can put our knowledge, the shared knowledge, towards these things, like, because right now my life consists of focusing on making videos for my YouTube channel. So I know some things. I've paid, some money to learn some things. And then the fact that Viviana knows some things, I'd be very curious. I'm very curious to know what you know, Viviana. And same thing with you, Ian. The fact that you were able to collect all this information. How long have you been collecting this information for, Ian?
Oh, fuck. When did COVID start?
Around there,
March 22nd.
Yeah.
March 22nd, 2020.
Yeah, so 4 years now I've been collecting all this.
Okay. Yeah, I see. So this was like a hobby that you developed because of COVID, or because maybe you had to stay home a lot or something?
Yeah, well, my friend was murdered by one of these fucking MK Ultra fucking Manchurian Candidate kids.
Oh.
And when he got murdered, the kid, the kid that murdered him, released his like a letter to the judge or whatever, and he just admitted everything about MK Ultra. And he admitted about the voice to skull technology and how he was like being like driven to commit this murder to stop the voices in his head and all sorts of shit. So that's how I knew, that's what really got me. And then when COVID hit, I had time to, do all the research and watch all the videos and like, do you guys know about the End Times Army and shit? Like what they were trying to do with all these MK Ultra kids?
Not exactly. I just saw recently like a what do they call that? Like a thumbnail when you're looking at YouTube, and they were showing like a drone army, but you're talking about the kids, not robots. So I don't know about that.
Well, what they were gonna do is like this End Times Army, like the final straw in this like New World Order attack. They program these kids to just become fucking psycho killers, like psychopath fucking killers. And the way they were going to trigger them was through a broadcast on the TV. Like if these kids were watching TV, the signal was going to go, and that was going to be their trigger. And that meant go murder all your neighbors, go murder all your neighbors. But we shut it down. We shut down the CIA TV station that was going to ignite, or that was going to broadcast this trigger to start the End Times, war.
Wow,
And,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say when I was in Cusco, Peru, maybe 4 years ago. I'm trying to remember exactly, maybe 5, but so I met a man from what is that country? Oh my gosh, I feel embarrassed. That's because it's late at night. My memory sometimes doesn't work so well at night. Okay, it's like Belgium. Okay, so I met a guy from Belgium at a bed and breakfast where I was working through HelpX. This is to be able to work, and so that you'll have a place to sleep and for food and stuff. So I met a man from Belgium, and I was telling him that I knew a man from the Rwandan genocide. And I brought that up, and he rolled his eyes and sighed deeply, and I was like, "What?" And he said that they used like signals through the radio to like anybody who was listening to the radio in Rwanda, some sort of a signal came through, and that's what started the whole thing. And
yeah, I think it was in the movie when they said kill the tall trees. Which is indicative to trees. And remember when George Bush was first in office, and they were like, well, he's really not doing anything. And so they went to go find him, and he was in his tree grove, and he was he was like cutting down trees, right? And then 9/11 happened right after that, and then he was like invoked into his position. It was kind of like, but the representation of trees is the slaughtering of the trees of Israel and the kingdom and the people. It's spiritual because we're tied to trees, The tree
Here, I'm gonna go on share screen. Here, let me hit share screen again, and I'll let y'all see this real quick.
Okay, I got back in time for that. So he's going to hit share screen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Good.
All right, start sharing, and here it is.
Okay.
Here's under the
entire city.
Here we go.
Kansas City. I'm real tired, so I've been working a lot, so I'm getting kind of blurry-eyed. That's why I miss this when I get the info from my research and everything, the decoding I do. I miss there's 2 Kansases. Switched them around. Many big 18-wheelers going to this one. The primary entrance was the World of Fun 3. was near World of Fun 3.
Yeah, I've seen
And
videos
then-
of this one. Yep.
We watched
I've
videos of
not.
that previously. Then we go to New York,
Okay.
and we go
Wow.
to Newark, New York.
Okay. Sorry for the scrolling here, but it's the fastest way to find things, it seems like.
Yes, indeed.
New Hampshire.
Get you all dizzy.
Yes,
Wait,
if
what
you
are
could
they
just slow
talking
this
about?
down, you can find everything. There's New
These
Jersey,
are all the underground bases in the United States.
Go back, Ram.
New Mexico.
It
There we
doesn't
are.
help that we
So
have a big
Newark,
flaming cube. But
that is connected to the Brookhaven's lab, which is in New
Exactly,
York. In New
Jesuit
Jersey,
bullshit.
the Newark is connected to the Brookhaven's lab. It works in tandem with it. It's
Okay.
a Nazi Thule Society Mark Orion, Ultra Orion facility, a Montauk research facility that is run
And Orion
conjointly by ITT, ARCO, Exxon. It has a massive demonic and alien alliance presence, as well as a Grand Orient Lodge U.S. headquarters. Now, if you go down to New York, you'll see the Brookhaven's lab. So I got confused because they're both Brookhavens, and my decode information I got. Oh, there's a thank you. I spelled Kirkland like Costco brand, right? It's Kirkland.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
I just shopped at Costco that day, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's
Just
grand.
scrolling for the green here. Now we're going to New York, probably the most likely one, right?
Yes. Yep.
There's New York. There it is.
So there's Brookhaven's lab connected to the Newark facility. They're literally completely connected electronically, vibrationally, and had tunnels. And it works in tandem, as I said earlier, previously, with demonic help to create the New World Order. Scroll back up, Rick.
I'm sorry, didn't finish that.
Creation to bring and help in and creating a portal like CERN with the technologies that they had there. So scroll down now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a picture of where the lab is on Long Island in New York.
it's Peter Moon's
And we
home.
saw that last time, but now
Yeah, I know, right?
you just updated that, right?
Correct.
Awesome, Gene.
But anyway, yeah, that's a little. Oh, there's Montauk right there. It's Camp Hero.
Yep.
There it says Camp Hero, Montauk Point, Long Island. Entrances under old 7-story Montauk Tower in the nearby town of Montauk. Under the old Montauk Air Force Station, Block Island, East Hampton, and the hill near Montauk Point Lighthouse, behind old cement bunkers. And I know where those bunkers are. If you guys want to see them, you can still see the bunker entrances on Google Maps.
Really?
This is where Preston Nichols was fucking all those little kids. Oh.
Yeah, by the way, I'm laughing simply because it's the way you said it. It's yeah.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's
Here, I'll show you where the bunkers are. I can
Yeah.
go to it, like right here. All right, Montauk. Bam. And yeah, I'm just that fanboy obsessed that I know where the fucking bunkers are.
Wait,
Right.
is Montauk on Long Island?
It's
Yeah.
at the tip. Yeah, it's called Montauk
Oh,
Point.
okay.
It's like at the end of Long Island, furthest point on Long Island out towards the Atlantic Sea.
So is Long Island like also a mountain? Because it looks kind of heaped up.
It may have mountains on it, kind of, but nothing very large. It's large enough when you're trying to walk up them, I suppose.
What's the base like?
Yeah.
Is it like rock? Or, I mean, are they? What is their underground like?
Well.
Oh, it's huge.
Okay.
It's huge.
Yeah.
I got videotape of inside of it if you guys want to see it.
Sure.
So is it cored out? It looks like it's lava.
Oh,
Well,
it's just the
I'm
way it looks from
sucking.
the satellite, honey.
Oh.
What's going on is that the ground is normal terrain. It doesn't look as ominous as it looks here. Honestly, if you were on the ground, it would be green and bushies. You know, it's not. Here it looks like it's sulfurous, but it's not. That's just the
Right?
satellite view makes it look like that. So it's you'd probably find it very pleasant. Its environment actually, but
It's pretty there, yeah.
yeah. So
Oh, we were right here. Damn it. Oh, my bad. Montauk.
yeah.
Here it is.
So, do you
Bam.
think Montauk is tied to Newark in
At one
and
point it
Yale and all
was.
that?
At one point it was
Connecticut,
tied
yeah.
to it.
New
Hopefully I got
Haven, Brookhaven. So,
Let me try closing this out.
Well, our man Ian believes it's all connected by tunnels. Maybe a few of them got blocked off here and there or flooded out.
Yeah, and we've blown them up. We've blown some up, in the past couple of years.
You like how Ian includes himself in that as if he were part of an expeditionary force that was laying the satchel charges and shit. It's like, yeah,
Well, this is like my little Vietnam with Disney. It's like I was surrounded by Mickeys. Anyway.
Yeah, I love it. You handled that well, Ian.
I had Mickeys everywhere.
Yeah.
hey, he owns it. Let him have it.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Yeah, you guys see that right there? It says not responding. I gotta index this drive, y'all. Maybe next week, or next episode, I'll get more of it.
Okay, so I'll probably start the monologue then, and definitely want to thank you, Ian. You've been very good tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I got more shit. This is nothing, man. This is nothing.
But it definitely was enough. Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah. And
sure.
It was interesting to pinpoint because I think we only see things at one period in a time.
Yeah.
Like things are blowing up, or why is that? And it was so weird because here, in the area that I grew up in, they had to move an entire neighborhood out because of this underground activity that was occurring. The gas lines and all that. And it was at the same time when, like entire blocks of freaking apartments were blowing up and shit. And I was like,
whoa.
They caught it in time, but
wow.
Where was that?
Here in Flagstaff, Arizona. So I think they moved them out to hotels for like 10 weeks.
Wow.
Until they figured out what they fixed it.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Thank you for sharing that, honey. And
yes.
Oh yeah, I never really found out. Ariana, so you moved to this nicer neighborhood, and it's kind of like, where is it in Mexico? This kind of residential district, and you're the same city or what?
Oh yes, I'm in the same city. I just moved away from the center. The center is very beautiful because it's like historic.
Okay.
You know how the buildings, the architecture can be from like hundreds of years ago, and they try to preserve it, and it looks really pretty and stuff. So the center of Aguascalientes, the city, has lots of like, beautiful architecture like that. So I've moved away from that area. But I'm just, in a residential buildings. It's pretty, everything is 2-3 stories tall, and so regarding the houses and things, so you don't get the feeling like you're in a very densely crowded city. So people are nice. Living in a densely crowded city, people can lose their sensitivity regarding other human beings because they're just all over the place. So you could feel like lost in a crowded city because there's no connection practically between oneself and people around. But so no, it's charming here, in that respect. People are pretty nice. They'll stop, they'll say hi, generally, not just to me, but I mean just generally amongst themselves. And
that sounds lovely.
It's nice.
Are you able to vlog that? Like, are you always having internet access and access to, this realm?
Oh, yes. Oh, I see, like make a blog or something out of it?
Yeah, like if you walked around with a video or just like vlogging with your phone, when people freak out, you'd be like,
That's nice. I didn't think about that. Because I have several other projects going. But you know what? Let me just see if it's realistic for me to squeeze it in. Yeah, I think that would be really good because personally, I'm interested in people, generally speaking. So there might be other people out there interested in, hey, what's it like in this city? What's it like in that city? You know.
Exactly.
So
I'd
yeah,
love to know, like, are the buildings colorful? Do they paint them like green and
yeah. I
cool?
guess that's what I could do is just walk around near over there, places where it's really nice. I mean, when I say really nice, I'm talking about the architecture. You know, yeah, you've got people, low income people, kind of like everywhere. Low income and middle class, kind of like, yeah, that's about all you'll see around here. You'll see a couple of, you know, well-to-do people in beautiful houses, but they're far and few in between. And then, yeah, it's pretty humble. It's a humble place, and but
So
at
what
the
is
same
the meaning? What is the meaning behind the name? Awa.
oh yeah, it's interesting that so that means hot water to translate it exactly. But perhaps if we were to translate it more understandable for in English, maybe it could be hot springs. It could be called hot springs because the water, especially when it's warmer months, the water coming out of the faucet, it's never cold. I guess because it comes up from the ground. And so yeah, so you've got something like hot springs, and then you can go to places like baths, like you know in California they have it when you go out into the desert, like around Palm Springs and stuff. They have these like bathhouses and stuff. Well, here in Aguascalientes, they've got bathhouses too, where you can go in and it's you like dip into the water and it's quite hot, but it's naturally occurring that way, you know. So that's I think why they called this town Aguascalientes.
Oh,
Wonderful.
that's
Thank you.
intriguing.
Thank you. So, a bit of advice for our lovely Ariana: make certain to get the links now. Scroll
Oh,
up, get all
now?
3 of the links now, because
Oh.
once the call shuts down, you might have a hard time retrieving the call
Oh.
on your Skype. You know.
I will then.
Yeah. Do that
Yes,
now.
I didn't know.
We'll maintain all of you on the call while I, begin to start my monologue.
Sure.
Of course, all of
Yes.
you check out whenever you feel like it.
Well, Ariana, it was so nice to meet you. I am going to be checking out, and I would thank you for your lovely host, Douglas Dietrich. Ian West, thank you so much as well. I'm
Always
glad that
pleasure.
you were able to display that tonight.
Yes.
I got one more thing I'm going to show you guys, and it's really short. Doug's already seen it.
Yeah.
But I know you guys
wait.
haven't seen it.
Douglas.
Here it is.
Yeah, Vivian.
Ready?
Can you please keep me aware when George, Knight, and Ariana go on?
Of course. I'll try and notify you whenever they're on. I'll just try and call you. I'll just call you whenever they're on.
You can call me and text me. Yeah.
Yes, and feel free. I would love to know about anything that you have posted, say YouTube or whatever, and feel free to check out my YouTube channel, Metaphysics with Ariana.
Oh, sure.
All right.
I'll go look into that right now.
Thank you.
Before you guys go, I'm going to show you this last one, and this is
Yeah.
called "How the Elite Entered the Tunnels in Your Neighborhood." This is how they do it. And Doug's already seen this.
We're sorry to hear about Grace. Come here, I want to show you something. Say hello. Stitch walking to come.
How you doing, Harry? Just flew in from the preceptory, and boy, is my mind tired.
You've probably seen him on cable. He's hilarious.
This is from...
mind telling me what's going on? Who are you, Marvin Gaye? What's going on?
Stitch does this great bit about the laundry. Do that bit for me. Yeah.
My relationship was in the toilet, Harry. The old lady and I were fighting all the time. So, Mom finally threw me out. For the first time in my life, I had to do my own laundry. It took me 3 months. Everything said washed separately.
Do you love it?
And this is how they get in the underground in your neighborhoods.
What is this, Gavin? Am I dreaming? No. It's okay. You're fine.
Down, down, down.
Anyway, that's how they do it.
That's from Wild Palms with, of all people, Oliver Stone directing it. He would know. Yeah.
Did you see what they named it? What was it? The Trail of Tears or what?
Yeah, Into the Pool of Tears. You can
Pool
keep
of
showing them.
Tears.
Go ahead, Ian. Show her the rest.
Well, I was just, I was getting, that was just a little. Yeah, okay,
Into the Pool of Tears. Isn't that magic as well?
No, they really got. But nowadays they put them in people's jacuzzis, so you don't have to like drain the tubs and shit.
Just for our listeners. Wild palms. Now they fill in the pool above.
Yes.
Welcome.
That way nobody else can, or
What the hell is all
chase them down?
These are the tunnels the friends built. These are the hands that dug the tunnels.
And these are the eyes that watch the hands that dug.
What happened to you?
Had a makeover. Josie and I put our heads together, came up with a whole new look.
Anyway, but yeah, you guys get the drift with it.
Intimidate this person. You can keep playing. He keeps denying. I'm not political. He said.
Yeah, no, here they go into some fucking true
Does have
shit
its
right
advantages,
here,
Tully. You don't have
especially
to be
about
designated
Florida.
driver anymore.
Will someone
Oh,
tell me what the hell
Florida?
is going on?
Yeah.
Still having the visions, Harry.
The rhino's key, Harry. We all saw the rhino.
Not everyone sees the rhino.
I'd kill for some onion soup.
Lose your self-importance. No one cares about Harry Wyckoff. You think the senator cares?
Look, I'm not interested in anything political, okay? Just let me go. Gavin, I have a family.
You mean a semblance of a family?
The depression this country went through was planned, Harry. And the Florida bomb.
90,000 dead?
Know what one of our southern senators calls it?
A cotton burn-off, Harry, a controlled fire.
No terrorists involved. Strictly government. Boca Raton was a premeditated nuclear event that conferred extraordinary new powers on the police.
The Liberty Bill, textbook stuff, Harry.
Within 2 years, the Friends were decimated, murdered, or locked up in desert hospitals.
Wake up, Harry. You're having a very important nightmare.
Why are you telling me all this?
You want to wind up like Tommy?
What's the matter with him? Where is he?
They're dosing him with mimosine.
No.
We're the shock troops of reality, Harry. Don't you understand?
Go see Grace's father, Eli Levitt. Smart.
Anyway, you guys get it. You guys get it.
Yeah, this looks
Not
like a good
really.
movie.
I
What's
mean,
it called again?
It's all pretty much word salads and very confusing.
It's called Wild Palms.
Well, dude, it's like so you know the shock troops of the Vatican, or the Jesuits.
Yeah.
But you know they're talking in code and their little code. We're our friends, blah blah blah.
Yes. And the one man is. Yes, go on, honey. Yeah.
He's definitely a magician. Okay, so that dude with the blonde hair, curly hair, right there.
Yeah.
He reminds me of that one magician dude.
William Shatner.
Well, he does look like William Shatner. Oh my God, he does.
Tony, he loves the Tony Stark of magician, but what's his freaking name? He goes on and on about Taylor Swift being a four-lobe, and he's an energy vampire. Tony, what's his freaking name?
I mean, the amazing Jonathan.
I'll find it. I'll have to go look into him.
Okay.
I think he got subjugated to go do something else. But I learned about the 555s with him and dynamics and how he explains their energy work and how they operate in the kingdom. And I was like, wow, it's like they just pull off the same creation of Yah, but they make it their own kingdom.
Right. Now, both of you ladies, keep this screen share on, Ian, right where it is. Both of you ladies, look to the left here and take a look at his contacts. Here's Jacinta Brookson.
Yes.
Translated conversation requested because she's a foreign prostitute. Lovia Amartson, I'd like to add you on Skype. I bet. Jamie Woodland, where are you from? I mean, are you just randomly harassing strangers? Or Johanna Ritter, translated conversation requested. I mean, like, are you talking to ladies in foreign countries or what the fuck? Oh, I see Brooke Gibson's blocked you.
Oh my gosh, is this all his stuff? You're outing him.
Waiting for Jacinta to accept the invitation. Oh, good luck on that, Ian. And so Brooke put a do not disturb sign up on her account for you. Yes. Oh, I like what she gave you. Friend, who's this in prison that she's showing you, Ian?
That's that girl that she was lying about was like stalking her house.
Oh, that's right. That's the girl that actually tried to kill her. This is the girl that tried to kill Brooke Gibson. Holy shit.
I see that bitch.
Yeah.
You.
Look at those eyebrows.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a man. That's a man.
Ooh.
Yes.
That's a man?
Well, no.
Obviously.
It's a bitch, but, you know, she may as well be a man. And then here we are. The U.S. Air Force accidentally dropped an atomic bomb on South Carolina. This is what you gave to her, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder she fucking blocked you.
She's like, I ain't clicking on that shit.
Yes. Yes. By the way, it's true. It's all true. And that did happen in South Carolina. They missed Brooke, obviously. Or they mutated her. And she came back with a vengeance. Yes.
I know. She crawled out of the rubble of that.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. And she grew. And she grew. And became like Godzilla and shit. She's got the fire breath that constantly scorches people and roasts them.
I really love that her accent.
Yes, she's cute.
She brings her Carolina out. Yeah, it's just like sometimes she's California. No, sometimes she's California and sometimes she's Carolina.
Yes. She's not. She doesn't have that much of a pronounced accent, to tell you the truth. Yeah, the accent that she has drives Ian mad.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hi, I think it's charming.
When I said I was like, I can't believe the way you say dogs. It's like you love the dogs so much you got to sing it. You know, it's like dogs.
You two definitely play off on each other, and your accents come out.
Yes,
it's funny.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
It's like talking like someone down in New Orleans, and you meet another friend from New Orleans, and it just comes out.
Yes. By the way, scroll back up, Ian, please. I'm gonna have to hit on some of this.
The search here. Okay.
Yeah. Scroll back up. Here we are. Just keep going. Back up.
That is the top.
That's not the top.
Yeah, look, that's the top. Yeah. That's
okay,
top.
then go back down. Where was it? It was like no, that wasn't the top. I saw some other. Oh, here he is. Stop. Yes, here we are. The High Command says 400 kids moved from California underground tunnels. Military helicopters. Part 2.
Oh,
okay.
There's 2 parts. I haven't seen this.
Yeah, you aren't missing shit. Okay, so what he's saying is what? Military helicopters have taken 400 kids from underground tunnels in California? Now, everybody understand, there are underground tunnels. There are kids being transported in these underground tunnels, maybe even in large numbers. But here we got this, 2,100 caged kids rescued by U.S. Marines from underground tunnels in California. Really?
I believe it.
Really? I mean,
Wow.
basically, you better fear for those 2,100 kids in the hands of the Marines. They're in worse hands now than they were in the Satanists. Here we are. Q, Intel, underground. Oh, human cages caught on camera. And then that flaming Q. Always the flaming Q. Oh, here we are. Oh, I love this. Here, just scroll back up, Ian. There's the cages. Come on, don't let us miss
that's
this.
from a movie called Pawn Shop.
There we
this
are.
is from a movie called Pawn Shop.
Now let us see it.
fact-checked
Let us see it. The Marines, Navy saved 2,100 kids. So let's see these cages.
Whoa.
Okay. Now, so make that larger so we can see it if you can, Ian.
Right. It probably won't even play it.
It's why you didn't pay your BitChute dues. What?
No, check it out. Look.
It's just a still picture.
No. The video is. I guess the video is so old it won't play.
Oh, okay.
See the line moving?
Jesus Christ, that's pathetic.
Well, that's why it's BitChute.
Yeah. Holy shit. So.
Well, I think Douglas, are you trying to say that if a title tells you the entire story without having to actually look into it or read it, it should be speculated?
Let's just put it this
especially with exorbitant.
These are some pretty, shall we say, These are some pretty wild claims. It's just one of these things that when you rescue that many kids, first off, you're talking about men who don't know how to take care of kids. There's no way they could keep this secret. It's one of those things where it's like, where would you take them? You'd have to take them someplace for care provision, because the Marines don't know how to change their own diapers, let alone someone else's. So you've got this situation where it's going to leak. Something like that would leak. So the truth is, yes, children are trafficked in large numbers. They're transported by tunnels. There's no white hats. There's no rescue. These kids being brought up is just like people trying to make themselves feel good. It's these, because kids at that number being rescued, you'd hear it. You'd hear it because there's no hiding it. Because somebody would talk. They'd have to. They'd have to find people to help them.
They are. This video is the guy that rescues those kids.
Of course.
He's a part of this unit.
Yeah.
I mean, you can dissect it and go through it and find out if he's full of shit or not. I mean, you're more than welcome to.
Well,
but I believe the dude.
Can I tell you something, Ian, that I use for a standard?
Yeah.
Just for my own understanding. Anything Q or anything relative to like pushing the narrative down your throat, right, is to me is Jesuit, because that's what they're gifted at. If they're the shock troops of the Vatican, then they're on every level coming at you up in the forefront. So yeah, they might be telling you something that has bits of truth, but they're also spinning it into a narrative that they can control, right? So it's so sensational that no one is really going to actually believe it, because it's a complete mystery or wonder. But that's how she works.
Okay.
And in that they control it, because that's how, the shock troops of the Vatican control mystery. They create it. So, but you can't just accept it in the light that they're giving it to you, but you can't deny it either, because it is a factuality. But what we won't see is like the actual purveyors of it, because it's so sensational that we're not even.
Yeah. So actually, if you could scroll up slowly, while Viviana, I take what she says, certainly with respect. I do want people to understand that for Viviana. Stop here. No.
I just hate the Jesuits altogether. So Q is Jesuit.
Okay, so just so everybody understands that, I'll go into this a little later, but for Viviana, the Jesuits as the stormtroopers of the Vatican are what the Herodian insurgency and the cult of the kings of Edom are for me. It's kind of like, this is like her nemesis as opposed to mine, but we are generally on the same page. In terms of the underground tunnels, it says, do they lead to Epstein? Oh, go back up. She's down here too. There's, by the way, this is, who is this? She looks like she's wearing this.
I've never seen her.
She's wearing this Nirvana t-shirt. The first thing that comes to my mind is she looks like this blonde who's a groupie at rock bands and has really done the drug scene. And then you've got this little face up in the right-hand corner. Make that larger, please, so we can see that.
Wait, who is that?
Face. That face in the upper right-hand corner looked so fucking... That looked like a fucking alien mask and shit for a minute.
Oh, there it is.
Holy shit. These women both look like they've done a lot that's left them aged
should we see
prematurely.
today versus tomorrow?
So, I've never heard of this
made
chick.
The wires?
Yeah,
What made the wires yesterday?
Penny
was-
Never heard of
Jesus Christ. And I like the way she puts her face sideways to make it look even creepier and shit. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know if you saw that down the lower left-hand corner. Like she was buried alive in a coffin or something.
Jeez, Douglas, swear.
Yeah. At any rate,
brutal.
Pretty fake.
Yeah, when it comes to these, the people, like you said, here's this guy, he's part of the team that rescued. See, it is leaking. The guy's talking about the kids he rescued. Okay, that doesn't count when our man Ian says you can take it apart while reviewing it. You don't need to review it because it's not a case of some guy saying I was part of this rescue team and shit. You just basically have pictures of the kids. Okay, now here we go. So here's a picture of some babies, and here's this guy rocking.
He's wearing
them.
a Q mask.
Yeah.
He's wearing a Q mask.
Yeah.
Get that kid out of his hand.
Yeah, thank you. That kid's in more danger in his hands.
Fuck.
Yeah. And I like the name down below, Vincent Fusco Q. Vincent Fusco Q, like the Fusco brothers, the comic strip.
Can we just burn them already?
Yeah. Thank you. Oh my God. So there we go with that. Rochester's
I'm not
missing
trying
star
to,
for it. Holy
I'm not
shit.
trying to negate the seriousness of what you're displaying. I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. I just.
Yes.
That's.
Well, Ian knows that. He knows we're not trying to. Oh, here we are. Oh, adrenochrome drinking Masonic pedo bears in underground tunnels teaching your kids to lie. That is. Oh, thank God they exposed that to me. Otherwise, I just would have bought into it. Oh my fucking God. Thank you, Ian. Thank you.
Here's the Chechen Special Forces. Let's see what these guys are doing.
Oh God. They're clearing Ukrainian Ashke Nazis. I like how they mix Jews and Nazis together. So logical.
No, that's their heritage. They're called Ashkenazis.
No, Ian. I understand that. Do give me some credit, but that they've separated the syllables, so it says.
Oh, I gotcha.
I do that all the time, though.
Yes. Oh my God. It's Ian. This is Russian propaganda. Oh my God. It's like and I notice how we can't see shit. I like how they fogged it all.
They're in the middle of a war, Doug. You know.
Yeah, talk about.
I doubt their props and grip and lighting department wasn't here on the filming of this. But,
it's.
I don't know what he's saying though. I've never seen any of these. I'm just like, this is new to me.
Understood, but you see, Q sent me. I mean,
there's your San Francisco underground tunnel. There it is.
There we are. Being destroyed. Anonymous military source from Stoneface. Well, let's see it. Open it. See what they say.
It's only a minute and a half. Let me see what he says.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to see if he shows any pictures of these tunnels.
Source speaking on condition of anonymity within the United States military has told Dark Outpost that these explosions are the result of several strategically placed detonation devices placed underneath an elaborate system of tunnels being used by child traffickers and high-level elite pedophiles.
I like the way the
over
guy's
800 children have been rescued, and unfortunately, over
background.
350 bodies were recovered by military personnel during the effort
80s,
in what high-level brass are referring to as Operation Fault Line. Tortured, malnourished children and corpses
how he's got the
were found in
icon
a
of himself down below,
sophisticated
looks 200
labyrinth
years
of
younger.
deep underground tunnels that ran
Before he hit
beneath
the
the
alcohol.
streets of San Francisco and the surrounding Bay Area.
Well, Doug, did you feel any explosions?
Dude, yeah, we do feel explosions all the time. I will give you that. That's
Here, I tell you what. Let's see what's up.
For many Americans, taking the family to Disney.
Oh,
there we go.
I love all that dark Disney shit. Anyway, it's called GIS. Let's check out. Yeah, let's check out what's going on in Doug's neighborhood.
Neck of the woods. Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, Doug. It's not GIS. What the fuck is it? It's not ArcGIS. What is that? What's the fucking national? Or we do earthquake detector. Here we go.
I like how he separates earth and quake in his writing.
Yeah, USGS. That's it. There it is. USGS. All right, cool. Yeah, what's your zip code again?
94109.
Okay. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No, that's not it. Hold on. Shit.
Gotta admit, Ian does know some weird shit. I mean,
well, this is how I found. Yeah. Well, this is how I found all the tunnels. Let's do this software. We go here. Let me go to earthquakes. Latest earthquakes.
This, by the way, what we just saw for a moment there was the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Of course, we're going deeper into.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the software.
No worries.
Okay, here we go. Satellite.
Okay. Is that going up to that Russian island?
No. It's San Francisco, but San Francisco there. Now we're heading more towards the Greater Bay Area Metroplex region.
This is you right here, right?
Yes, that's right. You have to go lower. You keep going above it. Yeah. So that's San Francisco, and that's a peninsula. So that's my home is right there in San Francisco, and Golden Gate Park is a big green bar. The little green corner would be Presidio. So that's where the bridge is. If you see the bridge connecting to the green area, that's Presidio going all the way to Marin County. So these are all connected by bridge, the Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. And then he went away from it.
I was going to say, where's Alcatraz?
Oh, okay.
Is that little island? I saw a little island there.
We'd have to go back to the map so I could show you, but no.
There we go.
No, so that little island is indeed Treasure Island. That's Treasure Island.
Oh yeah, Treasure Island.
You're looking at.
See,
the big square one is Treasure Island. The other little island is Alcatraz. That's Alcatraz. That's Alcatraz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And the big square angular island is Treasure Island, and that's
Treasure
totally
Island,
artificial.
yeah.
That's man-made.
Oh wow, I've spent.
There's probably a
time
dam under it.
Yeah.
I've spent some time in San Francisco. I remember driving to Treasure Island. It's basically where people have more money, they can live there, right?
Now you've got some people like that there, but in the old days it was a Navy base. It was a Navy base forever, for a long time. Then they had to shut it down. All the military shut down. It's basically San Francisco is defenseless.
Wow.
I believe it.
You can blame me for that.
I know. I was going to say that.
Wow.
That happened because of Douglas, but also, how far are you from that Russian trading island?
Oh, Jesus, far away. Don't even. Yeah, that's not even an issue. That's like way up. You're talking about Alaska, probably.
How far is it from the coast, though? Like to us?
That Russian island?
Yeah, don't they have like a trade that was tied with California?
Well, in the old days, Russia, went all the way down towards California, yeah. But then they sold all that land. Now the closest they got to the United States is between Alaska and Siberia, are two islands that are very close to each other. That might be what you're thinking of. I
thought it was still operational. Oh, I'll find it because my friend has a flag of it, and
Okay.
Oh,
please,
but it's
yeah,
right
I'd be interested.
Yeah. Okay.
And so Ian's fascinated us by
we're gonna check out where the DUMs are in your depth.
He means deep underground military bases, just so people
Yeah.
understand the acronym. DUMs.
Yeah, I learned about the DUMs
Oh shit!
from what's his name, and he died.
That Philip guy was his name.
What?
Not Philip Corso.
Or Peter
Moon?
Oh my gosh! No, I don't know. I don't really know right now.
I can almost remember his name, but anyway, somebody showed me his videos. Wow, years ago.
Oh, Phil Schneider.
Yes,
Talking
Phil
about.
Schneider.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I found out about them there from Phil Schneider.
Okay. And so Ian, what are we looking for again? What are you?
I'm setting the perimeters.
Okay.
For your area.
He's trying to cause an earthquake in my area. He's going to try and trigger an earthquake.
No.
I'm kidding.
I know. Hold on. Okay, custom. All right, so we want to go to 2019, and then we want to stay 2023. That's fine. Magnitude we don't give a fuck about, but we want the depth. Okay, depth 10, and yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's just do a maximum of 10. There we go. And now let's go down here, and we're gonna go to search.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, modify the search. I can't. Okay, so let's go to 2020 and see what they see if they'll give us that. All right, search.
Fascinating perspective.
Earthquakes loaded. Bam. Here we go. Yeah. So here's all the. This is the deep satanic fucking tunnels that are around the Earth.
Just so you understand, ladies, these are tectonic plates. These are tectonic plate crevices.
Wait, so is he saying that you can tell where the tunnels are through tectonic plate maps?
Yeah, through this USGS, whenever you see how it says 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers. See all that? Those are actual tunnel levels.
Well, I mean, Ian, there's ladies, there are tunnels. There are tunnels. I would be rather surprised. Now, there's probably tunnels throughout the North American continent. I would, but tunnels worldwide is it's a bit more.
Oh, you're looking at it. You're looking at it. I got
these are fault lines. These are fault lines. Fault lines. They're tectonic crevices.
Wait, is this a fault line right here?
Well, I no, that's it might be. I don't know. It's on land.
And Ian, when you say 10 kilometers and so forth, are you referring to when somebody's driving down the freeway and you see those marks, like they have measurement marks on the side of the highway?
Yeah, like mile marker 33 or whatever.
Yes, yeah.
No, those are just for state troopers to know. Yeah, those are just for state troopers.
So then I don't know what you mean by the 10 kilometer thing.
Well, 10 kilometers comes out to 33,000 feet, I think. Is that right, Doug? Is 10 kilometers 33,000 feet? Let me do the math.
I'd have to use a converter. My mind doesn't work like that anymore. But Ian, aren't these circles supposed to be seismic disturbances, like earthquakes? Aren't they?
Yes. These are earthquakes that are precisely at 10 kilometers. You see this one?
Oh.
10 kilometers.
Yeah, so that's what he meant by the 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 10. So basically, he's talking about the circles. These are fault lines. They're tectonic plates. So as the Earth's tectonic plates keep moving, they generate these seismic disturbances. In other words, these quakes. So
what exactly at 10 kilometers even?
I see.
Ian, show us the ones in the ocean again, and they're not at 10 kilometers even. They're just
all right. Let's try. Okay, we can try.
Yeah, I mean they're like they're just see this? No, they're not.
Okay,
even.
here.
They're
There's the bridge to Russia. To Mother Russia.
Whoa.
There we are. This is
10
Alaska
kilometers.
going towards Russia.
10
They're all
kilometers.
10 kilometers.
10 kilometers.
Yeah, but they're
10
not.
kilometers.
But these
10
are quakes
kilometers.
along
10
fault
kilometers.
lines.
10
Ian,
kilometers.
That's what you expect.
10 kilometers.
Yeah, they're tectonic plates.
So, are you perhaps suggesting that through the tectonic plate is where they have found a place to penetrate through?
No.
Well, no. Here, let me do the.
Ian feels that these are actual tunnels, and that.
No, they are. I know they are.
And the disturbances are caused by like maglev train operations or something, right? Is that what you feel, Ian?
Yes, correct. Yeah. This is the tunnel. These are the tunnels that they bored out for the maglev trains, and we're looking at where they were what's it called? Exploded. This is where they were destroyed. That's what all these earthquakes are from.
Well, we've witnessed here where I live. We've witnessed here on the Navajo military base, where they have had buried weapons from the past, where they've exploded them, like just to get rid of them. And like you would feel it, you would hear it, and you would experience it. But the rock bed's probably so thick that it kind of.
Oh, they blew up Epstein Island.
Like that. They blew it up?
No.
Yeah, right here.
Ian feels that Hillary Clinton is dead and all we see are her clones. So
10 kilometers. 10 kilometers.
Well, I mean, she does seem to be looking better these days.
Well, we do know that Elon is highly invested in boring the Earth.
Well,
so
yes, there are tunnels.
There would be technological advances in powering it and making it useful for the terms of travel and all that.
Yes. I mean, okay. I mean, yeah, but then there's Ian.
All right. You guys want to see the actual tunnel from Google Maps?
Sure, Ian. Sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, you know.
I was very proud. I found this one. I found this one myself.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. The way you know, this is, for me, this shows metaphysics in the sense that God creates each one of us with a purpose, and God puts a desire on our hearts to seek out these things. So that's what I see. Ian has the desire to seek out these things. Well, then it's for a purpose, you know, and it's interesting. Yeah.
Oh, you got to see my underground library.
Yes. Ian, scroll up a little bit. I'd like a copy of that map.
Which one?
This one is there, the circular one that's got the red circle around it.
This one?
No, to the right. No, Ian, get that thing down. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, here's some previous work I did with the USGS.
Mm-hmm.
This is just some other this is where they blow up this hellhole in Africa.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh.
Yep, but Ian.
Wow.
Oh, this is in my neck of the woods. This is the
Dinky line. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, right. Okay. This
one. Oh, yeah. I guess it's not as impressive as I thought it might be. No.
I can still.
North Pole, South Pole.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the Disney Underground map.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is a shot. Okay, you guys see this?
Okay.
This is from George's neck of the woods.
Okay.
These real videographer people,
okay,
they actually got into the Draco Underground, and as they were like touring this underground base in England, the camera just panned and tilted over this map for like 1 second, and I got a screenshot of it. But this is the actual Draco Underground map of their base in England. That's an actual shot from the video.
Ian, these are like lower levels of whatever subway they were in, but I thought you didn't believe in shape-shifting lizards.
I did this 4 years ago, so I was on a roll. Anyway.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the screenshots of actual.
What was that one? Go back a little bit. I mean, some of this was fascinating. Not that. Okay, City Under Ice. Okay, that was Taboo Base. Okay, so this one was okay. This was nice. The global strategy map, right? Okay, so that's fine. If you could go back a little bit before
world.
This one was produced by National Geographic. Oh, what is the Northern Sky? There we are, the Northern Sky. Yes, and so the Milky Way through it. And thank you, Ian. I was just curious.
There's our constellations. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, let me find the goddamn thing.
Yes. Oh, you're making us dizzy.
I know. There's so much. I know. No, I did this one too. Mm-hmm. These are some more of the. Jesse Zaboter told me they're called spirit gates, but this is the. These are like the three active underground bases that were in the state of Florida at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Florida. What part of Florida?
Miami, Port St. Lucie, and then this one is in Kissimmee. This is the one that I ran by that Jessie Zaboter chick, and she showed me what it was, or she told me what it was. But yeah, that's another one I did.
Oh wait, turn it back for just a second there. I'm just gonna read this. Miami, MK Ultra and hybrid research, female only, for slave labor, forced breeders, and genetics research. Okay, so this is pseudo-pornographic. This sounds kind of like a fantasy of certain people. So Ian, that's thank you for sharing that. Did you write that, or somebody else did?
No, those were all Gene Decode's notes.
Okay, thank you.
Which I sourced from him like heavily, but this is
in Gethsemane. What was that current tragedy in Gethsemane? Was it the train spill?
The plastics explosion?
Yeah, the explosion. Yeah,
I was all over that shit. Yeah. I was up that morning it happened.
Yeah, Michelle Carmela Saldana helped him with that.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is the underground highway that goes from Miami to Cuba to Haiti to Jamaica to Puerto Rico.
Wow.
But you could actually drive to all these places in the Caribbean.
Well, the way I would interpret that is, oh look, lizard people's catacomb city hunted, flood relief.
Actually, this is fascinating enough where I'd like a copy of that, as well as that.
This is from like 1930 something.
As well as that Caribbean highway map, which, by the way, I think is a prospectus that they had intended, but they never built the above ground highway. And of course, he's got his Hollow Earth. Thank you. Ian. That's cute.
Gotta have that. It was my map folder. I can't find the ones that I made.
Uh-huh.
But we're getting to them. We'll get to them.
The ones you
this
made.
is all the.
We'll recognize them when he gets there. They have all the stick figures.
Oh, yeah. It says my name on it. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Oh,
God damn it.
So,
I know. There's so many. There's so
He's
many.
making us dizzy. Yeah.
Douglas.
Oh, here. Okay, here. These are the undersea maglev tracks.
Oh. Okay, I admit, I like it. Send me a map of this, the copy of this, if you would, Ian. You made this.
Yeah.
You made this.
No. This was leaked by SOCOB. SOCOB leaked this in 2020.
What is it of again?
He says
these are the under the ocean tunnels.
He says these are undersea ground bases and tunnels. Now, this, at least, if tunnels were to be built, they would follow more of a pattern like this than the tectonic plate fractures. So, yes, I'd like a copy of this.
Okay, all right.
This is intriguing.
It says to Antarctica. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And, okay.
I know there's so many. I know. This is the.
But by the way, send this stuff as attachments to my email because I don't want to have to download them. That would be infinitely easier. You have my email, right, Ian?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
You sure?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Hey, what was that? Go back to that. That was an interesting. That was interesting. What was that? Go back.
Oh, this is another one I did. These were
all
not
the
that.
Oh, back a little bit. Christopher Alexander, he was talking to. No, not Morocco. That! Yes. Oh, this is Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I thought it was cute. I just saved it.
Yeah, it is cute. That's cute. There we are.
Oh, these are the submarine tunnels that go throughout the United States. This is the one that goes through my neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes through my neighborhood right there.
Of course. This is awfully simplistic. That's like somebody just took a marker and just.
Yeah, and this is the underground city in Ocala.
Okay.
Ocala. Is that California? Where's Ocala?
No, that's just north of me.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, you're in Florida, huh?
Yeah, in Orlando.
He also thinks that
that's right. Sorry.
A place in Florida was Eden. Where was that? Swanee, or what did you call that?
Yeah, Swanee. Yeah, that's the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, of course. Like Brooke Gibson said, that must mean the rest of the world is hell. Yeah.
And this is Epstein Island. This is how one corner of his island worked.
I like at in the bottom the ancient evil object of worship. Yeah, that's
like I forgot what it was. I've got a fuller. I got the full version of it. That's just a screenshot.
Yeah, somehow that's off map. Yeah.
Oh, this is the Getty right here. No, this is Germany. Yeah,
I just saw Hugh Hefner's face.
Yeah, this is the Getty. Yeah, there was a tunnel underneath the Playboy Mansion.
Yes, there is. Actually, that's quite real. That's quite true. Go back to it. I want to read it. Children under the gay museum. Okay, that shit's Stephen D. Kelly shit.
Yeah. He's a soldier. He's a soldier, We love him. Anyway.
Yeah, oh, God.
I mean, he is arrogant, but, if I invented lasers and shit, I'd be arrogant, too.
Oh, my God, please. Stephen D. Kelly spent one cassette tape. We used to have the excerpt on one of these channels that idiot Daniel Arola was running, but Stephen D. Kelly was basically talking about Douglas Dietrich looks so feminine in his high heels. Here, his high heels. I mean, it's like he had a sex crush on me. He kept talking about how feminine I looked in my high heels and shit.
He is looking rough these days.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the blueprints for the Playboy Mansion.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's actually viable. That's viable. Okay. Now, what's this Invisible Nation? Turn it back to that. That was intriguing. Okay. Invisible Nation. There we are. Invisible Network.
These are all the AT&T communication lines that are really the maglev tunnels.
I like that. So they produce a map of the cables, and but Ian says they're really tunnels. See?
Look at 1 million miles of pipeline.
Okay, they are tunnels to a degree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's like what year is this? 1964. This came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right around that time that article for the Rand Corporation. Oh, this was a adrenochrome processing facility in Texas. That dude, I heard the story of how they took this place down. He said, dude, we flew in, we didn't give a fuck. We went in there gun blazing and just fucking took out the whole staff.
Of course. Hey, what was that? Jump back to that. That was interesting. The ancient Israelite cosmology. So what here we are, foundations of the earth, and what's in the bottom? Waters of chaos symbolized as a dragon. So okay, interesting.
That's the lizards, I guess they're talking about these days. I don't know.
So like does that fit into your flat earth cosmology or?
Well, it's not flat. It's just, they haven't really discovered everything yet. Okay, so these are all the maglev lines in the United States with the underground submarine routes. Okay. And there's my little one that goes through my neighborhood.
Yes, of course, says Ian on it. Okay. Well, Ian.
I swear to God, we're getting to it. Oh, here they are. Okay, here they are. Here are the maglev tunnels that fucking Google forgot to blur out on fucking Google Maps, and I fucking screenshotted them. And if you guys want to check this out, you go on Google Maps right now and just type in Isla Natividad, and you can see them. This is what they forgot to blur out.
That's Isla Natividad.
Natividad, that's Spanish.
Yes,
yeah, it's right. It's right by it.
Isla, like Isla Natividad.
Yeah. Yeah, there we are. And
it looks like it's spelled native dad, but anyway.
Well, there was a porn actress by that name, Kitty Natividad. So I remember that. At any rate, West Coast, South America. Well, anyhow, Frank Black is our man Ian West, just so people understand. And
but you see, there's nothing in nature that makes this like perfect bend and shit.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's.
I do. I mean, that's impossible. They don't do that kind of shit.
Well, says that it's a resort.
Yeah,
I don't know.
These are of course potentially geophysical formations, but the some people might say lava tubes, but they're definitely to.
Well, I've got other maps that match up with these. I've got like maps that physically mark these.
That might be part of Mexico. Isla Natividad.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Navidad. Oh, Isla Navidad. Okay. That means nativity. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm the one that discovered these. I was so proud. I texted Gene Decode. I was like, "Look what I found, buddy."
Well, I guess you spend enough time online, you find all kinds of things. Have you ever thought of getting some sun or?
Right.
It takes time to learn to get all this, huh?
Oh yeah. Like I said, I've been on a roll. Oh, here's a more detailed map of the under ocean sublines.
Submarine cables.
But it's really the maglev.
That's cute. It's at any rate. Thank you, Ian. You've shown us quite a bit.
Not a problem.
Yes, and so Ian's taken us on quite the journey. And here is Frank Black. This is Ian West. Well, basically, again, ladies, these are earthquakes along fault lines that are the tectonic plates, and
that are all at 10 kilometers evenly.
They're not even. No, you understand that? Look, some of the circles are bigger than others, Ian.
No, those are just the dot. Like whenever I made this map, I just said display all the 10-kilometer depth explosions or earthquakes, and this is them. And what's funny is if you turn this into like a flat Earth map, all these lines go straight.
Wow.
Like
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So this has been wonderful, Ian. Thank you. Anyhow, we have enjoyed this. We have enjoyed it, and it is. Yes, and do send me the stuff through email so I don't have to download it off of fucking Facebook and or something. And but other than that, that's pretty good. And so when Brooke when Brooke sent you the picture, she says, "Hopefully you are right." Hey, turn it back to that. She says, "Hopefully you are right," and she sent you the picture of the girl who tried to kill her. What was she trying to find out from you? What was she asking? Oh, here we are. Let me see. Brooke, it is disconnected. I'm trying to do the opposite. It's not clear pic. You think I try to find things, I do opposite. I assume this was just odd thing. Okay. Therefore, you could turn it into anything. I wouldn't bother with it. Hopefully you are right. So you were trying to tell her to ignore the girl who was trying to kill her.
No, the demon that she snapped a picture in the back thing. She's like, "Can't you see his face?" And I was like, "No."
Yo, God, well, everybody saw the face except you. That's odd.
Yeah.
Probably because it looked just like you. I'm sorry. That's something Brooke would say.
You're so bad, Mr. Dietrich.
We love Ian. He takes it all so well. Yes. So at any rate, so that's what that was about. Why did she confide in you? Why did she confide in you?
I don't know. I mean, what?
I think it's cute. It's adorable that she confides in you. So anyhow, ladies and Ian, say good morning to our audience. Say good morning to our listeners.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes.
And so what I can't believe our numbers have gone up. How could our numbers have gone up? What are they? It's not like they can see anything. All they hear is weird shit. It's like they must be wondering what the fuck are they even looking at. And it's well, God, whatever gets them off. Holy shit!
I can hear him going, "Turn it up." Doug's looking at something.
Wait a minute. How many people are in chat?
Well, it doesn't look to me like anybody's in chat right now. Hasn't been for a while. So anybody, go ahead and say something in chat.
You got 19 watching.
What's that?
You got 19 people watching.
No, it was 21 just a few minutes ago. So believe me, that thing changes every few minutes. So it's going to be something that it's one of those things that goes up and it goes down. But and again, when the video uploads, just so both of you ladies know, when the video uploads, you can look at it the moment I stop transmitting, and then when it publishes, you'll see that several hundred people, at least a minimum of 300 something, but usually more towards 400, sometimes half a thousand. That's the number of people that are actually watching. But what the numbers, when they say concurrent viewers, they are actually like paring it down by orders of magnitude. Usually that means the number of people who are accessing the chat room, even if they're not talking, or participating. So Amor Fadi says, "Hey guys." And so Amor Fadi is in Mexico. So he is actually in the same country as our lady, Ariana. Thank you. He says, "Still listening. Thank you, Amor. You must be a glutton for punishment, Amor." You must be. I hope you got something out of what we were saying. Was it even at all coherent? Could you make out what we're talking about? Did it give you some sense of a storyline? Just curious, Amor. Share with us. He said, and yes, and he's a wonderful individual, of course, and as is, of course, Ian, and of course these two lovely ladies whose company we are graced with. Okay, somebody just sent me
and
something.
Of course, Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. And
well, look, I sent you guys a link.
Cool.
I sent you guys a link to my Facebook picture thing. So if you want to see all the maps, if you want to, I pretty much catalog all the shit in this page, so you can just go here and dig through it and see what you want.
Put that into my private messages, please. Yes. There
we go. I'll do that.
Yeah, and of course you could get lost there, and be careful what you find. You'll probably find pictures of Ian's arm with all the scars on it.
No, I took those down.
Oh, thank God! And you don't want to see what he did to his ass.
Oh, Doug, did you like that new Les Claypool song, that Saga of Jack Parsons?
Saga of Jack Parsons. I haven't even heard that. No,
I didn't hear it till yesterday. I've been fucking hooked.
Okay.
I can't stop listening to it. You got it's in the private messages on your
Okay,
Facebook.
you'll have to send me a link in private. But there we are. Saga of Jack Parsons by Sean Lennon. Oh, that's cute. Okay, and there's the Frank Black thing going on there. Yes. The other day he asked me, yes? And I was like, I didn't know what to say to that because I didn't know where the fuck he was coming from.
Oh, that's because Sarah said you were texting her. She was like, text me. So she was like, text him. And I was like, all right.
Okay. Sarah said so, like, why didn't Sarah respond to my text?
I have no idea. You know these women. I don't know.
Okay, that's cute. But when she asks you to text me, then you say yes, and I have no idea what you're talking about. So I just said yes, indeed, my dear Ian. Yes, indeed.
I think I just did it to appease her or whatever.
Okay. That's just so weird. But hey, it is what it is. I mean, I'll show the ladies here so that they can get what we're saying. I'll share a screen for a minute here and see if it cooperates. There we are, ladies. So you can take a look here. And yeah, this is like it. The other day out of nowhere, Ian says, yes. And I just, yes, indeed. My dear Ian, yes, indeed. Like, what the fuck? Out of nowhere. So he's saying now that this is because his friend Sarah said, I texted her, so then she gets him to text me, which doesn't make any sense because, well, whatever. Such is life. And so my thanks to all of you.
You're going to go to monologue now, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go into monologue. Got to earn my pay, so to speak. And
you guys got all the links. You guys enjoy, all right?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks again, Ian.
Not a problem, y'all. Y'all have a good night, all right?
Yes.
You too. Okay.
Everybody say good morning to the listeners. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning to the listeners.
Thank you, gracious Douglas, for having me. And please give my best to Brooke as well.
Of course. And
I hope she's getting rest and taking care of herself.
Sorry, say that again, honey.
I hope she's resting and taking care of herself.
I'll tell her you said that. Thank you. And I'll make certain she gets your phone number. And of course, she's so busy. I'll definitely hope the two of you connect again. And of course, whenever anyone is on that, Brooke or Ariana or Ian or who else to bring you on who else might be on that you would like to come on with.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, and I just wanted to let you know that tonight is a very incredibly powerful night because of this full moon, of course. Yes. And but right now, as we speak, the Vatican, Pope Francis is holding the annual Chrism Mass leading up into the day where Jesus was tempted in the garden this night.
Okay.
And a basilica. Isn't a basilica interesting, Douglas, how it's literally a den of snakes and dragons?
Wow.
We worship our Savior there?
Well, I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate you sharing that. I don't necessarily feel the same way about the Roman Catholic Church myself. I believe you have a very Protestant perspective on it.
Well, no, I mean, like, literally the meaning of a basilica.
Okay. Oh, understood. So I'll look that up. I don't know the etymology of basilica, but I'll look it up. I know what it is.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I
don't
don't
know
know
the
either.
etymology.
It will be good to look it up. Yeah.
So they're doing that ritual right now, and I'm just intrigued at the gold and the imagery of it all, like, because I think that's how they summon their gods, like through the gold and the image that's coming from the idol.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's like a ritual. So I'm always like interested in how they play it. But the Pope is so weak right now; he can't even really partake in it. So his powers are very weakened, and I think Trump also represents that energy when it comes to everything with the Jesuits as well. Like her powers just increasingly becoming less and less. So a very energetical, powerful night. And I just always am like, well, so this is the darkness, but we are also of the light, and we have our heritage and destiny and calling as well. So we can engage in this time. And it's also my 50th birthday. So it's quite
my God. Happy
birthday.
Because the powers
yes, happy birthday, Viviana.
We love you.
I don't really care about my birthday. I love how it's lining up. And I was noticing the synchronicities and serendipity with things like 9/11, or the Twin Towers were open on April 4th, 1973. So, and I have such an intrinsic tie with all things 9/11. And actually, part of the Bible tells us that in that time of this hour where the towers fall and such, that there would be awakening of souls in that time.
Yes.
And I think we're part of that generation. So I just find it so interesting.
Yeah.
How we're all tied together in this universe, like you, me, Ariana, Ian, everybody, like we are intrinsically coming together as well.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful.
That was lovely
thank you.
Yes.
with you this night. Thank you.
Yes. Do I have your Facebook information or?
I don't think she's. So tell us, Yeah.
Oh,
Viviana.
you're not going to.
Are you going to ever come back to Facebook with?
No, I'm never coming back to Facebook because I'm not looking back.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And you have a YouTube channel, Viviana?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube, and then I have a Twitter.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to
you
tell her
said
where to find
Twitter.
you on YouTube, honey.
Twitter?
Can you tell us where to find you on? I'm sorry. Go
Because
on,
I don't-
Ariana.
You can find Vivian Sanchez, and I have like a sunflower in my hair, the same picture.
Is
And
it Twitter?
No, you can find me on YouTube predominantly.
Okay.
Let me see
I
if
will
I
have
look
to-
up Vivian Sanchez and find her on YouTube.
Yeah.
I do want to.
Viviana Sanchez, right?
But Viviana
No.
or Vivian for the YouTube, honey?
My YouTube now is just Viv with the little peace bird.
Okay,
Or
Viv
dove.
Sanchez.
Just Viv.
Just Viv. Okay.
Just Viv. But you can find me, you could put Vivian Sanchez and you'll find me. Still, I think.
Okay, when I
Thank you.
when
I
I look
will.
up Viv, this is what I get, just so people see. I'll share screen so
Okay.
we can see this.
What do
So I'm
we
sharing
see?
screen right now. Okay, this is what I get when I look up Viv. So I get this chick.
Oh, but we don't see a flower in the hair.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's not Viviana that we know.
We want to see a flower in the hair.
So I'm trying to look up. Oh, this looks more like Viviana Sanchez, but there's no flower in the hair. I like this. And so let's see now if we
a
find...
lot of Vivian.
Yeah, so we've got to have a
Sanchez,
different way to find you, honey.
Just find Vivian Sanchez.
Okay. Oh, Vivian Sanchez. Okay, let's look that up.
Oh, just type.
Right.
Okay, Viv Sanchez.
That girl's pretty, but she doesn't look real.
Who? This chick?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well, it is what it is. I mean,
facial.
So Viv Sanchez.
Face painting.
Getting this chick here. Let's lower a little bit. See if we can find some young lady with flowers in
Try
her hair.
Vivian. Hold on, I'll just go get it for you. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vivian, Vivian, correct?
Yeah.
That's what she said. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat for you then.
Okay. Good. See, this is good thing we cleared this up. Otherwise, it'd be impossible to find her.
Right.
A lot of people. It's just put it this way. YouTube it's hard. It's hard to navigate. It's a miracle anyone fucking finds me. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, algorithms. You gotta know how to work the algorithms. I learned that. I paid $600 to learn how to have a successful YouTube channel. The only part that I'm not following is that I'm not putting it up every week, and that's why I have so few viewers, because I'm not putting one up every week. I'm putting up one every 2 months, 3 months.
I'm looking up Ian West, for instance, and I don't find shit. Anyhow, go on. What were you gonna say?
So I shall put this in chat as well here.
Okay. Good. And she's gonna put this here in our chat as well, and put it in the chat in the video as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we are.
Oh, there it is.
Thank
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey.
Oh,
And,
didn't the Vietnam War also end this year?
you mean this date?
Well,
have.
I know we're in a perpetual war. I'm just saying, like, but didn't we declare it over for the Vietnam region?
I can look it up. Give me a second here. I'm trying to find your channel first. So we're at her channel. Let's make certain we subscribe. Everybody subscribe. There, subscribed.
You guys don't even.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
Yes, and so I'm subscribed now, so I don't need to write it down. But let's look up date Vietnam War ended. Date Vietnam War ended. There we are. See, and it says April 30th, 1975. That's what it says.
Oh, 75.
Yeah. Yeah, and
okay.
Yeah, what an incredibly long period of time. November 1st, 1955 to the fall of Saigon on April 30th, 1975. Good God, how...
Was George talking about something? No. 175.
He was definitely talking about a lot of things.
Oh, that was the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
And he was definitely talking about what? I'm sorry.
Oh, I said just a lot of things, but mostly he was talking about the 1,000-year Reich in exile and the fact that we're still legally at war with them.
Okay.
So would you say that when the Cuban Missile Crisis occurred that everyone just said our shit's on pause?
I've always been one to say certainly the Cuban Missile Crisis was important, but I do think that a lot of people make a lot more of it than they should. By the way, I'm seeing you. By the way, let me share screen again. Oh my God, I'm looking at the Viviana Sanchez channel. And so, what was your point about the Cuban Missile Crisis, honey? Like, so you feel. By the way, so here we are. It's so cute. Look at all these nice facial expressions.
I can't. What are we? Not over there. Hold on.
Nice.
She's got all these facial expressions.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I just did those today.
Yes, adorable. Yes.
Wow. Yes.
Yes. And
it'll be nice to listen to that.
Yes. So are these two young girls? Is that you and your sister? Are your two daughters? What?
My baby girls.
Your baby girls? How delightful. Oh my God. Yes.
Did you like the Bukowski one? Love is a dog from hell.
Yeah. Yes. What was that? Where?
It's that little short right there with me in the cowboy hat.
Oh, yes. There we are. Love is dog from hell. That's cute. That's adorable. And see what else is up there. Yes, nice. She drew big glasses on herself. Oh, Avatar. I like that. That's cute. Little things. Dude. Yes.
Yeah. How long have you had your YouTube channel for, Viviana?
This is my new one, so I think it's I don't know, a year.
Oh, a year. Okay.
Yeah.
And you had another one before it?
She had several. And they used to be pretty popular.
Play my love. I love to the haters.
Yes. Oh, where is that? Down here below?
Yeah, that one with the macho TA.
Macho TA.
Right here.
Love to haters. There we are. Mopar Macho Edition. Yes.
Haters.
Yes, got the finger going. Adorable. Yes. There we are.
Yeah. Work. I'm really nobody talking about somebody. I try to just be real and honest. But it's a journey, and that's why I'm grateful to have met Douglas and everyone else out here in this atmosphere that we live in and dwell in.
Yes.
Yeah. But with that being said, I am going to click out for the evening.
Yes, honey.
Yes. I gotta get some sleep. I listened to your monologue in the following day.
Okay. Yes. Understood.
But do enjoy your. I am looking forward to listening to it because I know it's going to be something important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanking you in advance, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you, honey. Love you dearly.
Yes.
So both of you ladies have a wonderful night. I'll see you in your dreams.
Yes. Mwah. All right. To both of you and to everyone else.
Yes. Most blessed.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Okay. Bye for now.
Okay. All right. So we'll start monologue after I give some credit to some of these wonderful people who have contributed. And I want to thank everyone, of course, for your patience and
I'm glad everyone is watching who is. Good. Our dear lady, Michelle Saldana, said happy birthday. She did come home after all. Tim Suniverse was talking about, holy shit, he mentioned me on March 21st, 2023. What the hell did he say, Tim? Holy shit, I can't imagine that he said anything positive. That would be fuck. I'm astonished. Did he really? It's more that he and I did not part on copacetic terms, so I'd be surprised if he said anything. What did he say? Is what I'm curious. He obviously had to bring up my name in context of something, so if you would share that, Tim Suniverse, that would be deeply appreciated. Oh my God. At any rate, aside from all of that, let me take a look into the PayPal and give some credit to these wonderful people who have contributed, those who wish to be given credit. Some of these people, of course, want to remain in anonymity. So I will, of course, respect that and do my bit to try and respect some of the other things we've got going too with the people over in Bulgaria and what they're trying to do with their animation. And let's see now. All right, I'm going to... Fuck, what do I do? Okay, here we are. Now I get it. Do a login. And the first thing I'll do is go to our other place first and do a PayPal login. And that way I can, again, credit these wonderful people who have provided support to me. And these are always somewhat, how do I say it? Just always like, okay, there we are. Let me continue on to the other account. Okay. Press the next button. Okay, so now I can start trying to proceed to the account interview. And, okay, now, so many wonderful people have helped. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without you. So what I'm going to do is try to open these, make certain that they're all given correct credit. Clicking here, and the first one, 20 United States dollars is the most recent contribution from the lovely doctor in Puerto Rico, and that is Dr. Clara de Jesus. Friend of Peter Moon's, and bless you, dear lady. Thank you so much. The Puerto Rican people have been through so much themselves. I really feel guilty, but of course, I'm not going to say no. Definitely need all the help I can get. Take a look at the other payment came in from our brother from another mother, Mr. Stephen Myers in Manhattan, the belly of the beast. He contributed 75, 3/4 United States dollars, and he said the following. Hi, DD. Was out of the country and doing engine change. Was out of the country doing an engine change in Belize. Was there when the president of Taiwan was there. One resident told me they were there to set up a factory to produce chips. Some mechanics stayed in the same hotel. Belize is a British wasteland. Tourists fly to resorts on small planes from the airport and fly back and leave. They still have the Queen's face on the money. Guess they want to beat China and get a foot in South America. We'll listen for more knowledge on the occult and the spirit world. Thank you, dear brother from another mother. Stephen Myers from Manhattan. I'm glad to see he's able to journey and travel a bit. And yes, certainly the Taiwanese are helping the Belizeans, formerly British Honduras, to basically compete with
the fucking Hondurans who betrayed them for the communists. Under coughing over the aftertaste of that betrayal. Their president in Honduras is named Castro, fittingly enough. So go figure. She would, of course, cooperate with the communist Chinese. All right, now we're going to check out who else contributed, give them some credit, and make certain that I don't call out the names of somebody who does not want to be called out, who wishes to remain anonymous. Okay, donation received. So this person contributed $133.33. Wonderful individual, wishes to remain anonymous. So thank you to you, good man, and all my best to you. Bless you and all your loved ones. Okay, going to find out who else sent me a contribution, and this person sent 200 United States dollars, and they have not asked. They said a blessing for you, and it certainly is. This is from Cletus Flogel. Cletus Flogel, thank you so very much. God bless you and all your loved ones in Wisconsin, and just a wonderful human being. We're going to, again, travel down a bit further, and we're going to check this wonderful individual, see if they're willing to be named, and taking a look at their notes. There is no note to remain anonymous, so they are from Canada. This is Brooke Hagberg. God bless you, Brooke Hagberg. And God bless Canada. So that's 200 United States dollars from Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Love you dearly, honey. Amazing angel. And these incredible angelic human beings that help me. Without you, really, life would be unsurvivable. We have, of course, as well, another wonderful individual contributed 100 United States dollars. Edmund Koontz. Edmund Koontz in California, and a wonderful human being indeed. This is a incredible person. I wonder if he's related to Dean Koontz, the famous author. And with that, we're going to go a little bit further down and take a look at whether this individual wishes to be outed as a contributor to myself. There's no... this person has contributed many times in the past, I believe. Andrei Numershitsky. Andrei Numershitsky. This has got to be a Polish name. That's correct me if I'm wrong. They are in Heidelberg, Germany. 50 United States dollars. They have contributed many times in the past, and if they haven't heard me thank them before, because I thanked them too late, because I didn't even discover the contributions until maybe days and days, maybe weeks after they had contributed. Believe me, I've credited you in the past, and I will credit you again. You're a wonderful angel living in United Germany, one of my guardians over my shoulder, and God bless you. And certainly, God bless Heidelberg. If only we continued with the dueling scar tradition, well, hopefully we can bring that back. And 50 United States dollars from Das Vaterland, the fatherland. With that, two more people to check. We have 5 United States dollars, one of the smaller contributions that Peter Moon was asking for, from our dear friend Garrett Mead. Garrett Mead lives in Ohio, and
So another wonderful human being, thank you so much. And with that, the other individual to contribute, I believe this individual usually wants to remain anonymous. We'll see if he adds that qualifier in. Says, anonymous as possible. Have a blessed spring. Are you done praying for rain? Nice question. There we are. So 20 United States dollars from Anonymous. And that's deeply appreciated. One more trip down to find another contributor. That was, I do believe I know who it was, but it's going to be a bit of a difficult time remembering his name. I'm going to have to press the view all button. Okay, so the view all button takes us to the other person, Colin Healy. He didn't ask to remain anonymous, so I will open his, he said, basically, hi, Douglas, Skunky here. Soon I will be in the same financial straits as you, but I can make this small contribution now. I hope it snowballs. And God bless you, sir. My best wishes to you. So he contributed 5 United States dollars from Ayrshire in the United Kingdom, from Scotland, of course. And I'll be happy when they can actually get their independence and then say they're contributing from Scotland instead of the United Kingdom. So it's Colin Healy, who was known as Skunky in the chat, and wonderful individual, spent a lot of time in Thailand, and ultimately came home to the freezing cold of Scotland. Bless him. And I think it's wonderful that people contribute what they can. 5 United States dollars from him. Other than that, I think that pretty much is the most recent contributors. And there was, of course, the Real Tech Geek himself contributed $21.88 in the recent past. That was back in the last month. And then there was, of course, David Fitzsimons, Bruce Dallas III. If you're listening tonight, Bruce Dallas, thank you so much for your $5. David Fitzsimons contributed 10 United States dollars most recently. And with all that, now we return to the task at hand, which is earning my pay, so to speak, by delivering our monologue. So let me see. So Tim Suniverse says, Jeffrey mentioned Douglas when talking about Roswell with George Noory. Okay. Thank you. I'll try and check who's Jeffrey. That's thank you. His response raises more questions. And did he say that in a positive manner or not? Probably George. So then it was somebody else, not George Noory, who mentioned me. George Noory was probably he was probably distressed when he brought my name up. He probably was like, oh, and probably moved on as quickly as possible. I'm certain of that. So aside from that, thank you, Tim Suniverse, for responding at all. So there we are. There's dear Viv. She was saying support Douglas. Oh, what an angel. Thank you, honey. And definitely we'll see you in your dreams. Numbers are going up now. People are waiting for the monologue. So let's deliver. Okay, so we've got, I'll try and give you the Taipei perspective. I am, after all, the Taipei rapier. And we got 12 presidential visits that are captivating my Taiwan. The current Taiwanese president, Tsai Ing-wen's visit to these United States, and the former Taiwanese president, Ma Ying-jeou's unprecedented trip to the communist Chinese mainland have reignited debate within my Taiwan about my island China's future and the nature of our relationship with mainland China. If you're wondering why it matters, aside from everything we've already emphasized repeatedly concerning how Taiwanese technology keeps your world afloat, just remember that with Taiwan's next presidential election less than a year away, and pressure from the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland growing, Taiwanese voters will soon face a choice between keeping the close American ties forged by Tsai Ing-wen's Democratic Progressive Party, the DPP, and reverting to the rival Beijing-friendly stance of Ma's Kuomintang Party, which I pray they never do for the foreseeable future. In terms of what's happening, Tsai Ing-wen flew to New York yesterday, last week, on her way for official visits to Guatemala and Belize, two of Taiwan's few remaining diplomatic partners in what American officials refer to as a transit rather than a visit. This is the unofficiality that Peter Moon and I were discussing earlier. And of course, this is what our man, Stephen Myers, who was on site in Belize when the Taiwanese presidentess showed up. She basically is helping to establish some chip technology manufacturing facilities in Belize, and that will be a strategic foothold indeed. She's traveling back to Taiwan through my Golden, California, and is expected to meet House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. In fact, she did that today. CHICOM, the Chinese Communist officials, have warned of serious confrontation once the meeting was held. And the foreign government officials posted to Taiwan have grown increasingly concerned over the past week that Beijing's reaction to the McCarthy-Tsai meeting might be similar in scope and scale to Red China's response to then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to My Island, China yesteryear. Now, at the time of Pelosi's visit, Beijing held its largest military drills in decades and, in a first, sent a missile over My Island, China. Taiwan's Ministry of Defense said early yesterday, day before yesterday by now, local time, that Red China sent 20 planes and 3 naval vessels near my Taiwan over the previous 48 hours by now, probably bordering on 72, meaning 2 to 3 days ago. That's a notable increase in the People's Liberation Army's daily fighter runs in the Taiwan Strait, the Black Strait between my Taiwan and Communist China on the mainland. Meanwhile, Ma, the former president of Taiwan, his name is Ma, surname, yesterday, last week, began a 12-day trip to Red China, where he visited the hometown of his ancestors, and despite the unofficial nature of his visit, held meetings with CHICOM, the Chinese Communist officials. The former president met with the head of Red China's Taiwan Affairs Office last Thursday and reiterated the 1992 consensus, an agreement reached between Red Chinese and Taiwanese representatives in the early 1990s, in which both sides recognized the existence of only one China, though the ruling KMT, the Kuomintang, included a caveat that there were different interpretations of what China referred to. The official KMT position, the Kuomintang position, the Nationalist Party position, is that all of Red China rightfully belongs to the Republic of China, whose government fled to Taiwan from the mainland in 1949 and reestablished its capital in Taipei, the city in which I was born, while recognizing that the communized, the collectivist People's Republic of China currently administers the mainland. Between the lines, the DPP, Democratic People's Party, has de-emphasized the 1992 consensus, and President Tsai has rejected it outright, while also favoring the term Taiwan over the Republic of China identity. DPP supporters tend to believe that the 1992 agreement is obsolete and that Red China under Xi Jinping has become more aggressive. But the KMT supporters believe that abandoning the consensus needlessly disrupts the status quo and inflames tensions with Red China. Now, Ma's emphasis on the 1992 consensus reinforces to both Taiwanese and mainland Chinese audiences that a return to KMT rule would be a return to the so-called traditional interpretation of Taiwan-China ties, or Sino-Taiwanese ties. That would, of course, be treason. In terms of what my people are saying, well, Ma's visit, Alfred Lin, a KMT spokesperson, told Taiwan Plus that the former President Ma's visit can effectively ease the tensions between the two sides of the strait. Well, on the other side, the right side, Li Wen, the DPP chairman for the party branch on Matsu Island, one of the frontier islands the Communist Chinese are incessantly shelling with either ammunition or propaganda, located near China's coast, told the press Ma Ying-jeou's visit is untimely since Beijing keeps ramping up military pressure on Taiwan. It's confusing to the international community. The Twa trips illustrate how the Twa political parties hold very different strategic views on Taiwan's role in the Indo-Pacific. Actually, as I said, this was likely engineered by the Dietrich Artelect, because Ma, being over there in Communist China, forces the Communist Chinese to tone down, and therefore really kind of act soft. Well, not looking too soft. It gives them the out that Ma is visiting them, and therefore they can claim an olive branch is being extended by Taiwan. Now, Ma's visit to Red China has been closely watched across a broad swath of Taiwanese society, sparking fierce debate. Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Office criticized Ma's description of China and Taiwan as one China, while Ma's office backfired that the Mainland Affairs Office was promoting the Twa state narrative. Recent polling shows the DPP candidate and current Vice President Lai Ching-te leading in the polls, including in KMT candidate and current New Taipei City Mayor Yao Yu's home constituency. So there we are. My people are ahead. Beijing promised to fight back over our Taiwanese leader's American visit, but this time it has more to lose. So this meeting between Taiwan's presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, and the United States House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in my Golden, California this week sparked concerns of a repeat of the pressure campaign Red China launched yesteryear when then Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited my Taipei. At that time, Beijing encircled my island Chinese democracy with unprecedented military drills, firing multiple missiles into our surrounding waters and sending dozens of warplanes speeding across that sensitive median line dividing the Black Strait between Taiwan and the collectivized mainland. It also cut off contact with the American empire over a number of issues, from military matters to combating climate change, in retaliation for what it viewed as a violation of its sovereignty. This time Beijing has already threatened to resolutely fight back when the Tsai-McCarthy meeting went ahead, and it also slammed Washington for allowing Tsai to stop over in America at all, while en route to and from official visits in Central America, warning it could lead to serious confrontation between the Twa powers. But our defiant Tsai staked out her own ground, pledging as she took off on her 10-day trip not to let external pressure stop Taiwan from connecting with the world and like-minded democracies. But the optics of the meeting, taking place in my Golden, California and not Taiwan, and its timing at a particularly thorny moment in Red China's foreign relations and ahead of a presidential election in my Taiwan that could reset the tone of our relationship with Beijing, sees Beijing tread more carefully this time, or at least not escalate further. That doesn't mean, however, that Beijing won't be closely watching Tsai's movements as it calibrates its response and
deciding how much military might to flex over her meeting with an American lawmaker on American soil, the opacity of Red China's system and the potential for competing interests within its vast bureaucracy also make it difficult to accurately predict its response. Per Yun-sun, director of the China program at the Stimson Center think tank in Washington, this puts the burden on China not to overreact, because any overreaction is only going to push China further away from the world. Every time Taiwan does anything that China doesn't like, the Chinese react with their own military coercion. But in the current situation, they have to consider the consequences of overreaction. So about this rising pressure. This meeting that happened today, yesterday by now, which McCarthy's office announced earlier this week would take place yesterday, also came at a precarious moment in Sino-American relations. Washington and Beijing are struggling to stabilize their communication amid flaring tensions over issues from a downed suspected Chi-Com surveillance balloon to semiconductor supply chains, raising the stakes of potential damage to that relationship if Beijing lashes out as it did when Tsai met Pelosi. Taiwan is still feeling the fallout of that response last August, with Communist Chinese military forces now regularly making incursions over what had previously been an informal but largely respected border of control between Beijing and Taipei in the Black Strait. Taiwan's official central news agency also reported Monday, opening this work week, that Tsai has met by now with McCarthy, citing Tsai's presidential office. But a meeting between Tsai and the leader of the Republican majority in the American House of Representatives, whose ranks second in line to the presidency, marks another symbolic moment for my Taiwan and these United States, which only maintain unofficial ties. That increased visibility and enhanced cooperation with these United States has followed Red China's mounting pressure on my island China, which sits fewer than 177 kilometers, or 110 miles, from the mainland coast. Red China's Communist Party claims my self-governing island Chinese democracy as its own despite never having controlled it, and has vowed to take my island China by force if necessary. The party has undertaken a sweeping expansion of its military capabilities over the past decade under dictator Xi Jinping, and ramped up its pervasive economic, diplomatic, and military pressure on my Taiwan. That's driven concerns among some in Washington that Beijing is preparing for an invasion, though Red China's official language still suggests that scenario is not its preferred option for achieving the claimed goal of reunification. It is those pressures and how to support my Taiwan against unilateral actions by Beijing that were likely, they were most certainly on the table when Tsai, McCarthy, and a partisan group of American lawmakers sat down on Wednesday. A bipartisan group, but yesterday. Congress has been a pillar of increasing American support for my Taiwan in recent years. Lawmakers regularly visit my island China and drive bipartisan legislation enhancing support and cooperation. While the American empire switched its diplomatic relations to Beijing decades ago, it maintains unofficial ties with my Taiwan and is bound by law to provide my democratic island China with the means to defend itself. Under Washington's long-standing One China policy, the American empire acknowledges Red China's position that my Taiwan is part of China, but has never officially recognized Beijing's claim to my island China of 23 million citizens. Though McCarthy does not have Pelosi's decades-long record of advocacy regarding
Red China. The California Republican is now a leading voice in pushing for closer scrutiny of Beijing, and meeting Tsai might help him to burnish that image. Yesterday, last month, McCarthy told reporters that meeting Tsai in these United States would not impact whether he travels to my Taiwan in the future, something he had earlier said he wanted to do. But Beijing's watching. A meeting in my Golden California on American soil is widely seen as less likely to provoke Beijing than a McCarthy visit to my Taiwan. Pelosi's trip, the first from a lawmaker of that rank to my island China in 250 years, generated a fever pitch of nationalist and anti-American rhetoric in mainland China. This time, however, so far as I know, the domestic conversation in Red China's heavily controlled media sphere has been significantly muted. But the stakes remain high, including for Beijing itself, over how it responds. As my Taiwan prepares for a presidential election in January, a fierce response could push voters away from Taiwan's main opposition party, the Kuomintang, the KMT, widely seen as more friendly toward Beijing. It could also jar with another high-profile trip happening now, a tour of mainland China from former Taiwan president and senior KMT, or Kuomintang member, Ma Ying-jeou, the first visit from a current or former Taiwanese leader since the end of the Chinese Civil War in 1949. According to Wen Ti-soon, a political scientist at the Australian National University's Taiwan Studies program, who is entering the final year of her trois-term presidency, it's clearly a capstone event. She has this image as the Taiwanese president who has taken U.S.-Taiwan relations to new heights and who has been able to give Taiwan almost unprecedented international visibility. Ma's tour is a once-in-a-century opportunity to send a conciliatory message between the two sides. Beijing should not want to take that. China is also acutely aware that its actions toward my Taiwan are under a significantly brighter global spotlight following the invasion of Ukraine by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, a close diplomatic partner of Xi Jinping. Putin's rhetoric over Ukraine has echoes of how Xi speaks of my Taiwan. Beijing has recently sought to position itself as an agent of peace in that conflict, especially as it aims to repair frayed ties with Europe. This week, as President Tsai is expected and has by now met with McCarthy, French President Emmanuel Macron and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen are heading to Red China, an important opportunity that Xi Jinping may not want to overshadow with military posturing. An aggressive response also risks stoking confrontation with the American empire, not yet half a year after Xi and American President Joe Biden called to enhance communication during a face-to-face meeting in Bali. To quote Steve Song, director of the SOAS China Institute in London, a less overtly aggressive response would imply that Beijing does not wish to escalate tension with the United States to a level that can risk getting out of hand. A reset in Sino-American ties is not on the agenda, but an easing of tension is not beyond the realm of possibility. Well, I'm not quite sure how that's going to be possible at all, since Red China's new Mideast order is anti-American. You see, after negotiating a major peace agreement between the feuding Islamic Republic of Iran and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia,
Red China's dictator Xi Jinping flew to Moscow to broker a ceasefire agreement between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. While no ceasefire in that war has been reached, the meeting between Russian autocrat Vladimir Putin and Red China's Xi Jinping resulted in what was essentially the birth of a new Eurasian world order, in which Red China and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire would be the dominant players, and the American Empire would become increasingly isolated and ancillary to that world order. Shortly thereafter, Russia brokered a peace, a separate peace, between the Syrian Arab Republic and the Kingdom of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. These events are not disconnected from one another. They are part of a longer-running, deeper reorientation of the global system away from the American Empire. For both Red China and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, the need to dominate the greater Middle East, or greater Southwest Asia, more geographically accurately, plays into their grand strategy for displacing the Americans as the ruling power in the world. You see, the Middle East's, Southwest Asia's importance to everyone must be stressed. Contrary to popular opinion, Southwest Asia, the Middle East, is the crossroads of civilizations, connecting Asia to Europe, as well as Africa. This region has long been a critical player in world affairs. It is home to three major waterways linking global trade together: the Straits of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Suez Canal. The region is a leading producer of fossil fuel sources and might also become a key player in the global technology development sector, notably in Saudi Arabia. All these factors mean that the region is not going away, and whichever great power comes to dominate this part of the world will have considerable strategic advantages over their rivals. Interestingly, it has been reported that armed Russian military jets have flown over an American military outpost in Syria at least 25 times in March. In the wake of the Sino-Russian peace deals ending long-standing conflicts between Saudi Arabia and Iran, as well as between Syria and Saudi Arabia, an Iranian drone flew near an American military outpost in Syria and bombed it. 5 American soldiers were critically injured, and 1 American contractor was killed. In retaliation, the Biden administration ordered an airstrike against an IRGC, an Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps base. The next day, the Iranians responded by launching a series of rocket attacks against an American military outpost in northeastern Syria. So, in terms of what's really going on, we were told that Red China's maneuver into the Middle East was not just the dawning of a new world order, but the rise of a major power seeking to do that which the Americans were either unable or unwilling to achieve when the United States was the hegemonic global power: peace. Yet, just 12 weeks after Red China's shocking diplomatic breakthrough, as well as Russia's orchestration of peace between Syria and Saudi Arabia, the Sino-Slavic proxy of Iran launches a bombing campaign against American forces in Syria. Whatever new world order is being birthed, it is decidedly going to be anti-American. This is not happening in a vacuum, nor are the Iranians acting on their own. The data points I have highlighted already indicate a disturbing level of coordination by the world's great autocracies in Eurasia as they seek to not only remake the world order in their image, but to permanently remove American power in the geostrategically vital region of Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East. The objective by the Sino-Slavindic Iranian Entente is to remove the Americans, by force if necessary, from Syria so that the Commu-Chinese and revisionist Russians can gain complete control over the Mideast energy flows, while the Iranians have a direct land bridge linking Lebanon and Iran via Iraq and Syria. None of these actors care one iota about peace. They just see an opportunity to truly diminish American power and isolate these United States away from their respective borders, giving Beijing, Moscow, and Tehran the time they need to expand their power beyond their own borders. All thanks to a shambolic foreign policy and their, shall we say, canards, lame ideas in Washington. The foreign policy debate among America's political and chattering class is abysmal. We're smothered by childish talking points that essentially demand we either follow the maximalist neoconservative viewpoint or the ignorant isolationist vision. But there is a third way. That is offensive realism, where the American empire steps back from some of these hotspots, but only does so once it has ensured that its own interests and security concerns will be preserved by willing partners on the ground. Former President Donald John Trump had, in a sense, achieved this in the Middle East with his Abraham Accords. President Joseph Biden spent the last 3 years diminishing the importance of the Abraham Accords while aggravating America's Sunni Arab allies by going soft on Iran and criticizing purported human rights violations by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Sensing dissension between America and its regional allies, Beijing stepped in to sweep America's annoyed allies off their feet. Well, thanks to Joe Biden's horrific leadership, America is about to lose Southwest Asia, the Middle East, and we'll soon see Red China and revisionist Russia capturing it. Next up, expect Israel, which is also being isolated, to either strike Iran soon or to seek out Red China to help them make a new durable peace that excludes the Americans from the Middle East entirely. Such a desperate deal by Israel and Red China would be to prevent the region's powers from ganging up on Israel, because the Americans are clearly so painfully unreliable and weak. America is losing the world and becoming a second-rate power in decline. We've got one last chance in 2024 to avert the nightmare from becoming reality. Ah, yes, but can Ron DeSantis or Donald John Trump pull it off? Oh, only time will tell. In the meanwhile, as Mao Zedong might say, the dawn is always darkest before it's completely black. Meanwhile, Israel itself has never before embarked on such a dangerous course. Political will matters, and this is a moment for Joe Biden to show American strength and resolve. And America's own civil war of rights between the states can teach us about Israel's. Pundits warn that civil war may be coming to Israel. In fact, civil war has already arrived. In just the first 10 weeks of this year, 11 by now, bloody violence in all parts of the country has resulted in nearly 100 dead and thousands critically injured, along with waves of mass civil disobedience and a looming constitutional crisis. All this follows an unprecedentedly tumultuous period in Israeli politics, 5 indecisive elections in just 4 years. But what exactly is this war being fought over? Ask hundreds of thousands of protesters opposing the government's legislative blitz against the judiciary, and they will say it is over whether Israel will remain a democracy or become a dictatorship run by ultra-nationalists, racists, and fundamentalists. Okay, so Tim Suniverse says, Jeffrey just mentioned your name only. Thank you, Tim Suniverse. Appreciate that profoundly. Like, Jeffrey who? I know he was on Coast to Coast AM talking to George Noy, but who is this Jeffrey? Jeffrey, like, who? What does Jeffrey do? And if he mentions my name, it's got to be in context, right? He wouldn't just suddenly say, hey, you know, Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, and then I take it George Noy didn't respond at all because he's afraid to bring any attention whatsoever. So that would, he'd just keep silent and bite his tongue and the insides of his cheeks until they bleed. But thank you. Any other details? Appreciate it. Bless you. Hugs. Appreciate your bringing that up. At any rate, I've told you what the protesters say about Israel being hijacked by a bunch of lunatics. But if you ask the government officials what this civil war already raging in Israel is being fought over, they'll say it's over whether Israel will be ruled democratically by the will of the majority of voters, or whether an elite-controlled deep state, protected by weaponized courts, will ride roughshod over the people's will. Ask Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and they will say it is over whether the nightmare they are living can be made to include Israeli Jews, or whether masses of Arab non-citizens can be bludgeoned into political irrelevance. Ask rampaging Jewish settlers, and they will say it is over whether a Supreme Court of unbelievers can use foreign ideas to keep Jews, the chosen fucking people of God, from settling and redeeming their land. What is most striking is that although both sides say they are fighting for democracy, no one will publicly acknowledge what this struggle is actually about. Much like white northern elites in these United States during the 1850s who didn't see that the brewing conflict was fundamentally about equal citizenship rights, few in today's Israel acknowledge what is at stake in the Israeli context, namely whether Palestinians will someday be equal citizens of the state in which they live. There is a good deal of hullabaloo about whether the Jewish state will remain, become, or stop being a genuine democracy, but virtually no discussion of the impossibility of it being both a Jewish state and a democracy when half the country's inhabitants are Palestinian Arabs. Approximately 6.8 million Palestinian Arabs live under the actual, if not formally declared, rule of the government of Israel. If 500,000 non-Jewish immigrants from the former Soviet Union are taken into account, this means there are more Arabs living in Israel than there are Jews. So what is at stake is not just whether Israel is or will be a democracy, or can get away with calling itself a democracy even though it is not. What is at stake, really, is whether a regime of Jewish supremacy will be established so that the full weight of the state's laws can be explicitly abused to enforce the disenfranchisement and subjugation of half the population. Indeed, to sustain itself and protect against Judeo-Arab alliances that could end the racist regime it aims to create, the government will need to not only outlaw Arab participation in politics, but also ban activity by Jews that might lead to Arab emancipation. That is why If the Supreme Court of Israel is successfully neutered, the present government will move to outlaw anti-Zionist, it is Arab parties, as just another step toward the eventual exclusion of all Palestinians from political life. Of course, some Israelis know very well what they are fighting for, however reluctant they may be to say so out loud. Among them are Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who is also, within the Defense Ministry, in charge of civilian affairs in Judea and Samaria, and the settlers, fundamentalist ideologues, and ultra-nationalist activists he represents. With one another, they are candid about their aims, but occasionally they let the cat out of the bag in public, as Smotrich did with his comment about needing to erase the Palestinian town of Hawara. A slice of the Israeli Jewish left also knows what is really at stake, having come to understand that the rights of secular liberal Jews and their hope to live in a country they can experience as sane are increasingly dependent on Arab political mobilization and Arab votes. The intellectual elite among West Bank and Gaza Palestinians also know that, in the long run, political equality is the fundamental question that will determine the future. But none of these groups will speak the truth. Smotrich and his followers prefer not to contradict their claim to be Democrats by talking about their plans for the permanent political enslavement of Israel's Palestinians. Leftists fear that speaking of Arab rights, or including Arabs and Palestinian flags in demonstrations, will damage prospects for a protest movement that currently presents itself as a carnival of blue and white patriotic Zionists, and Palestinians who aspire to eventually live in a state that represents all its citizens, whether named Israel or Israel-Palestine, cannot admit to this for fear of retribution from either the Palestinian Authority, committed officially to the now-defunct vision of a separate Palestinian state, or the resistance-oriented street, which is intolerant of programs requiring decades of political mobilization. Most Israelis, however, do not feel the reality of what this struggle is about. On the right, they are focused on specific opportunities the government's judicial reforms open for expanding settlements, ending protections for Arab citizens, increasing ultra-Orthodox subsidies, guaranteeing freedom of ultra-Orthodox men from military service, and expanding religious authority over both personal and public life. Accustomed to viewing Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip as outside their state, even while living within the domain of its power, they view the Arab problem through the gun sights, as the Hebrew expression goes, and see the regime they live in, which privileges Jews over non-Jews, as an unchangeable given in their lives. In the center and center-left, things are more complex. In Israel, 20% of the population, mostly secular Jewish Israelis, pay 80% of the fucking taxes. They dominate the high-tech industry and the most sophisticated domains of the Israeli military. By contrast, 150,000 ultra-Orthodox men receive stipends for full-time study of Jewish texts. Less than half of all ultra-Orthodox men never enter the workforce, and many of those who do hold state-funded, economically unproductive positions as religious functionaries. This will not change anytime soon. 60% of ultra-Orthodox high school students are given no access to courses in math, science, or English. Only a tiny number serve in the army. Meanwhile, middle and upper middle class secular Israeli Jews living along the coast in moshav and kibbutz-gated communities, and in some posh Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem neighborhoods, are outraged by their treatment as useful idiots and cannon fodder for corrupt right-wing politicians, wild-eyed settlers, and unreconstructed 17th century rabbis. That outrage brings them into the streets, but it is not enough to end the story they tell about themselves. The story of how good Jews can make Israel a cozy, liberal, and democratic country without allying with Palestinians. The story probably always was a fairy tale, and certainly is one now. The ultra-Orthodox community now represents 13% of all Israelis, including 1/3 of all Israeli primary school students. Families among the ultra-Orthodox and national religious settlers average 7 children, compared to 3 children in the average Israeli family. Within the Israeli electorate, as it is presently composed, urban and coastal plain liberals are vastly outnumbered. In the mid-1990s, equal numbers of Israeli Jews identified themselves as right-wing and left-wing. In a typical 2022 poll, 62% of Israeli Jews identified themselves with the right, compared to just 11% who identified with the left. The nationalist, social, democratically oriented Labour Party has performed dismally in recent elections. Although it dominated Israeli politics for the state's first 3 decades, it has been reduced to a mere 4 out of 120 seats in the present Knesset. The liberal dovish Meretz party failed to win any seats at all. In American parlance, Israel is now a deeply red state. From something like Ohio or Pennsylvania in the 1980s, Israel has become Oklahoma or Idaho. In the long run, this can change, but only if Israel democratizes. For the last several elections, center and left Jewish parties have known that they could be partners in a governing coalition only if Arabs voted in large numbers. But even with the help of the almost 2 million Palestinian citizens of Israel, it has been nearly a quarter of a century since a center-left coalition has managed to form a government. Given the spectacular rates of population increase in the communities that have given the present government its hold over parliament, the only way to achieve a firm majority in favor of a state of all its citizens is for liberal democratic Jews to ally with Palestinians. A proper perspective on the crisis in Israel entails understanding it is not as the climax of a process, but as the beginning of a protracted political war. What is at stake, ultimately, is not only the character of the regime, liberal democratic versus ethnocratic authoritarian, but also the fundamental character of the state ruled by that regime. Thinking about this crisis as one of identity as well as rights means considering a considerable historical case, a comparable historical case, in which a nation faced civil war over laws that could not be tolerated by half its citizenry. An issue that could only be resolved by transforming fundamental beliefs about what the country was and who belonged within it. In 1858, Abraham Lincoln, then a candidate for the Senate, sprack against the continuing insistence by slave states that slavery be extended to Kansas, Nebraska, and other Western territories, warning of a necessary crisis before the problem would be solved. Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure, permanently half slave and half free. It will become all one thing or all the other. Lincoln was speaking of a war he saw coming, a war over whether these United States would be a country which slavery would eventually be extinguished, or a country forever and everywhere marked by enslavement and policies of oppression, policies directed against freed blacks, of course, but also eventually against abolitionist whites. Instructively, it was the American Supreme Court's decision in the Dred Scott case that Congress had no authority to ban slavery in some parts of the country that led to a civil war that ended with the banning of slavery in all parts of the country. 1 in 10 Israeli Jews now lives across the 1949 armistice lines that used to demarcate the border of the state of Israel, a boundary no longer registered by official maps of the country. In the single state that now exists between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, all inhabitants, whether they live in the Gaza Strip, Judea and Samaria, the Jordan Valley, the Golan Heights, Jolan being the proper pronunciation, expanded East Jerusalem, or within the 1949 armistice lines, are subject to the decisions of the same government. In each of these areas, different groups suffer from or enjoy the protection of laws, the effects of policies, and the assistance or consequences of police actions passed, promulgated, and ordered by the same government. If these circumstances are understood for the one-state reality they represent, Lincoln's analysis can be seen to illuminate Israel's future today as clearly as it did the future of these United States in the late 1850s. When civil war first erupted in these United States, few talked of the struggle as being about whether the vast population of stigmatized black non-citizens would eventually enjoy the same political rights as the white population. Even Lincoln himself spraketh of miscegenation, race breeding between different races as the great threat, and of returning freed slaves to black Africa as the solution to our nation's racial problem. We therefore should not expect the real political stakes of a struggle as fundamental as that faced by these United States in the 1850s or by Israel now to be framed explicitly by the contending sides. What we should expect, however, is that crises that shake and change and destroy regimes can also transform thinking about what a country is, who its rightful inhabitants are, and which identities will be privileged, stigmatized, or honored. The United States' bloody 1860s were the beginning of generations of change that proved Abraham Lincoln correct. Once American slavery was ended, Jim Crow took its place. But vigilante violence, prejudice, and persecution could not keep democratic politics from eventually opening opportunities for political emancipation and the alliances enabled by it. The Democratic Party, raised on racism and anchored in segregation and Southern exclusion of black Americans from political life, ended up finding electoral salvation in an alliance with black people and other minorities, uniting with a vision of the country that its political ancestors would have abhorred, had they even been capable of imagining it. That is the magic of democratic politics, of the one-time arch-segregationist George Wallace, winning his fourth term as governor of Alabama in 1982 by kissing black babies. The result of this long process of struggle, value change, and political realignment was a multicultural, multiracial, liberal democracy, flawed but intact, and a world away from what the regime was when Lincoln spracketh. Though unable to speak its own deepest truth, the current Israeli government is committed, above all, to Jewish supremacy and to the transformation of the very partially liberal, not wholly democratic regime that has existed for 75 years, 3/4 of a century, into one capable of permanently excluding half the state's population from the exercise of political rights. Jewish protesters against the Netanyahu government's attempted legal putsch are committed, above all, to the protection of their property and prerogatives as Israeli citizens. Not being Arabs, they benefit from the facade of egalitarian liberalism associated with Israel's self-presentation as a Jewish and a democratic state. The government and its allies are unwilling to declare that an apartheid regime based on explicit, systematic discrimination in favor of Jews is exactly what the country needs to manage the absorption of the West Bank and Gaza they desire. Meanwhile, the anti-government demonstrators, still dangerously attached to the idea of a Jewish state and the two-state solution mirage that protects it, are unwilling to acknowledge that they cannot win a struggle to make Israel a liberal democracy sans forming an alliance with a large, fully enfranchised, and highly mobilized Palestinian population. Perhaps the most likely outcome of the current crisis is a reformulation of the judicial reforms sufficient to quiet the protests without bringing on the immediate fall of the government. Such an outcome may result in a temporary political ceasefire. But as bloodshed, raids, pogroms, rocket attacks, and reprisals associated with the Israeli domination of the West Bank and Gaza escalate, the deeper crisis will continue. When, eventually, masses of Jewish protesters demand equal rights for Palestinians, partly because they will no longer be able to protect their own rights, sans Palestinian help, then we will know that the decisive battle has begun. The American empire has to choose sides on Israel, but it won't. The New York Times columnist Thomas L. Friedman called on his readers rather petulantly, "American Jews, you have to choose sides on Israel." He said believers in Judaism in these United States had created a new religion out of supporting Israel's security and economic development and its diplomatic ties with America, which replaced studying the Torah. Friedman say, every rabbi and every Jewish leader in America who, through their fundraising campaigns and events to solidify links among Jewish communities across the United States and Israel, have become the faithful of this new religion, now need to find a new focus for their passion. Because if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu succeeds with his judicial putsch to crush the independence of the country's judiciary, the subject of Israel could fracture every synagogue and Jewish communal organization in America. To put it simply, Israel is facing its biggest internal clash since its founding, and for every rabbi and every Jewish leader in America, to stay silent about this fight is to become irrelevant. By the way, I note that our man Amor Fadi in the chat says Mexico's president annoys me. He just criticizes the USA and never criticizes Russia. Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate your saying that. By the way, can anybody tell me how my sound is? My new microphone is already breaking. I'm going to go try and find a Yeti mic, but in the meantime, I'll deal with this mic as best as I can. This is pretty incredible, but seems to be doing okay. Tell me how I sound. I do need feedback on my quality of sound. Let me know if you can hear me. Need that feedback as soon as possible. And send it to me any way you can. You know, honestly, this is why I like to try to keep people online when I'm hosting a transmission. That's anyhow, instead I'm getting weird ass notifications about rebooting Harry Potter as a TV series. Amor Fati says loud and clear, Doug. Thank you. I could kiss you. Hugs. Blessed be. All right. Now, Thomas Friedman. I read his paragraph. I only made fun of his voice or his presentation because he's just such a whiny Jewish liberal. Nevertheless, I do want people to know that I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with what he's saying, except he's not saying it sarcastically or aggressively enough. His comments would actually seem coarse and nasty to your average Judeophile, meaning lover of Jews. They would say they could have been expressed nicely. However, Friedman is Jewish, in case you didn't know. He attended Hebrew school until his bar mitzvah, so he can address his fellow Jews as rudely as he sees fit. Yet his words are valid, and I find quite understated. Perhaps because there are more believers of Judaism in these United States than in any other country, including Israel, or because of their excellent campaigns communicating the gravity and significance of the Holocaust and America's responsibility in it for President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's inaction during the refugee crisis in Europe in general and the persecution of Jews in Germany and France in particular. Today, every American feels that they owe something to Israel. This guilt complex is so hardwired, even Mr. Friedman, a Jew, to use a term that sounds too much like our man Ian West, tries hard in his 1,500-word article to be sure he is criticizing Netanyahu, but not belittling Israel. Like the New York Times columnists, Israelis are protesting against the government's justice reform bill all over the country. There was this very telling AFP, Agence France Presse, photograph from a demonstration in the northern city of Carmiel last Saturday, or the Saturday before last by now, by Jack Wes. It shows a protester carrying a poster depicting Netanyahu's head in profile and a caption, Israel's Prime Minister. Israel instead of Israel. Get the pun? Well, Mr. Friedman and Mrs. Protester, for your information, Israel doesn't need one less law regarding the duties and responsibilities of the judiciary to turn into hell. It is already a hell, making all the people under its occupation live a constant holocaust. Netanyahu wants to curb the judiciary's say on laws passed by then the Knesset by reintroducing the legislation with a vote of over 50% of the Knesset members. It will effectively diminish the ability of courts to conduct judicial review of basic laws and change the makeup of the Judicial Selection Committee so that the government appoints a majority of its members. Now that the judiciary has control over the review of basic laws and the makeup of the Judicial Selection Committee is bipartisan, what sort of legal protection do the Palestinians have? When a so-called settler, They love that kind of neutered terminology rather than calling them what they are, occupiers of Arab lands. When one of these invaders shoots an Arab walking to his home dead at point-blank range, Israeli law enforcement officers, attorneys, public prosecutors, and judges are not rushing to the area. Quite the contrary, those judges and their supporters have been blocking roads across Tel Aviv-Yafo and significant cities, rising tensions in the Western countries. Those Western countries have been looking the other way when the occupiers committed cold-blooded executions. Hundreds of Israeli settlers went on a violent rampage in the northern West Bank last week, or the week before by now, setting fire to dozens of cars and homes after a Palestinian killed 2 settlers trying to kill him because he was trying to pass between the settlers' houses. When the Jewish occupiers wanted to add a room to their houses, they usually began giving a hard time to their Palestinian neighbors so that they could acquiesce to selling their homes. Where was Mr. Friedman's precious Israel judiciary when almost 500,000, no indeed, nigh 1 million Israeli occupiers settled in the West Bank, East Yerushalayim, and Gaza Strip, areas captured by Israel in the 1967 war for an eventual annexation to Israel, Eretz Israel, Greater Israel. Of course those are illegal settlements, and no matter how long Israel keeps those lands under occupation, they will not be part of Israel. But has Mr. Friedman heard anything from the Israeli courts about that illegal occupation? Why not? Israel's day of resisting dictatorship, or headlines like "Thousands blocking the roads," or commentaries like "Constitutional crisis, economic meltdown, security crisis with the Palestinians" are all laughable if you know something about the religion Mr. Friedman writes about. The call of that religion has been answered by 21 high-level Amero-Israeli contacts for the last 66 days of Netanyahu's premiership, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin shamelessly landed at Ben Gurion International Airport to be greeted by Netanyahu himself, who somehow managed to elude the protesters blocking the roads to the airport. When that religion calls, the American imperial secretaries, the assistants to the president, and the whole American political apparatus snaps to attention at the order of their Zog, their Zionist occupation government. Did you hear anything from the faithful of that religion about the bombing of the Aleppo airport by the Israeli Air Force, which was the only port of the humanitarian aid that somehow trickled down after the earthquakes that devastated Turkey and northern Syria, with more than 50,000 victims and 40,000 critically injured in both countries? So let me ask this question. Have you read a report about the Aleppo bombing of Israel, sans the word alleged in front of it? Not only do the American Jews need to choose sides on Israel, but the entire American empire needs to do it. The choice is not about Netanyahu's crafty ways to make those settlers and their terrorist leader cabinet members. The Americans and Mr. Friedman should choose the right side regarding the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Unfortunately, I don't think either would do it. But at least Europe is repressing Jewish ritual slaughter. Now, I never thought I would come to this point. Countries across Europe are cracking down on ritual slaughter, making the position of observant Jews and Muslims there more tenuous. One might ask if concern for animals is really the motivating factor. You see, over the last decade, there has been a growing debate in Europe.
initiated primarily by animal rights groups and environmentalists about the desirability of banning religious ritual slaughter in the name of animal welfare. This debate has caused concern among Jews not only in Europe but also in Israel and North America, as the ban means for them, and many Muslims, the end of the production of the only meat they can eat. It is difficult for Jews not to see, lurking behind the argument against animal suffering, the sly face of a Judeophobia that has always been able to drape itself in the ideals of the moment. This fear might be considered legitimate, but we must also keep in mind that it should not obscure the legal, political, and economic dimensions of the problem. For, when looked at from the right angle, no pun intended, the seemingly narrow controversy over ritual slaughter widens into a prism for better perceiving how a continent and culture are being torn between contradictory values. First, let's consider the carnivorous challenge. To understand the sensitivity of Jewish communities toward the issue of ritual slaughter, it is helpful to discuss some basic notions about their relationship with animals in general, and meat in particular. That relationship is strikingly close. According to Genesis, man was originally made by God to be a vegetarian, as in the Garden of Eden, where every green plant shall be food. Later, however, the consumption of meat became an integral part of Jewish worship. Secondly, the Torah strictly prohibits the mistreatment of animals. It is forbidden for any human being to cut off a limb of a living animal and to eat it. Jews are also obliged to feed their animals before themselves, to relieve their suffering, and in general to cause them the least pain. They must make them rest on Shabbat, and it is prohibited to muzzle animals to prevent them from feeding themselves during their work. One may not harness together an ox and a donkey. Further, it is by saving the animals in his ark that Noah discovers the meaning of the human condition, responsibility. Indeed, the permission to eat animals was granted to mankind only after the flood, and on condition, only on condition, that blood, considered as a carrier of life force, would not be consumed. This ban on blood is central to Judaism. That's why there's no Jewish vampires. Later, additional regulations appeared. After leaving Egypt, the Hebrews learned that they were only allowed to eat the meat of certain animals, such as cows and sheep that have split hooves and chew their cud, and that they could partake of those specific animals that were permitted for sacrifice in the tabernacle. Then, once they entered the land of Israel, Hebrews were allowed to eat in every desire of their soul, meaning even animals slaughtered outside the tabernacle and outside the temple for the pleasure of consumption. At this point, the temple service became primarily sacrificial. Now, the sacrifice, korban, was in no way an offering to God in exchange for benefits. It was in most cases a sin offering, korban hatat, which consisted of, after having unintentionally transgressed the law, making peace with oneself and getting closer to God by an act of giving. The meat of the animals slaughtered in that service was shared with those who had no land and therefore no basic food resources. The priests, Kohanim, in charge of the ritual sprinkling of the blood. These days, people with no land and no basic food resources would be Palestinians, but I doubt that Jews would share anything with them, other than perhaps cannibalizing other Palestinians that they killed. I couldn't resist that. Some people might think I just went too far, but no, not really. As these United States orients its strategy around great power competition, questions have arisen as to whether the American military is up to the task. In particular,
The Ukrainian war has raised questions about just how well the American military would fare in a conventional war after 20 years focused on counterinsurgency. The answer is mixed. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq taught the American empire many valuable lessons, but a Ukraine-type war could still offer many unpleasant surprises. Despite what I've just qualified, know this much. The American empire learned from Iraq and Afghanistan. The revanchist, revisionist Russian empire did not. Oh, by the way, Viv says I sound great. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly, darling. Oh, my goddess. Can't believe we have so much time left. Numbers are good, considering. Holy fucking Christ. Can I make it through another hour and 15 minutes? Well, I'll try. Now, there is little debate that the Russian military has underperformed in the war in Ukraine. Many analysts thought the conflict would be over in a matter of days. Other than myself, of course, I knew better. With minimal Russian military casualties. Yet over a year later, it continues to grind on and has decimated significant portions of Russia's ground combat power. There are a slew of explanations about why the Russian army has performed so poorly, from deliberate Russian force structure choices to an underestimation of the Ukrainian will to fight. But it is clear that the Russian military has not lived up to expectations. A contentious question revolves around a hypothetical. Would the American military have done any better? For some observers, the answer is no. For those in my camp, the argument is that the American empire and other Western militaries suffer from some of the same maladies as the Russians. Now, these claims echo a broader narrative that the past 20 years has been a period of strategic atrophy, and the Iraq and Afghanistan wars have left these United States ill-prepared for largely conventional fights like the war in Ukraine. Bracketing the long-standing debates over which side has the better kit, more agile force structure, or stronger will to fight, what the "we couldn't do it better" school misses is historical context. As dissimilar as the Iraq and Afghanistan wars may be to the war in Ukraine, those conflicts taught the United States a few important lessons, often the hard way. As a result, the American military probably would have avoided the problems that beset the Russians in Ukraine, not in spite of the global war on terrorism, but because of it. So let's talk a bit about repeating past mistakes. For all the differences between the Ukraine war and the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, there are striking similarities between the Russian military's failures in Ukraine and the American military's struggles in the early days of the global war on terrorism. One commonly cited cause for Russia's mishaps in Ukraine is that during the early days of the war, Russia's military lacked a unity of command. It's possible that, because Russia thought the war was going to be a relatively short conflict, it did not place a commander in charge of its special military operation until April, when Vladimir Putin named General Alexander Dvonikov to the post. The net result was that Russia's operation, especially during those crucial early weeks, seemed confused and ill-coordinated. The American empire made a version of the same mistake before. While the early phases of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq were led by a single person, General Tommy Franks, he was also responsible for all of Central Command, which spanned most of the Middle East. Once the major combat operations ended, Franks went home. As we now know, the initial combat phases of the Afghanistan and Iraq wars were only just beginning. Without a strong centralized command and control to plan what came next, attempts at progress in both conflicts stalled. It
arguably took the American empire and our allies months to build out structures like the Coalition Provisional Authority, Multinational Force Iraq, and International Security Assistance Force to provide that sort of direction. A second notable shortfall of Russian forces in Ukraine has been in the realm of logistics. Russian tanks have run out of gas only a few dozen miles from the border. Forces invaded Ukraine with expired food rations, and soldiers suffered from frostbite because they lacked adequate cold weather gear. While some of these sustainment challenges can be chalked up to the Ukrainian military successfully targeting Russian supply lines, they also reveal more systemic Russian weaknesses. By contrast, the Iraq and Afghanistan wars highlighted and honed the American military's logistical backbone. After a couple notable exceptions, particularly early on in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, like the 3rd Infantry Division's operational pause on its push to Baghdad, American logistics kept service members fed, fueled, and fighting for decades, even in remote bases in hostile terrain. For all the lampooning of Starbucks and surf and turf dinners at super bases, the fact remains that the United States was able to not only project hundreds of thousands of troops halfway around the world, but also sustain them. Above all, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin seems to have similarly misjudged Ukraine in ways that eerily parallel the Bush administration in the run-up to the Iraq War. Some Russian commentators' rosy pre-war forecasts about the expected outcome mirrored the false bravado of the now infamous cakewalk prediction for the Iraq War. Russian intelligence services supposedly pointed to polling that showed Ukrainians, by and large, did not trust President Volodymyr Zelensky's government, nor most of their other government institutions. Perhaps Putin also genuinely believed that Ukrainians and Russians are one people, divided by a border. Either way, the Kremlin seemed to think its forces could quickly topple the Ukrainian regime while being welcomed as liberators. In this sense, there are striking similarities to how the United States believed Iraqis would greet American forces prior to the Iraq War. As we now know, in both cases, these assumptions proved quite false. And like the Bush misadministration, the Kremlin seemingly lacked a plan for what would come next if Putin's fantasies of a short, sharp war failed to materialize. Like American policymakers confronted with a floundering conflict, Putin has chosen to double down. But his strategy seems, even at this point, completely unclear. And this is not an exhaustive list. There are other parallels between Russia's misfortunes and the Ukraine and the American Empire's misadventures in Iraq and Afghanistan. Exempli gratiae, like the United States during the troop surge. Circa 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, was murdered. Thanatized, as the Veterans Administration would say. That very year of the troop surge. Russia is now learning that wars require lots of manpower, especially those fought in urban areas. The broader point remains, however. History may not be repeating itself in Ukraine, but it certainly does rhyme. So we come to learning lessons the hard way. Mistakes do not always translate directly into lessons learned. At least the popular narrative suggests that the American military chose to excise the Vietnam War from its collective memory rather than internalize the lessons of that defeat. As Russia is finding out in Ukraine, even if the military internalizes a particular lesson, that's no guarantee that its political masters will not overrule them. And so, the argument goes, American errors during the global war on terrorism are not necessarily a guarantee that the United States would avoid repeating those mistakes in the future. On closer examination, however, neither objection really stands up to scrutiny. We will not know how much the joint force internalized the lessons of the past several decades until it confronts a similar situation in the future. But we do know the joint force has invested considerable time and effort into documenting and interpreting the lessons of the past 12 decades, as evidenced by an ample library of Department of Defense-sponsored official, semi-official, and academic research. Moreover, the Iraq and Afghanistan wars are still relatively fresh experiences, with few exceptions. Most of the current senior leaders in the American military have spent much of their careers operating in both conflicts. The same is true, to lesser extents, for many junior ranks as well. At least for the next decade or so, the Joint Force does not need to learn from history as much as it simply needs to recall personal experiences. Additionally, some of the lessons from American mistakes in the Iraq or Afghanistan wars, like the importance of unity of command or centrality of logistics, are not particularly controversial or politically sensitive. Indeed, the former is enshrined in doctrine and drilled into every service member from the start. And the American military's logistical backbone has long been one of its underappreciated strengths. While the American empire could ignore these lessons in the future, the onus of proof should be upon the skeptics. Why would it? As for the more politically fraught lessons learned, like the wisdom of strategies of regime change, sure, a future American president could overrule whatever lessons the American military has taken away from Iraq and Afghanistan. But in contrast to the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and other authoritarian regimes, democratic civil-military relations allow for more frank, if unequal, dialogue between military and civilian counterparts. Future military leaders might not be able to talk a future president out of regime change, but they might at least be able to convince him or her that plans for speedy regime change often goest haywire. Finally, while the American military has learned lessons from the past 20 years, so too have political elites and the American public. The American empire may not have lost our appetite for advocating regime change, but we have learned not to expect it to be a quick and easy affair. When President Biden remarked that Putin cannot remain in power, aides quickly walked back the comment, saying it was a statement of moral outrage rather than one of policy. In the aftermath of Iraq and Afghanistan, Americans are, well, perhaps rightfully wary of regime change. So, would the American military have done any better? The short, if unfulfilling answer is perhaps. In any future operation, the American military will almost certainly make mistakes, but not the same ones the Russians did in Ukraine. If only for the fact that it learned many of the same lessons, often painfully, over the past 12 decades of war. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars did not prepare the American military for all aspects of future conflicts. They did not train soldiers to advance under relentless artillery barrages like those we see in Ukraine today. They did not teach sailors how to face anti-ship missiles or pilots how to deal with advanced aero defense threats. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars really did not teach the American military how to sustain the sort of casualties the Russians continued to take in Ukraine. Similarly, the Iraq and Afghanistan wars probably taught the American empire bad lessons as well. Exempli gratiae. American analysts' underestimation of the Ukrainian will to fight might have been influenced by policymakers overestimating Iraqi and Afghan government forces' will to fight in 2014 and yesteryear, or the year before by now, when better equipped and American-trained Afghan security forces melted away in the face of weaker opponents. Still, Iraq and Afghanistan taught the American military several lessons relevant to the conflict in Ukraine. It's likely the American military would have avoided some of the mishaps that have befallen the Russians in Ukraine.
The American military should embrace this fact, if only to ensure it internalizes the right lessons of the past 12 decades of war. Because Putin himself doesn't realize how much warfare has changed. The Russian dictator's obsession with World War II is hindering his invasion of Ukraine. Otto von Bismarck once said that only a fool learns from his own mistakes. The 19th century Deutschen Kanzler, the German chancellor, said, "I learn from other people's." Astonishingly, the Russian army is repeating the past mistakes of its Soviet predecessor. In April of 1945, Marshal Georgy Zhukov, under intense pressure from Joseph Stalin, sent his tank armies into Berlin sans infantry support. Vladimir Putin's forces not only made the same error, they even copied the way their forebearers had attached odd bits of iron, including bed frames, to their tanks' turrets in the hopes that the added metal would detonate anti-tank weapons prematurely. This did not save the Russian tanks. It simply increased their profile and attracted Ukrainian tank hunting parties, just as the Soviets' tanks in Berlin had drawn groups of Hitler Youth and SS who attacked them with Panzerfausts. The Russian dictator's distorted obsession with history, especially with the Great Patriotic War against my Vaterland of Großdeutschland, Greater Germany, has skewed his political rhetoric with bizarre self-contradictions. It has clearly affected his military approach. Tanks were a great symbol of strength during the Second World War. That Putin can still see them that way defies belief. The vehicles have proved to be profoundly vulnerable to drones and anti-tank weapons in recent conflicts in Libya and elsewhere. Azerbaijan's ability to destroy Armenian tank columns easily was essential to its 2020 victory in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. Yet Putin seems to have learned as little as he has forgotten. In August of 1968, the Warsaw Pact forces entering Czechoslovakia were told by their political officers that they would be welcomed as liberators. They found themselves cursed, out of fuel, and hungry. Morale was shattered. Putin's control of domestic media can hide the truth from most of the Russian population, but his conscripts, forced now to sign new contracts to turn them into volunteers, are all too aware of the reality. His treatment of his own people is as pitiless as his treatment of his enemies. The army even brought a mobile crematorium into Ukraine to dispose of Russian fatalities in order to reduce the body bag count going home. They've even put living men into the incinerator rather than treat them medically because no doctors are available. If you're severely injured enough, the game is up. You burn alive. Putin's Soviet predecessors had a similar disregard for the troops' feelings. In 1945, the Red Army faced a number of mutinies. Frequently treated with contempt by officers and political departments, soldiers were ordered out at night into no man's land to retrieve the bodies of fallen comrades, but to strip them of their uniforms for reuse by replacement troops. Thereafter, eating the bodies for food. Forced cannibalism on the front. And you wonder why the troops mutinied. Ah, communism. Another old pattern repeating itself in Ukraine is the Russian army's reliance on heavy guns. In World War II, the Red Army bragged about the power of its artillery, which it called the God of War. In the Berlin operation, Zhukov's artillery fired more than 3 million shells, destroying more of the city than the Allies' strategic air offensive had. The Soviets used Katyusha rocket launchers, which German troops nicknamed Stalin's organ for their howling sound, to kill any remaining defenders. While Putin's conventional artillery smashes Ukrainian buildings open in the same old way to eliminate potential sniper positions, a thermobaric ordnance, the devastating vacuum bombs that create a fireball that sucks the oxygen away from the targets, sucking out the very lungs from the throats of victimized Ukrainian civilians, taketh the place of the old Katyushas. The Russians' destruction of Grozny and Aleppo had already revealed how little their urban conflict doctrine, unlike that of the Western armed forces, has evolved since World War II. The international coalition that reclaimed the cities of Raqqa and Mosul from the Islamic State demonstrated a far more targeted approach, sealing off each city and then clearing it sector by sector. Oh, by the way, our dear young lady says brilliant exertion of religious practice. Bal. Transgressing of the laws. Thank you, honey. Love you so dearly. Okay. Putin's army is clearly not the Red Army, just as Putin's Russia is not the Soviet Union. Institutional corruption across the government has affected everything, even with officers profiting off of the sale of spare parts and ignoring logistic support in favor of prestige projects. While Ukrainian defenders are destroying Cold War-era Russian T-72 tanks like ducks in a row, the Russian priority has been to reserve enough money to pay for the next generation of high-tech Armata tanks. Yet the Armata can still do little more than trundle across Red Square in Victory Day parades every May 9th to impress the crowds and foreign media. On the battlefield, it suffers exactly the same fate as the T-72s. Elite units, paratroopers, and Spetsnaz, special forces, still exist within the Russian military, but they can achieve little on their own in the chaos of bad command and control. The lack of foresight involved in the introduction of the Russian army's new era-encrypted communication system would have been much harder to believe in the more rigorous Soviets' days when such mistakes were severely punished. Supposedly secure, it relies on 3G towers, which Russia destroyed when it invaded Ukraine. Because the system is simply not working, Russian officers have to communicate in open speech by cell phone as gleeful Ukrainian volunteers listen in. The 2008 invasion of Georgia, which dealt a setback to the small former Soviet republic but revealed incompetence and weakness on Russia's part, led to plans to re-equip and reform Putin's armed forces. Those efforts have manifestly failed. This says a great deal about the lack of idealism, probity, and sense of duty within his regime. How this can change at such a late date and crucial stage in the Ukrainian invasion is very hard to see. Impossible, really. At Stalingrad in late 1942, the Red Army is propagandized to have surprised itself and the world with the sudden turnaround, and there be indications in Russian propaganda that Putin's forces are adjusting their tactics and preparing for major strategic envelopments around Kiev and in eastern Ukraine. An almost Stalinist determination to right the Russian military, backed by the execution of deserters and failing officers, could well extend the conflict in a bloodbath of relentless, grinding destruction. Against all pre-war expectations, however, a Russian military collapse looks all the more probable. A complete disintegration of morale could lead to a humiliating withdrawal, a potentially devastating result of Putin's inability to part with the Soviets' past. This is Putin's folly. It's the case study of an inept strategist. Vladimir Putin is simply a bad strategist. He does not understand the relationship between force and politics, and he is incapable of predicting international reactions to his ham-fisted military campaigns. Putin's blunders began in 2014 with Russia's annexation of Crimea and intervention in East Ukraine, actions that provoked widespread condemnation and suspicion about his real ambitions. With few friends left, Putin was reduced to propping up murderous authoritarian regimes in Syria and Belarus. White Russia. Today, his misuse of Russian power is leading the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire towards impoverishment and isolation. His ill-considered invasion of Ukraine has galvanized international opposition, crippled the Russian economy, and overstretched the Russian military. Putin is making Russia a pariah state. None of this was necessary. A decade ago, Putin had a very good hand to play. NATO was sagging under the weight of the war in Afghanistan and an unwise intervention in Libya. American leaders grumbled about European free-riding, and European leaders questioned Washington's commitment to the common defense. Any efforts to buck these trends and rally the old alliance were constrained by European reticence to spend more on defense and a toxic dependence on Russian oil and gas. Meanwhile, the Russian economy had recovered from the 2008 recession and was healthy enough to support a long-term military modernization program. Russia was getting stronger as its traditional adversaries were coming apart. The stage was set for Putin, and he blew it! Russia's annexation of Crimea and its support for separatists in eastern Ukraine were needless blunders. Russia enjoyed outsized influence in Ukraine even after the Maidan uprising in late 2013. It had support from sizable voting blocs in the east, and it had secured naval assets for decades. But that was not enough, and Russia engaged in gray zone tactics to try to undermine the Ukrainian government. These offered a veneer of plausible deniability, but few doubted Russian responsibility for the machinations of cyberspace operators and little green men, Russians in green uniforms, without any regalia to identify their affiliation. If anything, this approach made it look duplicitous and vaguely sinister, and it paid a substantial economic and diplomatic cost. Putin's gambit breathed new life into NATO and stalled Russia's own revival. This year's war has made things much worse. Last year's war by now. Putin seems to have badly underestimated Ukraine's skill and resolve, as well as European solidarity. NATO allies are coming together in support of Ukraine and resupplying its war effort. Other non-NATO countries are taking the idea of membership more seriously. Russia's currency is in a free fall, and foreign capital is fleeing the country. Russia has been largely banned from international transactions through SWIFT, and it faces a greater risk of losing export revenue from its all-important energy sector. Perhaps Putin hopes that communist Chinese support will mitigate the economic harm, but dependence on Beijing is hardly ideal for a country with great power ambitions. Finally, Russia's military has been suffering substantial losses already, despite local superiority. The majority of its land forces are now in the fight, which has stagnated. Despite all his strategic mistakes, Putin has mastered the art of domestic control. He is good at wielding power at home, even though he does not use it well abroad. Some observers have speculated about regime change, but for now it is a safe assumption that Putin will stay in charge and that he will continue to make his customary strategic errors. This raises a hard problem for the Biden administration. How should it deal with an incompetent rival? That presents us three dilemmas. Good strategists try to calibrate military force with the political value of the object. They maintain healthy relations with military and intelligence professionals. They cultivate allies and try to divide enemy alliances. Above all, they learn from failures. Putin does none of these things. He launches military campaigns and then scrambles. He embarrasses his security chiefs in public. He puts Russian diplomats in an impossible situation through his outrageous rhetoric and outlandish lies. His transparent power grabs alienate those who would otherwise be happy to do business with the Russian Empire, and he seems totally incapable of learning. Political and military leaders often worry about brilliant rivals, But the problem today is different. Instead of the danger of being outwitted, the danger is the fallout from Putin's mistakes. Bad strategists aggravate 3 strategic dilemmas. The first has to do with misperception. Wartime signaling is always a fraught business because misinformation abounds, because leaders operate under stress, and because adversaries have reason to deceive one another. This is more complicated today because Putin appears increasingly isolated and Kremlin decision-making has become grotesque. Putin televised meetings with defense and intelligence officials before the war, browbeating them into public support for his plans and implicating them in his crimes. They are unlikely to offer him their unvarnished opinions, nor are they likely to challenge his interpretation of American signals. The second problem is escalation. Russia has several options for expanding the scope and intensity of the war, including the abuse of nuclear weapons. These options would be extraordinarily risky and possibly catastrophic. Good strategists would avoid taking them, but Putin is not a good strategist. Putin might escalate the war out of desperation rather than opportunity. If he believes that Russia is facing decades of deprivation, Putin might gamble on extreme measures to break the sanctions regime. Now, let's put this in some perspective. Such a maneuver would resemble America's futile bid to conquer the Japanese empire by enforcing an allied embargo that then resulted in the preemptive strategic surgical strike on Pearl Harbor. At the time, the United States was trying to strangle the Japanese economy to force it to end its occupation of the Chinese mainland. Today, the American empire and our partners are trying to strangle the Russian economy to force it to end its occupation of Ukraine. America's escalation was a world-changing strategic blunder. Russia might do the same. The last problem is how to end the war. Bargaining will be difficult because it is hard to predict what kinds of threats and promises will convince Putin to settle. Bad strategists may not recognize good deals. In addition, Putin's dismal track record will make it hard for Western leaders to believe his promises. No one is likely to trust Putin to keep the peace, given his penchant for military adventures. Then we have secret intelligence against strategic incompetence. Misperception, escalation, and war termination are fundamental strategic challenges. They are especially challenging when the adversary is a bad strategist. How can the Biden administration cope with the problem today? While there be no textbook solutions to this problem, the administration might start by reconsidering how it uses the intelligence community. The White House disclosed a lot of secrets before the war as a prebuttal to phony Russian pretexts for invasion. Getting in front of Russian disinformation, disinformatia, would make it hard for Moscow to convince anyone that an invasion was justified. This would help steel Allied resolve in advance of what might be a costly and protracted conflict. From all accounts, this approach succeeded. But while public intelligence was useful for alliance diplomacy, it seemed to have little effect on Moscow. Some in the administration might have hoped that stripping Putin of his casus belli would cause him to abandon the war. It was an intriguing idea, the strategic deployment of secrets in the name of peace. It didn't work. One possible reason why not has to do with the nature of military plans. States who hope to achieve surprise rely on secrecy to cover their military movements and operational intentions. Revealing intelligence might disabuse them of the notion that they can prepare under the cover of secrecy, forcing them to reconsider.
This was not one of those cases, however. Russia telegraphed its military movements for months. Instead of surprise, it relied on conventional military superiority over Ukraine, coupled with the belief that the United States and NATO would never intervene directly in the conflict. All of this suggests that intelligence transparency has reached the point of declining marginal returns. Public revelations helped lay the groundwork for the current sanctions regime, but they were unable to influence Russian decisions. Perhaps intelligence can be more useful if it returns to the shadows. Indeed, secret intelligence might be useful for managing all three of the problems already described. Intelligence agencies have a long history of clandestine communications with wartime adversaries. Spy chiefs can communicate with their counterparts outside the public eye, gauging the response to diplomatic messages. Should it become clear that Russian leaders misperceive or misinterpret those messages, intelligence envoys can be used to clarify them. Of course, this can only work if both sides have reason to believe that their communications will remain secret. Candor among foes is a wasting asset. Intelligence agencies might also help reduce the danger of escalation. Historically, wartime covert action has acted as a release valve among great powers, a means of competing with one another that does not require the kind of violence that can get out of control. In this case, Russia might choose to engage in covert actions if it remains frustrated on the conventional battlefield. Observers have expressed fear of this scenario, but it might be a blessing in disguise. If Putin is satisfied with the results of covert mischief, then American leaders might consider allowing Russia to continue sans exposing its activities. The idea of letting Russia get away with it might be unpleasant, but it might also be a very effective way of controlling escalation. The alternative is much worse. Finally, secret intelligence might help stop the fighting. It can establish quiet channels for peace feelers, outside the view of domestic spoilers on all sides. It might also reduce the credibility problem by monitoring Russian compliance with the terms of any possible deal. Leaders will be rightfully skeptical of Russian promises. Diligent intelligence work will at least provide faith that there will be early warning if the peace starts to break down. The fact that the intelligence community gave accurate warning before the war surely bolsters their own credibility with policymakers. The public has free access to a huge amount of information about the war in Ukraine. Traditional media provide running updates of the conflict, and social media fill in the details. We track the movement of armored columns on Google Maps. We watch artillery strikes on live streams and witness the awful results on Twitter. States seem to accept the open information environment as a fact on the ground, and they have been eager to win the narrative by sharing intelligence with allies and talking about it in public. We are witnessing a war of transparency. The irony is that ending it may require a return to secrecy. In interim, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is ushering in an economic crisis for Putin. The time we have remaining. Oh, she says thank you. Yes. And, back to where I was. Sanctions have been applied to Russia off and on, starting after the annexation of Crimea in 2014. But after the invasion, harsher sanctions were applied. the Wall Street Journal reported that they're finally beginning to bring down the Russian economy. March marked the one-year anniversary of the war against Ukraine, and with it, the prices of oil and natural gas have surged around the world. For a time, that meant that Russia could increase its own costs of oil and gas, making a more significant profit, like the gouging criminals that they be. The journal cited Alexandra Prokopenko, a former Russian central bank official who abandoned his country after the invasion, warning, Russia's economy is entering a long-term regression. While global inflation after the pandemic has been a serious problem, the high costs of products generally traded with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire have sent food and fuel in Europe to soaring prices. Rolling blackouts were utilized throughout 2022 in the United Kingdom, but regulators warned that United Germany could run out of gas next winter. Or so the Financial Times reported yesterday, or the week before last. Still, NATO has held strong, and Russia's biggest exports, oil and gas, lost large customers. Consul on Foreign Relations expertesses Liana Fix and Caroline Kapp have written, Putin considered Germany too dependent on Russian energy, too weak militarily, and too business-minded to mount any significant resistance to his war. He was wrong. The ruble is down over 20% against the dollar in the past 5 months. Half year by now. The military draft has resulted in over 22,000 Russians fleeing to these United States. That's revealed by the latest U.S. Customs and Border Protection data. The draft also means that young people are being pulled from the labor force and set to war, which is starting to impact businesses. The report said, those days are over. As the war continues into its second year and Western sanctions bite harder, Russia's government revenue is being squeezed, and its economy has shifted to a lower growth trajectory, likely for the long term. There is no sign the economic difficulties are bad enough to pose a short-term threat to Russia's ability to wage war, but state revenue shortfalls suggest an intensifying dilemma over how to reconcile ballooning military expenditures with the subsidies and social spending that have helped President Vladimir Putin shield civilians from hardship. You see, properties are being seized from Russian oligarchs and quickly driving yachts to islands that refuse to implement sanctions. Yesterday, well, the month before last, really, Russian raw materials billionaire Oleg Deripaska said, there will be no money next year. We need foreign investors. The meeting between Putin and Red China's Xi Jinping has further evidenced that the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is increasingly dependent on the communist Chinese. Now that Putin has stashed nuclear weapons on the border of a NATO country, Red China might face more pressure from the global community about aligning itself with a country ready to start a nuclear war. This brings us to the return of the end of history. You see, without political checks and balances, free media, and an independent civil society, autocrats do not receive the feedback needed to make wise and competent decisions. 30 years after Francis Fukuyama published his infamous book, The End of History and the Last Man, history returned with a vengeance. Following Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, Europe is once again the site of a large-scale war that is so characteristic of the 20th century that no one expected to see anything like it today. Far from the
clash of civilizations that political scientist Samuel Huntington anticipated would shape the 21st century. Russia wants to eradicate an independent country with a similar ethno-linguistic and religious background. The conflict is primarily about different political systems, autocracy versus democracy, empire versus national sovereignty. While the war has produced countless tragedies, some believe that it will show Fukuyama to have been more right than wrong. He argued that communism's implosion had ushered in a world where democracies with market economies would be preferred over alternative forms of government. While Russia's war of aggression never should have happened, it clearly is an exception that proves Fukuyama's rule. It has caused enormous suffering for Ukrainians, but they have fought courageously with the knowledge that history is on their side. Meanwhile, the life expectancy of Vladimir Putin's regime has abruptly fallen. To paraphrase Talleyrand, Putin's war is worse than a crime. It is a fatal mistake that other potential invaders will learn not to repeat. It also reminds us that folly is a feature, rather than a bug, of dictatorships. Sans political checks and balances, free media, and an independent civil society, autocrats do not receive the feedback needed to make wise and competent decisions. In Putin's case, living in a filter bubble has proven exceptionally costly. Russia's economy is in a deep recession, its fiscal revenues have taken a massive hit, and the damage will continue to mount in 2023 after the European Union's oil embargo and the G7's oil price cap have taken effect. Lacking cash, Putin has already moved from a strategy of recruiting soldiers for pay, to mobilizing them by conscription, undercutting his own popularity and driving hundreds of thousands of educated Russians to flee the country. Making matters worse for him, Russia is losing the war. Russia's dismal performance is no accident. After the end of history 30 years ago, most dictators learned that the old 20th century methods of maintaining non-democratic rule no longer worked. In a globalized and technologically interconnected world, open repression is simply too costly. As Daniel Treisman and Sergei Guriev evince in their work entitled Spin Dictators, the Changing Face of Tyranny in the 21st Century, most non-democratic leaders have adopted a new strategy. Pretend to be a Democrat. Hold elections that are neither free nor fair. Permit some independent media, though no outlets with a large audience. And allow some opposition parties, all to create the illusion of a popular mandate to rule. Putin himself was a master of this approach for 20 years. But as his regime's corruption and cronyism undermined economic growth, and as digital and social media began to spread, his popularity at home began to decline. Mindful of this trend, he swiftly annexed Crimea in 2014, which boosted his popularity for a while. Then, in 2022, he tried to replay this strategy on an even grander scale. But he gravely underestimated Ukrainian resolve and Western unity in supporting Ukraine and imposing unprecedented economic sanctions on the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. Putin has learned the hard way that it is unwise to start a 20th century war in the 21st century. And other autocratic and authoritarian regimes will heed this lesson for years to come. One certainly hopes that Russia's Ukraine debacle will deter the communist Chinese empire from trying to seize my Taiwan by force. Senior officials in the Communist Party of China should see that dictator Xi Jinping's consolidation of power poses many risks to the regime. Moreover, Putin's war has also caused substantial damage to the global economy, which in turn has contributed to Red China's unprecedented economic slowdown. Communist Chinese elites are probably asking themselves whether Xi ought to have done more to prevent the invasion or cut the war short. That question joins a long list of others about Xi's zero-COVID policy, his crackdown on private business and the tech industry, and his government's inability to manage the collapse of a real estate bubble. In a system as opaque as Red China's, it is hard to predict whether such second-guessing will affect the country's shift towards authoritarianism. But Xi's mistakes have clearly made the Chinese model less attractive to others around the world. Finally, last year past has underscored the importance of solidarity. During the Cold War, the geopolitical West faced a perpetual existential threat that superseded internal differences and disagreements. But following the Soviet Union's collapse, there was less to unite Western countries, and many succumbed to domestic divisions. Polarization within and between many democracies deepened, with factors such as rising inequity and the spread of social media accelerating the process. Nonetheless, Western societies came as together yesteryear. In 2022, when it counted, while many Western politicians openly praised Putin at the start of the year, almost none do so today. That brings us to the most important question for our year still ahead. If the war ends in 2023, as seems likely, will we return to the polarized status quo ante? Or will we find a new common project? We need not look far. As hot as the summer of 2022 was, it will probably be one of the coolest summers of the rest of our lives. Climate catastrophe is a challenge that should unite not just Western democracies, but all the world's governments. That may seem an unlikely outcome in the near term, but we must not stop working toward it. A new study proves that Attila the Hun raided Rome due to starvation, not bloodlust. The infamous barbarians' most devastating incursions took place in years with extremely dry summers. Attila the Hun has been depicted as a bloodthirsty barbarian with an infinite thirst for gold and power. But a new study proposes an alternative explanation for his violent incursions. Attila may have carried out his desperate raids to save his people from drought and mass starvation. 12,000 years of climate data, recorded in the rings of oak trees found round the floodplains of Central Europe's Danube and Tisa rivers, have proven that Attila and his Huns carried out their biggest raids during very dry years, when crop yields and pasture land were sparse, meaning the attacks were likely partly driven by desperation and hunger. The researchers published their findings on the 14th of December yesteryear via the Journal of Roman Archaeology. The Huns are thought to have crossed into Eastern and Central Europe from Asia around Anno Domini 370, before establishing themselves on the Great Hungarian Plain, a part of the wider Carpathian Basin, east of the Danube. Just 60 years later, through a combination of advanced weaponry, unrivaled horsemanship, and sophisticated battle tactics, the Huns subjugated much of Central Europe into a confederation of Eurasian tribes over which they reigned supreme. At its height, the Hunnic Empire stretched from the Black Sea to central Germany and, following Attila and his brother Bleda's rise to power in Anno Domini 434, found itself right at the doorstep of what had become a bifurcated Roman Empire, in whose downfall the Huns would play a major role. The archaeologists concur that living on the Eurasian steppe between Anno Domini 420 and 450 would have exposed the Huns to a harsh and capricious climate, with multiple droughts forcing them to alternate between farming in fixed locations and herding their animals to greener pastures. But this unstable caloric balancing act soon gave its way to more desperate times and measures. In years of severe drought, when the Huns faced mass starvation, they transformed into merciless raiders, spilling out from the Carpathian Basin to loot and pillage across Western and Southern Europe. In fact, the most devastating Hun incursions took place in Anno Domini 447, 451, and 452, all of which had extremely dry summers. And the raids, once thought to be driven primarily by a lust for gold and power, would have been mainly concerned with acquiring food, the researchers have thus proven. However, gold also would have come as in handy to maintain Attila's patchwork of warlord allegiances. Per the archaeologists, under Attila's command in Anno Domini 451, the Huns invaded the western Roman province of Gaul, situated in modern-day France, and northern Italy, capturing the city of Milan and extracting an eye-watering sum from the besieged Western Roman Empire to relent their attacks. Attila also demanded a swathe of land 5 days' journey wide along the Danube, possibly to offer the raiders guaranteed grazing land during even the worst of droughts. The Huns' reign did not last long. In Anno Domini 453, following a bout of heavy drinking on the night of his last wedding, Attila had multiple wives, the Hunnic leader was found dead, having choked to death on his own nosebleed. The Huns fell to infighting, and soon splintered before scattering into obscurity. Roma never fully recovered from the effects of the Hunnic raids, and the Western Roman Empire fell 23 years later, proof, according to the archaeologists, that climatic disruption can fatally weaken even the most accomplished human societies. In a statement, the study authoress, Suzanne Hackenbeck, an archaeologist at the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, said, and here I quotest she at length and verbatim, "Historical sources tell us that Roman and Hunnic diplomacy was extremely complex. Initially, it involved mutually beneficial arrangements, resulting in Hunnic elites gaining access to vast amounts of gold in exchange for not attacking the empire. The system of collaboration broke down in the 440s, leading to the regular raids of Roman lands and increasing demands for gold. If resource scarcity became too extreme, settled populations may have been forced to move, diversify their subsistence practices, and switch between farming and mobile animal herding. These could have been important in insurance strategies during a climatic downturn. Climate-induced economic disruption may have required Attila and others of high rank to extract gold from the Roman provinces to keep war bands and maintain inter-elite loyalties. Former horse-riding animal herders appear to have become raiders. Climate alters what environments can provide, and this can lead people to make decisions that affect their economy and their social and political organization. Such decisions are not straightforwardly rational, nor are their consequences necessarily successful in the long term. This example from history proves that people respond to climate stress in complex and unpredictable ways, and that short-term solutions can have negative consequences in the long term. Now, I am a historian, and the history I've just related proves why. Putin must lose, and the Russian Empire must die. A better future requires Putin's defeat and the end to imperial aspirations. During the quarter century of its formal existence, the Moscow School of Civic Education did not have a campus, a syllabus, or even professors. The school instead ran seminars for politicians and journalists, led by other politicians and journalists from Russia and around the world. It operated out of the Moscow apartment of its founders, Lena Nemirovskaya and Yuri Senokozov. They had met in the 1970s while working on a Soviet's philosophy journal and shared a hatred of the violent, arbitrary politics that had shaped most of their own lives. Nemirovskaya's father was a Gulag prisoner. Senokozov once said he could not eat Russian black bread because the taste reminded him of the poverty and tragedy of his Soviet childhood. Both also believed that Russia could change. Maybe not change very much, maybe not very dramatically, but change nevertheless. Nemirovskaya once said that her great ambition was just to make Russia a little bit more civilized through the exposure of people to new ideas. Their school, an extension of conversations held in their kitchen, was never designed to achieve that single non-revolutionary goal. For a long time, it flourished. From 1992 to 2021, so Nemirovskaya reckons, more than 30,000 people, parliamentarians, city council members, business people, journalists, attended the seminars around the country on law, elections, and media. British editors, Polish ministers, and American governors came to speak. They got financial support from an equally wide range of European, American, and Russian foundations and philanthropists. Now, I myself reviewed perhaps a dozen seminars, mostly to inform myself as to any potential progress in Eurasian journalism. But the school remained a Russian organization, built by Russians for Russians. The topics were chosen because they interested Russians, and later because they interested the Georgians, Belarusians, and Ukrainians who attended some seminars as well. I can recall reviewing footage of a particularly boring, to myself at least, seminar on federalism in Scandinavia that the participants found fascinating because they hadn't ever pondered, in their highly centralized societies, the various relationships between regional and national governments that could theoretically exist. At the time, this project did not feel naive, idealistic, or radical, let alone seditious. Even during the first decade of Vladimir Putin's presidency, democratic politics were restricted but legal in Russia. Opposition views were tolerated as long as they didn't attract too much popular support, and there were many endeavors to organize discussions, training sessions, and lectures on democracy and the rule of law. Nemirovskaya has told the press that it never occurred to her that she was creating a dissident organization. On the contrary, her efforts were meant to support exactly the kind of transformation that people in power in Russia in the 90s said they wanted. But slowly, those people were pushed out or changed their mind. Officers of the FSB, the Federal Security Bureau, the successor to the KGB, the Russian secret police, began showing up at the seminars and asking questions. Negative articles about the school appeared in the Russian press. Finally, the state itself designated the school as a foreign agent and decreed that it had to advertise itself as such. In 2021, the school was closed. Nemirovskaya and Senekozov sold their apartment and moved to Riga in Latvia, where they still run seminars, only now for exiles. Many of their friends, colleagues, and former students trickled out of the country too. In the spring of 2022, following the invasion of Ukraine, that trickle became a wave. Tens of thousands of Russian journalists, activists, attorneys, and artists left the country, bringing with them whatever remained of the independent media, publishing culture, and the arts. In fact, Russian culture in general has vacated the Russian Empire. Among them were many people who might have once attended a seminar on local government at the Moscow School of Civic Education. That moment felt, to many inside and outside Russia, like the end of the story. But it wasn't, because stories like this one never end. Ideas move across time and space, sometimes in unexpected ways. The notion that a country should be different, differently ruled, differently organized, can come from old books, from foreign travel, or just from its citizens' imaginations. At the height of the Russian Empire in the 19th century, under the rule of some of the most ponderous autocrats of the time, a plethora of reform movements followed and flowered. Social democrats, peasant reformers, advocates of constitutions and parliaments. Even some of the people born into the Russian imperial elite came to think differently from others in their social class. Leo Tolstoy evolved into a world-famous advocate of pacifism. The father of the writer Vladimir Nabokov made fiery public speeches in the years leading up to the Russian Revolution, edited a liberal newspaper, and spent time in prison. His son later remembered how, on the evenings when his father was holding his political meetings, the hall would house an accumulation of greatcoats and overshoes, and guests would talk well into the night. The state pushed back against people who thought differently, even then. Mikhail Zygar, a Russian author and the founding editor of an independent television station called TV Rain, has written a book titled The Empire Must Die, that, among other things, tells the story of the independent thinkers forced out of Russia at the beginning of the 20th century, some of whom came back to reshape it during the revolution. This was a moment when, as he writes, the number of Russian political émigrés became so great that there is talk of an emergence of an alternative Russian civil society. The Russian diaspora is no longer a branch of Russia. It is no longer clear which is the branch and which is the trunk. Most suffered from one major blind spot. Neither then nor later did most Russian liberals understand that the imperial project itself was the source of Russian autocracy. The White Russian armies lost to the Bolsheviks, in part because they would not join forces in 1918 through to 1920 with newly independent Poland or would-be independent Ukraine. Democratic ideas did not triumph in either the branch or the trunk in the years that followed the Russian Revolution, partly because the state needed to use so much violence to keep Ukraine, Georgia, and the other republics inside the Greater Soviet Union. Still, even the decades of fear and poverty that followed the Russian Revolution did not eliminate the belief that another kind of state was possible. New generations of thinkers kept emerging out of the Soviets' gloom. Some of them would help start the modern human rights movement. Others, like the founders and students of the Moscow School of Civic Education, would try to create an alternative Russia in the years following the Greater Soviet Union's collapse. They lost, of course, to yet another dictator who is abusing an imperial war to eliminate his enemies and spread fear across Russia itself. Yet even now, even as the majority of Russians remain silent, even as they are cowed by propaganda or swayed by nationalist slogans, more than 17,000 Russians inside the country have protested against both the regime and their apathetic countrymen, have opposed Russian imperialism, and have been detained or imprisoned as a result. A few are well-known politicians who have left long ago, among them Vladimir Kara-Murza and Ilya Yashin. The opposition politician Alexei Navalny was imprisoned in January of 2021. He has been kept in isolation, but at a court hearing in September 21st, nevertheless, denounced the criminal war and accused Putin of wanting to smear hundreds of thousands of people in this blood. On September 30th, he published an essay, smuggled out of his cell, that imagined a post-Putin Russia and called for the replacement of Russia's current presidential system, which has now collapsed into full autocracy, with a parliamentary republic. Instead of posing as a new savior for the empire, he is calling for a different kind of Russia altogether. Outside the empire, hundreds of thousands of ordinary Russians are beginning to understand how closely the empire and autocracy are linked. Some of the new exiles have given up on politics altogether, and many are just dodging the draft. But a large cohort oppose the war from abroad, through Russian-language websites that report on the war and try to get information to Russians in Russia itself. TV Rain, shut down by the government in March, is up and running again, online, based in Riga. Navalny's team, the remnants of his large national organization, is making videos that have millions of viewers on YouTube, which can still be accessed in Russia itself. A panoply of groups and peoples wants to keep a different idea of Russia alive, to create an alternative civil society outside Russia, not unlike the early 20th century version described by Zygar, who is now in exile himself. Garry Kasparov, the former world chess champion who turned to democratic politics, helped organize street demonstrations in Moscow in the aughts, the 2000s, and is now persona non grata in the country where he was once a hero. Recently asserted for the record that he hopes to build a kind of virtual South Korea, an opposition in exile that stands in contrast to a Russia that more and more resembles North Korea. One of Kasparov's projects, the Free Russia Forum, regularly brings together the various, sometimes squabbling branches of the Russian community outside Russia. In at least one respect, all of these 21st century exiles are unlike their 20th century predecessors. They remain abroad or in jail because of a terrible war of imperial conquest. Many therefore oppose not just the regime, but the empire. For the first time, some argue that it is not just the regime that should change, but the definition of the nation. Kasparov is one of many who argue that only military defeat can bring political change. He now believes that democracy will be possible only, in his words, when the Crimea is liberated and the Ukrainian flag is flying over Sevastopol. That idea, that there could be a different Russia, a Russia that is a nation-state and not an empire, does not carry much weight in Ukraine right now. On the contrary, many Ukrainians consider the Russian democratic opposition just as culpable, just as imperialist, and just as responsible for the war as non-dissidents. Certainly, it is true that not all of the people who have been called Russian liberals in the past were against the empire or opposed to Putin. Some are technocrats who argued for a Pinochet-style dictatorship, or socialites whose liberalism was conveyed through photographs of European vacation spots posted on Instagram.